On the first day he returned to China, he issued 3 decrees. Emperor Yi, I order you to send someone to Amina immediately. I want the heads of the generals who participated in the war against Dacia to be chopped off. The next day, a key military base in Armenia was invaded, and 5-star Marshal Arabella Jeff was beheaded. Japan also participated in the national war. Teach them a lesson. The next day, the tiny island was directly fed a truth. The shrine was razed to the ground, and the death toll was impossible to estimate. Your holy religion dares to invade Dacia. Destroy it. The next day, 12 beings, known by the world as gods, attacked the holy church, and rivers of blood flowed. For a while, the whole world was shocked. The person who did all this was called Yi Zongheng. He is the leader of the Hall of Eternal Life, the most powerful organization in the world, and also the secret guardian of China. Chapter 1, Dominating the World. Infinitely arrogant Miss Tian, you once said you would marry no one but Mr. Yi, but now you are about to marry Mr. Su Aoyu. Do you have anything to say to everyone about this? Outside the Imperial Hotel. Yi Zongheng stared at the young woman who was being interviewed on the big screen. Tian Kaishan is the eldest daughter of the Tian family, a top family in Yanjing. 8 years ago, this stunning beauty who was enough to drive countless men crazy was just a little maid in his Yi family. At that time, the Yi family was so powerful that it was almost unmatched in Yanjing. His father was the general who defended the country, and his mother was the commander of the Phoenix Army. They also founded the famous Zongheng Group. That year, there was a war on the frontier. His father Yi Lin Yuan and mother Su Ying both died in battle. Yi Zongheng became the heir of Zongheng Group, but the Su family forced him to hand over the Zongheng Group on the grounds that he was too young. He disagreed and was detained and beaten by the Su family, perhaps because Yi Zongheng would rather die than surrender. The Su family did not dare to really kill him and let him go. Just when Yi Zongheng was most desperate, Tian Kaishan was like a ray of light that shone into his world. Not only did she not despise him, she also took good care of him and promised that she would not marry anyone else in this life. The land of gentleness, the tomb of heroes. Yi Zongheng fell in love with her and the two soon got engaged. After becoming a family, Yi Zongheng handed over the management of the group to Tian Szechuan's father out of trust. Her father was also a servant of the Yi family, and had been helping his mother manage all the affairs of the group. Who would have thought that after obtaining the management rights of the group, the father and daughter secretly operated and turned the group into their own. The former servant suddenly became the upper class in Yanjing. Tian Kaishan, who had promised to marry only him, kicked him away and turned around to get together with his cousin Su Aoyu. This change directly made Yi Zongheng collapse. Yi Zongheng went to argue with them, but unexpectedly, being nice to you and getting engaged to you is just to gain your trust and get the Zongheng Group. Even though I, Tian Kaishan, was born a maid, how could I marry you, a stray dog whose parents are both dead and who lives in shame? Get out of here. I feel sick just by looking at you. That day his cousin Su Aoyu looked at him as if he were a clown. Your fiancé will be taken care of by your cousin. As for you, get out of Yanjing and fend for yourself. Later, Yi Zongheng had his limbs broken and was thrown out of Yanjing. It was then that he realized that all this was a trap set by the Su family in order to obtain the Zongheng Group. It was ridiculous that he still naively thought that he had met his true love. Really, the person who hurts you the most is often the one you trust the most, because it was you who handed you the knife. Fortunately, there is always a way out. When he was on the verge of death, he was taken in by someone. After he recovered, Yi Zongheng knew that he would have no future in Dacia, so he decided to go abroad to make a living. Not on the way, he met an old man who gave him a secret of immortality and told him to keep practicing it if he wanted revenge. The secret of immortality records peerless martial arts, medical skills, alchemy, and formations that he has never seen before. Over the years, he not only mastered all of this, but also created the world's most powerful organization, Changshengdian. Abroad, now, he has cultivated the art of immortality to the 9th level and is invincible in the world. After years of research, Changshengdian also completed a nuclear test not long ago, and has the confidence to stand on equal footing with major powers. Everyone must think that I am not trustworthy, right? But that is not the case. Back then, I promised to marry Mr. Yi because I loved him. Even though he no longer had a proud family background, I would still stay with him and believe that he would pick himself up. But I was wrong. He despised me because I was born a maid and felt I was not worthy of him. My companionship and meticulous care were exchanged for beatings and scoldings. As far as I know, isn't Mr. Yi engaged to you? Why would he be engaged to you if he felt you weren't worthy of him? Tian Kaishan smiled miserably. That's because he knows nothing about management and needs my father to help him run the group. He's just taking advantage of us father and daughter. After we got engaged, he still treated me like a maid, taking out all the frustrations he had after his family fell into decline on me. One time, he almost beat me to death, and it was Master Su who saved me. Young Master Su even scolded him. A man like him is not worthy of being the son of two generals. Maybe this scolding woke him up. Later, he secretly transferred the group to me, saying it was compensation for me. He has disappeared since then. Boom, the outside world was in an uproar. Mr. Su and I have been looking for Mr. Yi for these years. If he comes back, I, Tian Kaixin, will definitely return the group to him. Everyone can rest assured about this. Also, if Mr. Yi sees this, I hope you can come to my wedding. I want your blessing. Sorry, I have to excuse myself. After saying that, Tian Kaixin wiped her tears and left the interview room. These words, coupled with her pitiful appearance, immediately won people's sympathy and goodwill. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that Mr. Yi was such a heartless person. I felt sorry for him because his fiancée ran off with his cousin. Even if he comes back, why should the group give it back to him? This is the compensation he deserves. My wife ran off with someone else to share my stress. I thought there was no woman in the world more considerate than her, but I didn't expect Miss Tian's actions to move me even more. Hearing these words, Yi Zhonghong laughed out loud in anger. Ha ha, what a villain who complains first. Didn't you see that my goddess was crying out of grievance? If she were a villain, then there would be no good women in this world. Boy, today is my goddess' wedding. I warn you not to cause trouble. The Tian family and the Su family are not people you can mess with. Warning glances fell on Yi Zhonghong. Yi Zhonghong sneered. Can't afford to offend. Palace Master, you have been living in seclusion behind the scenes for these years. No one outside knows you. If anyone is so foolish as to offend you, please feel free to contact me and I will tell him what the truth is. Palace Master, my Yanluo Pavilion is the world's #1 assassin organization. There are few people in the world that we cannot kill. You can order us to kill anyone you want at any time. Palace Master, my Dark Empire has the world's 4 largest private financial groups under it, and its wealth is inexhaustible. Palace Master, when Yi Zhonghong left, a group of crazy people from the Hall of Longevity rushed to please him. In this world, there is no one that Yi Zhonghong cannot afford to offend, only others cannot afford to offend him. As long as he uses any of the above energy, he can instantly destroy the Tian and Su families but he will avenge this grudge with his own hands. Otherwise, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart. Boy, you can't be disrespectful to someone like Miss Tian. You want to enter this Imperial City Hotel? Get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being rude. The security guard stood in front of Yi Zhonghong, obviously having heard what Yi Zhonghong had said before, and was planning to stand up for Tian Kaixin. Yi Zhonghong slapped him away and said, "When you talk to me, be careful about your words, otherwise the consequences will be something you can't afford." Once, even though he had a powerful family background, he never bullied others or acted arrogantly, but everyone treated him as a soft persimmon. Now, not only does he want to take back everything that belongs to him, he also wants to tell the world that his name, Yi Zhonghong, was not given by Bai Qi, dominate the world and be infinitely arrogant. Chapter 2 Ugly Face. Clearly visibly at the same time Tian Kaixin walked out of the interview room with a changed expression. The previous pitifulness and tears were just an act for those people outside who knew nothing. Shinner, it's a shame that you don't become an actor with your acting skills. If I didn't know the truth, even I would believe it. At this time, a young man came over with a wineglass. He is Su Aoyu, the son of Yi Zhonghong's aunt Su Chang'e. Because his father married into the Su family, he took his mother's surname. Tian Kaixin blinked her bright and charming eyes and flirted. "Hey, brother Aoyu, how could I be acting? Isn't what I said the truth?" Tian Kaixin is really beautiful, especially those eyes, as bright as a crescent moon, and her devilish figure is soft as a ball of water, coupled with the soft and tender tone when she was acting coquettish. It makes people even more excited. Su Aoyu was stunned for a moment, and he only blamed himself for not living up to his expectations. After reacting, he quickly agreed, "Ha ha ha, it's the truth, it's the truth." At this time, Tian Kaixin said again, "Brother Aoyu, Yi Zhonghong won't come back, right?" Su Aoyu naturally knew what she was worried about, and immediately assured her, "Although we didn't dare to kill him directly at that time, he was also disabled and there was no way he could survive. Even if he survives by chance, what's the use? If he's sensible, that's fine. But if he really dares to come back, I can destroy him once, and I can destroy him a second time. Tian Kai-shen then nodded in relief. After all, in order to maintain her image as a good woman, she said in public that she would return the property to Zonghung Group when Yi Zonghung came back. Okay, don't worry, the guests are waiting, let's go. Su Aoyu said, come outside. The two held a wedding ceremony in the presence of many guests, but just as the ceremony was about to end, a cold voice rang out, Tian Kai-shen, didn't you say you wanted my blessing? Why did you start before I even arrived? In an instant, everyone looked towards the source of the voice, only to see Yi Zonghung walking towards them with a sneer on his face. Upon seeing him, Tian Kai-shen and Su Aoyu were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Zonghung, you're still alive? What, Yi Zonghung, the orphan of the Yi family? The whole audience was in an uproar. Didn't he disappear 8 years ago? Why is he back now? Could it be that he's having a bad life and regrets giving the Zonghung Group as compensation to the Tian family? Now that the two families are getting married, he's here to cause trouble? There was a lot of discussion. Why Yi Zonghung ignored them all and sneered at the adulterers on the stage. How can I bear to die if you two dogs haven't paid the price you deserve? Tian Kai-shen and the others' pupils suddenly constricted. You have to know that they broke Yi Zonghung's limbs and threw him into a remote town where he was unfamiliar with the place, and it was winter at that time. How did he survive? Brother Zonghung, it's great that you can come to my wedding. Tian Kai-shen looked surprised on the surface, but murderous intent was surging in his heart. No matter what, Yi Zonghung must not be allowed to tell the truth about what happened back then. The character she had worked so hard to build up couldn't be ruined just like that. Thinking of this, she immediately changed her tone and said, Brother Zonghung, you must be tired after the long journey. I'll arrange for someone to take you downstairs to rest. We can discuss anything privately later. As he spoke, he kept winking at Su Aoyu. Su Aoyu understood and ordered the two bodyguards, you two, take my cousin down to rest. Don't be negligent. In short, let the bodyguards take Yi Zonghung away on the pretext of taking him down to rest. Then it will be easy to make him shut up completely, right? Yes. The two bodyguards were about to step forward to take Yi Zonghung away, but were kicked away by Yi Zonghung. Why, are you in such a hurry to get me out? Are you afraid that I will expose your ugly faces? Yi Zonghung sneered. Su Aoyu's face turned ugly. Tian Kai-shen pretended to beg, Brother Zonghung, I'm willing to return the group to you, but today is my wedding. I hope you can give me some face. Can we discuss this privately? Yi Zonghung laughed out loud. Tian Kai-shen, it's okay for you to pretend in front of outsiders, but don't you think it's ridiculous to pretend in front of me? Actually, I'm quite grateful to you. If you hadn't deceived my trust and taken away the Zonghung Group, and had my limbs broken and thrown out of Yanjing like a dog, I would be in trouble. I, Yi Zonghung, would not have achieved what I have today. I'm back this time, not only to take back everything that belongs to me, but also to repay you double for what you did to me. Swish, several people at the scene, including Tian Kai-shen, showed a hint of panic on their faces, but it was disguised very well. Su Aoyu was the first to lose his composure and retorted loudly, Yi Zonghung, stop talking nonsense here. When did we ever do those things to you? Tian Saichuan's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked extremely aggrieved. Brother Zonghung, I'm willing to return the group to you. Why did you make up this kind of thing to slander me? This time, the guests couldn't help themselves. This is absolutely ridiculous. If Miss Tian really did this to you, why would she say in front of so many people that she would return the group to you as long as you come back? That's right, Yi Zonghung, don't go too far. You were clearly the one who was the bastard, but now you're biting back. Today I've seen what poverty and arrogance mean. Don't you have any shame? Thank goodness Miss Tian is such a reasonable person that she allows you to talk nonsense here. Don't push your luck. Tian Kai-shen was extremely disappointed. Go away. For the sake of our past friendship, I will pretend that your slander against me today never happened. But forget about the group. I've put so much effort into Zonghung Group over the years, and I don't want to see it destroyed in the hands of someone like you. Soft-hearted and generous, even if you suffer injustice, you still repay evil with kindness. I have to say that Tian Kai-shien is a master at maintaining his personal image. Yi Zongheng shook his head. Where's your father? Tiantai River, Tian Saichuan's father has not arrived yet. He was also involved in the betrayal back then, so Yi Zongheng naturally will not let him go. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Tian Kai-shien sneered. Come here, kick him out. If he dares to resist, break his legs. Tian Kai-shien didn't dare to kill Yi Zongheng in public, but it was still okay to deal with him and ravage him. After all, she had been magnanimous enough. It was Yi Zongheng's own fault, and no one would say anything if it got out. The command dozens of bodyguards responsible for on-site security all surrounded them. Boy, just get out of here and don't bring trouble upon yourself. The leading captain kindly advised Yi Zongheng. Just these few people? Yi Zongheng said disdainfully. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Yi Zongheng, you don't think you're invincible just because you knocked down 2 bodyguards earlier, do you? To tell you the truth, those 2 bodyguards you knocked down earlier were just there to help me carry my bag and open the car door. And now these security guards are all professional security teams hired by my Su family at high salaries. Not to mention dealing with a loser like you, even special forces are no match for them. Su Ao, you said with a playful smile on his face. The others also looked at Yi Zongheng as if he were a clown. Boom, but at this moment, Yi Zongheng made a move. Everyone only heard a burst of air explosion, and the security captain flew out. Yi Zongheng was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Every punch and kick he landed was accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. In less than 2 minutes, none of the dozens of security guards were left standing intact. Yi Zongheng straightened his cuffs and said calmly, it's not enough to fight at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Ao and Tian Kai-shien were even more stunned. How is this possible? How could this be the Yi Zongheng they knew? Tian Kai-shien reacted first and was a little annoyed. No wonder you dared to come back, but you shouldn't have come back. No matter how much hatred you harbor or how much effort you put into this, your little achievement is nothing compared to our 2 families. Quan Chi, destroy him. The words fell. A man in training clothes with his chest exposed walked out from the darkness. He was 2 meters tall, with extremely explosive muscles. He looked like a giant in the crowd. The strong sense of oppression made the onlookers hold their breath and dare not breathe. Warrior, someone exclaimed. Chapter 3, Aunt, take care. What? It seems the rumors are true. The Tian family has indeed spent a large sum of money to hire a group of warriors to take charge. Yes, the giant in front of us should be the boxing champion who once had a 33-match winning streak in the underground boxing competition in Taya. He is a martial artist. Everyone was talking about IT. Warrior. IT is an existence that completely transcends ordinary people. Even a martial artist who has just started is stronger than someone like a special forces soldier who has developed the human body to the limit. Above the martial artists, there are terrifying existences such as warriors, martial artists, great martial artists, and martial arts masters. The boxing fanatic that Tian Kai-shien called out is a martial artist. You should be aware of the strength of a martial artist. Your mediocre skills are not enough to compete with him. If you leave now, I will still let bygones be bygones. Tian Kai-shien was still showing his magnanimity. Yi Zongheng just glanced at Quan Chi and said, he can't protect you. Quan Chi suddenly opened his eyes and punched Yi Zongheng. Anyone who dared to look down on me in the past died in the ring, but you are lucky. Miss Tian's order is only to cripple you. Quan Chi said in a deep voice. He held back a bit in this punch. If he had used all his strength, Yi Zongheng's body would have been pierced through. Boom, there was a dull thud of collision. Yi Zongheng raised his index finger to block Quan Chi's terrifying punch. How is that possible? The boxing fanatic was shocked and was about to continue exerting force, but Yi Zongheng directly grabbed his arm and twisted it hard, and his entire arm was twisted into a knot on the spot. Bang! Yi Zongheng kicked out again, causing his chest to collapse. Great martial artist. Quan Chi's face and nose were covered in blood, and his head drooped heavily. He never imagined that this young man who looked only in his 20s would be a great martial artist of a higher level than him. Who else? Yi Zongheng said lightly with his hands behind his back. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was stunned. Su Ao and Tian Kai-shien were so frightened that they were shaking all over. A great martial artist, just one step away from becoming a martial arts grandmaster. How could Yi Zongheng have such an achievement? Today was their big day, and they had never thought that anyone would come to cause trouble. Apart from the standard security and boxing enthusiasts, there was no one stronger than them on the scene. In other words, Yi Zongheng, who is at the level of a great martial artist, can do whatever he wants. Don't come over here. Don't think you're invincible just because you're a great martial artist. You know my Su family has a martial arts master. If you touch me, the Su family will not let you go. Su Aoyu looked at Yi Zongheng, who was walking towards him step by step, and was so scared that he kept backing away. Yi Zongheng, are you rebelling against the heaven? If you dare to touch my son, I will skin you alive. At this moment, a threatening voice sounded. The one who spoke was a lady in gorgeous clothes. Her name is Su Chang'e, Su Aoyu's biological mother, and Yi Zongheng's aunt. Su Chang'e originally had no intention of interfering. After all, it was a child's matter, but she didn't expect things to be beyond her expectations. Yi Zongheng actually became a great martial artist and wanted to touch her son. She knew very well that it was her son who broke Yi Zongheng's limbs and threw him out of Yanjing. What would happen if Yi Zongheng retaliated double? Madam has spoken. Yi Zongheng should finally restrain himself now. How dare he not restrain himself? This is her mother's biological sister, his aunt. How dare he disobey his aunt? Yi Zongheng looked at Su Chang'e with cold eyes. In the year his parents died, he heard similar threats many times. In order to take the Zongheng group away from him, his aunt locked him in a pig cage, claiming that it was for his own good. In fact, it was just because he was young and helpless that he wanted to take over the Zongheng group. Yi Zongheng sneered, when your son was trying to destroy me, you didn't say a word to stop him. Now that your son is in danger, you're desperate and stand up to stop him. You are truly my good aunt. Su Chang'e said disapprovingly, you've been used to the hardships you've endured outside these years. You can naturally withstand breaking your legs. It won't be a big deal. But my son is different. He has been spoiled since he was born. I hold him in my hands for fear of dropping him, and I hold him in my mouth for fear of him melting. You are not allowed to touch a hair on his head. It's hard to imagine that these words came from the mouth of a concubine. That's right. Besides, aren't you fine now? Yi Zongheng, if you dare not listen to my mother, it's a great rebellion. Su Aoyu hid behind Su Chang'e at this time. Don't be afraid, I'm still here. Not only can he not touch you, he will also have to pay the price for his recklessness. Su Chang'e said. Then, she scolded Yi Zongheng again, you disappeared for so many years, and instead of visiting your elders as soon as you came back, you went to your cousin's wedding and caused a scene. You even slandered your cousin and sister-in-law with nonsense. Not only did you lose face for yourself, but you also brought shame upon our Su family. Do you know what crime you deserve? If I don't teach you a lesson today, won't outsiders say that I, your concubine, have no way of disciplining you? Bang! Yi Zongheng slapped her across the face with his backhand. One more thing, you hit your own concubine, that's treasonous. Su Chang'e was stunned. From childhood to adulthood, even if she made Yi Zongheng kneel down to eat pig food and drink slop, Yi Zongheng did not dare to resist, because if he resisted, he would be whipped. She was used to oppressing Yi Zongheng, and was also used to Yi Zongheng obeying her orders, but now, Yi Zongheng actually dared to attack her. You dared to hit me? Su Chang'e took a long time to come back to her senses, and said with bloodshot eyes, bang bang bang. Yi Zongheng slapped him a few more times. I've wanted to do this for a long time. No wonder you liked to slap me whenever you had something to do. It turns out it feels so good. Ah! You rebellious little beast, you actually dared to attack me, but I am your auntie, take care. Yi Zongheng grabbed her neck and broke it. Some people, they can be called relatives, but some people can only be called beasts. He believed that even if his mother were still alive and knew what Su Chang'e had done to him, she would not blame him for what he did today to hiss. Countless people around were horrified and kept gasping for breath. Su Aoyu slumped down on the ground, his whole body cold. Yi Zongheng looked at him expressionlessly, and the latter screamed in fear, Yi Zongheng, no, cousin. Don't kill my cousin, I know I was wrong, please let me go. Don't you want the Zongheng group? I'll give it back to you. I'll give you everything, including your maid. I won't marry you. Tian Kaishan looked ashen. Snorchi Yi Zongheng sneered and stepped on Su Aoyu's arm. Just one wrong word and you want to cancel everything? It's not that easy. Snap, the arm was stepped on and broken, twisting into two pieces. Ah! Sueo, you screamed in pain. Yi Zongheng stepped on his other arm again. Back then, you murdered your classmates and killed people, and you blamed me for everything. Did you think no one knew? You have a good mother who secretly settled everything for you. She even secretly said that my parents were away from home all year round and that they didn't educate me enough. I thought you would feel a little guilty, but you took it for granted that I took the blame for you. After my parents left, you almost killed me. Now, it's too late to remember that I'm your cousin. Snap, Yi Zongheng crushed the bones of his limbs bit by bit, completely crippling him, but Yi Zongheng did not intend to give up. At this moment, there was only hatred in his heart. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I have already paid the price I deserve. Send me to the hospital quickly. I don't want to be a disabled person. Sueo, you cried. Send you to the hospital? After you broke my limbs, you were trying to kill me. Yi Zongheng grinned, put his toes on his neck, and slowly increased his strength. Mother and son reunited. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zongheng withdrew his foot. Sueo, you was already dead. Everyone around felt their scalps tingling and they were restless. They wanted to leave, but they also wanted to continue watching the fun. After all, old Master Su will be here soon. When he sees the tragic deaths of his daughter and grandson, he will be extremely furious. What will Yi Zongheng do then? It's your turn. Yi Zongheng looked at Tian Kaishan. Tian Saichuan's face turned pale instantly. Chapter 4, a mere martial arts master, what scene are you looking for? Before. In her eyes, Yi Zongheng was just a simple, innocent giant baby who lived under the protection of his parents, but now, in her eyes, Yi Zongheng is no different from a devil. He even killed his aunt and cousin without batting an eyelid, let alone her, an outsider. Thump, Tian Kaishan knelt on the ground, looked at Yi Zongheng with tears in his eyes and begged, please don't kill me, Master Yi. It was the people of the Su family who forced me to do that. That's why I lied to you. I have no choice. If I don't agree to them, they will not let me and my father go. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will do anything you ask me to do. Compared with her past, Tian Kaishan now looks more mature and feminine, especially her plump figure. At this moment, her eyes were filled with tears and she looked so pitiful that any man's heart would melt at a glance, but Yi Zongheng felt no emotion at all. By the way, I can apologize in public and admit that I am a vicious person. I will never pretend again, woohoo. Tian Kaishan was frightened when she saw Yi Zongheng was indifferent and started crying. In the face of death, personal image and face are naturally not important. Yi Zongheng was a little amused. If I can't pretend anymore, I will stop pretending. Tian Saichuan's face froze. Next second, she felt her arm sink and break. Ah! The miserable screams resounded throughout the whole place, but there was no trace of sympathy on Yi Zongheng's face, only indifference, just like Tian Saichuan's indifference towards him when his limbs were broken. You are so cruel. Kill me. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Tian Saichuan's limbs were all broken by Yi Zongheng. She was sweating profusely and roared with a resentful expression. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Yi Zongheng said. What? Tian Kaishan thought she had misheard and stared in disbelief. Really? A glimmer of hope. It was like the last straw, and Tian Kaishan naturally tried desperately to grab it. Certainly. Yi Zongheng smiled strangely. In order to gain his trust, Tian Kaishan promised to be his maid for life, serving him tea and water, even if it meant working like a slave for him. He had no shortage of maids, but there was no better revenge for Tian Kaishan than to make her, who was used to a luxurious life, work as a servant beside him. Don't you, Tian Kaishan, like to create a persona? Then let you truly experience it. Seeing Yi Zongheng smile, Tian Saichuan's heart skipped a beat. What are the conditions? I will heal you. From today on, you are my servant, Yi Zongheng. To put it bluntly, you are a dog that obeys my every command. You must do whatever I ask you to do, even if it means serving foot washing water. You cannot refuse. I will not ask you to warm the bed because you are just a maid. A lowly servant, nothing more than that. Tian Saichuan's body shuddered. She felt despair just thinking about that kind of life. She knew that Yi Zongheng wanted to take revenge on him, revenge for her deception and betrayal. To avenge her, she told Yi Zongheng that even though Tian Kaishan was just a maid, she would never marry a stray dog whose parents had both passed away. Tian Kaishan laughed at herself, it was really karma. She and Suao Yu broke Yi Zonghang's limbs back then, and now Yi Zonghang broke her limbs back then. She looked down upon Yi Zonghang, who was in the dust. Now, Yi Zonghang had trampled all her arrogance and disdain under his feet, but she had no way to do anything about it. Everyone else found this incredible. The eldest daughter of the Tian family, the goddess in the eyes of countless men in Yanjing, and the head of the Zonghang group, asking her to be a maid for her enemy is even more painful than killing her. How could Tian Kaishan agree? Master, from today on, I am your dog and you can command me as you please. Tian Kaishan compromised completely. She didn't want to die. Only by not dying would there be hope of a comeback. Boom, looking at Tian Szechuan's humble appearance, countless people felt as if they had eaten a dead fly. They didn't know what to feel in their hearts, and they all wished they could switch roles with Yi Zonghang. Yi Zonghang nodded, connected her arms and legs, and then used his internal energy to clear the blockages. Tian Kaishan recovered instantly. The extraordinary medical skills in the Qinxing Ju can even snatch people away from the hands of the King of Hell, but there is no need to use such means to treat Tian Szechuan's minor injury. But he didn't know how much shock this casual move brought to the people around him. Tian Kaishan even frowned secretly. It's not just that he's powerful in martial arts, he's also an excellent doctor. What on earth has he been through in these 8 years? Let's go, it's time to take back what belongs to me. Yi Zonghang said. Yes, master. You little beast, did you do all this? At this moment, an angry roar came. Only Mr. Su and Tian Taiha and others walked in. As soon as Mr. Su entered the room, he saw the bodies of Su Chang'e and her son, and Yi Zonghang standing there as if nothing had happened. He immediately became furious. This time, Tian Kaishan also showed a look of joy, and rushed towards Grandpa Su and the others. Grandpa Su, father, if you don't come soon, Xian'er will be snatched away by this guy to be a maid. She compromised only to save her life. Now that Su Qingtian and the others are here, there is no need to compromise anymore. Yi Zonghang, you are so arrogant, and you still want me to be your servant and bring you water to wash your feet? Are you worthy? Tian Kaishan said confidently. So what if he is a great martial artist? Su Qingtian and his father have martial arts masters around them. Long time no see, Grandpa. Yi Zonghang looked at Su Qingtian with a playful expression. As for Tian Taiha beside him, he simply ignored him. Su Qingtian's face was gloomy, and he looked at Yi Zonghang as if he was looking at a dead man. I don't have a grandson like you. How dare you kill my daughter and grandson? I will skin you alive today. Just the 2 martial arts masters around you? Yi Zonghang was calm and didn't take it seriously at all. Fuck, don't you even take the martial arts master seriously? Although there is only one realm between a great martial artist and a martial arts master, the strength between the two is worlds apart. The reason why martial arts masters are called masters is because they have reached the point where even flying flowers and plucked leaves can hurt people, and even ordinary hot weapons cannot hurt them at all. Everyone really couldn't understand where Yi Zonghang got the confidence to ignore the martial arts master. Humph. I wonder how long you can keep your mouth shut. Take him down. Su Qingtian snorted coldly and gave an order to the old man in a green robe beside him. The old man's name is Chen Tao, and he is the Su family's servant. Receiving Su Qingtian's order at this moment, he attacked directly, and the aura he generated alone shattered the surrounding tables and chairs. As expected of a martial arts master, this power alone is incomparable to that boxing idiot from before. This is the release of internal energy. In this state, a martial arts master can even catch bullets. However, Yi Zonghang, a great martial artist, can't even break his defense. Yi Zonghang is dead. Chen Tao also looked relaxed. With his strength, dealing with a great martial artist was no different from crushing an ant. This has been practiced many times over the years. This time, there will be no exception. However, as soon as his fist collided with Yi Zonghang's palm, he felt an irresistible internal energy instantly surging into his limbs and bones, shocking him. You're not a great martial artist? Yi Zonghang grabbed his fist and his 5 fingers suddenly contracted. Boom, the external internal force was like an invisible giant hand, which not only instantly crushed the protective shield of Qi around Chen Tao, but also broke his entire arm. Ah! Chen Tao screamed in pain. It's so noisy. Yi Zonghang frowned slightly and gave a side kick on the spot. Bang! The next second, Chen Tao flew away like a kite with a broken string, and the scene became completely quiet. Su Qingtian, Tian Kaishan, and others looked pale. I'll meet him. The martial arts master next to Tian Taihe was a little skeptical. In his opinion, Yi Zongheng, who was only in his early 20s, couldn't be so strong. Grandpa Chen must have underestimated his enemy just now. If Grandpa Lu Tsong takes action, he will definitely be able to defeat him. Tian Kaishan clenched his fists and kept comforting himself, just thinking about it. Yi Zongheng had come to Lu Tsong's side without him knowing when, and his slap landed, causing the air to explode. Bang! The next second, Lu Tsang bled from all 7 orifices and his skull cracked open on all sides. A mere martial arts master, what image are you looking for? Tian Kaishan, gulp, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. A martial arts master was slapped to death before he could even react. Tian Sichuan's whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Her confidence was once again shattered by Yi Zongheng. She had no idea what to do. That's it? Yi Zongheng looked at Su Qingtian with an amused expression. Chapter 5, Prince of Jinbei, Your Majesty, that's it, how arrogant and domineering. Why don't you two families call over the strongest men you can find, and I will defeat you all at once. Yi Zongheng rubbed his 5 fingers lightly, ready to move. Su Qingqi was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but he had no way to deal with Yi Zongheng. How could he have imagined that the useless guy back then would not even be a match for a martial arts master? They have already lost 2 martial arts masters in just one encounter. If the situation gets out of hand, there is no way they can resolve it. Little beast, I admit that you are very evil now, but don't be too proud. Even if you can walk out of here today, you will die soon. Yi Zongheng said nonchalantly, just your Su family? Su Qingtian sneered, ha, of course it's not my Su family. Don't you want to know why your parents, who were known for being invincible, both died in that national war? Swish, Yi Zongheng's expression changed instantly. He grabbed Su Qingtian's neck and said, you'd better explain yourself. Su Qingtian's face was grim. Of course someone wants them dead. Who is it? I have no idea. Yi Zongheng broke his arm with one hand, his eyes red as he asked, will you tell me or not? The more anxious Yi Zongheng became, the more proud Su Qingtian became. I don't know. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Yi Zongheng, you shouldn't have come back. It would be fine if you were just a loser, but you happen to show such a strong talent. Those who killed your parents will not allow a threat like you to live in this world. Yi Zongheng frowned, you were so sure that they were murdered, but you can't tell me who the murderer is. Do you think I will believe you? Su Qingtian sneered, your father, Yi Linyuan, is the only one in the country's history who has become a general who protects the country and commands the 3 armies. Your mother, Su Ying, even though she is only a woman, is not much weaker than your father. Her Phoenix army is known as an invincible and unbeatable army. Any one of them, while alive, would have been enough to dominate the world and make foreign countries dare not act rashly. The scale of the national war 8 years ago was not easy for your parents to handle, but they definitely wouldn't have died in the battle. Who would believe that there wasn't something fishy going on? What's more, the Phoenix army that survived that battle disappeared completely afterwards. If they weren't worried about something, why would they be hiding? Boom! These words suddenly enlightened Yi Zongheng. He was still young at that time and had never thought about these issues carefully, and now, after hearing what Su Qingtian said, he realized that there were too many strange things in this matter. My mother is also your daughter. Since you know that someone killed her, why don't you find them out? Yi Zongheng said angrily. Innocent. My Su family was able to gain a foothold in Yanjing thanks to the lingering influence of your parents. How powerful must someone be to have killed them? Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Not to mention my small Su family, even those big men and powerful officials who were on good terms with your parents back then, didn't they choose to play dumb? If everyone were to cry out for revenge like you, I'm afraid they'd all die inexplicably the next day, just like your parents. Yi Zongheng threw him to the ground and said, you are not worthy of being a father. Su Qingtian disagreed. He didn't feel he had done anything wrong. The reason they treated Yi Zongheng like this was because he was the son of Yi Linyuan and Su Ying. He was an unstable factor and it was too risky to keep him. If my parents had died honorably in battle, I, Yi Zongheng, would have nothing to say. No matter who killed my parents, I, Yi Zongheng, will wipe out their entire family, grind their bones and scatter their ashes to commemorate my parents' souls. Whatever you dare not do, I, Yi Zongheng, will do. You don't know who killed them, so I will find someone who knows. In a word, anyone involved will be purged to the end. Su Qingyu opened his mouth, but no words came out. He absolutely did not believe that Yi Zongheng alone could find out the truth about this matter, but for some reason, Yi Zongheng at this moment gave him the illusion that he was the only one in the world. It's as if he can really do it. Oh, I actually had such an illusion. Su Qingtian laughed at himself and said, who doesn't brag? You can't even find out who killed them, so how can you talk about revenge? At this time, the guests around all looked confused and at a loss. Obviously, what happened today is difficult to digest. Yi Zongheng ignored Su Qingtian. Before leaving, he pinched Tian Taiha in the air, and the internal energy released directly broke his limbs. From now on, you'll be begging everywhere. This is what you deserve back. He then explained to Tian Kaixuan, this is the second time you've betrayed me. A third time is better than another. Return what belongs to me as soon as possible, and I'll come find you again. After saying that, he turned and left. After learning that there was something fishy about his parents' death, he no longer had the heart to continue dwelling on it. Su Qingyu's identity seems good in Yanjing, but it is still a far cry from the truly top group of people. Those people should know what he doesn't know, but he wanted to find out who killed his parents. Grandpa Su, father, what should we do? Even though Yi Zongheng had left, Tian Kaixuan was still frightened. Su Qingyu said with a gloomy face, let's take care of Chang'e and Xiaoyu's funeral first. As for Yi Zongheng, the vengeance between Chang'e and Xiaoyu must not be let go. Even if those who killed his parents don't eliminate him, I will make them pay with blood. Tian Taiha sighed and said, before that, let's do what he says. Otherwise, next time, we won't have a chance to live again. Tian Kaixuan nodded quickly. Today, they were completely frightened by Yi Zongheng's methods. At this time, a group of soldiers in combat uniforms, exuding a solemn aura, walked in. The middle-aged man in the lead said bluntly, Su Qingtian, Tian Taiha, stand up and receive the order. Su Qingyu could still stand, but Tian Taiha obviously couldn't. The middle-aged man's eyes twitched, and he said with dignity, the prince has ordered that what happened at the Imperial City Hotel today must be kept secret from the outside world. If anyone dares to leak the information, he will be killed without mercy. Prince, there is only one king around Yanjing, that is the king of Jinbei, who sits at the northern border of Daxia, commands an army of millions, and looks down upon all directions. Everyone reacted. The king of Jinbei was Yi Linyuan's subordinate back then, but after Yi Linyuan died in battle, the king of Jinbei never asked about Yi Zongheng's affairs. Su Qingyu probably guessed something. He cupped his hands and said, Your Highness shoulders the responsibility of overseeing the country. How can you have the time to meddle in such trivial matters? Su Qingyu, don't think you can get away with anything just because you're the father of those two. Do you think you can figure out the prince's thoughts? You just need to obey the prince's words. I understand. Su Qingyu gritted his teeth. The king of Jinbei wants to protect Yi Zongheng? Probably not. If you wanted to take care of him, you should have done it back then, but if not, why did he order the news to be blocked? Wouldn't many people know about Yi Zongheng's return? It seems I'll have to ask for advice from the people above me afterwards. Chapter 6 3 Decrees. The world shocked Chang'an Road. A place where the powerful and influential people of Yanjing gather. First-rate families like Su and Tian don't even have the qualifications to live here. Now, deep in Chang'an Road, outside a small courtyard filled with the fragrance of flowers, Feng Tianhong, wearing light armor, held a dogtail grass in his mouth, leaning against a big tree board. As the personal bodyguard of the second elder of Daxia, his daily job is so boring because no one would be stupid enough to assassinate the two elders. My realm has remained at this level for so many years. I wonder who the person guarding the Grand Elder is. If I could fight with him, perhaps I could gain some insights. Feng Tianhong muttered to himself, revealing an overwhelming loneliness. Looking at the entire Daxia, few people can match his strength. He has been in this state for many years and has not felt pressure for a long time. As a result, it has come to a standstill. Feng Tianhong's eyes suddenly focused, and he saw a towering figure not far away, approaching rapidly. He took out the dogtail grass from his mouth and scratched it lightly. The road not far away was cut open with a crack as thick as an arm. Even a piece of foxtail grass has such power. It is conceivable how terrifying his strength is. If Feng Tianhong said calmly, the inner courtyard ahead is a restricted area. Anyone entering will be stopped. Anyone trespassing will be killed without mercy. Yi Zhonghong stopped and stated his purpose: I'm looking for the second elder. After leaving the Imperial City Hotel, Yi Zhonghong went directly to the inner courtyard. The second elder was the second in command of the power center of Daxia, and had a lot of contact with his parents back then. The other party would probably know that his parents were murdered. My name is Yi Zhonghong. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yi Zhonghong introduced himself. Hearing this, Feng Tianhong then looked at Yi Zhonghong carefully. Are you General Yi's son? People outside said you were missing, but I didn't expect you to be alive. Why are you here to see the second elder? Yi Zhonghong frowned slightly. This is not your business, just inform me, I'm in a hurry. Feng Tianhong suddenly laughed. Everyone says General Yi's son is a scoundrel who does all kinds of evil and is a waste, but you give me a different feeling. You're actually quite interesting. How about this? If you can get past me, I'll let you go see the second elder. How about that? It's not that Feng Tianhong is deliberately making things difficult for him. It was because he saw the son of the person he admired back then, and he couldn't help but feel inspired. In addition, he saw that Yi Zhonghong had a long aura, and he must have embarked on the path of a warrior. Give Yi Zhonghong a chance to fight with him, so that he can give him some pointers with a legitimate reason, as a way to repay Yi Lin Yuan for his support back then. Why Yi Zhonghong saw Feng Tianhong's strength at a glance. You are no match for me. Feng Tianhong was really amused. Little guy, I'll make you swallow those words whole. Next second, his figure appeared directly in front of Yi Zhonghong like a phantom. Although Yi Zhonghong has embarked on the path of martial arts, after 8 years, his strength is at most between a great martial artist and a martial arts grandmaster. Such strength is acceptable if he is shown to others. In front of a strong man like him who is above the martial arts master, he is no different from a child who has just learned to walk. You can be confident, but you must not be blindly arrogant. I will teach you a lesson today. Feng Tianhong quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed Yi Zhonghong's arm, intending to knock him down in an instant, but at this moment, Yi Zhonghong gave up defense and counterattacked, throwing a punch like lightning. Feng Tianhong's pupils shrank and he quickly withdrew his hands to defend himself. Bang! A dull voice sounded. Feng Tianhong felt as if his palms and chest were about to be shattered. He stared at Yi Zhonghong in disbelief. Sorry, I don't have time to play house with you now. Yi Zhonghong retracted his fist and walked straight towards the yard behind. Feng Tianhong fell to his knees on the ground with a bang, and the force he lost alone caused cracks in the surrounding ground. One punch, it was just a random punch, and he used all his strength, but in the end he still couldn't block it. Feng Tianhong thought of what he had just said to Yi Zhonghong, and felt so ashamed that he wanted to crawl into the ground. Which bastard spread the fake news that Yi Zhonghong is a waste? In the courtyard, an old man with gray hair but rosy complexion was quietly flipping through a book. He was the second elder, Jiang Shangrong. Second elder, long time no see. Yi Zhonghong walked in. Hear the sound. Jiang Shangrong raised his head and saw Yi Zhonghong was visibly stunned. Little guy from the Yi family, it's been many years since we last met. When did you come back? Just got back. I came here today to ask you who killed my parents. That's all. Why Yi Zhonghong's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. I hope you will think this question through carefully before answering me. Don't say you don't know. I've heard enough of this answer. Obviously. Why Yi Zhonghong's patience is running out. His parents fought for their country all their lives. These people in the upper circles of Yanjing knew that they were murdered, but they all chose to turn a deaf ear and dumb. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to start a killing spree. Jiang Shangrong put down the book and sighed. It seems that something happened after you came back that I don't know about. I understand you're feeling resentful, but what I want to say is that this matter isn't as simple as you think. We've been investigating for so many years, and what we see is still a mystery. You can imagine how powerful the dark hand behind this is. Yi Zhonghong sneered. You can't find it, or you don't want to find it? In Daxia, he didn't believe that there was anything that the inner court couldn't investigate. If there was, it only meant that someone was interfering. Jiang Shangrong shook his head. Your parents' death has always been a thorn in the hearts of the three of us old men in the inner courtyard. How could we not want to investigate? What I can tell you is that in that war, besides the participation of Amina, there were also shadows of the Vatican and the Japanese ninja village. As for us in Daxia, the more we investigate, the more alarmed we become. The scope of this case is beyond your imagination. I'm telling you, it's designed to harm you, Yi Zongheng snorted coldly. Just forget about it since it involves Guang? Of course not. It's just that the things hidden deeper inside haven't been found yet, so we can't act rashly for the time being. Once we find out, we will naturally give you an explanation. I can't wait that long. So what do you want to do? If I find one, I'll kill him. If I find two, I'll kill them both. Just tell me where to start. I'll avenge my parents myself. Zhang Shangrong was silent for a long time. Talking alone is useless. You need strength, sufficient strength. What makes you think you can do it? Strength? Yi Zongheng chuckled. I will let you see it. I hope that when the time comes, you won't hide anything from me anymore. Otherwise, I will be unhappy. If I'm not happy, everyone will be sad. Finished. Yi Zongheng just left. This little guy. Zhang Shangrong shook his head helplessly. At this time, Feng Tianhong walked in. Zhang Shangrong opened the book again and said, Why didn't you stop him? This little guy almost made me lose face today. He almost pointed at my nose and scolded me. He was still vowing to show me his skills before he left. Give orders to have someone keep a close eye on him. If those people knew he was investigating this, he would be in danger. Alas, poor child. Feng Tianhong was furious. You are being wronged. Why didn't I stop you? Stopped? Zhang Shangrong was stunned. Stopped it, result? I couldn't stop him and I was almost beaten to death by his punch. Feng Tianhong rolled his eyes. You are asking this question even though you already know the answer, Zhang Shangrong. At the same time, Yi Zongheng had already left Chang'an Road. He is now certain that his parents were murdered, but the forces involved are too large and too widespread, and even the inner court has been investigating for years without knowing the full picture. Zhang Shangrong was unwilling to tell him the clues because he was worried that he would play with fire and get burned. In that case, Yi Zongheng took out his phone and dialed. Palace Master. An excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Emperor Yi, I order you to lead your men to Amina immediately. I want the generals who participated in the Great Xiao War to be beheaded, yes. Yi Tianzi is the leader of the entire Western Dark Empire and a high-ranking official of the Hall of Eternal Life. After receiving Yi Zongheng's order, he agreed without any hesitation. Yi Zongheng's second call was to the 12 gods of Tianyu. Each of the 12 gods of Tianyu was a legendary figure who had founded a sect in the world. I don't think the Vatican Church needs to exist anymore, clear. The third call went directly to the Changshengdian headquarters. Japan has offended me. Then they must not have prayed to the gods for blessings. Palace Master, prepare to listen to the explosion brought to you by number 0001. Number 0001. The first truth developed by Changshengdian. Chapter 7 Master, I was wrong. Night Falls Zongheng Group, top floor office. Tian Kaishan did not dare to challenge Yi Zongheng's bottom line again, and returned the Zongheng Group to Yi Zongheng in the afternoon. Of course, the share taken by the Su family was also returned. At this moment, Tian Kaishan had changed into a professional suit. What she experienced today made her feel very tired. She slowly took off her black stockings and walked into the bathroom barefoot. After the sound of splashing water stopped, Tian Kaishan came out wearing a bathrobe. Tian Kaishan took out a glass of red wine from the wine cabinet and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the hustle and bustle of traffic below. She liked this feeling. I thought I would climb to the top step by step and become a queen admired by everyone, but I didn't expect that you would suppress me as soon as you came back. Did I really do something wrong? Tian Saichuan's mood is extremely complicated now. On this day, she lost everything and turned from a white swan back into an ugly duckling. This huge gap is not something that ordinary people can bear. Today, she still stood in this place, overlooking half of Yanjing, but she no longer had that sense of accomplishment of being in control of everything. If she had not deceived Yi Zongheng, would the ending have been different? Tian Kaishan was startled by this sudden thought. No, this is only temporary. Once Yi Zongheng dies, Zongheng Group will still be mine. Then you'll be disappointed. Who? Tian Kaishan was like a frightened rabbit. He turned around and saw Yi Zongheng had entered the office at some point. Today. Why Yi Zongheng had left such a deep impression on her that Tian Kaixin felt a little nervous when she saw him. I've transferred the group to your name. I've done what you asked me to do. The efficiency is good, but your idea is dangerous. Yi Zongheng approached Tian Kaixin and was so frightened that she took a few steps back and said in panic, I didn't do that. I'm your maid now. How dare I think of killing you, snort. Yi Zongheng sneered, grabbed her neck and pressed her against the French window. Don't think I know what you are planning. Yi Zongheng, what do you want to do? Tian Kaixin said in panic. This name is not appropriate. Master, I know I was wrong. Tian Kaixin's face was pinched red. If this continued, she suspected that she would be strangled to death. Yi Zongheng relaxed his hands and next second Tian Kaixin slumped down on the ground, with most of her bathrobe falling off. She quickly pulled up the bathrobe to cover her body. Although Yi Zongheng said that she was just a lowly servant and would not be asked to warm the bed, she was very confident in her appearance and figure, and she did not believe that any man could resist her. If Yi Zongheng were to lose his bestial nature now, she wouldn't even be able to resist. At this moment, Yi Zongheng glanced at the bathroom, which still had some mist lingering. You really know how to enjoy life. You've decorated your office like home. He had been running around all day and was ready to take a shower. When Tian Kaixin saw Yi Zongheng taking off his shirt, he misunderstood and was so scared that he begged, Master, don't. Unexpectedly, Yi Zongheng just glanced at her and said, What do you think I'm going to do to you? Sorry, I'm not interested in second-hand goods like you. That's all. Go straight into the bathroom. Tian Kaixin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he just wanted to take a bath. Etc. I'm not second-hand goods. Tian Kaixin finally reacted and became furious. Why Yi Zongheng ignored her at all. After a while, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. As the goddess in the eyes of countless men in Yanjing, when had Tian Kaixin ever been ignored like this? At this moment, she hugged her knees and curled up into a ball, feeling a little aggrieved. Do you think I'm dirty? If you knew that I never let Suao touch me, I don't believe you could remain calm. Thinking about Tian Kaixin actually walked towards the bathroom stealthily. I have to say that women's minds are really strange. Tian Kaixin was afraid that Yi Zongheng would really do something to her, but she was also unwilling to be ignored like this, the typical person who ignores the dogs who lick him, but cannot accept the fact that others are unwilling to lick him. Bathroom. Yi Zongheng first cleaned the bathtub, then filled it with water and lay down in it. All the orders have been given to the Hall of Eternal Life. With the power that the Hall of Eternal Life currently possesses, it won't be long before Amina, the Holy Church, and Japan will pay a heavy price. Now he just needs to wait. After leaving Chang'an Road in the afternoon, he also went to pay homage to his parents. They lie under the sacred monument to heroes, and even after so much time has passed, grateful people go to pay their respects to them every day. This should have been a very honorable thing, but Yi Zongheng only felt it was extremely ironic. Hero, he would rather his parents not have this supreme honor, he just wants his parents to be alive. What's even more ridiculous is that his parents fought desperately for their country, but someone was persecuting them behind the scenes. Endless anger made Yi Zongheng almost lose his mind. He himself didn't even know that at this moment, his whole body was flowing with scarlet light, as if wrapped in a cocoon, and the water in the bathtub was boiling. Tian Kaixin, who had just entered, happened to see this scene and was immediately frightened and screamed. Why Yi Zongheng came back to his senses and asked in a deep voice, Who let you in? Get out. The scarlet aura around Yi Zongheng had receded like a tide, but his eyes were still red. In the past 8 years, he has killed so many people that every time he is extremely angry, he is easily eroded by the desire to kill, but he is now able to suppress himself. Otherwise, if he loses control, the consequences will be absolutely immeasurable. Didn't you ask me to be your maid and serve you? Tian Kaixin said as he was about to wipe Yi Zongheng's body. Don't touch me. Do you think I'm dirty? Actually, I have never been touched by any other man, not even Suao. Tian Kaixin said. Do you believe this? Yi Zongheng sneered. Actually, he didn't want Tian Kaixin to be his maid, serving him tea and water. He also knew that Tian Kaixin was just enduring humiliation. Once Tian Kaixin had the opportunity to kill him, she would do it without hesitation, but Yi Zongheng didn't care, because he was confident that Tian Kaixin could not kill him at all, and he just wanted to step on Tian Kaixin and make her live in the despair of being dominated. As for taking care of bathing in daily life, it is not important at all. It's true, Su Aoyu doesn't have that ability at all. Tian Kaishan explained. Yi Zongheng was too lazy to pay attention to her. One time when your mother came back to the Su family, Su Aoyu wanted to peek at your mother taking a bath, but he was discovered before he could succeed. Your mother didn't say a word and directly destroyed his penis. Su Aoyu told me this himself. I saw it with my own eyes. He didn't have that. Yi Zongheng was shocked, but at this moment he also believed what Tian Kaishan said. After all, this does seem like something that bastard Su Aoyu would do. He also knew his mother's methods. Su Aoyu was able to survive after doing such a thing, probably because Su Chang'e begged for it. This beast, it was too easy for us to kill him. Yi Zongheng said with some regret. Tian Kaishan couldn't help but tremble. Then, she actually took off her bathrobe, put her hands on Yi Zongheng's shoulders, and said with a blushing face, "Master, let me give you a massage." This was the first time she had done such a thing, but Yi Zongheng did not refuse this time, allowing her to verify her thoughts. Snort, let's see how long you can keep pretending. A few minutes later, Tian Sichuan's hands were a little sore from pressing, but Yi Zongheng didn't react at all, and was even about to fall asleep in the bathtub. Tian Kaishan was a little annoyed. He pinched hard with his hands, but uttered fragrant orchids from his mouth. "Master, how are you going with the question about your parents?" "I went to see the second elder. He didn't tell me who it was, but I already know that those who participated in that battle included Amina, the Vatican Holy Church, and the Japanese ninja village. Soon, they will be the first to pay the price." "Okay, don't bother me, I want to sleep." After Yi Zongheng finished speaking, he stood up from the bathtub, wrapped in a brand new bathrobe, and walked out without even looking at Tian Kaishan. Tian Kaishan was so angry that his teeth itched, and he muttered softly, "What are you bragging about?" It's late at night. Chang'an Road, Jiang Shangrong walked out of the yard. "Tianhong, come here." Chapter 8. Tian Kaishan was dumbfounded in secret. Feng Tianhong's figure appeared. "What's wrong, second elder?" Bang! Jiang Shangrong lit a cigarette and puffed away, saying, "That little guy came over today, and I haven't been able to calm down since." "What are you worried about?" Feng Tianhong asked. "Well," Jiang Shangrong sighed, "I told him about the forces involved in that battle, hoping he would give up, but I was worried that he would be blinded by hatred." Although Yi Zongheng showed great strength and even Feng Tianhong was no match for him, none of the three forces could be contended with by an individual. Feng Tianhong smiled and said, "In 8 years, he has grown from an ordinary person to this point. He must have had some opportunities. A person like him would never be so foolish as to seek revenge directly against those forces. Even if he is truly blinded by hatred, once he witnesses the terror of those forces, he will definitely choose to lie low and plan before taking action. So, don't worry, he won't die easily with his current strength. At most, he will encounter some setbacks." Hearing this, Jiang Shangrong felt better. "I hope so." At this time, a middle-aged man dressed neatly and wearing gold-rimmed glasses came over with an anxious look on his face. "Second elder, something big has happened." "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Jiang Shangrong frowned. The man's name was Zhou Kun, and he was his secretary. Zhou Kun quickly said, "We received news that not long ago, the Hall of Eternal Life launched a frenzied revenge campaign against Amina, the Vatican, and Japan. The Hall of Eternal Life dispatched 3,000 martial arts masters at once, directly attacking the military stronghold of Amina continent. 5-star Marshal Arabella Jeff was beheaded by Yi Tianzi." What to Jiang Shangrong and the other man's eyes widened instantly, their faces filled with shock. Also, the Holy Church of the Vatican was slaughtered and blood flowed like a river. According to the news from there, it can be confirmed that the person who attacked was the 12 gods of Tianyu who have disappeared for many years. And, all of them. These guys, each of whom is enough to turn an entire country upside down, are actually all from the Hall of Eternal Life. Speaking of this, Zhou Kun couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The worst is Japan. Hearing this, Jiang Shangrong seemed to have thought of something, and said nervously, "Don't tell me that a ninja village in Japan was destroyed." "No." Zhou Kun shook his head. Jiang Shangrong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second, Chang Shengdian directly fed Japan a bullet of truth. The Yasukuni shrine was razed to the ground. As for the death toll, it is currently impossible to estimate. Hearing this, no matter how good Jiang Shangrong and Feng Tianhong's moods were, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. Not long ago, They knew that Chang Shengdian had successfully developed nuclear weapons and had a special discussion about it, but no one thought that Chang Shengdian really dared to use this weapon. After all, everyone is used to deter each other, but now, these crazy people in Changsheng Palace can really do anything, but I just want to say, well done. Feng Tianhong said, waving his fist. Jiang Shangrong's mind was obviously heavy, thinking of what Yi Zongheng had said to him in the afternoon. Tell me, could it be that little guy who did this? Hear the sound. Feng Tianhong's mouth suddenly opened wide. Oh my goodness, you mentioned that and it just occurred to me that this kid is going to defy the heavens? Yi Zongheng had just received the news from Jiang Shangrong. Not long after, the three forces were all subjected to thunderous retaliation. Who else could have done it if not him? Think of this. Feng Tianhong and Jiang Shangrong felt a little scalp tingling. It's ridiculous that I was worried that he would overestimate his abilities. I didn't expect that he would possess such terrifying power. Jiang Shangrong laughed at himself again. Who are you talking about? Zhou Kun asked. The two of them talked about Yi Zongheng's return. Zhou Kun immediately waved his hands and said, do you think he did this? Impossible. You haven't forgotten that 3 years ago, they allied with Amina to attack the Hall of Eternal Life, causing it to disappear from the world for 3 years, right? Now that they have successfully developed nuclear weapons, they will naturally retaliate. This incident is just a coincidence. Also, the only person who can command the Hall of Eternal Life is their mysterious Hall Master. How could it be Yi Zongheng who can bring so many terrifying old monsters under his command? When Jiang Shangrong and the others heard the news, they subconsciously thought of Yi Zongheng. Now, after Zhou Kun's reminder, they suddenly realized it seems to be just a coincidence. That little guy is so lucky. Feng Tianhong said with a smile. Not only is he lucky, but we in Daxia are also lucky. You know, these people are also our enemies. This time, the Hall of Eternal Life can be regarded as a vent for us. Jiang Shangrong ordered, notify everyone and convene an emergency meeting. The Hall of Eternal Life has already gained the power to compete with the great powers. The next day, morning. Yi Zongheng slept in the office all night, while Tian Kaishan did not sleep all night. She couldn't sleep at all. A man and a woman were alone in a room, but Yi Zongheng didn't do anything to her and even slept until dawn. She was so angry when she thought about it. Is Tian Kaishan so bad? Master, didn't you say yesterday that those forces that participated in the death of your parents will soon pay the price? What's going on? Tian Kaishan asked. America is a superpower. The Vatican Holy Church and the Japanese Ninja Village are both superpowers. The first-class families in Yanjing are not even qualified to be compared with them. Yi Zongheng actually boasted that he would make them pay the price. How is that possible? So she asked this on purpose just to embarrass Yi Zongheng. Yi Zongheng opened his phone and glanced at the message from the Hall of Eternal Life. They have already paid the price. Really? What's the price? Tian Kaishan was curious on the surface, but extremely disdainful in his heart. This guy was still pretending. Turn on the TV and you should be able to see it. Okay. Tian Kaishan sneered secretly. He could watch it just by turning on the TV. What was he watching? Cartoons? The TV is on. All major news channels were reporting on the Palace of Eternal Life's crazy revenge against the forces of Amina and others. This move by Daxia was something that the entire nation should celebrate. When Kaishan saw these shocking news that day, her eyes almost popped out of her head. She couldn't believe it was true for a moment. Well done. Yi Zongheng looked at these and nodded with satisfaction. Now, Tian Kaishan was already dumbfounded. Master, I am the master of the Hall of Eternal Life. Thump. Tian Kaishan couldn't help but feel his legs go limp and he collapsed to the ground. Yi Zongheng was actually the palace master of the Palace of Eternal Life? Although she found it hard to accept, Yi Zongheng's words from yesterday came true today, forcing her to accept it. Oh my God, the Palace of Eternal Life, that is the most powerful force recognized by the whole world. Now it has reappeared and demonstrated a power that even superpowers are afraid of. And this force actually belongs to Yi Zongheng. Tian Kaishan was going crazy. She was completely desperate. As the master of the Changsheng Palace, who could kill Yi Zongheng, not to mention the small Su family, even those who killed his parents back then, no matter how terrifying their power, can they withstand the truth? So, just play your role honestly and don't have any inappropriate thoughts. As long as I don't want to die, no one can kill me at the moment. Yi Zhonghong reminded. Yes, master. Tian Kaishian said respectfully. Now she was completely convinced. Yi Zhonghong nodded and said, how much funds can Zhonghong Group mobilize now? We can definitely come up with hundreds of billions, but the value is impossible to estimate, said Tian Kaishian. 8 years ago, Zhonghong Group was already one of the top groups in Daxia. After the joint development of the Tian family and the Su family, it has become much stronger over the years. Otherwise, Tian Kaishian and his team would not have been able to become a top-tier company in Yanjing with only half of the Zhonghong Group. Yi Zhonghong ordered, do something for me. Finished explaining. Yi Zhonghong left. Not long after. Chang'an Road. Yi Zhonghong met Feng Tianhong again. Where is the second elder? I wonder if he is satisfied with the skills I showed him. Boy, I admit that you are very strong, but you don't want to say that you did this, right? Feng Tianhong said with a smile. What do you mean? Yi Zhonghong frowned. The Hall of Eternal Life and the Amina continent have long been enemies. What's happening to the Amina continent now is nothing more than the Hall of Eternal Life taking revenge on itself. I know you're eager to avenge your parents, but there's no need to claim such an unrealistic thing as your masterpiece. Yi Zhonghong, he didn't know how to refute for a moment, but he knew why Feng Tianhong had misunderstood. 3 years ago, the Hall of Eternal Life had indeed had a conflict with the Asian continent, but the Hall of Eternal Life was in seclusion and had nothing to do with the encirclement and suppression. It seems that they are making a big move in America, but they are just pushing away some of their minions that they have put in the open, commonly known as Little Karami. As a result, people outside thought that the Hall of Eternal Life was afraid of them and had to avoid them. In fact, the Hall of Eternal Life went into seclusion in order to concentrate on developing weapons. Otherwise, if the Palace of Eternal Life revealed even a tiny bit, their army would be doomed to failure. The second elder said that he can only tell you now that the forces and people who followed your parents may know about their deaths. However, whether they will tell you or not depends on your ability. After all, those people are not so easy to surrender to anyone. Finished. Feng Tianhong just left. Yi Zhonghong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Let's wait and see. Chapter 9. Tell him who I am. Zhonghong Group. Tian Kaishian sat on the sofa with a dazed look in her eyes. Obviously she had not yet digested the shock that Yi Zhonghong brought her. No, I have to inform Grandpa Su and father. If Yi Zhonghong just had an opportunity and became a martial arts expert, then they could endure it temporarily, and then rely on the Su family's background and connections to wait for an opportunity to retaliate after they were fully prepared. But Yi Zhonghong is the master of the Hall of Longevity, a legendary figure. Even if you put the entire Su family in there, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on this person. Instead, it will bring about a catastrophic disaster. The call is connected. Tian Kaishian hurriedly said, Grandpa Su, we can't retaliate against Yi Zhonghong. What do you mean? Are you scared, or did he promise you some benefits? Su Qingyu snorted coldly. No, Yi Zhonghong is the Lord of the Hall of Eternal Life. I just found out about this. It's his grace that we're still alive. If we continue to retaliate, we'll all die. Su Qingyu took a breath. For a long time. Are you sure? Tian Kaishian nodded, confirmed. The second elder told Yi Zhonghong that the participants in the battle 8 years ago included Amina, the Vatican, and Japan. Then Yi Zhonghong threatened that they would pay the price for this. I didn't believe it at first, but today's news makes it impossible not to believe it. He personally admitted that he is the master of the Changsheng Palace and that he was the one who ordered the Changsheng Palace to do this. Unexpectedly. Su Qingyu heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Damn it, you scared me to death. I thought you had some evidence to prove it. Tian Kaishian was stunned. That little bastard was just trying to scare you. Su Qingyu continued, the reason why the Hall of Immortality is retaliating against the Amina continent is because Amina continent and other forces sieged the Hall of Immortality 3 years ago. Do you understand? Tian Kaishian asked in surprise, is there such a thing? She really didn't know about this. Humph. That little bastard is just lucky. Plus, many people don't know the reason, so naturally he's trying to use his luck to gain a bigger advantage. Tian Kaishian gripped the phone tightly with 5 fingers. his face full of shame and anger. She became extremely angry when she thought of herself kneeling before Yi Zongheng, convinced. "You are such a good fellow, Yi Zongheng. You are really capable of saying anything big just to scare me." Su Qingyu said in a deep voice, "It is understood that since its establishment, the Hall of Eternal Life has recruited the best in various fields, conquered and plundered resources everywhere, and now has even developed something like that. The extent of their ambition is terrifying. The one who controls such a force must possess ambition and strength beyond the reach of anyone else in the world. He was a lost child, and it's a blessing that he had the opportunity to achieve what he has today." You believe him when he says he's the Lord of the Hall of Eternal Life, but don't you think about what he has? Just look at the Yi Tianzi and the 12 heavenly gods who are out in the open right now. Which one of them can he subdue? Tian Kaixian was speechless. In her heart, her resentment towards Yi Zongheng deepened. If it weren't for Yi Zongheng, she wouldn't have made a fool of herself in front of Su Qingyu. At this time, Su Qingyu warned again, "Since he wants to pretend, let him pretend, and don't expose him." Why? Tian Kaixian wished he could expose Yi Zongheng right now and make him feel ashamed. Stupid. Even if he's not the Lord of the Hall of Eternal Life, he's still not someone you can contend with right now. What good will exposing him do, other than saving a little worthless pride? Instead of exposing him, why not play along with him and let him down? Once I've taken care of Xiaoyu and the others' affairs, I'll work together inside and outside to take his life in one fell swoop. Tian Kaixian suddenly understood. If you want to destroy someone, you must first make him crazy. You are worthy of being Grandpa Su. Xian'er admires you. Tian Kaixian took the opportunity to flatter him. Su Qingyu didn't waste any words. Remember, not only do you have to pretend that you know nothing, but you also have to secretly look for his weaknesses. This little beast is, after all, a martial arts master or above. If we can find his weakness and kill him at the lowest cost, it would be perfect. Weakness, Tian Kaixian suddenly thought of something. Then, they broke Yi Zongheng's limbs and threw him to a small city in the south called Jiangcheng, and just recently, Yi Zongheng asked her to invest 10 billion in a small group in Jiangcheng. Therefore, the reason why Yi Zongheng was able to survive back then was most likely related to this group, and the other party might be his savior. Given Yi Zongheng's loyal and righteous character, it would be much easier to deal with him if his savior was captured. However, Tian Kaixian weighed the pros and cons and decided to be cautious. He did not tell Su Qingyu about this matter. He just expressed his feelings and hung up the phone. Su Qingyu lost his grandson and daughter, and now he must be eager to skin Yi Zongheng alive. Once he tells Su Qingyu about this, Su Qingyu will definitely send people to Jiangcheng to arrest him. At that time, Su Qingyu would be fine hiding behind the scenes, but she, the maid beside Yi Zongheng, would be in danger. So she chose to hide. As soon as I hung up the phone, there was a knock on the office door. Enter. A group of middle-aged men in suits walked in. "Miss Tian, did you sign a contract to invest 10 billion in Shanda Group in Jiangcheng?" This group of people were all senior executives of Zongheng Group. They came over after receiving the news. Tian Kaixian raised his eyebrows, probably knowing why these people appeared together. After they seized the Zongheng Group, they eliminated all of Su Ying's confidants and replaced them with their own people, and those in front of us are some of them. Although these people did not have shares in Zongheng Group, they were all capable. In addition, in order to consolidate her position, she promised to give them dividends. To be frank, the profit and loss of Zongheng Group is directly related to the amount of dividends they receive. Miss Tian, you are so confused. Shanda Group is just a small group in Jiangcheng. It has no future. Investing 10 billion in them is no different from giving money away. Tian Kaixian smiled and said, "This is not my decision." "Who is that?" The news about what happened in the Imperial City Hotel was blocked, and these people had no idea that the Zongheng Group had changed hands. Just at this time, Yi Zongheng came back. "Look, it's him." Tian Kaixian gestured to Yi Zongheng. Next second, all eyes were focused on Yi Zongheng. The middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who was in the lead, looked at Yi Zongheng unkindly. "Him? Why did he do this? The Zongheng Group has always been controlled by the Tian family. When will it be someone else's turn to have the final say?" To this, Tian Kaixian simply explained to Yi Zongheng, "These people are all senior executives of the group. They are very dissatisfied with your investment of 10 billion in Shanda Group. Yi Zhongheng nodded, seeming to understand. He walked around the crowd and sat directly in the seat that originally belonged to Tian Kaixian. I'm investing my own money, and do I need to ask you if you're satisfied? What a joke! When did the money of Zongheng Group become your money? The middle-aged man with glasses, Zhu Yushan, sneered. Yi Zongheng raised his finger and said to Tian Kaixian, "Tell him who I am." Let me introduce you, Mr. Yi Zongheng, who is now the actual controller of Zongheng Group. Tian Kaixian said. Chapter 10, My Yi Zongheng Group does not allow any other voices. What? As soon as Tian Kaixian said this, Zhu Yushan's expression froze instantly, and the others also widened their eyes with disbelief on their faces. The orphan of the Yi family is back and has become the actual controller of the Zongheng Group. Did Tian Kaixian really return the Zongheng Group to him? Investment in Shanda Group is imperative, and we don't ask for any return. There's no need to say more about this matter. Just go ahead. Yi Zongheng said without question. However, Zhu Yushan was still unconvinced. Miss Tian returned the group to you. That was her righteous act, but you can't be so self-aware. You're just a playboy. Do you know how to manage a group? Besides, the present state of Zongheng Group is the result of the hard work of all of us. What qualifications do you have to squander the fruits of our hard work? In short, I don't agree with this matter. Instead of giving 10 billion to Shanda Group, you might as well let me handle it and strive for the greatest benefit. He is responsible for investment and financing management in the group. It just so happened that a group boss approached him not long ago, hoping to get an investment and promised to give him a kickback after the deal was done. Yi Zongheng glanced at him with interest. Are my words not clear enough? Seeing his arrogant look, Zhu Yushan couldn't stand it anymore. Why the hell are you pretending to be nice to me? Your words are clear enough, and I hope you'll think carefully about what I say too. Those present today include the Enterprise Office, the Audit and Legal Affairs Office, the Strategic Development Planning Office, and my representatives. We all disagree with this. If you give me these 10 billion, we will obey you from now on. If you insist on doing it your own way, then I'm sorry, you will be left alone. The others nodded as well. Change of helmsman, they are replaced by such a know-nothing dude, so they must strive for the greatest benefit for themselves. Threaten me? Yi Zongheng's smile deepened. So what if I threaten you? I'm not afraid to tell you, if Shu gives you face, you will be the helmsman of this group. If I don't give you face, you are just a bastard whose parents died. Do you have the strength to fight me? Call out. Yi Zongheng bent his index and middle fingers that were clasping the teacup, and a triangular piece of porcelain was instantly ejected and pierced into Zhu Yushan's throat. Zhu Yushan, who was so arrogant just a second ago, now covered his bleeding neck with a look of horror on his face, unable to make a sound. He couldn't understand how Yi Zongheng dared to attack him openly. However, Tian Saichuan's next move almost scared him to death. Tian Kaixian happily poured himself another cup of hot tea, knelt at Yi Zongheng's feet, and said flatteringly, "Master, have a cup of tea to calm down." "Lord, Master." Yi Zongheng took a sip of tea and said expressionlessly, "You are so arrogant. It seems that the news that I killed Su China and her son and the two martial arts masters yesterday has been deliberately blocked. So much so that you mistakenly believed that I, the orphan of the Yi family, was still a playboy who could be bullied by others after losing the protection of my parents." Boom. As soon as these words came out, plus Tian Saichuan's previous attitude, Zhu Yushan understood everything in an instant. They killed Su China and her son, as well as two martial arts masters, and made Tian Kaixian kneel down and acknowledge their master. It turned out that the Zongheng Group did not return the favor voluntarily. Have a nice trip. At this time, Yi Zongheng slowly put down the teacup. The sound of the bottom of the cup hitting the table was not loud, but it invisibly caused a huge wave. Everyone could clearly feel that Zhu Yushan, who was still breathing before, had his heart stopped beating at this moment, and was deader than dead. This, killing by falling cup, the group of people were completely frightened and fell to their knees on the ground, wiping their cold sweat. It's your choice whether to carry him out or lie down with him. Yi Zongheng said lightly, and next second, the group of people scrambled to lift Zhu Yushan's body and disappeared quickly. Master, although Zhu Yushan is a bit arrogant, he has made great contributions to the group. If we kill him directly, I'm afraid people will be unstable. Tian Kaixian said. In her opinion, Yi Zongheng was still too immature and had no experience in managing people. Relying on force can indeed have a good deterrent effect, but this is not the way to intimidate others. If there are no people under your command who are truly committed to doing their job, the group will sooner or later become worse. Bang! Yi Zongheng slapped her in the face and said coldly, a senior executive of a group dares to act so arrogantly in front of the helmsman. You, a lowly slave, have a great responsibility. From now on, if you can handle these flies, don't let them disgust me. Understand? Tian Kaishan covered her face with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. I understand, master. Being ordered around like a dog and even receiving the humiliation of being slapped, this feeling made her, who had once been held in high esteem, feel so uncomfortable that she wanted to die. I'll give you 1 day to fire all of these people. I'll have the most professional team take over all the group's affairs later. Yi Zongheng turned his chair and looked into the distance. In my Yi Zongheng group, no other voices are allowed. Tian Sichuan's heart was pounding. It seems Yi Zongheng was not bad at managing people, but he had no intention of using these people at all. To be more precise, he did not intend to use any of the old teams from the Tiansu family in the group. So domineering. The key is, where can he find a professional team capable of taking over a company of the scale of Zongheng Group? Do you really think you are the Lord of the Hall of Eternal Life and that you can do anything? Although I have doubts in my heart, but Tian Kaishan did not forget Su Qingyu's instructions. I understand. Tian Kaishan lowered his head and said respectfully. Yi Zongheng stood up and said, also, prepare the plane ticket to Jiangcheng tomorrow. You come with me. The next day at airport, because Yi Zongheng didn't like to show off, Tian Kaishan had to drag the luggage and follow behind him. Yesterday, she had dismissed all the senior executives from the group according to Yi Zongheng's instructions. However, Yi Zongheng's so-called professional team did not show up. Master, the group doesn't even have a manager now. Is it appropriate for us to leave like this? Tian Kaishan was panting with exhaustion, his chest shaking up and down due to panting. She was wearing a tight suspender underneath. Her outline and balloon-like size were clearly visible. The honest men passing by all cast longing glances at her. At the same time, he secretly cursed Yi Zongheng for not knowing how to be gentle with women. My people should be here, right? Yi Zongheng had contacted Yi Tianzi yesterday and asked them to send a professional team over. They should have arrived by now. As for the capabilities of that team, he was not worried at all. The Night Emperor is not only the king of the Western Dark World, but also the founder of the world's 4 largest private financial groups, and a member of the Rothschild family. The Rothschilds call themselves a dynasty. As early as the last century, they were a behemoth that controlled the lifeline of the global economy. Now that they have been in seclusion for many years, they are even more terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that letting their team take over Zongheng Group is as easy as asking a math teacher to solve the problem of 1 + 1 = something. Tian Kaishan secretly curled his lips. Zongheng Group is not a small-scale company, but a behemoth that ranks among the top in the entire Daxia. Its existing operating system has been stabilized after more than 10 years of development and running. The team that can restore it to normal operation must be world-class. The Su family cannot afford to hire such a team. Even the top families in Yanjing cannot do it in a short time. Where can Yi Zongheng hire it? He also said that he should come. Snort, it depends on how you end up. Xiao Su, what's the current situation of the group? Tian Kaishan called the group. Chapter 11. Tongzhou, Chen family. Although she had instructed yesterday in order to cooperate with Yi Zongheng's performance that if the group had a team to take over, they would not need to ask her for permission, she did not think that anyone would really go. The group must be in a leaderless stage now and is in chaos. The team you mentioned has arrived. We didn't notify you because you gave instructions yesterday, Xiao Su reported. What? Tian Sichuan's heart trembled violently. Did Yi Zongheng really invite a team to go? Absolutely not. He can't hire the world's top team. They must have just hired a random team to get the job done. Oh, in that case, then you should entertain them well and have all departments cooperate fully. If they don't understand anything, you must be more tolerant, understand? Tian Kaishan smiled proudly at the team. Yi Zongheng, hired, knows nothing and can do nothing. It depends on your face. When the time comes, she will still be asked to ask Tian Kaishan to take action. But they don't need our cooperation at all. They know the group's situation better than we do. It's like they've done targeted research in advance. Not only that, they also pointed out the risks and loopholes of the group's projects and made the most comprehensive plan. The group is now operating normally. Besides, these people all have at least a master's degree in finance. Even if we wanted to cooperate, we couldn't. We were completely embarrassed in front of them. Tian Kai-shen, this moment, her smile froze on her face, looking at Yi Zongheng's expression, it was nothing but shock. Such a professional and top-notch team was invited to Yanjing by Yi Zongheng in just one day, and during the time they were heading to the airport, they had already completed the takeover of Zongheng Group and even eliminated some of the group's hidden dangers. Tian Kai-shen felt a little unreal. The Yi Zongheng in front of her now not only has martial arts skills that surpass those of a martial arts master, but also has profound medical skills and connections that are beyond the reach of a first-rate family. What on earth has he experienced? What other secrets does he have that she doesn't know? And at the moment when she was distracted, Yi Zongheng received a call from Yi Tianzi. After leaving Chang'an Road yesterday, he ordered Yi Tianzi to investigate all forces and people related to his parents. Respected Palace Master, are you going to Jiangcheng? Yes. That's perfect. I've already made some progress on the matter you asked me to investigate. In Tangzhou, near Jiangcheng, there's a family that was once your father's follower. As for the Phoenix Army, I currently have no leads. Send the specific information over quickly. Yi Zongheng's eyebrows and eyelashes trembled slightly, and he was a little excited. Clear. Hang up the phone. Yi Zongheng instructed Tian Kai-shen, change the flight to Tangzhou. Ah. Tian Kai-shen came back to his senses. Going to Tangzhou? Not going to Jiangcheng? Yi Zongheng was too lazy to pay attention to her. I originally thought that everyone who had a connection with his parents back then had hidden their identities and gone into hiding because they were afraid of the forces that killed his parents. Plus, 8 years had passed, so it would definitely be difficult to track them down, but unexpectedly, there were some clues so soon. As for the lack of clues about the Phoenix Army, Yi Zongheng was not very disappointed. After all, there were not many Phoenix Army soldiers still alive after that battle. 8 years, this is enough to make them completely change their appearance. Trying to find them based on the information from 8 years ago is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is not that easy. Soon, Yi Tianzi passed the message over. Tangzhou, Chen family, Chen Taisheng, originally from the northern frontier war zone, he is still with the army guarding the country's borders at the age of nearly 50. He has been wounded in battle many times but is unwilling to retire. 10 years ago, with the support of General Yi Lin Yuan, he returned to his hometown Tangzhou to serve as the chief garrison commander of the Tangzhou war zone and was promoted to the rank of third-level general. 8 years ago, during the war between the Great Xia and Chen Taisheng, he requested to join the army. He was seriously injured in the middle of the battle and had to withdraw from the battlefield. After the defeat of the Great Xia, Chen Taisheng fell ill and voluntarily resigned that year. With such a detailed resume, Yi Tianzi must have had someone hack into the war zone's archives. Having said that, Chen Taisheng is a soldier worthy of admiration. The main reason was that he had participated in the national war 8 years ago, so he thought he would know something. With such expectation, Yi Zongheng boarded the plane to Tangzhou. That night, Chen family villa in Tangzhou. A room filled with various medical equipment was crowded with people. There are Western medicine doctors, Chinese medicine doctors, and also miracle doctors who come from the medical association and have immortal-like appearances, but at this moment, this group of people all had heavy expressions. Beicheng, come closer. Lying on the hospital bed, the aging Chen Taisheng called out to a middle-aged man in combat uniform. Chen Beicheng, the eldest of the Chen family, quickly squatted down and said, "Father, please stop talking. I will definitely find a way to save you." Chen Taisheng shook his head. "It's useless. I know my own body well. You must remember to be careful of the Shen family. They are far from being as friendly as you appear." "Son, I understand." Chen Beicheng nodded repeatedly. "Then I feel relieved." After saying this, Chen Taisheng lowered his head. "Father, grandfather." Seeing this scene, all the Chen family members present burst into tears. Chen Beicheng collapsed on the spot. "No, I don't believe it. The old man was fine just now. There must be hope. President Liu, Dr. Xiaoyao, please save my father." Well, Vice President Liu of the Tangzhou Medical Association sighed. The old man has been suffering from an old illness for many years. He's already reached his limit. What he just experienced was just a last gasp of life. It's not that we don't want to save him, it's just that we are powerless to do anything about it. Another old man, the divine Dr. Xiaoyao, said, "That's right, the person is dead, even gods can't save him." Boom. Chen Beiqing suddenly knelt down in front of the bed in despair. The other members of the Chen family also knelt down. Louis Xuan and others bowed slightly to Chen Taixing's body to show their respect. The Chen family has been able to hold an important position in Tongzhou and even the entire Hanzhong provincial capital in recent years. It can be said that most of the reason is because of Chen Taixing. Once Chen Taixing falls, the Chen family's power and status will not plummet, but it will still have a huge impact. Whoever can cure him will be in the Chen family's debt, so no one invited by the Chen family today does not want to save Chen Taixing. Pity faced with this situation, no one could save him. Who told you that even gods can't save people who have passed away? Just then a sudden voice sounded. Everyone turned around and saw a young man walking towards the room. This person, it was Yi Zongheng. "Who are you and who let you in?" A heroic woman in military uniform asked coldly. She is Chen Taixing's granddaughter, Chen Xinggu. "I have something to ask Mr. Chen. If you don't want to delay the treatment, please get out of the way." Yi Zongheng went straight to the point. As soon as he arrived at the Chen family, he sensed a sense of death, so he jumped upstairs directly and even threw Tian Kaishan outside the door. "Can you save my grandfather?" Chen Xinggu asked doubtfully. "Of course. As long as they're not completely dead, there's no one in the world I can't save." Records of the secret of longevity. Xuanjilingzhen is the supreme acupuncture method, which is divided into 9 needles. It can bring the dead back to life and turn flesh into bones. It is easy to give a glimmer of hope to an ordinary person who has just died. Chapter 12. 3 needles are enough. Good. Chen Xinggu nodded. "As long as you can save my grandfather, you will be the benefactor of my Chen family." However, at this time, a handsome young man beside her, dressed in an expensive suit, said indignantly, "Sister, Grandpa is gone. How dare you believe that you can bring a dead person back to life? His name is Chen Tianhao, the son of Chen Beiqing." Chen Xinggu's delicate body trembled. Yes, her grandfather's condition left Lu Shuani, the vice president of the Tongzhou Medical Association, and the renowned Dr. Xiaoyao at a loss as to what to do. How could this guy who appeared out of nowhere save her grandfather? Not to mention, it's a fantasy like bringing the dead back to life. She was just anxious to let Yi Zongheng try, but now when she thinks back on it, she realizes how ridiculous it was. Chen Tianhao then said to Yi Zongheng, "The old man has passed away. The Chen family no longer needs the help of doctors. Please go back." Ever since Chen Tai fell ill, the Chen family has been seeking medical treatment everywhere, and many doctors have come to their door to express their gratitude to the Chen family. So, in Chen Tianhao's opinion, Yi Zongheng is such a person that if it were before, he would let Yi Zongheng try, but now the old man is dead, there is no need at all. I said I can save him, and his current condition seems to be beyond help in your opinion. Why not let me try?" Yi Zongheng said. Chen Tianhao was silent. Indeed, is there any worse outcome than death? Where did this unknown kid come from who dares to show off in such an occasion? Lu Shuani couldn't help but see that Chen Tianhao was really thinking about it. Divine Dr. Xiaoyao also said with disdain, "It is important to know oneself as a human being. How dare you talk nonsense about resurrecting the dead? Do you think we are all fools? People die, cannot be resurrected." They have reached a conclusion. Asking Yi Zongheng to provide treatment, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, is equivalent to questioning them. Why? Yi Zongheng said calmly, "Just because I'm not good at medicine, I think everyone in the world is like that. How short-sighted I am. Not good at medicine, short-sighted?" Lu Shuani and Xiaoyao Divine Doctor were so angry that they laughed. One of them is the vice president of Tongzhou Association certified by the Medical Association. In Tongzhou, no one is qualified to say that his medical skills are not good. The other one, although not a member of the Medical Association, was hailed as a miracle doctor by the world, which was enough to prove his medical skills, but now he is looked down upon. What an arrogant young man. I hope your ability is as great as your tone. If you can't save the old man today, I will smash your mouth to punish you for your offense. A miracle doctor cannot be insulted. If you can't save the patient, I will have your hands crippled to let you know the price of arrogance. Xiaoyao Miracle Doctor also said angrily. Yi Zongheng looked at them with interest. What if they are rescued? Ha! If you rescue me, I will kneel down and kowtow to you today to admit my mistake. Lu Shuani laughed. Bring someone back to life? If you can do it, I'll twist my head off and use it as a chamber pot for you to kick. The miraculous Dr. Xiaoyao was even more contemptuous and didn't believe that Yi Zongheng could save Chen Taixing at all. At this time. Why Yi Zongheng has already come to the BEDI in the eyes of ordinary people. Chen Taixing was indeed dead in this condition, and ordinary medical skills could not save him, but in fact, there is a process before a person's soul disperses after death. As long as he doesn't exceed this process, he can use the Xuanji spirit needle to keep him alive. It's impossible to save him. To bring the dead back to life is against the will of heaven. No one can do it. Lu Xuanyi saw that the Chen family was still expecting, and he couldn't help but mocking them, but at this moment. Yi Zongheng grabbed Chen Taixing's wrist. The next second, a visible air flowed from Yi Zongheng's palm along Chen Taixing's body and directly to his heart. Then Yi Zongheng snapped his fingers again. A golden needle emitting dazzling light appeared out of nowhere and landed on Chen Taixing's heart. Xuanji spirit needle. The first needle is to seal the acupoint. Why is Grandpa's heart beating? Chen Xingguo exclaimed. Lu Xuanyi and Xiaoyao the divine doctor also looked nervous at this moment. What kind of method was this? Why did they seem to have never seen it before? Immediately following. Yi Zongheng shot out 2 more golden needles, which landed on Chen Taixing's eyebrows and crown respectively. The second shot takes the soul, the third shot, life-saving. There are 9 Xuanji spiritual needles in total, but 3 needles are enough to save Chen Taixing. Controlling qi to condense needles, how is this possible? Lu Xuanyi and Xiaoyao, the genius doctor, who finally saw how Yi Zongheng inserted the needles, their old faces trembling violently. What is the Yuqi Ningxin? Asked the Chen family. According to ancient books, the method of controlling qi to condense needles is to condense gas into needles. It is a method that can only be mastered by those who are well versed in medical skills. Lu Xuanyi and Xiaoyao divine doctor kept swallowing their saliva. The two of them had lived for most of their lives and had never seen anyone do this. Unexpectedly, Yi Zongheng would actually do that. It's so powerful, doesn't that mean the old man can be saved? The Chen family members said excitedly. No, although this kid can control qi and condense needles, and his medical skills are better than ours, it is still impossible to bring someone back to life. Lu Xuanyi shook his head. Unexpectedly. He just said this. The whole room trembled under the shocked gazes. Visible airflow flowed along the golden needle into Chen Taixing's body. Everyone could even feel a surge of vigorous vitality. Why does this look a bit like the 13 deadly needles? Lu Xuanyi knelt on the ground in fear. 13 fatal needles, that is the most advanced acupuncture technique in the world, said to be able to snatch life from the hands of the king of hell. He had the good fortune to see the president demonstrated at the Medical Association headquarters. Even if it's the legendary 13 deadly needles that are said to be able to snatch a life from the hands of the king of hell, it's impossible to revive a person after they've died, right? Said the divine Dr. Xiaoyao, having said that, but his voice was trembling because he wasn't sure either. Puff, Chen Taixing, who was originally dead, suddenly vomited a ball of black blood. Immediately afterwards, faint breathing was heard in the room where you could hear a pin drop. Chen Taixing is alive. Dang dang dang. When Lu Xuanyi and Xiaoyao the divine doctor saw this scene, they were so shocked that they took several steps back, their faces turning pale. The dead man was brought back to life. This guy must be a god in the world. The Chen family members were so overjoyed that they cried. They all rushed to check on Chen Taixing, but were stopped by Yi Zongheng. It's best not to touch him now. All members of the Chen family stopped. Medical immortal, I wonder when the old man will wake up? Chen Beiqing said anxiously. Although Chen Taixing is breathing now, there is no sign of waking up. Yi Zongheng glanced at him and said, why are you in such a hurry? It will take some time for the computer to boot up, not to mention a person who has just been dragged back from the underworld. At this moment, Lu Xuanyi slid down and knelt directly at Yi Zongheng's feet. It is my own short-sightedness that has prevented me from recognizing the true worth of others. I kowtow to the medical immortal and offer my apology. He can even bring the dead back to life, so it's no exaggeration to call him a medical genius. Yi Zongheng pulled his foot away and looked at the divine Dr. Xiaoyao. Do you want to twist it yourself, or should I help you? As soon as these words came out, everyone was horrified. Divine Dr. Xiaoyao smiled awkwardly. Medical immortal, I admit that I'm short-sighted, but I am a man of status after all. It's just a bet, why take it so seriously? As long as you are willing to put aside past grudges, I will give you whatever you want, money, power, or beauty. He believes Yi Zongheng will make a wise choice. Bang, Yi Zongheng slapped him, and his head exploded like a watermelon. If you want me to take action, just say it directly. Why are you wasting your time talking? Chapter 13, Someone leaked military information, hiss. This scene scared many people. No one could have imagined that Yi Zonghong would be so decisive. He was the miraculous doctor, and he was the guest of honor of so many important figures in Tongzhou, but he just killed them like that? Damn, so domineering. Chen Tianhao gave Yi Zonghong a thumbs up. The Xiaoyao divine doctor, relying on his status and excellent medical skills, has been showing off in his Chen family for a long time. He has long been dissatisfied with Xiaoyao divine doctor, but he does not have the courage of Yi Zonghong. Chen Qingwu covered her mouth and said in disbelief, You actually killed him? It's just killing a person, why make such a fuss? Yi Zonghong disagreed. Not to mention, it was the Xiaoyao divine doctor himself who said that if he lost, he would twist his head off and use it as a chamber pot. If it was Yi Zonghong who lost, would Xiaoyao divine doctor let him go? What the medical immortal doesn't know is that this divine Dr. Xiaoyao not only has excellent medical skills, but the person behind him is someone that even my Chen family doesn't want to provoke. Chen Beicheng frowned. Yi Zonghong waved his hands. I killed the man, and the people behind him are here to find me, just let them come to me. That's not what I meant. Chen Beicheng said quickly. Yi Zonghong had just saved his father. How could his Chen family do such an unkind and unjust thing? At this time, Chen Taisheng woke up. You're finally awake, old man. Chen Beicheng and a group of Chen family members hurried forward. But Chen Taisheng's gaze remained fixed on Yi Zonghong. He raised his finger, his face filled with disbelief. You are, Grandpa, he is the medical immortal who saved you. Chen Qingwu said. Everyone go out, Beicheng and this medical genius stay. Chen Taisheng ordered, although I don't know why, but Chen Taisheng still had full say. After a while, all the people, whether they were from the Chen family, those who were invited to treat Chen Taisheng, or those who volunteered to provide medical treatment, left. In the room, only Chen Taisheng and 3 others were left. I wonder if the medical immortal could tell me his name. Chen Taisheng stared at Yi Zonghong intently. This face was so similar to the person in his memory. Yi Zonghong, really, it turns out to be his son. Chen Taisheng's eyes suddenly blurred with tears, and he said excitedly, It's great that you are still alive. At this time, Chen Beicheng's eyes widened suddenly. Are you the general's son? Side story. Yi Zonghong disappeared and there has been no news of him for 8 years, although he is said to be missing. In fact, 8 years have passed and no one thinks he is still alive, but unexpectedly, he not only survived, but also mastered such extraordinary medical skills, saving his father, which was no less than a rebirth for his Chen family. Chen Beicheng, greetings, young master. After learning of Yi Zonghong's identity, Chen Beicheng was obviously a little excited. Young master, there are rumors that you are missing. Where have you been all these years? Although the Yi family is now almost dead in name only, he and the Chen family are all grateful people. Yi Lin Yuan's son is the young master of the Chen family. Yi Zonghong did not answer his question, but said to Chen Taisheng, Mr. Chen, I came to Tongzhou because I have something to ask you. Young master, you want to ask about your parents, right? Chen Taisheng seemed to have guessed something. Yi Zonghong nodded. At this time, Chen Taisheng's expression suddenly turned ferocious. General, and those brothers who died on the battlefield, were all murdered. Someone leaked our military intelligence to the enemy. Boom! Yi Zonghong clenched his fists fiercely, his expression filled with murderous intent. Are you sure? Sure, absolutely sure. I've served under your father and participated in no less than 10 battles, both large and small. Those wolf cubs from the Amina continent have never gotten any advantage at our hands. The only thing they knew about our actions during the national war 8 years ago was that they were fully aware of everything we did. Aside from someone leaking military intelligence, I can't think of any other possibility. Unfortunately, they hid it too well, and my Chen family was too weak. After years of investigation, we still couldn't find out who leaked the military information, so we couldn't avenge the general. Speaking of this, Chen Taisheng's face was full of shame and self-blame. Chen Beicheng, who was standing by, was horrified as he heard this. Chen Taisheng had never told him these things. Yi Zonghong's face was extremely cold. No wonder Daxia was defeated so completely 8 years ago. It turned out that there was something fishy going on inside. Unfortunately, Chen Taisheng didn't know the other party's specific identity, otherwise Yi Zonghong would have wiped out his entire family right now. In addition, the death of his parents was definitely not as simple as someone leaking military intelligence, otherwise it would not have caused such trouble for the 2 elders and the entire inner court. But Chen Taisheng obviously knew only this much. "Young master, what are your plans next?" Chen Taisheng asked. "Please make a list for me of those who knew the military intelligence back then, and you don't have to worry about the others," Yi Zongheng ordered. "Young master, are you planning to seek revenge on them?" "No way. Those people are all extremely powerful. Revenge for the general and his men requires careful planning." Chen Taisheng said quickly that he was really afraid that Yi Zongheng would get impulsive and run to question those people about who leaked the military information. Note, many people knew that there was something fishy about this matter at the time, but no one dared to speak out, for fear of offending certain entities and being silenced. "In fact, young master, you don't have to worry. There are many people like me who have benefited from your parents' kindness, and there are also many people who want to avenge the general and others. These people are a formidable force when united, but for so many years, there hasn't been a core figure to bring us together. But now you're back. When I secretly spread the news that you are still alive, young master, those who want to avenge the general and his men will naturally come to us. Then we will discuss how to find the evildoer hiding in the dark and avenge the general and his men. Young master, what do you think of my proposal?" Yi Zongheng thought for a moment. "I think it makes sense. The inner court has been investigating his parents' affairs for years but still doesn't know the full story. Although he has the Changsheng Palace for support, the foundation of the Changsheng Palace is not in Daxia after all. The IT is clearly unrealistic to expect to find out the truth overnight. Moreover, he didn't have the patience or time to look for everyone who was related to his parents one by one. It would be better to do as Chen Taisheng said and let those people come to him on their own initiative." "Can." Yi Zongheng nodded and continued, "You've been tortured by a hidden illness for years, and you were poisoned. Although I've managed to keep you alive, you won't last a few days. You'll still die." "What?" Hearing this, Chen Taisheng didn't react at all, but Chen Beicheng was so frightened that his face turned pale. "How many days can father live?" "Ah, Beicheng, don't feel sad for me. I should have died with those brothers 8 years ago. Now that I can see the young master, I am already satisfied. After I die, you must lead the Chen family to assist the young master and avenge the general. Do you understand?" Chen Taisheng was very calm. People like him who have fought on a real battlefield have long become indifferent to life and death. "Son understands," Chen Beicheng said with tears in his eyes. This scene not why Yi Zongheng saw it all. His parents have passed away for many years, but the Chen family still treats him like this, which shows their affection and loyalty. "I haven't finished speaking yet. There's no need to act like we're parting ways." Yi Zongheng couldn't help but laugh. Chen Beicheng was stunned. "Go get a pen and paper, soon bring me pen and paper." Yi Zongheng wrote down a list of herbs and said, "If you prepare all these herbs, they can extend your father's life by 3 to 5 years. Chapter 14 Peiyuan Pill. What? Extend someone's life for 3 to 5 years? Chen Beicheng looked at the list in disbelief, and saw that all the medicinal herbs written on it were very precious. However, with the power of his Chen family, as long as he is willing to spend the money, it is not difficult to gather it within a few days. But, young master, can gathering these herbs really extend my father's life?" It's no wonder Chen Beicheng was skeptical, but the idea of extending someone's life sounded too unbelievable. "Of course." Yi Zongheng nodded. "Ordinary people can't do it, but that doesn't mean he can't do it since he possesses the secret of immortality and has mastered it." According to the records of Changxing Ju, there is a kind of elixir called Peiyuan Dan that can help warriors improve their strength and prolong their life. As long as he could gather the herbs he needed, he could refine the Peiyuan pill and extend Chen Taisheng's life. In addition, the Changxing Ju also records many elixir recipes, such as the Zhuyan pill that can keep people young forever, the dragon and tiger pill that can make people have sex 7 times a night, and so on. Seeing Yi Zongheng so confident, Chen Beicheng said nothing more and quickly ordered someone to go find medicinal herbs. After, Chen Taisheng called everyone in the Chen family again. "This man is not only the medical immortal who brought me back to life, he is also the son of the great general, Yi Zongheng. Has he not met the young master yet?" Chen Taisheng said to the Chen family. Everyone in the Chen family was slightly surprised. The general's kindness to the Chen family is as great as a mountain. Today, Yi Zongheng saved their old man, which is double the favor. "I have met the young master." "You're welcome." Yi Zongheng waved his hand. "Xingwu, don't go to the war zone recently. Stay at home and serve the young master." Chen Taisheng gave Chen Xingwu another order at this time. Chen Xingwu was stunned. She grew up in a war zone with Chen Beicheng since she was a child. She is aloof and has few male friends, let alone serving a man. What? You don't listen to Grandpa? Chen Taisheng said in a deep voice. Before Chen Xingwu could say anything, Yi Zongheng interrupted her and said, "No, I have other things to do." Hearing this, Chen Taisheng quickly said, "Young master, why don't you stay in the Chen family? I'm going to Jiangcheng." Yi Zongheng shook his head. The original purpose of his trip was Jiangcheng. He came to Tongzhou because he changed his route temporarily after hearing the news about the Chen family. Now that he had finished his business, it was time to go to Jiangcheng. Tianlong, Tianhua. Chen Taisheng shouted, and next second, two old men who looked almost identical appeared in the room. Chen Taisheng introduced Yi Zongheng. "Since the young master has other things to do, let Tianlong Tianhua follow you and protect your safety." Tianlong and Tianhua are both powerful warriors at the great martial master level. With their strength, they can walk sideways in Jiangcheng. I feel at ease with them following you. Before Yi Zongheng was nowhere to be found, so even if he wanted to protect him, he had no way to do so. But now Yi Zongheng is right in front of him, so he naturally has to do his best to ensure his safety. What's more, if one wants to gather the forces and people who followed Yi Linyuan and his group back then, only Yi Zongheng, the only bloodline, can do it. So nothing can happen to him. There's no need. I'm just going to Jiangcheng to visit my benefactor. Yi Zongheng refused. He has already cultivated the art of immortality to the 9th level. His strength is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible in the world. Does he still need protection? He's pretty good at protecting others. Young master, you'd better listen to my father. You killed the genius Dr. Xiaoyao today, and the people behind him will definitely take revenge. Chen Beicheng said. Chen Taisheng quickly asked, "Divine Dr. Xiaoyao died, what happened?" Then, Chen Beicheng recounted the story, and after listening, Chen Taisheng insisted, "Then he needs even more personal protection." No need to say more, their strength is not as strong as mine. Yi Zongheng waved his hand and said in an unquestionable tone. Tianlong Tianhua couldn't help but curl his lips. Obviously not, they are only one step away from becoming martial arts masters. In Tongzhou, they are the top masters. Yi Zongheng is only in his 20s, but he is said to be stronger than them. Even if you don't want them to follow you, there's no need to find such an unrealistic reason. Good. As long as the young master can defeat us too, we too will not have the face to follow him. But if the young master is no match for us, how about we listen to the old man? Both of them are full of confidence. Bang! Yi Zongheng attacked without saying anything. Before the two men could react, they were knocked back several steps by his palms. How is it? Tianlong Tianhua was stunned for a moment. Young master does have some strength, but the two of us were completely unprepared and were caught off guard. From now on, young master, be careful. Unprepared, wasn't he showing mercy? That's the case. Yi Zongheng raised his foot and stomped lightly, and a terrifying pressure suddenly filled the room. Tianlong and Tianhua, who were just about to attack, had no power to resist and were forced to half kneel on the ground, their faces flushed red as they exclaimed, "Martial arts grandmaster." Wow, everyone in the Chen family was also stunned at this moment. Everyone looked at Yi Zongheng, who was as powerful as a dragon, in disbelief. Looking at the entire Tongzhou area, only their old man and the current chief garrison commander of the Tongzhou war zone are martial arts masters. Yi Zongheng is also a martial arts master. What about now? Yi Zongheng said with a smile. Restrain your momentum. The two brothers, Tianlong and Tianhua, were drenched in sweat. They bowed to Yi Zongheng with great admiration and said, "Young master, you are so young, yet you already possess the strength of a martial arts master. We brothers are ashamed of ourselves." Martial arts master Yi Zongheng smiled but didn't explain. "Haha, young master, you really gave me a huge surprise. I was worrying about nothing." Chen Taisheng reacted and laughed out loud. Now as peers, Chen Xingwu and Chen Tianhao looked at Yi Zongheng with stars in their eyes, especially Chen Xingwu. Women all admire strong men, and she is no exception. By the way, young master, there is a sneaky woman outside who was tied up by the security guards. She claimed that she came with you. Is that true? Chen Tianhao said at this time. Hearing this, Yi Zongheng then remembered that Tian Kaishan had just been thrown outside the Chen family by him. He came with me. Yi Zongheng nodded. Ah, that's a huge misunderstanding. I'll have someone untie her right away. Chen Tianhao was shocked. Yi Zongheng raised the corner of his mouth. The eldest daughter of the Tian family, who was once high and mighty, was now in a small Chen family, being tied up by the security guards as a thief. Just thinking about it makes people feel comfortable. Not long after, outside the Chen family villa. My beautiful lady, I'm really sorry. The people below were ignorant and made you feel wronged. Chen Tianhao kept apologizing with a smile to Tian Kaishan, who had just been untied. Tian Kaishan was so angry that she cried just now, and her eyes are still red. When he saw Yi Zongheng, he gritted his teeth. Young master, the car to Jiangcheng is ready. I will prepare the herbs you want within 3 days and notify you then. Chen Beicheng said. A luxury business car drove over. Yi Zongheng nodded and was about to get in the car when Lu Xuanyi rushed out from somewhere and slid to his knees at his feet. Medical immortal, please accept me as your disciple and teach me the 13 deadly needles. Chapter 15, Shen Family, Wandu Sect 13 Fatal Needles? I don't know what you call the 13 fatal needles. Yi Zongheng shook his head and prepared to get in the car. Unexpectedly, Lu Xuanyi knelt down and refused to get up. Master, the acupuncture technique you used to save Mr. Chen just now was clearly the 13 deadly needles. As long as you are willing to teach me, I will do anything for you. In his opinion, Yi Zongheng didn't know how to teach him, but was unwilling to teach him. You said that what I just used was the 13 deadly needles? Yi Zongheng frowned. I won't be wrong, master, please teach me. Lu Xuanyi said with an extremely sincere expression. Yi Zongheng was a little surprised. The Xuanji spirit needle only has 9 needles. As for the 13 deadly needles, you can tell from the name that it means 13 needles. It can't be the same, but Lu Xuanyi is so sure that the Xuanji spirit needle and the so-called 13 deadly needles are the same acupuncture method, which means that the 13 deadly needles and the Xuanji spirit needle have similarities. Could it be that the 13 deadly needles are a simplified version of the Xianji spirit needles? Apart from him and the old man who taught him the secret of immortality, has anyone else seen the secret of immortality? Who else knows the 13 deadly needles you mentioned? The president of our medical association. Lu Xuanyi said. If you let him come to see me, I will teach you the 13 deadly needles. Yi Zongheng gave the conditions, and without wasting any more time, he directly told the driver to drive. He wanted to ask where the other party learned the 13 deadly needles. Maybe he could get some clues about the old man. Lu Xuanyi stood there in a daze. Let the president of the medical association come to see him. How is this possible? Even if Yi Zongheng brought the dead man back to life, there was still a huge gap in their status. The president of the medical association was a powerful figure, and it was impossible for him to come to see him. He didn't know Yi Zongheng's real purpose. He just thought that Yi Zongheng was unwilling to teach him, so he gave him a condition that he could not fulfill at all. I won't give up. I must learn the 13 deadly needles. Lu Xuanyi made a secret decision. After Yi Zongheng left, the Chen family returned to Chen Taixing's room. Grandpa, the young master just said that you were poisoned. What do you think about this? Chen Beicheng said. What? It must have been done by the damn Shen family. Lu Xuanyi and his group of quack doctors couldn't even realize that Grandpa was poisoned. Chen Xingwu said angrily, gritting her teeth. Shen family IT is the largest family in Tongzhou. The current chief garrison commander of the Tongzhou war zone is the old man of the Shen family, Shen Feihong. The Shen family has always wanted to take over Chen Beicheng's position in the Tongzhou war zone and replace him with their own people to achieve the goal of having absolute control over Tongzhou. But the Chen family is not a pushover. As long as Chen Taixing is still alive, they dare not go too far. Don't make this matter public. Now is not the time to break up with the Shen family. A gleam of light flashed in Chen Taixing's eyes. The reason why the Shen family can suppress the Chen family is not only because they have Shen Feihong, a martial arts master, but also because behind the Shen family, there is a person whom the Chen family cannot afford to offend. That person, just one word could bring ruin to the Chen family. In addition, Chen Taixing speculated that the Shen family poisoned him this time not only to kill him, but also to seize Chen Beicheng's position in the Tongzhou war zone. And if that were the case, we could just wait for him to die naturally. There was no need to be so anxious and take risks. The Shen family killed him probably because they were worried that he would reveal the inside story of the national war before he died, and his suspicion is not without basis. 8 years ago, the Shen family suddenly rose in Tongzhou. After he stepped down, Shin Feihong was promoted to the position of chief garrison commander. Over the years, the Shin family has been secretly annexing the power of the Chen family. So he suspected that the person who leaked military secrets in the past was behind the Shin family, and that the other party helped the Shin family to rise up in order to monitor him. This is also the reason why he did not mention this matter in front of Yi Zongheng. Once Yi Zongheng finds out about this, he will definitely go to the Shin family. Although Yi Zongheng had the strength of a martial arts master, he was still not enough in front of that person. In addition, he was only suspicious and guessing, so he put the matter aside for the time being, and at this moment, inside the Shin family villa, a shadowy figure, shrouded in a black robe, asked the trembling doctor below, "Are you sure Chen Tai is alive?" "I dare not lie to you, sir. I watched Chen Taisheng die with my own eyes, and then I watched him being brought back to life by a kid." Hearing this, the black-robed man couldn't help but exclaim, "No one in this world can revive a dying person. Even the president of the medical association can't have such medical skills. What's more, in Tongzhou, no one can cure my poison. It was he who poisoned Chen Taisheng. He is from the Wandu sect. The Wandu sect is a martial arts sect that has been passed down for hundreds of years. The people in the sect are not only powerful in martial arts, but also extremely skilled in the use of poison. With his method of poisoning, even if he just poisoned Chen Taisheng casually this time, it would be impossible for a doctor in the entire Tongzhou area to discover it, let alone detoxify it." "Who is that kid?" asked the man in black robe. "I don't know either." "Waste, what's the point of keeping you?" the man in black robe shouted, raised his hand and slapped the doctor. A ball of black poisonous gas immediately enveloped his body. In just a moment, the doctor died with black blood oozing from all 7 orifices. "Humph. That old guy Chen Taisheng is really lucky." At this time, a young man wearing branded casual clothes next to the man in black robe snorted coldly. "His name is Shin Juntian. He is Shin Feihong's grandson. 8 years ago, their Shin family was supported by a big shot. The big shot told them to monitor Chen Taisheng's every move and report at any time. They didn't know why, but they just did it. Not long ago, the big shot suddenly sent the man in black robe over and told them to cooperate with the man in black robe to kill Chen Taisheng. The Shin family had always been concerned about Chen Tai's life or death. Fortunately, Tongzhou had great control over everything. However, although Chen Tai had been bedridden for 8 years, he could not die and was still hanging on to his last breath. This time, with the order from that big shot and the help from the masters of the Wandu sect, it was thought that Chen Taisheng would have a hard time surviving. Unexpectedly, he still didn't die. No, dead is dead, but he was rescued. Such an unbelievable thing could happen to the Shin family. It must be a ghost. This is the first time that someone has given my Shin family such an important task. That kid dared to ruin my Shin family's business. I want him dead." Shin Tianjun said angrily. The black-robed man was also unconvinced and said, "I, Chang Haolong, want to see who can easily dissolve the poison I put in. Let someone find that kid and bring him to see me." Speaking of this, Chang Haolong changed his mind again and said, "No, for the sake of safety, let's not alert the enemy yet. Let's determine his location and I'll go find him myself." He was worried about the people in the Shin family, but he has full confidence in himself. Chapter 16, The Gathering Place of Spirits. It's late at night. Yi Zongheng arrived in Jiangcheng. Back then, Su Aoyu had his limbs broken and then abandoned him in this small town, leaving him to fend for himself. He thought his life was about to end, but unexpectedly, a woman named Tang Ruyan took him and I vaguely remembered it was a winter day. Tang Ruyan, riding a tricycle, brought 2 children younger than him and walked towards him who was lying in the garbage dump. "Little boy, why are you here? Where are your parents? Are you cold? Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person." She held up her hands, put them in her arms, and shivered. Instead of despising Yi Zongheng for being a disabled person, he took out most of his savings and used them to heal his limbs. It can be said that the appearance of Tang Ruyan not only gave Yi Zongheng hope to survive, but also became the only son in his darkest time. Later, when he learned that Tang Ruyan had been abandoned by her ex-husband, Yi Zongheng was even more moved. "It's obvious that my life is not going as I expected, but he cannot bear the suffering in the world." So, after achieving some success abroad, Yi Zongheng would give Tang Ruyan money every year, ranging from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. In the following years, he also quietly paid attention to the other person's life. He learned that Tang Ruyan reconciled with her ex-husband who had abandoned her because of the child, and founded a company together. That company is Shanda Group. a small-scale company in Jiangqing today. This is also why he asked Tian Kai-shen to invest in Shanda Group. There is revenge to be taken. When you are indebted, you must repay the favor. This is Yi Zongheng's principle in life. What's more, during the time when they depended on each other, he had already regarded Tang Ruyan and the others as his own relatives. This time when he came back, he naturally wanted to visit them. Looking at the time, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. It would be inappropriate to disturb them rashly at this time, so Yi Zongheng simply asked Tian Kai-shen to find a place to stay for one night. Result: Tian Kai-shen took advantage of the fact that he was resting his eyes and asked the driver to drive directly to Yunding Mountain in Jiangcheng. The vehicle has just arrived at the foot of the mountain. Yi Zongheng felt a faint spiritual energy from the top of the mountain. Is this the place where spirits gather? The so-called gathering place of spirits is the place where spiritual energy gathers. Yi Zongheng practices the art of longevity. Unlike ordinary warriors who practice internal strength, he is on the path of seeking immortality. To be frank, others only practiced martial arts, but he was cultivating immortality. Spiritual energy is the key to improving his strength. When Yi Zongheng was abroad, he almost let the forces of the Hall of Eternal Life occupy all the places where spiritual energy gathered. The far north abyss, where the headquarters of the Hall of Eternal Life is located, is an extremely large gathering place for spirits. It was precisely because of this that he was able to cultivate the art of immortality to the 9th level in just a few years. Otherwise, no matter how talented he was, without spiritual energy, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything. Later, because there was no more spiritual energy to provide for cultivation, he took the time to practice martial arts, and he practiced martial arts to the peak. Normally, he uses his martial arts skills. After all, the cultivating immortals is too incredible for people in this world. Apart from the old man who taught him back then, he has never seen any other cultivator of immortals. Master, with your status, in this small Jiangcheng, only the villa on the top floor of Yunding Mountain is worthy of your stay. Seeing Yi Zongheng stunned, Tian Kai-shen thought that he was dissatisfied with her taking the initiative, so she was frightened and hurried to explain. In fact, she had her own little reasons for bringing Yi Zongheng to Hentang Mountain. Yunding Mountain is the best geographical location in Jiangcheng. Even though Tian Kai-shen is now Yi Zongheng's maid, she cannot compromise herself and naturally has to live in the best place. That's it. Yi Zongheng had no intention of listening to her nonsense and walked straight to the top of the mountain. Places where spirits gather are very rare. I didn't expect that this small Jiangcheng would have won. It was such an unexpected surprise, and at this moment in Villa number 1 on the top of the mountain, all the members of the Lin family gathered there. The Yunding Mountain Villa area was built by the Lin family, and Villa number 1 on the top of the mountain is the retirement home of their family's old man, Lin Bancheng. Dad, what on earth did Grandpa call us all here so late at night? I didn't sleep well. Lin Ruoshua, who was wearing ice silk pajamas, asked. Lin Ruoshua's father, Lin Yingtian, the current head of the Lin family, said with a heavy face, "Your grandfather sent back news that the old man of the Chen family in Tongzhou was revived after dying. The young man who saved Mr. Chen left for Jiangcheng not long ago. It's hard to tell over the phone, but your grandfather has already returned from Tongzhou, so let's wait here." Boom. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. This is a joke. Is there anyone in this world who can bring the dead back to life? And such a person has come to our Jiangcheng? The Lin family couldn't believe it. Chen family in Tongzhou, that was a behemoth that the Lin family needed to curry favor with. Lin Bancheng went to Tongzhou with the doctor to try his luck, hoping to establish a relationship with the Chen family. The medical skills that can bring people back to life must be from gods. Such a person is also a great benefactor of the Chen family. If our Lin family can make friends with him, it will be a great blessing for us. Lin Ruoshua said in surprise. The other members of the Lin family were also extremely excited. Now they finally understood why Lin Bancheng had called them to the villa in the middle of the night to wait. He must have wanted someone to draw a portrait of that person and then give it to them for review. At that time, whoever can find this person first and establish a relationship with him will no longer be a big deal. I, Lin Ruoshua, must not miss this great opportunity. Lin Ruoshua made a secret decision. Sudden. A voice interrupted the thoughts of everyone in the Lin family. This is it. Yi Zongheng, who had just arrived at the top of the mountain, couldn't help but say that the land occupied by this villa is the center of the gathering place of spirits. Swish. For a while, the eyes of everyone in the Lin family were all focused on Yi Zongheng. Who are you, kid? How dare you trespass into the residence of King Jianchen without permission? Are you tired of living? Look at the entire Jiangcheng, who doesn't know that Villa number 1 in Yunding Mountain belongs to Wan Lin Bancheng of Jiangcheng. Now, a stranger broke in the middle of the night. How could this be tolerated? Humph. My master has taken a fancy to your villa. If you know what's good for you, just give it up. Otherwise, the consequences will be more than you little people can bear. Before Yi Zongheng could say anything, Tian Kaishan jumped out eager to perform. He took the opportunity to praise Yi Zongheng and flatter him. After all, she has to endure in front of Yi Zongheng for the time being. Only by pleasing him can she live a more comfortable life, but what she didn't expect was that Yi Zongheng didn't buy it at all. Instead, he slapped her in the face and said, "When did it become your turn as a servant to make decisions about my affairs?" Tian Kaishan covered her face with her hands, feeling wrong for a moment, and said with tears in her eyes, "Master, you taught me a lesson. I will never dare to do it again." Then Yi Zongheng then said to the Lin family, "I am ignorant, but she is right. I like this villa very much. If you are willing to sell it, I can buy it for 3 times the price." Chapter 17. The Lin family knelt this scene. These words, everyone in the Lin family was confused. Lin Hanfeng, the young master of the Lin family, had a gloomy face. He boasted that he had played with countless beauties, but this was the first time he had seen a beauty like Tian Kaishan, and if he could play with a woman like Tian Kaishan, he would be willing to kneel down and lick her toes. However, this woman who made her covet called Yi Zongheng master, and the key point was that Yi Zongheng was willing to hit her grass. It's really infuriating. What's even more infuriating is that this guy who appeared out of nowhere actually asked them to give up the villa. Right away. Did he think that his Lin family was just a small vegetable seller in the market and was easy to bully? You clown, do you know how much this villa is worth? Let's not talk about whether you can come up with that much money. My Lin family doesn't lack your money. Lin family. He is the richest man in Jiangcheng. His grandfather, Lin Bancheng, was even known as the king of Jiangcheng. Money, their Lin family has plenty. How could they be tempted by the conditions offered by Yi Zongheng? On the contrary, they would feel it was a humiliation. Yi Zongheng increased the conditions. As long as you are willing to give this villa to me, I can do something for your Lin family without violating the principles and without going too far. To rob and plunder. Yi Zongheng disdained to do it, but he was determined to obtain the place where spirits gathered, so he offered such a great condition. As the master of the Hall of Longevity, countless people around the world want a promise from him. With just one word from him, the Lin family can prosper for 3 generations. Ha ha ha. However, his words caused laughter in the room. Lin Ruoshua burst out laughing. My Lin family, the capital of Jiangcheng, needs to ask a nobody like you for help? This is absolutely ridiculous. The Lin family is indeed facing some difficulties now, but the person who can solve this matter must be a big family like the Tongzhou family, which is involved in the military, political, and business circles. Yi Zongheng is just a small character that even her Lin family doesn't know. Is this kind of rubbish worthy of this? Even if my Lin family wants to beg a dog, we won't beg you. If you know what's good for you, just get out of here and don't humiliate yourself here. Lin Ruoshua said sarcastically. According to the news sent back by his grandfather, the young man who cured Chen Taisheng has arrived in Jiangcheng. Think of Lin Ruoshua, with her fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. What young man could resist her charm? So in her opinion, currying favor with that young man was a sure thing. At that time, the Tongzhou family will naturally take action to solve her Lin family's troubles, and there will be no need to ask others for help. You can go away, but leave that woman behind. Lin Hanfeng stared at Tian Kaishan with lustful eyes. He was ready to fight for 300 rounds even if he had to take medicine tonight. Yi Zongheng's face gradually turned cold. It's good enough that he doesn't bully others, but this kid wants to take advantage of him. Oh. Don't say she's just a dog beside me. She's just a pile of mud under my feet. If others want to get involved, they have to do it according to my mood. Who the hell do you think you are? Lin Hanfeng was furious when he heard this. Okay, very good. You will soon know who I am. Come here, break this bastard's legs and throw him out. As for this woman, tie her up and send her to my private villa. At the command, the bodyguards who had been guarding the villa all year round immediately surrounded Yi Zongheng. Boom, Yi Zongheng waved his hand, and the terrifying aura blew all the bodyguards away. Oh. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in my Lin family. It turns out you are a warrior. But do you think there are no warriors in my Lin family? Uncle Su, it's up to you. Lin Hanfeng laughed strangely. I in the crowd. An old man came out. Boy, you should be obedient. Su Wuji sneered, and with lightning speed, he punched Yi Zongheng directly. Lin Hanfeng seemed to have seen the scene of Yi Zongheng being crippled and burst into laughter. In his opinion, Yi Zongheng was at most a martial arts apprentice, while Su Wuji was a powerful warrior. Beating Yi Zongheng was no different from beating a child. Bang! Yi Zongheng slapped Su Wuji like he was swatting a fly, and his body flew backwards, sinking into the wall, and it was obvious that he couldn't get out. Hiss! How is this possible? Everyone in the Lin family was shocked. Yi Hanfeng, who was smug just a second ago, opened his mouth wide and his eyes almost popped out. This guy actually slapped Su Wuji, who was at the warrior level, and sent him flying with just one slap. On the other hand, Yi Zongheng casually twirled his 5 fingers. How weak and self-righteous. Lin Hanfeng's face was so gloomy that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. Don't be so arrogant. My Lin family's strongest warrior is with my grandfather. If you have the guts, wait for him to come back. Just at this time, Lin Bancheng, the old man of the Lin family, is back. Next to him was a strong man with an intimidating physique. Seeing this, Lin Hanfeng immediately ran up and complained, "Grandpa, if you don't come back, this place where you can retire will be taken away by someone else." Yes, Grandpa, that guy actually boasted that if we give him the villa, he can do something for our Lin family. It's ridiculous. He has no idea what kind of important figure you met in Tongzhou this time. This guy who talks so much nonsense should have his mouth smashed to pieces, so that he knows there is a price to pay for bragging. Lin Ruoxue also ran over. She looked at Yi Zongheng with a playful look on her face. Humph, my grandfather is back, and the one accompanying him is the strongest warrior of my Lin family, Master Zhao Long. Why don't you roll over here and kowtow to him? Bang! Lin Bancheng slapped her in the face and kicked Lin Hanfeng to his knees. Asshole! Grandpa, why are you hitting us? Just when the two of them didn't know why, they saw Lin Bancheng kneeling in front of Yi Zongheng with a bang, and said in a trembling voice, "This old man has met the medical immortal." Boom! Lin Ruoxue and Lin Hanfeng were suddenly struck by lightning. Medical immortal, doesn't that mean that Yi Zongheng is the young man who saved Chen Taisheng? Hiss! Thinking of this, the two were completely dumbfounded, especially Lin Ruoxue, whose body couldn't stop shaking. Even if the Lin family wanted to beg a dog, they wouldn't beg you. Thinking of what she had just said to Yi Zongheng, Lin Ruoxue felt so regretful. She actually ruined the opportunity to get to know Yi Zongheng with her own hands. Now, Lin Bancheng was extremely nervous. Not long ago, he not only witnessed Yi Zongheng display his extraordinary medical skills to revive the dead Chen Taisheng, but also saw Lu Xuanyi kneeling down and begging to be his disciple. The Chen family even personally sent him out and addressed him as young master. How could a small Lin family like his offend such a person? Yi Zongheng ignored him and walked towards Lin Hanfeng. Lin Hanfeng was so scared that he kowtowed continuously. Bang bang bang. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I was blind. Please forgive me. Yi Zongheng remained unmoved and stomped on his legs, breaking them. You keep breaking my legs, so I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. That shouldn't be too much, right? It's not too much, it's not too much. Lin Hanfeng cried. Lin Ruoxue felt relieved when she saw that Yi Zongheng did not take any further action, but the next second. Slap! A look that made people feel uneasy and tremble all over was looking down at her from a high position. It felt like an emperor was looking down at her. Chapter 18. Pour foot wash water. Bang bang bang. Under the intimidation of Yi Zongheng's gaze, Lin Ruoxue had no intention of resisting at all and kept beating herself. At this moment, the Lin family looked at Yi Zongheng with not only shock but also deep fear. They could never have imagined that the medical immortal they were just talking about would appear in their Lin family villa and be offended by them. This was almost a life-threatening situation. For a while, the people of the Lin family followed suit and pleaded for mercy. The child is ignorant. Please be magnanimous and don't make a fuss with our Lin family. Yes, medical immortal, if we knew you were the medical immortal who saved Mr. Chen, how could we dare to offend you? If you want this villa, medical immortal, our Lin family will give it to you directly. Originally, they could have met someone like Yi Zongheng in a villa, but in the end, it was ruined. The people of the Lin family were regretting it so much at this moment. Yi Zongheng was not polite either. This villa is of no great use to you, but it has a special purpose for me. Since you all say so, I will accept it. Seeing that he was willing to accept it, the Lin family members immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This time, Lin Yingtian thought for a moment and asked tentatively, I wonder, medical immortal, do the conditions you just mentioned for doing something for our Lin family still count? Yi Zonghong frowned and glanced at him. In an instant, Lin Yingtian felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Old Master Lin Bancheng shouted, You rebellious son! It's bad enough you didn't take the lead in entertaining the medical immortal, but now you dare to push your luck and make demands on him? I was wrong. Lin Yingtian apologized quickly. Yi Zonghong couldn't help but laugh. He disdains to do things that involve bullying and robbing others. If the Lin family just refused to sell the villa, rather than trying to sell it at any time, then the conditions he had agreed to before would still be valid, but it depends on his mood. Lin Bancheng then said to Yi Zonghong with great respect, This villa is unconditionally given to the medical immortal by our Lin family. Tomorrow I will have all the facilities replaced with new ones. It's getting late now, so we won't disturb the medical immortal's rest. Why don't you carry these two bastards out of here? That's all. Of the Lin family quickly left their villa. Come outside. Lin Bancheng was clearly still angry, and he couldn't help but curse at Lin Hanfeng and Lin Ruoxue. You two bastards, when will you learn to keep a low profile? Lin Ruoxue said incoherently, It's all Han Feng's fault. If he hadn't been tempted by her beauty and wanted to take the medical immortal's woman by force, things wouldn't have gotten so awkward. What? Seeing that she put all the blame on him, Lin Hanfeng was almost furious. Who was it that swore so confidently that he would never beg a dog for help? The brother and sister blame each other. Lin Bancheng shouted, Enough! Father, actually, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on these two children. You don't know that the medical immortal asked us to give up the villa as soon as he arrived. He was so arrogant. Lin Yingtian said. Snort. Lin Bancheng snorted coldly, Then have you ever considered why others dare to be so arrogant? I have already sent back the news in advance that the medical immortal has come to our Jiangchang, but you all just don't realize that he might be the medical immortal. If you could hold your temper and wait until I return, my Lin family wouldn't be in such a passive position right now. What should we do now? The Qi family doesn't give us much time. Lin Yingtian said worriedly. Qi family it is also a family from Jiangcheng, but their strength and financial resources are inferior to those of the Lin family. The two families had been fighting openly and secretly for many years, and the Lin family had always had the upper hand. But not long ago, an old friend of the old man of the Qi family returned from abroad, and this situation was completely broken, because that person is a great martial artist. Such strength is enough to walk sideways in Jiangcheng. The strongest warrior of the Lin family is only at the martial arts master level. It is conceivable that after gaining confidence, the Qi family vented all the grievances they had suffered in the Lin family for so many years. In a short period of time, they not only destroyed most of the Lin family's assets, but also threatened the Lin family to give up half of the market to them, otherwise they would start killing people. Naturally, the Lin family was unwilling to hand over the market, so Lin Bancheng took the doctor to Tongzhou, hoping to help the Chen family, but in the end he was of no help at all. So they can only pin their hopes on Yi Zongheng. As long as Yi Zongheng is willing to help, wouldn't it be a matter of time to ask the Chen family to take action? But they offended Yi Zongheng. Even if they told Yi Zongheng about this, why would Yi Zongheng help them, after all that he had already given them the opportunity, but they failed to seize it? We can only take it one step at a time. Lin Bancheng sighed. Now Yi Zongheng has arrived at the artificial lake outside the villa. Ordinary people cannot notice it, but they can feel that there is a huge amount of spiritual energy contained in the ground around the lake. I didn't expect that such a rare place for gathering spirits could exist in such a small Jiangcheng. He thrust his big hand forward. In an instant, the water on the entire lake seemed to be boiling. Immediately afterwards, he drew out spiritual energy from all directions, which flowed through his palms and into every part of his body. A layer of golden light appeared on Yi Zongheng's body, and his entire body was bathed in the golden light, like an emperor on earth, sacred and inviolable. Records of the secret of longevity. Cultivators usually refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper themselves, or use the essence of heaven and earth with abundant spiritual energy. That is, some ancient and spiritual medicinal herbs, refine it into pills and absorb it. Between heaven and earth, there is a kind of crystal stone that contains spiritual energy, which is called spirit crystal. Compared to the place where spirits gather, spirit crystals that can be carried around are even rarer. Yi Zongheng has only seen a few of them in all the years he has been abroad. In addition to spiritual energy, a direct way to improve one's cultivation, the steps of cultivating the mind, body, and world, and tempering one's state of mind in the world are also particularly important. Call. That's all for today. I have to visit Aunt Tang and the others tomorrow. At his level, even if there is a place where spirits gather, it will not be possible to advance further in a day or two. Now, Tian Kai-shen, who was in the villa, sent a text message to Su Qingyu, Jiangcheng, Yundingshan Villa number 1. Just sent, she heard a voice, Tian Kai-shen, pour some water for washing feet. Tian Kai-shen clutched the phone tightly, his teeth itching with anger, but he still deleted the message and obeyed the order. I'll be right there, master. After a while, Tian Kai-shen poured the foot washing water, brought it to Yi Zongheng, and knelt down to massage Yi Zongheng's feet. Because it was her first time doing this, her technique was clumsy, but Yi Zongheng didn't mind. He just wanted Tian Kai-shen to experience the gap between being a superior and being a subordinate, compared to the pain he felt when he was betrayed. What was this, however? What he didn't expect was, not only did Tian Kai-shen lack technique, he was also clumsy, and accidentally slipped his knee and fell directly on him. The tight suspenders on her upper body were also mostly wet by the splashing water, and the white patch was barely visible. Chapter 19, asking the Killing Palace to take action. Su Qingyu, who had been unable to sleep these days due to the tragic deaths of his daughter and grandson, finally received information from Tian Kai publicity. Jiancheng? Su Qingyu looked at the location on the text message and showed a bloodthirsty smile. Last time, the king of Jinbei suddenly blocked the news, and he suspected that the king of Jinbei was planning to protect Yi Zongheng. So after he finished dealing with Su China and the others' funeral these 2 days, he immediately went to the Qin family and met the old man of the Qin family, Qin Jinshan. When Qin Jinshan was in power, he was an important official in the court. Even though he has retired now, he has countless disciples and his influence remains undiminished. After Yi Lin Yuan and Su Ying died, he took advantage of the friendship they had back then to get in touch with Qin Jinshan. This time he went to see Qin Jinshan to ask for his opinion, but Qin Jinshan told him not to think too much. The reason why the king of Jinbei blocked the news was not to protect Yi Zongheng, but because Yi Zongheng could not die in Yanjing, and his death could not be known to everyone. Otherwise, public opinion will be unfavorable to those bigwigs. This reminder suddenly enlightened Su Qingyu and made him feel relieved. Please ask the people from the Killing God Palace to take action. I want that little beast to be buried with Xiaoyu and the others. Su Qingyu called his confidant and gave the order. Killing God Palace IT is a killer organization that has frightened countless bigwigs. As long as you can afford the price, they can help you kill even the strongest people above the martial arts master, and once they accept the task, they will fight to the death. So far, there has never been a precedent of the Killing God Palace failing. You little beast, it's going to be hard for you to survive this time. A victorious smile appeared on Su Qingyu's face. Actually, this time I went to the Qin family. He also received another important piece of news. Ever since the emergence of the Hall of Eternal Life and its demonstration of its power to rival that of great powers, the highest authority in Washington, D.C., has convened a discussion meeting. The result of the meeting was to contact the Hall of Eternal Life at all costs, and it would be best if they could reach a cooperation. Qin Jinshan also revealed that the authorities had tried to contact Chang Shengdian, but there has been no response from Chang Shengdian. Therefore, some people above have already contacted super families and royal families, hoping to use their connections abroad to try to contact the Hall of Eternal Life. But when one reaches the size of a super family or a royal family, there is no need to work hard to please the superiors. Although they agree on the surface, they may not listen to what they say. This gave Su Qingyu an opportunity. You can imagine that if the Su family can facilitate the establishment of connection between Daxia and Changsheng Palace, then his Su family will have made a great contribution. That he has already sent people abroad, prepared to spend all his wealth to try his luck. I hope good luck will favor my Su family. The next day. As soon as Yi Zongheng woke up, he received a call from Yi Tianzi. Oh, my respected palace master, are you okay? Speak nicely. Okay, my respected palace master, someone from Daxia is trying to establish contact with us. Do we need to pay attention to it? Asked Yi Tianzi. Hearing this. Yi Zongheng did not give an answer immediately, because he was influenced by his parents since childhood and because he was a Dixia person. Yi Zongheng not only did not allow the power of the Hall of Eternal Life to infiltrate Dixia for so many years, he also secretly helped Daxia to avoid a lot of trouble. But he has always tried to avoid the Dixia officials as much as possible. After all, the Changsheng Palace has too many enemies, and being involved with Dixia would only push Dixia to the forefront. But now, with the strength of Changsheng Palace in him, there is no need to worry about this. To a certain extent, we can have some contact. Yi Zonghong explained. Understood. Hang up the phone. Lin Bancheng came with his men. Not only did he replace all the old things and things he had used in the villa, he even had the villa cleaned from top to bottom. Lin Bancheng stepped forward, bowed to Yi Zonghong, and said, "Medical Immortal, if there is anything else you need to add, just let me know, and I will do my best to see it through." Although he offended Yi Zonghong yesterday, there was no life and death feud after all. In Lin Bancheng's opinion, the relationship could be eased. Certainly, asking for help is like swallowing a 3-foot sword. The prerequisite is that he has to lower his posture and let Yi Zonghong see his attitude. With Yi Zonghong's many years of experience and knowledge, how could he not know that he had something to ask for? Is your Lin family in trouble? Lin Bancheng was stunned at first, then smiled and said, "It's a big trouble for us, but for you, the medical immortal, it's nothing. Tell me about it." Yi Zonghong said. Lin Bancheng reacted and excitedly told the story of the Qi family. "I dare to ask the medical immortal to help our Lin family. I dare not ask to eliminate the Qi family as a competitor, but only to protect our Lin family's market." Yi Zonghong originally thought it was something serious, but when he heard it, it was just a small matter. He was too lazy to take action himself. If the Qi family comes to trouble you again, just contact the Chen family directly. Medical Immortal, thank you for your kindness. Please accept my respect. Lin Bancheng did not expect Yi Zonghong to take the initiative to help him, and he was so excited that he wanted to kneel down. Okay. Yi Zonghong waved his hand and said, "Have someone prepare a car. Also, don't call me the medical immortal all the time. Just call me Mr. Yi or Master. I occupied someone else's villa for nothing and also got such a great deal of the spirit gathering land. I helped the Lin family and just considered it as a way to end this cause and effect. Mainly that we will have to stay in Jiangqing for a while. With the Lin family on my side, some things become much easier to do. Helping others is equivalent to helping yourself." After a while, Lin Bancheng prepared the car, and Yi Zonghong asked Tian Kaishan to act as the driver and drove away from Hentang Mountain. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Wanfu Villa district in Jiangcheng. According to investigation, Tang Ruyan and her family are currently living in the Wanfu Villa district. "Wait for me here." Yi Zonghong got out of the car and walked into the villa area. As for Tian Kaishan, he was thrown out directly. He was not worried at all that Tian Kaishan would run away, because he knew that Tian Kaishan was an extremely ambitious person, and she would definitely not be willing to live like a rat, hiding from place to place. Now, Tang Ruyan and her family were sitting in the lobby of the villa. She looked to be in her 30s. Although she was well maintained, she did not have the luxury of a rich wife. On the contrary, it gives people a dignified and amiable feeling. Many years ago, she was abandoned by her husband Tan Changlin. Later, Tan Changlin asked her to remarry him, considering that the two children could not live without fatherly love, and Tan Changlin promised to treat her well. So she agreed. After remarrying, the two founded a company together. After a few years, it has developed into Shanda Group with assets exceeding 10 billion. Just a few days ago, someone invested 10 billion in their Shanda Group. However, before they had time to be happy, bad news suddenly came because the Qi family, a big family in Jiangcheng, learned about this. The Qi family is a well-known real estate tycoon in Jiangcheng, and Shanda Group also engages in real estate-related projects. Now that they have money, they will definitely expand, but the Qi family not only threatened them, not allowing them to touch the Qi family's cake, but also asked them to hand over the 10 billion, otherwise they would throw their entire family into the river to feed the fish. That's not all. Qi Zhantian, the young master of the Qi family, has set his sights on Tang Ruyan's daughter, Tan Xiaoya. He threatened that as long as Tan Xiaoya married him, the Qi family would give them away to survive. Otherwise, let Shanda Group go bankrupt. Qi Zhantian is a well-known playboy and a bastard. I will never agree to let Xiaoya marry a man like him. Tang Ruyan said. Snort, an old lady sitting in the upper seat snorted coldly. The young master of the Qi family has already given us an ultimatum. How can a woman like you decide whether to marry or not? Also, don't get it wrong, who is the boss of this family? Chapter 20. I will reunite your family soon. She is Tan Changlin's mother, Wu Xiuli. Grandma, I don't want to marry Qi Zhantian. Tan Xiaoya, who had twin ponytails and wore a Lolita skirt and had a pure and lovely face, said with disgust on her face. Wu Xiuli said angrily, "If you don't marry, should I? Or do you want your cousin to marry you?" Hearing this, another little girl curled her lips in dissatisfaction. She was Tan Simin, the daughter of Wu Shili's second son, Tan Changfeng. She wanted to marry into the Qi family, but they looked down on her. Unless Tan Xiaoye is married to him, no matter how many women are given to Qi Zhantian will not let them go. This young master is here. What do you and your family think about this? At this moment, a voice suddenly came in. See you again. A young man wearing a designer suit and waxed hair walked in with two bodyguards. He is Qi Zhantian. As soon as Tan Xiaoye saw him, she was so scared that she hid behind Tang Ruoyan. Mr. Qi, we can give you the 10 billion, and we won't compete with your Qi family for the business, but there is no way I can marry my daughter to you. I hope Mr. Qi will not force me. As the saying goes, a mother is strong. Even though she knew that the Qi family was not easy to mess with, Tang Ruoyan still insisted on her bottom line. If she had to sacrifice her daughter in exchange for a good life, would she still be a human being? When Qi Zhantian heard this, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. He has no shortage of women, but he had had enough of the second-hand goods and heavily made-up women out there, so a pure and lovely type like Tan Xiaoye immediately attracted him deeply, and there is nothing Qi Zhantian cannot get that he sets his eyes on. I gave you a chance, but it seems you don't intend to cherish it? Qi Zhantian said coldly. Mr. Qi, don't be angry, please don't be angry. Let me, an old woman, do some ideological work on them. Wu Shili was frightened and quickly stood up. Snort, Qi Zhantian snorted coldly and watched the show with his arms folded. It's a great honor for our family that young Master Qi is interested in Xiaoye and has agreed to let us go. Tang Ruoyan, don't do anything stupid. Get out of the way and let Xiaoye go with young Master Qi. Wu Shili scolded Tang Ruoyan. Tang Ruoyan just refused to give in. Result, bang. You dare not even listen to me. Are you trying to make trouble? Wu Shili slapped Tang Ruoyan in the face. Tang Ruoyan fought back tears and looked at Tan Changlin, who had remained silent from beginning to end. Tan Changlin, are you just going to watch your daughter being taken away like this? Tan Changlin opened his mouth, but no words came out. Coward. Tang Ruoyan's face was full of disappointment. At this time. Aunt, what qualifications do you have to blame uncle? It's obviously you who have been causing all the trouble. If Xiaoye marries him, can young Master Qi still treat her unfairly? If it were me, I would definitely marry him directly. As Tan Simin spoke, she did not forget to observe Qi Zhantian's attitude, but Qi Zhantian didn't even look at her. This time, she was even more jealous. The way he spoke became more and more unpleasant. Tan Xiaoye, stop pretending. How many women in Jiangcheng want to marry Master Qi? Why are you so aloof? I think you really don't want us to have an easy life. I didn't. Tan Xiaoye felt very aggrieved. Tan Simin, your words are too harsh. Don't think I don't know what you are planning. Aren't you just worried that Xiaoye won't get married and you won't be able to drive a luxury car and live in a villa in the future? As soon as these words came out, Tan Simin and others looked at Tan Xiaoye's brother, Tan Hongji, with anger on their faces. Obviously, it was right, their family had finally managed to live a rich life, so naturally they didn't want it to be ruined because of Tan Xiaoye alone. Besides, no matter how bad Qi Zhantian's reputation is, he is still the young master of the Qi family. Tan Xiaoye can sacrifice herself in exchange for a good life for all of them. What's wrong with that? At worst we can just move out of Jiangcheng and start over somewhere else, said Tan Hongji. Ah, you say it so easily. Now that I, Qi Zhantian, have targeted you, you still want to run away? Qi Zhantian laughed loudly. Young Master Qi, Wu Shili wanted to say something else, but Qi Zhantian slapped her to the ground. Get lost. I have no patience left. Tan Xiaoye, just follow me obediently. Said. We are going to catch Tan Xiaoye. Mr. Qi, please respect yourself. Tang Ruoyan and Tan Hongji both protected him. Have some respect for yourself, you two, pull them away from me. Qi Zhantian ordered the bodyguards. The bodyguard violently pulled the two men aside. The other members of the Tan family, including Tan Changlin, did not dare to move. Serve me well, not only will your family live a better life, but you will also suffer less. Qi Zhantian grabbed Tan Xiaoye's arm and reminded her. Ah, don't touch me. Tan Xiaoye hugged Qi Zhantian's arm and bit it. Hiss. You bitch, it's a blessing for your family to have you serve me, and you actually dare to bite me? Qi Zhantian felt the pain and immediately became furious. He raised his hand to hit Tan Xiaoye. Bang! There was a loud bang. No one could see what was happening, and Qi Zhantian suddenly flew out. The arm that he was about to raise to hit Tan Xiaoye was broken in the middle and was completely unrecognizable. Take a closer look. There was an extra person in front of Tan Xiaoye. He is Yi Zongheng. Yi Zongheng looked at the screaming Qi Zhantian with an icy gaze. You made my sister serve you, and you dared to lay hands on her? There is no place in the world for such a powerful person to exist. Tell me, how do you want to die? Tan Xiaoye was one of the two children that Tang Ruyan brought with her when she rescued him. It was Yi Zongheng, the person who depended on him during the darkest period of his life. No one can bully her. You are Brother Yi? Tan Xiaoye opened her mouth wide and looked at Yi Zongheng in disbelief, who suddenly appeared like a god. Tang Ruyan and Tan Hongji were also stunned. The rest of the Tan family was terrified. Wu Xiuli's face trembled as she said, You actually dared to attack young Master Qi. You're going to kill us. Kill. Except for Tan Xiaoye, I will kill all the others. The furious Qi Zhantian shouted at the bodyguard with red eyes. Boy, you are looking for death. Qi Zhantian's bodyguard also reacted at this time. Snort. Yi Zongheng stretched out both hands, and the two men who were about to attack felt a flash before their eyes, and their necks were twisted off of this scene. It scared everyone. No one expected that Yi Zongheng was so cruel that he would dare to kill someone. Throwing the bodies of the two bodyguards aside, Yi Zongheng walked towards Qi Zhantian again. Wu Xiuli was startled and quickly shouted, Boy, I don't care who you are, you can't kill Master Qi. Qi Zhantian also looked at Yi Zongheng with bloodshot eyes. Did you hear that? I am the young master of the Qi family in Jiangcheng. If you dare to kill me in Tan Xiaoye, they will all be buried with you. Oh, I will reunite your family soon. Yi Zongheng casually said to show that he understood, then he broke his neck with 1 foot. Qi Zhantian stared with his eyes wide open, and until his death, his expression was one of disbelief. He couldn't believe that Yi Zongheng actually dared to kill him. Wu Xiuli was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. It's over, Qi Zhantian died in our family, all of us are finished. Chapter 21, Visiting and Killing. This moment, Tan Changlin and others were also terribly frightened, trembling, and unable to utter a word. Yi Zongheng didn't care about this. And Tang, Xiaoye, Hongji, are you okay? Yi Zongheng walked up to Tang Ruyan and the others, his tone full of concern, completely different from his domineering and aggressive tone just now. After hearing his words, Tang Ruyan and the others came to their senses. Tang Ruyan covered her mouth, a little bit unbelieving. Xiaoyi, it's really you. 7 years, for 7 whole years, there was no news from Yi Zongheng. I never thought that we would meet again one day. It's me, I'm back, and Tang. Yi Zongheng nodded. Tang Ruyan couldn't hold back any longer. Tears welled up in her eyes. Although she only raised Yi Zongheng for a year, in her heart, Yi Zongheng was no different from her own child. Wow, thank you, Brother Yi. If it weren't for you, Xiaoye would have been ruined by that bastard Qi Zhantian. Tan Xiaoye threw herself into Yi Zongheng's arms and burst into tears. It's okay, Xiaoye, don't be afraid. Yi Zongheng stroked her hair with his hands and kept comforting her. He can feel it, the little girl's petite body was still shaking uncontrollably because she was still frightened. Qi family, you guys deserve to die. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past. If you kill Qi Zhantian, the Qi family will definitely not let us go. We must leave quickly before the Qi family finds out. This it was Tan Hongji who said that. Yi Zongheng sneered. Now it's not a question of whether they will let us go, but whether I will let them go. Wu Xiuli and the others were shocked by these words. Oh shit, where did this young man come from? Tang Ruyan sighed. Xiaoyi, you haven't been in Jiangcheng for long. You don't know how powerful the Qi family is. We can't afford to offend them. Hongji is right. We still have a chance to escape the city before the Qi family discovers Qi Zhantian's death. But at this moment, Wu Xiuli stood up from the ground with the help of a cane and said with a ferocious look, naive. The Qi family has been keeping an eye on us for a long time. As soon as we leave the city, they will immediately notice something is wrong. With their current strength, how long can we hide? Originally, if we had just given them the 10 billion and married Xiaoye to them, we would have been able to escape this disaster. But now, we have all been badly hurt by this ignorant brat. As soon as these words came out, Tang Ruyan and the others were suddenly shocked. Only then did they realize how naive their previous idea of escaping was. Tan Xiaoye subconsciously tightened her arms around Yi Zongheng. Brother Yi, Xiaoye is scared. What should we do? Are we going to die? It's okay, just wait for me to come back, nothing will happen. Yi Zongheng stretched out his hand, gently scratched the tip of her nose, and then left. This moment, Tan Xiaoye couldn't help but think of her childhood. At that time, they still lived in the old city, and she was often bullied by the children there. When Yi Zongheng found out, he would scratch the tip of her nose and tell her to wait at home obediently. Then it wouldn't be long before the kids who bullied her would be beaten black and blue by Yi Zongheng. Think of this. Tan Xiaoye's face suddenly turned pale, and she hurried out of the door to stop Yi Zongheng. But where is Yi Zongheng now? After leaving the villa area, Yi Zongheng called Lin Bancheng directly. Lin Bancheng answered the phone quickly. Master Yi, what can I do for you? Give me the position of the Qi family, quickly. Yi Zongheng said bluntly. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Come to the door and kill people. Although Lin Bancheng didn't know how the Qi family had provoked Yi Zongheng's intention to take action against the Qi family was exactly what he wanted. But did Yi Zongheng mean to go alone? Mr. Yi, why don't we notify the Chun family and ask them to send strong men to take action again? Lin Bancheng suggested. No need. I'll give you 1 minute. Yi Zongheng didn't give Lin Bancheng a chance to continue speaking and hung up directly. Less than a minute, Lin Bancheng sent a message about his location. Yi Zongheng handed the phone to Tian Kaishan. Follow this location and drive. Although he is not a person who kills innocent people, he is not a soft-hearted person with blood on his hands, otherwise he would not be able to sit in this position. Therefore, from the moment he killed Qi Zhantian, he was ready to wipe out the entire family and would not give the Qi family any chance to harm anyone important to him. The other side, Lin Bancheng put down his phone and frowned deeply. What's wrong, father? Lin Bancheng knew that he had received a call from Yi Zongheng, so he immediately asked curiously. Young Master Yi went to the Qi family alone to kill them. What? The people from the Lin family present were all horrified. Didn't we say that if the Qi family causes trouble for us again, we should notify the Chen family? Why did he go and kill them alone? Lin Ruoshui asked in confusion. Lin Bancheng said, he probably went to the Qi family not because of us, but because the Qi family somehow angered him. But that's not important. What's important is that the Qi family doesn't know who he is. He's so reckless. Although he's also a warrior, the Qi family has a great martial artist. How could he possibly be a match for a great martial artist alone? Everyone in the Lin family felt that Yi Zongheng was too young and acted too rashly. The reason why they curry favor with Yi Zongheng. It's not because of how powerful Yi Zongheng is, but because Yi Zongheng can make the Chen family take action. Although his death at the hands of the Qi family would infuriate the Chen family and lead to their immediate destruction, which would be more beneficial to us, he could clearly use his status to trample on us and not help the Lin family. But not only did he not do so, he also agreed to my Lin family's request without hesitation. Just for this reason, we will not let him get into trouble. As Lin Bancheng spoke, he quickly notified the Chen family and told them about the matter. The Chen family's answer was simple enough, just 5 words, I understand, it's okay. This time Lin Bancheng and the others finally felt relieved. Since the Chen family said so, it means they will take action. Let's go, prepare the car and go to Qi's house. Lin Bancheng ordered. 20 minutes later. Yi Zongheng arrived at the Qi family's manor and shouted, everyone from the Qi family, get out here. A cold sigh, soaring into the sky. In less than a moment, dozens of ferocious-looking men holding gleaming machetes rushed out of the manor. As a large family that has continued for generations in Jiangcheng, the Qi family is involved not only in the business world, but has also been working in both the black and white worlds for decades, and these people are the swordsmen trained by the Qi family. They are all desperate criminals who carry human lives on their shoulders and specialize in doing dirty things for the Qi family. Over the years, I don't know how many obstacles they have secretly cleared for the Qi family. Now there are still people who dare to come to the Qi family and act so presumptuously. It's really the sun rising from the west. A group of people, they all looked at Yi Zongheng jokingly. The Qi family is so big, but there is no one in charge. Why are there so many minions? Yi Zongheng said calmly without changing his expression. This directly angered these people. Dare to come to the Qi family to cause trouble? Chop them up and feed them to the dogs. The burly man in the lead waved his hand, and dozens of people laughed strangely and rushed towards Yi Zongheng with knives in hand. Kill for them, it's just a daily routine. Many prominent figures in Jiangqing died at their hands, not to mention an unknown young man like Yi Zongheng who dreamed of trying to shake a big tree with his own strength. You can't blame me for this. A murderous look flashed in Yi Zongheng's eyes. Next second, act decisively. Before these swordsmen could even see how Yi Zongheng attacked, many of them were blown away. Damn, he's a martial artist, a bit tricky. A martial artist, Yi Zongheng spread his arms, his figure flashed, like a tiger among a flock of sheep. In an instant, bones exploded and blood mist filled the sky. 10 steps are taken. Behind him was a field of corpses. The sturdy man who was in the lead and did not take action was also used to bloody scenes. When he saw Yi Zongheng coming in front of him, he raised his knife and chopped at Yi Zongheng's head. Damn it, die. Yi Zongheng put his hands behind his back, like an old monk in meditation. The burly man thought his sneak attack was successful. Just as he raised the corner of his mouth, he felt his arm shake, and the machete in his hand stopped in front of Yi Zongheng's face. It was as if he had hit an invisible wall of air, making it impossible to move forward even a little bit. Have you made enough noise? Yi Zongheng asked calmly. The strong man broke out in sweat instantly. What the hell? A life-threatening scene, in your mouth, becomes something funny? You, who are you? Yi Zongheng did not answer. He grabbed the knife and simply cut off his head, then walked towards the Qi family manor with it. Chapter 22 Great Martial Master, Fan Jian. Now, the inner hall of the Qi family. All the people in the Qi family gathered here because of Yi Zongheng's previous shout. Of course, this doesn't mean that they are nervous because someone is causing trouble, but they want to see who dares to cause trouble at the Qi family. The reason they didn't go out was because they believed that it wouldn't be long before the swordsmen guarding the perimeter of the manor would bring in the heads of the troublemakers to claim credit. It's been a while, why hasn't Zhang Hu been dealt with yet? A middle-aged man said impatiently. His name is Qi Qinghu. He is Qi Zhantian's second uncle. Just as he finished speaking, a bloody head suddenly flew in from outside. Oh, just as I said. Qi Qinghu smiled as expected, but the next second his smile froze instantly. Why the hell is this the head of Zhang Hu, the leader of the Qi family's knifemen? Qi Qinghu's face was filled with astonishment, and then endless anger surged in his heart. With the strength that his Qi family possesses today, there are still people who dare to kill their people. He wants to see who is so bold. Just at this moment, Yi Zongheng walked in. Qi Qinghu took 2 steps at a time and quickly stepped forward, cursing angrily. It's you bastard. However, the words haven't been finished. Yi Zongheng grabbed his neck and asked, Qi Zhantian, who are you? Listen carefully, my name is Qi Qinghu, and I'm Qi Zhantian's second uncle. Let me go immediately, otherwise, I killed him. Qi Qinghu's next words suddenly got stuck in his throat. The scene was in an uproar at this moment, and some people had already started contacting Qi Zhantian to confirm the authenticity of this statement. I can't get in touch with him, and the bodyguard has also lost contact. Qi Qinghu was completely furious, baring his teeth and claws as he roared at Yi Zongheng. How dare you bastard, kill my nephew? You can let him go, too. Contract your 5 fingers. Click. Qi Qinghu's neck was crushed directly. Shenghu! You bastard, I don't care who you are, I will tear you into pieces, including everyone related to you, not a single one will be spared. It was not until Qi Qinghu's body fell to the ground that everyone in the Qi family completely accepted the fact, that is, the person in front of him not only killed the young master of their Qi family and now, they also killed the Qi family. What happened? At this moment, 2 old men rushed into the inner hall from outside almost one after another. He is a warrior of the Qi family. One is a warrior and the other is a martial artist. Seeing them, Qi Zhantian's father Qi Chenglong pointed at Yi Zongheng and said, It has always been the Qi family that kills others. No one has ever dared to kill anyone from our Qi family. Smash this bastard's limbs into pieces. I want to make his life worse than death, to pay tribute to my son's spirit in heaven. Hear the sound. The 2 of them ran like thunder with the wind under their feet. Wherever he stepped, even the floor was broken into pieces, which shows how powerful he was. In the eyes of the Qi family, Yi Zongheng has become a useless person. Bang! Yi Zongheng slapped out 2 palms at lightning speed, and the 2 men flew backwards at the same speed as they came at him. When the Qi family looked over again, the 2 old men were bleeding from all 7 orifices and were deader than dead. What? How is this possible? The Qi family members, who had been calm and composed before, were now shocked and looked at Yi Zongheng in disbelief. That warrior is fine, but even the martial artist was slapped to death. Doesn't that mean that this young man in front of him, who is only in his 20s, is very likely to be a powerful martial artist? Doesn't your chief family have a great martial artist who has returned from abroad? Call him out, and I will send you off together. Yi Zongheng said calmly. At this time, Qi Changlong suddenly thought of something. Were you invited by the Lin family? There is no way that Jiangcheng can have a great martial master, a powerful person who was only one step away from becoming a martial arts master. Even in Tongzhou, a great martial master is a top-notch person. He then guessed that Yi Zongheng was hired by the Lin family to deal with their chief family. After all, in Jiangcheng, only the Lin family, the mortal enemy, could possibly hire such a person. No matter who invited you, if you dare to touch the people I am protecting, you will die. At this moment, an old man exuding a strong bloody aura suddenly appeared at the scene. Qi Changlong and the rest of the Qi family hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Uncle Fan. This person was none other than the old friend of their Qi family's grandfather, Fan Jian, a genuine martial artist. If it were before, Fan Jian's appearance might have given the Qi family more confidence, but now they are not so sure. Brother Fan, don't be anxious. This kid might also be a great martial artist. Such a young great martial artist must have a strong background. Qi Yuankai expressed his concerns. However, Fan Jian disagreed and said with a haughty look, no matter how powerful your background is, can it be greater than the Changsheng Palace behind me? Qi Yuankai's old face was shocked. Brother Fan, are you from the Hall of Eternal Life? Good. Fan Jian really enjoyed the feeling of being admired. Moreover, he had indeed been in the dark world of the West for many years, and the strong bloodiness in his body was enough to prove that he had crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. Yi Zongheng frowned slightly. Someone from the Hall of Eternal Life? He once issued a ban that no matter whether they were formal members of the Changsheng Palace or people from Daxia under affiliated forces, after returning to Daxia, they were not allowed to bully others by taking advantage of their power, let alone become accomplices of the evil. If Fan Jian is really a member of the Hall of Eternal Life, then he doesn't take the words of the Hall Master to heart. It was obvious that Yi Zongheng was frowning, and Qi Changlong thought he was scared. After all, that was the Hall of Eternal Life, the world's most powerful organization, a behemoth capable of rivaling even the largest nations. Any family or faction would pale in comparison. Ha ha, aren't you crazy, you bastard? Are you scared now? Now, kneel down and kowtow to apologize immediately, otherwise, not only you, but also the family behind you will be implicated. Qi Changlong felt extremely proud and shouted at Yi Zongheng. Call out. Yi Zongheng didn't even look at him. He flicked his finger and a golden light flew towards Fan Jian. Since you are from the Hall of Eternal Life, you should know this. Fan Jian took it. This is a purple gold card. The front has a scepter pattern, and the back has a palace hidden in the abyss, but its outline can be seen. Fan Jian's pupils suddenly widened larger than a cow's eyes, and he even held his breath. Although he is not an official member of the Changsheng Palace, he has been involved in the affiliated forces of the Changsheng Palace. This is a king card issued by the Mandala Group specifically for the master of the Changsheng Palace. In other words, this card is only possessed by the Lord of the Hall of Eternal Life. As soon as he thought of this, Fan Jian's whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, but the people of the Qi family did not realize this, especially Qi Changlong. When he saw Yi Zongheng giving Fan Jian a card, he thought that he was going to bring someone out to beg for mercy. Facing the Hall of Eternal Life, you still dream that someone can protect you. Don't humiliate yourself here. Qi Changlong laughed contemptuously. The other members of the Qi family also looked at Yi Zongheng with disdain. The name of the Hall of Eternal Life is so intimidating that they can ensure that no one is willing to take even the slightest risk to offend a force like the Hall of Eternal Life. But just when they were full of confidence, Fan Jian knelt down towards Yi Zongheng with a bang. Chapter 23. Taking the credit in sight, there was dead silence. Qi Changlong and the Qi family were a little dumbfounded. Uncle Fan, what are you doing? I've been wandering around overseas for decades, desperately trying to get into the Hall of Eternal Life and meet those figures who left behind countless legends. But in the end, I only joined a subsidiary faction of His Highness Changsheng. I didn't expect that after returning to Daxia, I would unexpectedly meet you, the king of the palace. Fan Jian knelt on the ground, his face ashen, then he even knelt down with his head to the ground and bowed to Yi Zongheng. I am Fan Jian, a member of the Changsheng Palace's affiliated forces, and I pay my respects to the palace master. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Qi Changlong and others were all stunned, their limbs stiff. Fan Jian actually called Yi Zongheng the palace master? This. Qi Chenglong staggered and took several steps back, his tongue tied. The other members of the Qi family were also frightened and their faces turned pale. It was ridiculous that they thought that Fan Jian was from the Hall of Eternal Life and could suppress Yi Zongheng, but they didn't expect that the guy in front of them, who was only in his early 20s, was the founder of the Hall of Eternal Life. How did the Qi family end up offending such a powerful figure? It's over, the Qi family is completely finished. Do you know what to do? Yi Zongheng stood in the center of the inner hall. His voice was not loud, but it contained great power. Fan Jian stood up and first broke Qi Yuankai's neck nearby, then his figure flashed and he came directly in front of Qi Chenglong. Uncle Fan, you go first, I'll be there in a moment. The strongest of the people in the Qi family was only at the martial artist level. They were like chicks in Fan Jian's hands. In a short while, the entire inner hall was dyed red with blood. After killing all the people from the Qi family, Fan Jian didn't even hesitate and knelt in front of Yi Zongheng and committed suicide. Even if he didn't commit suicide, Yi Zongheng would not let him go because he helped the Qi family kill people and make profits, so he decided to be decisive. At the same time, Lin Bancheng and the others also arrived at the Qi family manor. When they saw the body of the knife man lying outside, they knew that Yi Zongheng had already reached the Qi family. However, the Qi family had a great martial artist, and Yi Zongheng was definitely no match for them. So when the time comes, Yi Zongheng will definitely be grateful for the call his Lin family made to the Chen family. Because of this phone call, it might save Yi Zongheng's life at a critical moment. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoshua, who had suffered a defeat at the hands of Yi Zongheng yesterday, felt a little proud. Everyone from the Qi family, listen carefully to this young lady. The medical immortal is the great benefactor of the Tongzhou Chen family. If you dare to hurt him, be prepared to face the wrath of the Tongzhou Chen family. As soon as she entered the manor, Lin Ruoshua started yelling loudly, but when she walked into the inner hall, she saw that Yi Zongheng was the only living person, and the ground was full of corpses. She was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? It's impossible for the people from the Chen family in Tongzhou to rush to Jiangqing so quickly to help Yi Zongheng kill people, right? Mr. Yi, did you do this? Lin Banqing's old face kept shaking with excitement, shock, and more importantly, his scalp was tingling. Yi Zongheng nodded and said, "You've come at the right time. Let's check and see if there are any members of the Qi family who have escaped the net." Lin Ruoshua took a sharp breath. One person killed the entire Qi family, even the great martial artist was not spared. No wonder Yi Zongheng dared to kill the Qi family alone. It turned out that he was not reckless at all, but was absolutely confident in his own strength. At this moment, Lin Ruoshua looked at Yi Zongheng with even deeper fear. Lin Bancheng checked and said, "Except Qi Zhantian, everyone in the Qi family and the powerful people they worship are all here. Qi Zhantian had been killed by me before he came." Yi Zongheng said. Lin Bancheng's pupils shrank, and he guessed at this time that it was probably Qi Zhantian, the arrogant and domineering guy, who first provoked Yi Zongheng, which led to the extermination of the Qi family. He was just curious, how did Qi Zhantian offend Yi Zongheng? "Mr. Yi, I don't know how Qi Zhantian offended you. Was it because of something or because of someone?" If it was because of someone, Lin Bancheng would have to remember it firmly. Yi Zongheng could see through his thoughts and reminded him, "Tang Ruyan from Shanda Group is my savior and my family member. After Qi Zhantian tried to defile his daughter and I stopped him, he threatened to kill them all, including me. What do you think? Should the Qi family be destroyed?" Lin Bancheng's forehead was covered with sweat, and he also heard the hidden meaning of Yi Zongheng's words. "Don't worry, I will pass on the instructions. From now on, Shanda Group will be an ally of my Lin family." At this time, Lin Ruoshua couldn't help but say, "Humph, the Qi family really deserves it. Not only did they force our Lin family to give up half of the market, they also forced Shanda Group to give them 10 billion in investment funds. Qi Zhantian is even more lustful and wants the daughter of Shanda Group, your benefactor's daughter, to marry him, or he will bankrupt Shanda Group. But they never imagined that behind Shanda Group, there is a big shot like you, Mr. Yi, backing it up." Upon hearing this, Yi Zongheng frowned. "From what you're saying, the Qi family is targeting Shanda Group because of the 10 billion investment?" Lin Ruoshua nodded. This time. Yi Zongheng finally understood the whole story. Unexpectedly, his kind act almost harmed Tang Ruyan and the others. "Mr. Yi, I have an unwelcome request." At this time, Lin Bancheng said a little embarrassedly. "Speak. Can the Lin family take responsibility for the destruction of the Qi family?" Yi Zongheng smiled. Lin Banchang was quite smart. Although the Qi family was destroyed by him, other family forces in Jiangcheng did not know about it. If the Lin family takes on this matter, they will be able to better deter other families and forces and consolidate their own position. Okay. Yi Zhongheng nodded and agreed directly. Lin Banchang didn't expect Yi Zhongheng to agree so readily, and he bowed quickly. Thank you, Master Yi, for your help. Don't thank me, thank your own choice. Yi Zhongheng left directly behind. Lin Banchang reacted belatedly and broke out in a cold sweat. Grandpa, what's wrong? Lin Ruoshua was puzzled. Lin Banchang wiped the sweat from his palms. If we hadn't informed the Chen family today and hadn't chosen to come here, but had the intention of using the Chen family's knife to eliminate the Qi family, then, I'm afraid that the relationship between us and Mr. Yi, which was not very close to begin with, is completely over. Lin Banchang was very glad that he made the right choice, and he became more determined to hold on to Yi Zhongheng. After leaving the Qi family manor. Yi Zhongheng directly called Yi Tianzi and said, "Find a few capable and absolutely loyal people to come to Daxia and protect my relatives." What happened today made him feel a little scared. So what he would never allow such an incident to happen to Tang Ruyan and others again. "Oh, my respected palace master, what do you think of me? With my strength, as long as the old monsters of Daxia don't take action, I'm more than enough to protect your family. Besides, I'm absolutely loyal to you. Will you let me go?" Chapter 24. No one dares to bully you anymore. Yi Zhongheng laughed twice. "I think you are itching for trouble." "Oh, my respected Lord Palace Master, your decisive refusal will hurt my young heart. If you don't change your lame tone, I'll have the old monster under the ice beat your mouth into a pulp." Yi Tianzi is good at everything, but even though Yi Zhongheng had heard this way of speaking for so many years, he still wasn't used to it. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianzi protested, "You can't do this. I'm the emperor of the underworld after all. How can I go out and see people with such a big mouth? Stop talking nonsense." Yi Zhongheng obviously didn't want to continue talking nonsense with him. "Give me a few days. After all, this concerns the safety of your family. I can't be careless in choosing the right person. Can?" Yi Zhongheng nodded and hung up the phone. As for why Yi Tianzi was not allowed to come to Daxia in person, there was a reason. This guy's identity was too eye-catching. Tian from the Western Dark World, not long ago, brought people to chop off the head of the 5-star Marshal of Asia. Once a person like him enters Daxia, it will cause a sensation. At that time, not to mention protecting Tang Ruyan and the others, it might even affect their normal lives. To get in the car. Yi Zhongheng asked Tian Kaishan to return to Wanfu Villa district. By the way, after Yi Zhongheng left the Tan family villa, Tan Xiaoya guessed that Yi Zhongheng was most likely going to ask the Qi family for help. "What should we do? Brother Yi must have gone to find the Qi family. We can't just watch him get into danger." The little girl grabbed Tang Ruyan's arm tightly, almost crying in anxiety. "Xiao Yi got into such a big trouble because of us. We can't just watch him get into danger. Let's go to the Qi family." Tang Ruyan decided. Although Tan Hongji didn't say a word, his determined eyes said it all. Although Yi Zhongheng had no relatives or friends with them and had not been in contact for many years, the feeling of sharing weal and woe and relying on each other would not fade no matter how many years passed. Absolutely stupid. If you go to the Qi family now, you will only die in vain. And what makes you sure that the boy you adopted back then went to the Qi family? I think he just knew he got into trouble and ran away. However, Tan Changlin and Tan Changfeng stopped the three people. "Brother Yi won't run away." Tan Xiaoya knew Yi Zhongheng's character too well. Tan Simin looked at Tan Xiaoya like a fool, naive. "He dared to stand up for you before, that's because he didn't know Qi Zhantian's identity." By the time he knew Qi Zhantian's identity, he had already offended Qi Zhantian to death. He simply killed him once and for all, and then ran away. You're the only one who's so foolish as to think that he's going to the Qi family to help you out. Don't you think about the fact that he's a kid about the same age as us? Would he have the guts to do that? At this time, Tan Simin and the others also knew that Yi Zhongheng was the child adopted by Tang Ruyan for a period of time 8 years ago. After all, Tang Ruyan and the others had mentioned Yi Zhongheng more than once. I even secretly paid someone to find him. Of course, they don't care about these at all now. They only care about how to deal with the anger of the Qi family now that Qi Zhantian is dead. After half an hour, they finally recovered. Tan Simin directly suggested, "Grandma, why don't we take the initiative to contact the Qi family? After all, we didn't kill the person. She already hated Yi Zongheng to death in her heart. If Yi Zongheng had not killed Qi Zhantian, they would not have been in danger of being wiped out by the Qi family. Wu Shioli also wanted to eat Yi Zongheng alive. She thought that as long as she married Tan Xiaoye to him, even if the 10 billion investment was lost, it would not be a loss. After all, by relying on the Qi family, her life in Jiangcheng will only be more comfortable. But now, things have come to a point where they cannot be resolved. She had thought about contacting the Qi family to explain the truth. But what if the Qi family was furious and sent people to kill them all to vent their anger? Grandma, don't hesitate. That guy must have escaped. Let's tell the Qi family the truth, and then hand Xiaoye and the others over to them. We can use them to force that guy out. By then, after the Qi family kills the culprit, maybe they will let us go? These words, Tang Ruoyan and the others' faces turned pale. Based on their understanding of Yi Zongheng, they didn't believe that Yi Zongheng would run away, but after careful consideration, they realized that even if they went to find him, they would not be able to help. But now, Tan Ximin suggested handing them over to the Qi family? Tan Ximin, stop talking nonsense here. My brother Yi is not the kind of person you think. Maybe the Qi family has been beaten to a pulp by him now. Tan Xiaoye said this out of anger, but it also made Tan Ximin laugh out loud. My cousin, you are really naive and cute. Do you believe what I said when I said that the Qi family was beaten to a pulp? Wu Shioli and the others also found it funny. Ever since the Qi family had a great martial artist backing them up, even the Lin family, the richest family in Jiangcheng, had to swallow their anger in front of the Qi family warrior. Moreover, he is a martial artist of a high level, a grand martial master, who is simply not someone that ordinary people like them can contend with. Not to mention that Yi Zongheng didn't dare to go to the Qi family. Even if he really had the courage, he would only go there to die, and beat the Qi family to a pulp. It would be the funniest joke in the world. Wu Shioli has made up her mind and started to contact the Qi family, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get through. Did something happen to the Qi family? Although Wu Shioli was a little bit unbelievable, it was really unreasonable that the Qi family, which had a great martial artist in charge, had lost contact with all the members. Tan Ximin and the others also became visibly nervous. No way? But at this moment, Yi Zongheng, who had left and returned, walked in again. Seeing him, Wu Shioli and the others were shocked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They asked in shock, "Why are you back again?" "After destroying the Qi family, I will naturally come back." Yi Zongheng replied. Boom, one sentence. It was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Wu Shioli and the others stunned. Although it was unbelievable, the Qi family could not be contacted as a whole, but Yi Zongheng was fine. Doesn't this mean that this guy is very likely to wipe out the Qi family in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, Wu Shioli, Tan Ximin and others felt a little dizzy. Xiao Yi. Brother Yi. Are you okay? Tang Ruoyan and the others also ran over to show their concern. Tan Xiaoye was surprised and asked, "Brother Yi, did you really destroy the Qi family?" "Of course. From now on, no one will dare to bully you." Yi Zongheng nodded. Chapter 25. Telling the truth. Wow, little stars were shining in Tan Xiaoye's crescent-shaped eyes. Tan Ximin, didn't you say that Brother Yi ran away? What do you say now? Tan Xiaoye showed her little fangs, ready to get back at him. Tan Ximin didn't even dare to look at Yi Zongheng, shrinking her neck and saying, I'm sorry, it's my fault." Oh shit, with the support of a big brother who can destroy the Qi family, who would dare to bully Tan Xiaoye and the others in the future. At this moment, Tan Changlin's phone rang. He picked it up and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Tan. The Qi family has been wiped out. Isn't this great news? Speaking of which, this king of Jiangcheng is truly worthy of being the king of Jiangcheng. Not long ago, he was being suppressed and beaten by the Qi family, and just a few days later, he asked some bigwigs to take action and directly wiped out the Qi family." What? Tan Changlin's expression changed. Who do you think destroyed the Qi family? The Lin family. I see. Tan Changlin hung up the phone with a gloomy expression, and then questioned Yi Zongheng. It was clearly the Lin family who hired a big shot to destroy the Qi family, and yet you claim that you destroyed them? You're really asking for trouble. Was it the Lin family that was destroyed? That was the honor he brought to the Lin family. Yi Zongheng shrugged his shoulders. For a small character like him, any explanation seemed unnecessary. When Tan Ximin heard this, she exploded. Just as she was about to say something, Wu Shioli said directly, "Let's go." The Qi family has been destroyed, and our Shanda group must quickly compete for the market. Now, she had no intention of arguing with a guy like Yi Zonghong who talked nonsense all the time. The most important thing was to get her business done. Tan Changlin and the others hurried to follow. After they left, Tan Xiaoye then said gloomily, "Brother Yi, what's going on?" Tang Ruyan and Tan Hongji also looked at him with doubt. No way, is Yi Zonghong really lying to them? Although they believed in Yi Zonghong's character, people would change. In addition, they heard clearly from Tan Changlin's phone call that the Qi family was destroyed by a big shot hired by the Lin family. It has nothing to do with Yi Zonghong, but he said that he was the one who destroyed the Qi family. Isn't this just nonsense and arrogance? In fact, even if the Qi family was not destroyed by Yi Zonghong, they would not look down on Yi Zonghong. However, Yi Zonghong did not hesitate to deceive them in order to elevate his own position. Thinking of this, they felt a little disappointed. Wanfu Villa District, come over. Yi Zonghong called Lin Bancheng directly. He was too lazy to explain to Tan Changlin, but he didn't want Tan Xiaoye and the others to think that he had become a liar. Letting Lin Bancheng come directly would undoubtedly be the most convincing approach. Xiao Yi, who are you calling? Tang Ruyan asked in confusion. Lin Bancheng. The three of them were confused by Yi Zonghong's answer. Lin Bancheng was the king of Jiangcheng and the former head of the Lin family. That was a big shot they couldn't even get in touch with on a normal day, so how could he summon the king of Jiangcheng over with just a phone call? However, less than 20 minutes, Lin Bancheng came. When they saw him, Tang Ruyan and the other two were stunned. The dignified king of Jiangcheng was actually called over by Yi Zonghong with a phone call? Mr. Yi, please give your orders. After what happened with the Qi family, Lin Bancheng became more respectful towards Yi Zonghong. Boom, seeing this scene, Tang Ruyan and the other two were even more incredulous. They were shocked beyond words at this moment and didn't know how to describe their current mood. Yi Zonghong nodded and said, "Explain to Aunt Tang and the others what happened to the Qi family." Then Lin Bancheng then explained the whole story. In other words, Xiaoye destroyed the Qi family for us, but your Lin family took over the task of destroying the Qi family in order to further expand the family's deterrent power? Lin Bancheng nodded and said to Tang Ruyan, "That's right. Mr. Yi has done our Lin family a great service, so from now on, Shanda Group and our Lin family will be allies. We will not take any of the market left by the Qi family. All of it will belong to Shanda Group." Get affirmation. Tang Ruyan and the other two then realized that they had completely misunderstood Yi Zonghong, and they couldn't help feeling ashamed. "I won't bother Mr. Yi anymore." Lin Bancheng left. Tan Hongji looked at Yi Zonghong and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, Brother Yi, I misunderstood you just now." Yi Zonghong patted his shoulder and said, "There's no need to talk about this between us." Now, Tan Xiaoye, who felt that today's experience was somewhat unreal, propped up her cheeks and asked like a curious baby, "Brother Yi, where have you been all these years? Also, how did you become so powerful? Even Lin Bancheng respects you so much. He's the king of Jiangcheng." Seeing the little girl's curious eyes, Yi Zonghong couldn't bear it, so he explained, "After I left Jiangcheng, I went abroad and only came back recently. I cured the old man of the Chen family in Tongzhou. Lin Bancheng was there at the time, so he respected me, largely because of the Chen family. If it were someone else, Yi Zonghong would not bother to say so much. After all, his strength and status determine that he cannot act according to anyone's mood, and he does not need to care about anyone's opinion. So that's how it is." The little girl's crescent-shaped eyes kept blinking, and the admiration on her face became obviously stronger. "When I was a child, she likes Yi Zonghong the most. Today, Yi Zonghong rescued her from Qi Zhantian's clutches and helped her destroy the Qi family. I like it more now. It's good that you're back. Our family can live together again." Tang Ruyan was very happy. She really treated Yi Zonghong as her own child, and it was not just talk. "Yes, Brother Yi, you are not allowed to run away again. Xiaoye wants to live with Brother Yi for the rest of her life." The little girl suddenly threw Yi Zonghong onto the sofa. The unique fragrance of her body suddenly hit me in the face. While Yi Zonghong could still feel the softness on his chest, this time, not only Yi Zonghong was confused, even Tang Ruyan and Tan Hongji were stunned. "Xiaoye, get up quickly. You are not a child anymore. I'm only 19 years old." Tan Xiaoye got up from Yi Zonghong reluctantly. When Tang Ruyan went to cook, Tan Hongji didn't notice, and she sneaked up to Yi Zonghong again. "Brother Yi, you smell so good." Yi Zonghong, He had just killed someone and his body was full of blood. This girl, I'm afraid he has some special hobbies. Yi Zongheng felt a little overwhelmed. The little girl liked to stick to him back then, but he didn't expect that after so many years, she was still like this. The key issue was that they were no longer children. No matter how close you are, you have to know your limits. Noon, Tang Ruyan cooked a large table of dishes. Xiaoyi, I specially made some dishes that you loved when you were a child. Come and try them to see if they suit your taste. Yi Zongheng didn't hesitate and took a bite. That moment. Yi Zongheng seemed to have returned to 8 years ago. At that time, there were no magnificent villas. He, Tang Ruyan and the other two were squeezed into a shabby bungalow, and they felt happy when they could eat a piece of meat. Unconsciously, his eyes were wet. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, they didn't seem unfamiliar at all. Instead, they had endless things to talk about and chatted a lot. For example, Tan Xiaoya is currently studying at Jiangcheng High School and is about to go to college, while Tan Hongji joined Shanda Group as a project manager after the group started to prosper. As for Tang Ruyan, she has been a housewife in recent years. However, Tan Chenglin's mother, Wu Sholi, has always held the power of the group, and even his second son is a senior executive of the group. This Yi Zongheng was a little surprised. According to his understanding, Shanda Group was co-founded by Tang Ruyan and Tan Changlin, and the reason why it was able to develop so rapidly was that Tang Ruyan had been providing funds to Tan Changlin for financing. How come Tan Hongji, the prince of the group, is even worse off than someone who has nothing to do with the group? Chapter 26. The miserable Tian Sichuan. At this time, Tan Xiaoye explained, Grandma has always been partial to my second uncle's family. She doesn't like my mother, and she dislikes me and my brother even more. She thinks we are wild children who came back from outside. Qi Zhantian threatened to bankrupt Shanda Group if I didn't marry him. She knew Qi Zhantian was a jerk, but she still insisted on marrying me. My mother tried to stop me, and I got beaten by her. They are just worried that I won't get married and that they will have a hard time. That's why they don't care about my feelings at all. I don't like them at all. Tang Ruyan gave her a reproachful look and said, Why are you talking to Xiaoya about this? Let's eat. Tan Xiaoya stuck out her tongue. Really? Yi Zongheng's face was frighteningly cold at this moment. When he came here earlier, he only saw Qi Zhantian attacking Tan Xiaoya. He didn't expect that there were so many things he didn't know about. Shanda Group has nothing to do with Wu Sholi and her second son, but now the group has not only become her one-man show, but she is also suppressing its owner Tang Ruyan openly and covertly. Who gave her the courage? What about Tan Changlin? Didn't he do anything about this? Yi Zongheng asked. Tang Ruyan obviously didn't want to discuss this topic in depth. Your Uncle Tan has his own difficulties, and we're all family. It doesn't matter who's in charge of the group. For so many years, we have been treated well in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Don't listen to this girl's nonsense. How could we have suffered so much injustice? Tang Ruyan naturally had to say something positive. She knew Yi Zongheng too well. Yi Zongheng had a bad impression of Tan Changlin to begin with, and she didn't want things to get too awkward between them. Result, Tan Xiaoye retorted, My dad is just foolishly filial. He thinks Grandma is the elder, so whatever she does is right, and he doesn't dare to resist. But no matter how difficult the situation is, no matter how filial you are, you can't just watch your daughter being humiliated and your wife being beaten, right? Yi Zongheng already had a bad impression of Tan Changlin because he had abandoned Tang Ruyan and the others. Now I am completely disappointed. He can't protect you, so I will. Shanda Group is yours, so you can't let others control it. I will make them give up Shanda Group. From now on, they are not allowed to use even a penny of Shanda Group's money. Also, I don't care if she's an elder or not. If she dares to hit you, I'll make her pay the price. Yi Zongheng said in a cold tone. Hearing this, an imperceptible strange look flashed across Tan Xiaoye's eyes, and even Tan Hongji, who had remained silent, raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It feels so good to have someone supporting you. Xiao Yi, don't. Tang Ruyan said hurriedly in fear. He knew that since Yi Zongheng could say it, he could do it. Aunt Tang, what are you worried about? Yi Zongheng couldn't help but frown. Well, Tang Ruyan sighed, you're still young. You don't understand that as women, we shouldn't be too assertive. If you do that, and word gets out, people will say I, Tang Ruyan, am unfilial. Although your Uncle Tan is a bit cowardly, he is the pillar of this family after all. He has elderly parents and young children to take care of. He definitely has more than just us to consider. Besides, now that we have you, they won't dare bully us anymore. We're all family, there's no need to be so ruthless. Yi Zonghong wanted to say something else. Result Tang Ruiyan stopped him directly. Okay, I'll go clean up. Yi Zonghong sighed helplessly. She was always like this, always considering others first in everything. Aunt Tang, sometimes you're too kind, and you're the one who suffers. Tang Ruiyan smiled without even turning her head. If I, Aunt Tang, understood all the great principles you're talking about, how could a little brat like you have the chance to sit here and teach me? Yi Zonghong was stunned up. That's right, Tang Ruiyan is such a person, otherwise, how could she have saved him, a useless person who could not create any value, at the most difficult time 8 years ago? What he needs to do now is not to change Tang Ruiyan, but to protect such a kind Tang Ruiyan. A thought of open-mindedness. Why Yi Zonghong no longer insisted. After lunch, Tan Hongji said hello to Yi Zonghong and went to the group. The three of them sat on the sofa, watching TV and chatted a lot. Most of the questions were from Tang Ruiyan and Tan Xiaoye about Yi Zonghong's experiences over the years. Yi Zonghong did not tell them that he had created the world's most powerful force in the past few years. He also didn't tell them that he was the one who had people invest the 10 billion yuan in Shanda Group. In that case, this relationship that is extremely precious to him may deteriorate due to the huge disparity in their status, which is not what he wants to see. Tell a story. Runtu, it's been a long time since we went to the watermelon field to hunt wild dogs. It's not the season now, sir. When the status gap is too big, the person who called you brother when you were a child will now be called master. Yi Zonghong didn't want Tang Ruiyan and the others to be unable to move freely in front of him after knowing his identity. He just told them that although he had not achieved much during his years abroad, he had learned some medical skills. After returning, he cured Mr. Chen by chance, chatting. It's getting dark. After dinner, Tan Changlin and the others haven't returned yet. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Zonghong refused Tang Ruiyan's invitation to stay, left his contact information and said goodbye. Tan Xiaoye was a little unhappy when she heard that Yi Zonghong was leaving. When will you come to see me again? I'll come to see you when I'm free, Yi Zonghong said while rubbing her head. Then when are you okay? Yi Zonghong, okay, Xiaoye, your brother Yi is in Jiangcheng. We can meet anytime. You've already stayed here all day, so don't be ungrateful. Although Tang Ruiyan said this, she was also reluctant to leave. No, I also want to stay with brother Yi at night, said Tan Xiaoye. What are you talking about, little girl? Tang Ruiyan was very angry. She grabbed her ears and carried her upstairs. Yi Zonghong laughed, then left the villa. Xiao Yi, wait. Yi Zonghong turned around and found that it was Tang Ruiyan who caught up with him. It's cold at night. Aunt Tang brought you some clothes. Wear them and don't get cold. I know, Aunt Tang. Yi Zonghong took the coat and put it on, even though he was not cold at all. By the way, there are 5 million in this card. You can use it first. If it's not enough, I can get you more. Tang Ruiyan handed over another bank card. Yi Zonghong quickly refused. Aunt Tang, how can I take your money? Besides, you also know that if I ask for money, both the Chen family and the Lin family will rush to give it to me. He didn't even have time to give money to Tang Ruiyan. You can't take their money. If you take their money, they will ask you to do things for them. Just tell me if you need money. I don't know why, but Aunt Tang has been so prosperous these past few years. I don't know why that idiot has been transferring money to my card every year. I have more money than I can spend. Yi Zonghong, he wanted to refuse, but Tang Ruiyan didn't let him. Don't say that again. You just came back and don't have a job. Although this money is not much, I won't let you have to worry about money. Thank you, good night. Tang Ruiyan hugged him gently and turned back. Yi Zonghong stood there, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. 8 years have passed, and even though he thinks he is in a state of detachment, he can remain calm even if he is against the whole world. But at this moment, he almost couldn't hold it in anymore. Apart from his parents, Tang Ruiyan is probably the only person in the world who treats him well without expecting anything in return, and this has never changed. Master, where are we going now? After waiting outside the villa for nearly a day, Tian Kaixian finally saw Yi Zonghong. Return to Yunding Mountain. When Tian Kaixian heard this answer, she gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. Doesn't this guy know that she hasn't eaten yet? Tian Kaishan tried to control his tone. Master, I've waited for you all day today. Even if I haven't done you any credit, I've worked hard. Don't you want to treat your maid to a meal? Send me back, and you can eat wherever you want. Tian Kaishan is about to collapse. If I were fucking rich, would you even need to tell me that? Chapter 27, A mere grain of sand cannot hurt maize. Tian Kaishan doesn't have a penny. Yi Zongheng had taken away everything from her. She had no right to transfer the money of Zongheng Group without Yi Zongheng's consent. It was impossible for her to borrow hundreds or thousands of dollars from others just for food, right? If that happened, Tian Saichuan's face would be completely disgraced. Master, I have no money. Finally, Tian Kaishan said this with a red face. Yi Zongheng then remembered that he had confiscated all of Tian Saichuan's personal money, and immediately said angrily, if you don't have money, you don't know about online loans? Tian Kaishan, she didn't mention eating again and drove back to Hentaying Highlands immediately. Soon, the car arrived at the ring road at the foot of Hentaying Mountain. Tian Kaishan saw a man dressed as a beggar lying in the middle of the road and suddenly slammed on the brakes. The man climbed to the window pitifully and said, Miss, I have been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. I beg you to have mercy on me and give me something to eat. Tian Saichuan's face was extremely gloomy. She spoke as if she had eaten it. You want to eat, right? I'll take you there. Yi Zongheng got out of the car, picked up the man, and had a cold expression on his face. When Tian Kaishan heard this, he almost vomited blood in anger. But at this moment, the guy dressed as a beggar suddenly retreated and tore off his disguise, revealing a black robe with some special symbols printed on it. I didn't expect you to see through me. Tian Kaishan was a little confused. I have no idea what's going on. Yi Zongheng, on the other hand, said calmly, I'll give you a chance to introduce yourself. Yunding Mountain is where the rich people of Jiangcheng gather. Real beggars can't even get close to it. Moreover, the moment they come into contact, the man in black robes poisons his body, but this kind of poison in his body was no different from eating an extra mouthful of salt, so he didn't care at all, and this person, was Chang Haolong, a disciple of the 10,000 Poisons sect. After learning that the poison he had given to Chen Taisheng had been cured, he was unwilling to accept it, so he asked the Shen family to investigate Yi Zongheng's whereabouts, and then came to find him. Personally, the reason why he chose to pretend to be a beggar was to let Yi Zongheng relax his vigilance and ensure that the poisoning could be successful, but he didn't expect that Yi Zongheng would see through it so quickly. Unfortunately, Yi Zongheng shouldn't have contacted him, because at the moment the two of them came into contact, he had already injected the poison into Yi Zongheng's body. Boy, have you heard of the 10,000 Poisons sect? Chang Haolong said proudly. Yi Zongheng frowned. Tian Kaishan explained, the 10,000 Poisons sect is a Jianghu sect that gained notoriety decades ago. They are best at using poison because they often capture living people to test new poisons. After angering the authorities and being targeted, he gradually faded from people's sight. Oh? I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. Chang Haolong looked at Tian Kaishan with greed in his eyes. Actually, before poisoning Yi Zongheng, he had already poisoned Tian Kaishan. After all, he had never played with a beauty of this level before. He would enjoy her slowly after killing Yi Zongheng. At this time, Yi Zongheng sneered disdainfully, such unorthodox practices, tell me your intentions and goals, and I will give you a quick death. Chang Haolong was immediately amused by this. Boy, don't think that you can ignore me just because you cured the poison I put in Chen Taisheng's body. I'm not afraid to tell you, when you first touched me, I already gave you my strongest poison, the blood-transforming powder. Blood-transforming powder is colorless and odorless. Once it comes into contact with the skin, it will penetrate into the human body and immediately merge into the blood. It won't take long before all the blood in your body will completely coagulate. By then, you will turn into a pool of blood. Tian Kaishan was suddenly delighted. Yi Zongheng was poisoned, and it was a fatal poison. It was really God's help to her when she didn't show it immediately, but pretended to be afraid and said, What, you poisoned him? Hee, there's you too, but don't worry, I can't bear to poison such a beautiful lady like you. Chang Haolong smiled obscenely this time. Tian Kaishan was completely unhappy. So, you came here because I cured Mr. Chen of his poison. Tell me why you poisoned Mr. Chen. Yi Zongheng said. Of course it's because he knows things he shouldn't know, and you ruined our plans, so naturally we can't keep you. Chang Haolong said, and looked at Yi Zongheng strangely. Boy, don't you want to detoxify? He came to find Yi Zongheng, and once he strikes, he uses his strongest poison. I just want to see Yi Zongheng trying every possible way to detoxify him, but being helpless against the poison. This way, he can regain his confidence and feel a sense of accomplishment, but now, he has clearly told Yi Zongheng that he had poisoned him, but Yi Zongheng has no intention of detoxifying him. Could it be that he has simply given up because he knows he can't detoxify it? This little bit of poison can't hurt me. Yi Zongheng didn't care about these questions at the moment. Who instructed you to poison Mr. Chen? Chang Haolong said with a ferocious expression. How shameless! An ordinary person would die in less than 3 minutes if they were poisoned by the blood transformation powder. Even a martial arts expert would only last 10 minutes at most. Moreover, the blood transforming powder is the latest product developed by our Wanda sect. There are only a few people in the world who can cure this poison. You actually said that the blood transforming powder can't hurt you. That's ridiculous. Don't you want to know who ordered me to poison Chen Taisheng? If you really have the ability to dissolve the blood transforming powder, I'll tell you. Show me how to do it. He didn't believe that the blood transforming powder couldn't hurt Yi Zongheng. Why Yi Zongheng must be holding on now, but at this moment, Yi Zongheng suddenly raised his index finger and squeezed out a few drops of black water, just a little bit of sand and gravel. It can't hurt me at all. What? That's absolutely impossible. Seeing Yi Zongheng forcing out the blood transforming powder so easily, Chang Haolong fell into self-doubt, and the look he gave Yi Zongheng was extremely shocked. You clown, can you tell the truth now? Yi Zongheng looked at him like a clown. I can easily dissolve the blood-dissolving powder, so I can't let you go at all. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Yi Zongheng with poison, Chang Haolong suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. Seeing this, Yi Zongheng glanced at him with interest. Oh? Are you planning to use force against me? Humph, Chang Haolong laughed and said, my people from the 10,000 poison sect are not only good at using poison, but are also powerful in martial arts. And I, Chang Haolong, am a martial arts master. Boy, how can you fight me? As the saying goes, every profession has its own expertise. Yi Zongheng brought a dying person back to life, which shows that his medical skills are quite good. Maybe he just happened to be able to control his poison, but he absolutely did not believe that Yi Zongheng's martial arts skills were stronger than his. Boom, just when he was feeling proud, Yi Zongheng dodged and grabbed his head, slamming it to the ground. Chang Haolong, who was full of vigor and vitality in the last second, suddenly became like a deflated ball. Are you a martial spirit? What a joke! Chang Haolong's eyes almost popped out. Martial arts master, looking at the entire Tongzhou, there is a ceiling. Martial spirit masters who are above the level of martial arts grandmasters are extremely rare, even in the provincial capital of Hanzhong. The guy in front of him, who looks younger than him, is actually a martial spirit master. Your vision is too narrow. Yi Zongheng pressed his head, looking calm and composed. Chang Haolong, more than just martial spirits, King Wu. Chang Haolong didn't believe it at all. Boy, I admit defeat today, but I can't tell you what you want to ask, and you can't kill me either. I am the son of the leader of the Myriad Poison sect. If you kill me, you and everyone associated with you will be hunted down endlessly, and ultimately, tortured to death by the Myriad Poisons. So, I advise you to let me go. Yi Zongheng frowned. Are you sure you don't want to tell me? I won't tell you, if you have the guts. Chang Haolong was very confident in his background. Even if he was a martial spirit, he didn't want to offend the entire Wandu sect. Bang! But before he could finish his words, his brain exploded into a cloud of blood until death thought he didn't understand. How could Yi Zongheng dare? Chapter 28 Tan Family Banquet. Now Tian Kaishan, who was standing aside, was stunned. She even forgot that she had been poisoned. After getting on the bus, Tian Kaishan was just about to start the car when she suddenly felt an unbearable heat all over her body. Her breathing became rapid, her legs involuntarily clamped together, and her consciousness began to blur. Why aren't you driving yet? Yi Zongheng frowned. The next second Tian Kaishan rushed towards the back seat without any warning. Her face was flushed and her eyes were blurred. The 5 white fingers grabbed Yi Zongheng's collar, and the whole person was riding on Yi Zongheng. Master, I want, please, GW. Yi Zongheng shuddered and then remembered that Tan Haolong had also poisoned Tian Kaishan, but this was not poison at all, it was clearly an aphrodisiac. Bang! Yi Zongheng knocked Tian Kaishan unconscious with a single blow of his hand. What a hassle! then that he drove back to Villa number 1 himself, then picked up the unconscious Tian Kaishan and walked inside, come to the refrigerator, open the door. Fling. Close the door. Done in one go. Then, he went upstairs to run the water and lay down in the bathtub. With a look of enjoyment on his face. Of course, he did not forget the fact that Tan Haolong poisoned Chen Taixing and came to find him. I called Chen Beicheng and briefly explained the matter. They knew that I saved the old man and came to Jiangcheng. It must have been someone who was there at the time who leaked the news. The person who could ask the son of the leader of the 10,000 poison sect to poison your old man can't be just a small fry. Do you have any suspects? Chen Taixing was a man who was about to die, yet they went to such great lengths to kill him. It is basically certain that the person who ordered the Wandu man is related to the person who killed his parents. Chen Beicheng was shocked when he learned about this, but he quickly calmed down because Yi Zongheng was fine. Young master, I need some time to check. Actually, Chen Beicheng guessed that this matter must be related to the Shen family, but Chen Taixing had warned him, so he did not tell Yi Zongheng. Today's incident was already dangerous enough to tell Yi Zongheng. If Yi Zongheng gets impulsive, he will directly attack the Shen family. By that time, if things completely fall out, they won't even have a way to deal with it. When Yi Zongheng heard that he needed time to investigate, he frowned and said, "All right, you don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Hang up the phone. Send someone over here to find out who is behind the poisoning of Chen Taixing by the Wandu sect, and then make them disappear completely, as soon as possible." Edit the text message and send it. The next day, Tian Kaishan, who was fished out of the refrigerator by the servant, had a high fever and was lying in the room unable to move. She had a vague memory of what happened yesterday. Emotions such as resentment, anger, and fear filled her heart at this moment. She really couldn't understand why Yi Zongheng could remain indifferent to her even though she was in that situation and had said such embarrassing words. Let's take a step back. Even if you, Yi Zongheng, really look down on her, you can use medical skills to make her wake up. If necessary, just knock her out and throw her into the refrigerator. If the servants hadn't pulled her out, she would have probably frozen to death by now. Su Qingyu, if you don't send someone here, I will be tortured to death by this guy. Tian Kaishan stared at the ceiling with a dull look, and 2 lines of tears flowed down his face. Even there was a moment when I wanted to commit suicide to get rid of it. No, I can't think like that. How can I give up in a place like this? What doesn't defeat me will make me stronger. Tian Sichuan's eyes quickly became firm. At first, she and her father, one was a maid in the Yi family, the other a servant. At that time, the Su family forced her to lie to Yi Zongheng. In fact, she was unwilling to do so, but what could she do? If she didn't lie to Yi Zongheng, she and her father would die afterwards. She completely understood that in this world, only if she had money and power in her own hands would she not be dominated by others. So she decided to go all out and joined forces with her father to seize the Zongheng group. Then she spent a large sum of money to secretly hire warriors to fight against the Su family, and gave up half of the group's profits to the Su family. If it weren't for this, the father and daughter would have been killed by the Su family long ago. Every step she has taken to where she is today has not been easy. She knows that only by enduring what ordinary people cannot endure can she do what ordinary people cannot do. Just live. There is hope. Afternoon. Miss, Master Yi is calling you. The servant walked in anew. Tian Kaishan struggled to get out of bed, then tidied herself up, trying to make herself look less vulnerable. Come outside. Master. Tian Kaishan called respectfully. Yi Zongheng could tell at a glance that she had a fever, but he didn't care. Go drive, I'm going to Jiangcheng Hotel. Tian Kaishan said nothing and forced himself to drive despite the dizziness. The Qi family was destroyed. This is undoubtedly a good thing worth celebrating for Shanda Group. Today, Shanda Group has taken some time off to hold a banquet at the local Jiangcheng Hotel. Firstly, it is to celebrate the investment in Shanda Group. Secondly, Shanda Group was strongly announced to completely enter the real estate industry in Jiangcheng. Yi Zongheng also received a call from Tang Ruoyan, asking him to attend. Yi Zongheng called Lin Bancheng over again, handed him the bank card Tang Ruoyan had given him yesterday, and instructed, prepare 3 gifts for me according to this amount. That night at Jiangcheng Hotel, various luxury cars gathered at the scene. Celebrities from Jiangcheng, dressed in suits and ties, also arrived one after another. What kind of shitty luck did the Tan family have? They actually got a 10 billion investment, but the Qi family wanted them to hand over the 10 billion. And they were even wiped out by the Lin family. Keep your voice down. The Tan family is no longer what it used to be. Indeed, Jiangcheng is just a small, second-rate city. Shanda Group, with its 10 billion cash flow, is undoubtedly a giant in Jiangcheng. Countless people need someone to curry favor with. Banquet hall. Mr. Liu from Wanzhong Group came to congratulate and presented a pair of Feitian cups, wishing Shanda Group great success and prosperity. Mr. Xia from Hongmia Group came to congratulate and presented a golden toad to Shanda Group. The Lin Group has arrived, and we're sending a golden jade tree to Shanda Group. What, Lin family? There was a sudden commotion at the scene. Although the Lin family's gift was more valuable than that of others present, it was somewhat inconsistent with their status. But this was the richest family in Jiangcheng, the Lin family, who had just wiped out the Qi family yesterday. No one had expected that they would come to today's banquet. The key is, King of Jiangcheng, Lin Bancheng actually came in person. Wu Xiuli, who had originally planned to hold off until the end, could no longer sit still and excitedly stepped forward with her cane. Mr. Lin is here in person. I'm really flattered. Lin Bancheng helped her up. What are you talking about, old lady? Please take a seat. Wu Xiuli originally wanted to give the seat at table number 1 to the Lin family, but Lin Bancheng refused and just found a random seat. The scene, not only Wu Xiuli felt it was unreal, the other people who came to the banquet were even more confused, but they felt even more awe for the Tan family. Chapter 29, Personal Kingdom. Meet the old lady. Madam, are you well? A group of people were complimenting Wu Xiuli. Wu Xiuli was very pleased. She had never felt so proud before, and in her opinion, all this was her credit. If she had not taken over the power of the group and handed over important matters of the group to her second son Tan Changfeng, which led to the prosperity of the group, how could the group have the opportunity to be invested in? If there was no investment, why would the Lin family come to congratulate? Wu Xiuli has never liked the affairs of Tan Changlin's family, and everyone present today had actually heard about it a long time ago. So Tan Changlin and his family were invisibly left out. However, Tan Changfeng's family is very prosperous. Simin, this is the gift I picked for you. Try it on and see if it looks good on you. Tan Simin's best friend Feng Yaqi came over at this time. Her family is in the clothing business and has assets of just over 100 million. Tan Simin opened the gift box and asked in surprise, "Is this a hexagram crystal necklace?" "Yes, more than 300,000 yuan. I spent all my pocket money. Why don't you thank me quickly?" Feng Yaqi took credit for it. Tan Simin was touched and said, "Thank you, Yaqi. It's a small matter. If something happens to your sister or me in the future, just don't forget me." At this time, Tan Simin took the necklace and gestured at her neck, and in the middle she glanced at Tan Xiaoye beside her in a show-off manner. This scene of Feng Yaqi caught it perfectly, and she immediately said sarcastically, "Oh, Xiaoye is here too. I'm sorry, I forgot to prepare a gift for you." "Are you angry?" "Who cares about your gift? My brother Yi will give me a better gift." Tan Xiaoye said unwillingly. Before Feng Yaqi could say anything, Tan Simin said with disdain, "What kind of valuable gift could that idiot boy, who talks so much nonsense and is such a disgrace to himself, give you?" Feng Yaqi couldn't help but ask, "Simin, who are you talking about?" "A boy my aunt adopted 8 years ago." Tan Simin recounted what happened yesterday. Feng Yaqi listened very attentively. "Don't you think it's shameful? He killed Qi Zhantian and ran away without fighting. After the Lin family wiped out the Qi family, he said that he was the one who destroyed the Qi family. He didn't expect to be exposed on the spot. The key is, he still doesn't know shame." From what Tan Xiaoye said, he still has the nerve to attend today's banquet. In my opinion, he just couldn't make it out there, and now that he knows Shanda Group is doing so well, he's trying to find ways to build connections. For someone like this, only a naive and silly girl like Tan Xiaoye would believe that he is really capable. There was disdain in Tan Simin's words. Feng Yaqi, who knew the whole story, nodded in agreement and said proudly to Tan Xiaoye, "Xiaoye, this necklace I gave to Simin cost over 300,000 yuan. I'm afraid I can't afford the brother Yi you mentioned." Just at this time, Yi Zhonghong walked in carrying a few gift boxes and went straight to table number 1. "Sorry, Aunt Tang, I'm a little late." Seeing him, Tan Simin was going crazy. This guy actually came. Doesn't he know what the occasion is today? What qualifications does he have to come? Did you bring a gift? Are you really not afraid of losing face? Please sit down, Xiaoyi. Tang Ruyan ignored Tan Changlin's angry eyes and invited Yi Zongheng. Yi Zongheng put the gift box down and said, I brought gifts for you, Xiaoye, Hongji and the others. No need to open it, just sit down. Tan Ximin tried her best to control her anger. Doesn't this guy have any self-awareness at all? Who would care about his gift? Feng Yaqi also guessed Yi Zongheng's identity and showed contempt on her face. The people who came today brought gifts worth at least hundreds of thousands, not to mention the pair of flying cups and golden toads worth over 1 million, and the Lin family's golden jade tree. The necklace she gave to Tan Xiaoye cost more than 300,000 yuan. You clown, do you think you're just visiting relatives in the countryside? You just bought a few random gifts and you have the nerve to show off at such a high-class banquet. Once this gift is opened in public, the Tan family will be disgraced by this guide. However, when Yi Zongheng opened the first gift box and revealed a crescent pendant emitting a bright luster, Feng Yaqi was stunned for a moment. This is for your Xiaoye. Yi Zongheng pushed the gift box over. Thank you, brother Yi. Tan Xiaoye took the gift box and jumped up happily. Is this the pendant worth 2.99 million? Feng Yaqi widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. This pendant alone can sell 10 necklaces that she gave to Tan Ximin. Her face was burning hot and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Tan Ximin was completely dumbfounded. She had liked this crescent pendant for a long time, but her family had never been willing to buy it for her. Now Yi Zongheng just gave one to Tan Xiaoye. What's funny is that she had previously thought that Yi Zongheng couldn't give her a gift more valuable than the hexagram necklace in her hand, but in the end, his gift was 10 times more expensive than hers. The hexagram necklace in my hand suddenly lost its fragrance. This time, Yi Zongheng opened the second gift box, and inside was a gold watch. Hongji, this is yours. A gold watch with dragon pattern. This watch must be worth nearly 2 million, right? Apparently someone at the scene recognized the watch. Tan Hongji didn't act pretentiously. He just said thank you and put the watch on his wrist. Seeing this, Tan Changfeng's son Tan Yingwu curled his lips and looked unhappy. At last. It's the third gift box. And Tang, this is for you. Jadeite? This size must be worth at least 3 million. Who is this young man? Why would he spend nearly 10 million? Someone asked in surprise. 10 million it is indeed not a lot for some people present, but if it is given away in real money, few people are willing to do so. Brother Yi, why did you give such an expensive gift? 10 million is equivalent to 1/10 of some people's wealth, and you gave it away without even blinking an eye. Feng Yaqi, why are you wasting money like that, kid? Tang Ruyan felt a little sad. She gave Yi Zongheng the 5 million to keep for himself, but not only did he not keep it for himself, he even paid for it with gifts in return. Yi Zongheng smiled. To someone in his position, money is really just a string of numbers. It is no exaggeration to say that if he is abroad, no matter how he spends his money, he will never spend it all, because the money he spends will soon be earned back in various ways. The area where the Palace of Eternal Life has influence can be called his personal kingdom. The people with the ugliest expressions at this moment were Wu Shouli and Tan Changfeng. Their impression of Yi Zongheng was extremely bad. However, in an occasion like today, they couldn't just kick Yi Zongheng out, as that would seem petty, so they endured it for the time being. Lin Bancheng didn't go forward to say hello. Although Yi Zongheng only gave him 5 million, he prepared a gift worth nearly 10 million and even deliberately gave him a not-so-expensive golden jade tree. The purpose is to make Yi Zongheng the most dazzling person today and to flatter Yi Zongheng. If he went over to chat with Yi Zongheng at this time, it would seem that he was too purposeful and would disgust Yi Zongheng. That's all. Nothing else happened until the end of the banquet. But after the banquet, the little girl Tan Xiaoye directly pulled Yi Zongheng to the parking lot and promised that she would take Yi Zongheng to find some excitement. Chapter 30, Children's thoughts are particularly ridiculous. Finally, when Yi Zongheng saw a white GTR in the parking lot, he realized that Tan Xiaoye was planning to take him for a race. Boom, the roar of cars shook the parking lot. Tan Xiaoye, who looked like a well-behaved little girl, gave Yi Zongheng a reassuring look. Don't be afraid, brother Yi, I've been playing racing for a long time, and I've even participated in Zhengcheng underground events. Seeing her change so drastically, Yi Zongheng couldn't help but ask, Auntie Tang asked you to play this? Of course not. I was just playing secretly. Brother Yi, you won't tell on me, right? Tan Xiaoye said mischievously. Yi Zongheng was speechless. Soon the car got onto the main road at Tangrui and called it this time. Xiaoye, is Xiaoye with you? And Tang is here. Okay, I'll feel at ease if you help me watch her. As soon as the phone was hung up, a roar of cars came from behind, and several sports cars forced Tan Xiaoya's car to stop at a very fast speed. A red Ferrari rolled down its window, revealing Tan Ximin's face. She looked at Tan Xiaoya and said, "Xiaoya, why are you running so fast? Young Master Lu is looking for you urgently." The Lu Xiao she mentioned was the young man driving the Ferrari, the prince of Hongniao Group, Lu Xiaowei. At the same time, the windows of several other sports cars were also rolled down. Most of them were young people who had just appeared at the banquet, and Feng Yaqi was among them. Just now, she and Tan Ximin made a fool of themselves in front of Yi Zongheng, which made them feel very unhappy. Tan Ximin directly suggested that Lu Xiaowei come to get back at them. Lu Xiaowei has been coveting Tan Xiaoya for a long time. He couldn't afford to offend Shi Zhantian, but Yi Zongheng was a different matter. This time, Lu Xiaowei glanced at Yi Zongheng and said, "Boy, you were quite good at showing off at the banquet just now. You gave away 10 million without blinking an eye." Tan Xiaoya explained Lu Xiaowei's identity to Yi Zongheng. Why Yi Zongheng didn't care much about this and ignored him at all. Seeing this, Lu Xiaowei said to Tan Xiaoya with some displeasure, "Xiaoya, I didn't expect your brother to be so arrogant. Just because he has a little money, he doesn't take your friends seriously. That's because he doesn't know that your family's Hongniao Group, Mr. Lu, has a scale of nearly 5 billion. Feng Yaqi hurriedly flattered Lu Xiaowei benefited greatly from it. Result, not even Yi Zongheng looked at him. With his experience and knowledge, this group of young people are no different from a blank sheet of paper in front of him. "I don't care who you are or what your identity is. Go away now and I won't bother with you." Yi Zongheng glanced at him nonchalantly. When Lu Xiaowei heard this, he was immediately furious. Who is he? The prince of Hongniao Group, the eldest son of the Lu family. Although their Lu family is not as powerful as the Lin family and the Qi family, it is also a second-rate family in Jiangcheng with huge influence. As a result, this guy didn't take him seriously at all. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be able to tolerate it, but he didn't come here today to fight Yi Zongheng, so he couldn't turn against him. "Ha, you're really generous for casually spending 10 million, but I'm sure you know that not everyone can fit into our circle. If you don't join the circle, you'll inevitably be isolated. You might not mind it, but you can't let Xiaoya be disliked by others because of you, right? The families of those who are here today are all on good terms with the Tan family. So they can play in a circle. If others want to come in, they must bow in the circle." The so-called bow in the circle is actually just a term they made up. Lu Xiaowei suggested, "How about this, you treat us all to a few drinks at Caesar's palace, and we'll make friends with you. In the future, when we're in Jiangcheng, we'll take you out to play. How about that?" Hearing this, Tan Xiaoya's face changed. "How dare you say that, Lu Xiaowei? Everyone knows that Caesar's palace is a gold mine in Jiangcheng. You want me, Brother Yi, to waste my money? Stop daydreaming. If you don't want to play with us, then don't play. You don't really consider me a friend anyway." Yi Zongheng felt a little heartbroken when he heard this. She is obviously the most dazzling daughter of Shanda Group, but she is isolated by this group of people. On the other hand, Tan Ximin is flattered and fawned upon, and is complacent. "Do you want to drink?" Yi Zongheng looked at Lu Xiaowei's face, which was a little cold. "It's useless for me to think about it. You have to ask for it," Lu Xiaowei said with a smile. "Okay." Yi Zongheng nodded. Seeing that he agreed, Lu Xiaowei and his group immediately showed smiles of success on their faces. Caesar Palace is the Lin family's property. It is the largest and most expensive entertainment venue in Jiangcheng. The people it receives on a daily basis are all well-known figures in Jiangcheng. The wine in Caesar Palace is not something that ordinary people can afford, not to mention that they deliberately want to embarrass Yi Zongheng today. Let me warn you, Caesar's Palace isn't cheap. If you don't have money, forget it. But don't let us get embarrassed when you can't pay the bill." Lu Xiaowei's reminder seemed to be well-intentioned, but in fact it was a provocation. At this age of full of vigor and vitality, even if he has no money, he will not admit it in front of so many peers. "It's okay, let's go, I'll treat you to a drink." Yi Zongheng said lightly. Lu Xiaowei smiled as expected, then stepped on the accelerator, took the lead and headed onto the main road, heading towards Caesar's Palace. This time, finally finding an opportunity to speak, Tan Xiaoya couldn't help but mutter, "Brother Yi, why did you agree to do this? The cost of staying at Caesar's Palace is incredibly high, incredibly high. If you can't pay the bill, you'll be embarrassed. If you have money, you'll spend a lot of money on it. It's not worth it to spend money on them to have fun. How could Ji Zongheng not know this? He rubbed the little girl's head and said, "Do you think these little guys can beat me?" Tan Xiaoya's eyes suddenly lit up. Why Yi Zongheng is a person that even Wang Linbancheng of Jiangcheng has to treat with caution. Lu Xiaohui and others want to embarrass him, but they may end up shooting themselves in the foot. Let's go. Yi Zongheng said the reason why he was willing to play with these children was that he saw that Lu Xiaohui and the others thought Tan Xiaoya was easy to bully. Although they did not dare to do too much openly, they isolated her invisibly. He couldn't imagine how much injustice Tan Xiaoya had suffered. So, today, he wants to stand up for Tan Xiaoya. Soon. A group of people arrived at Caesar's palace. Lu Xiaohui and his group are famous second-generation rich people after all, so their arrival quickly attracted the attention of Caesar's palace monitoring room. Caesar Palace manager Wu Yuepang was watching the surveillance video. When he saw Yi Zongheng and his group, especially Yi Zongheng, he exclaimed in surprise. "Fuck, why did this big shot come to a place like this?" Portrait of Yi Zongheng. The Lin family has already spread the news down. This, however, even the Chen family and Tongzhou were treated with courtesy. Thinking of this, Wu Yuepeng immediately called Lin Tianhao, the real person in charge of Caesar Palace, and said, "Mr. Lin, tell Mr. Yi to come to our Caesar Palace." "What? I'll be right there." At the Lin family, Lin Tianhao, who was sitting in a wheelchair, hung up the phone and immediately asked someone to drive to Caesar Palace. Chapter 31, Can't Finish Drinking, No One Will Leave You. At the same time, Lu Xiaohui walked into Caesar Palace like the leader of a group of second-generation people and ordered the receptionist, "Clear the palace hall. I'm here to bring you some big business today. Mr. Lu, please come in." The receptionist obviously knew him. This made Lu Xiaohui feel very proud. He had been here with his father before and had sat and drank with Lin Tianhao, the young master of the Lin family. After a few drinks, although we didn't establish a particularly deep friendship, we had some conflicts together. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaohui immediately asked the receptionist, "By the way, is young Master Lin here?" "Mr. Lin is not here." Lu Xiaohui nodded. "I was thinking of inviting young Master Lin over for a drink and introducing him to everyone. Since he's not here, we'll have to wait until next time." What? The group of wealthy second generations around them were immediately surprised and asked, "Master Lu also knows Master Lin?" "It's more than just knowing each other. My relationship with Master Lin is better than you think," Lu Xiaohui said proudly, his head almost reaching the sky. But he also didn't forget to praise Tan Ximin. "As far as I know, Mr. Lin came to attend the Shanda Group's banquet today because the Lin family is going to cooperate with Shanda Group. I think Ximin and Xiaoya will get to know each other soon. I don't need to introduce these two." Tan Ximin smiled and said, "That's right. Under the leadership of my father and my brother, Shanda Group is thriving and has a bright future. Now that the Lin family sees an opportunity, they naturally want to cooperate with us. Only by joining forces can we achieve a win-win situation. Lin family cooperate with Shanda Group. This is another big news for them." Tan Xiaoya secretly curled her lips as she listened to them praising each other. She knew very well why the Lin family and their Shanda Group were cooperating. It's because of Yi Zongheng. Soon. A group of people came to the palace hall. As the largest private room in Caesar's palace, the palace hall covers an area of several hundred square meters and has places for singing and drinking, as well as areas for leisure and entertainment. There are even a few private rooms, and it is self-evident what they are used for. "Give me your most expensive wine first." Lu Xiaohui glanced at the number of people present and said with a wave of his hand, 10 bottles. The waiter was shocked. Their most expensive wine costs nearly 1.4 million per bottle. Generally, only the top people in Jiangcheng will order it to entertain guests or drink it when discussing business. Lu Xiaohui ordered 10 bottles at once, which is more than 10 million. But thinking of Lu Xiaohui's identity, the waiter said nothing and ran to get the wine with a smile. After a while, the wine was brought up. Lu Xiaohui pointed at the wine on the table and said with a knowledgeable look, "Do you know what this wine is called?" Although these people had good family backgrounds, they had never seen wine that cost 1.4 million yuan per bottle, so they had no idea what it was worth. Lu Xiaohui was even more proud. He even looked at Yi Zongheng intentionally and said, "This is sapphire gin. It's said to be a special wine for a royal family abroad. Young Master Lin used his connections to get it back from abroad. In the entire Jiangcheng, only Caesar's palace can offer this drink. Now you know why it's so expensive, right?" The group of people were shocked. At the same time, I admire Liu Xiaohui's broad knowledge. Liu Xiaohui originally wanted to have a drink with Yi Zongheng first, but was rejected by Yi Zongheng. I'm not used to this kind of wine, just drink it happily, and then continue. You are so straightforward. Surface flattery. In fact, they all treated Yi Zongheng as a sucker, and after they had enough fun and drank, they waited for Yi Zongheng to make a fool of himself. Liu Xiaohui and his group were having a great time. Halfway, they even poured out more than $1 million worth of wine to wash their hands. 10 bottles of wine were finished quickly. Then, Liu Xiaohui ordered another 10 bottles. Seeing this, Tan Simin knew that Yi Zongheng was completely finished today, although Yi Zongheng casually took out a gift worth 10 million at the banquet. She didn't believe that Yi Zongheng could come up with more than 20 million. It was even more unrealistic to ask the Lin family for an order. When the time comes, it will definitely be Tan Xiaoye who will ask her family to clean up the mess. She couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, when the people from the Tan family came and saw her here, they would definitely blame her for messing around with Tan Xiaoye and the others. She wanted to distance herself from today's incident, so she found a reason and left. After seeing her leave, Liu Xiaohui looked at Tan Xiaoye with a look of sudden admiration. Xiaoye, I want to have a drink with you. I don't drink. Tan Xiaoye refused directly. Then drink some juice. Liu Xiaohui couldn't stand being rejected, so this time he didn't hesitate to ask someone to prepare a glass of juice, handed it to Tan Xiaoye and said, "Don't refuse me this time. If you say no, then no. Are you the king?" Yi Zongheng laughed. Liu Xiaohui was already drunk, and now he couldn't help himself. Fuck it, I'm talking to Xiaoye, do you have the right to interrupt? I asked you to treat me to a meal because I wanted to wait until you couldn't afford the bill and see you make a fool of yourself, understand? Boy, you really think you are a piece of shit, and you dare to go against me. I insist that she drink this glass of juice. I want to see how you can stop me. Others. He also looked at Yi Zongheng with gloating expression, but the next second, Yi Zongheng snatched the juice, pinched Liu Xiaohui's chin, and poured the whole glass of juice directly into his mouth. Are you fucking crazy? Liu Xiaohui's eyes turned red from being choked, and he cursed at Yi Zongheng angrily. This time, the others also glared at Yi Zongheng, and Feng Yaqi threatened him. Young Master Liu gave you face by letting you buy him a drink, and you dared to force him to drink juice? You don't want to stay in this circle anymore, do you? No one expected that Yi Zongheng was so brave. Why Yi Zongheng didn't say anything. Only he snapped his fingers. Waiter, bring me 10 more bottles of the wine from before. Drinks are available. Yi Zongheng poured a glass of wine. Everyone thought he was going to apologize to Liu Xiaohui, but Yi Zongheng pushed the wine in front of Liu Xiaohui and said, "Drink it." A group of people were confused. Liu Xiaohui was even more angry. What do you mean? Don't you want me to treat you to a drink? I'll let you drink enough. Yi Zongheng sneered. Snort. Liu Xiaohui snorted coldly. Now that you know I've taken advantage of you, you're not convinced and want to turn against me? But do you have the strength to do that? As soon as these words came out, the few rich young men who followed him immediately stood behind him and glared at Yi Zongheng. I've almost finished drinking, I want you to drink now. Liu Xiaohui was very proud and opened 2 bottles of wine. Finish these 2 bottles of wine for me, and I will let go of the previous matter. Otherwise, bang, bang, Yi Zongheng picked up 2 bottles of wine and smashed them directly on his head. What else? Liu Xiaohui screamed. He hadn't expected Yi Zongheng to actually hit him with a bottle. How dare you attack me? Do you really want to die? Yi Zongheng continued to open the wine. You asked me to treat you to a drink, and I did, but today, if you don't drink all the wine here for me, none of you can leave. Drink it, then drink enough. Chapter 32. I was scared to tears. Tan Xiaoye, is this wild kid your mother picked up crazy? I'm not going to drink today. I want to see what you can do to me. The one who spoke was a green-haired guy. His name is Yang Hong'ai. In his opinion, Yi Zongheng simply did not know his place and was so arrogant in front of them because of the influence of the Tan family. Bang, Yi Zongheng kicked out, and Yang Hong flew out and fell to the ground. He opened his eyes wide and kept breathing in with his mouth open. This kick almost sent him to see the king of hell. At least several ribs were broken. Seeing this scene, Liu Xiaohui was so frightened that he screamed, "Security, security!" A large group of security guards rushed in. I am a friend of your young master Lin. You'd better catch this guy for me immediately. Lu Xiaowei pointed at Yi Zongheng and shouted at Feng Yaqi, who was originally frightened, suddenly felt that she was fine again. Tan Xiaoya, why do you always pretend that nothing is wrong? If you had just obeyed young Master Lu, you wouldn't have had so many troubles. And you, kid, weren't you very arrogant just now? Do you regret embarrassing me at the banquet? Lu Xiaowei knows Lin Xiao, so these security guards should listen to Lu Xiaowei and arrest Yi Zongheng directly. In Jiangcheng, no one can stand against the Lin family. But just as she was thinking this, the leading security guard apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, you should call Mr. Lin yourself. Joke, this guy is someone that King Jiangcheng has personally instructed us not to offend. Take him down? They were afraid that they would have to pack up and go home the next day. Feng Yaqi was dumbfounded. When she saw a group of security guards coming and going in a hurry. At this time, Yi Zongheng smiled cruelly at her just as Feng Yaqi was about to explain. A wine bottle was stuffed directly into her mouth, crushing all her teeth. The wine, even mixed with blood, was continuously poured into her mouth. Call another one so I can hear it? Yi Zongheng said with a cold expression. The scene scared everyone. Lu Xiaowei was equally terrified and had sobered up quite a bit. He angrily shouted, "You bunch of dogs! Wait till I call young Master Lin over and I'll make you pay. Boy, if you have the guts, don't run away today." He called Lin Tianhao directly. Lin Tianhao knew that he came with Yi Zongheng and thought he was urging him to go quickly, so he said, "Don't worry, I'm here," and hung up the phone. When Lu Xiaowei heard this, he was immediately excited. Mr. Lin already knows what's going on here and is on his way here. Boy, you're done. Lin Tianhao that he is the real eldest son of the Lin family, not to mention that the Tan family couldn't afford to offend them. Even if they could afford to offend them, how could they offend the Lin family for Yi Zongheng, the bastard picked up by Tang Ruyan? Sudden, the door of the box was pushed open, then Lin Tianhao, sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed in. Brother Hao, you are finally here. Brother Hao, you have to stand up for your brother. This guy broke my head and threatened that you are nothing. Lu Xiaowei pointed at Yi Zongheng. A hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. Feng Yaqi and the others were also very excited, as if they had welcomed their savior. So why shouldn't Yi Zongheng kneel down now? But just as they were thinking this, Lin Tianhao suddenly said to Lu Xiaowei, "You, squat down." Lu Xiaowei squatted down immediately. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and slapped him in the face. Right now, immediately, get in front of Master Yi and kowtow and admit your mistake, otherwise, I will break all your limbs. What? Lu Xiaowei was stunned. Feng Yaqi and the others were also stunned, their faces full of disbelief. The young Master Lin, call Yi Zongheng, Master Yi. A note, not everyone can bear the title of young master. Generally speaking, only the children from wealthy families are qualified to be called young master. Even someone like Lin Tianhao only dares to call himself a young master. Lu Xiaowei was so frightened that he couldn't even finish his words. Brother Hao, he is the one who can destroy your Lu family with just one word. Lin Tianhao said with a fierce look in his eyes. Boom, Lu Xiaowei felt like he was struck by lightning. He immediately crawled to Yi Zongheng and kowtowed repeatedly. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so noble. Please forgive me this time, considering my ignorance. Yi Zongheng ignored him and ordered Lin Tianhao, have someone bring up all your most expensive wines at once. Lin Tianhao did as he was told immediately. After a while, there was a lot of wine in front of Lu Xiaowei. Drink it, and I'll let you go. Gulp, Lu Xiaowei swallowed hard, but he didn't dare to resist. He called out to Feng Yaqi and the others, what the hell are you guys still standing there for? There's so much wine, and you expect me to drink it all by myself? Feng Yaqi and the others were almost crying. There are at least 100 bottles of wine here. How can they possibly finish them? But they didn't dare to resist, and looked at Yi Zongheng like a mouse seeing a cat, knowing Lin Tianhao is nothing. This guy is the real boss. Yi Zongheng watched this scene with great interest. For these spoiled young people, they had to be scared at once. Xiaoya, please plead for us. We will never exclude or isolate you again. Feng Yaqi couldn't drink anymore and spoke incoherently. Ah! Ugly thing, you scared me, turn your face away quickly. Her mouth was full of blood, and because of the light, Tan Xiaoya was so scared that she threw herself into Yi Zongheng's arms, not daring to raise her head at Feng Yaqi. Brother Yi, I want to go home. I don't want to stay here anymore. Tan Xiaoya was obviously frightened. Okay, I'll take you back right away. Hearing this, Feng Yaqi and others felt relieved, but the next second. Wait for me outside first. I want to talk to Lin Tianhao. Hearing this, Lu Xiaowei and the others suddenly felt something was wrong. Really? Yi Zongheng directly asked Lin Tianhao, how much is the total price of the wine here? One bottle costs more than 1 million, and there are nearly 200 bottles here. However, this price is specially used to fool the rich. In fact, the purchase price of this wine is very cheap. Lin Tianhao didn't dare to lie. Yi Zongheng nodded and said, I didn't drink a single sip. Let them pay the bill. Lu Xiaowei and his group almost vomited blood. What the hell, several hundred million, let them pay for it. I'll give you 1 day to collect the money, otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. Lin Tianhao said this and left. At this moment, they were regretting their decision to the point of death. If they had not come to cause trouble for Yi Zongheng, things would not have gotten to this point. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Damn it, it's all that bitch Tan Ximin's fault. If she hadn't said that guy didn't have a big background, we wouldn't be in this situation. Feng Yaqi's expression was filled with unprecedented hatred. Since she harmed us, don't blame us for being rude. Lu Xiaowei said coldly. Just at this time, Tan Ximin called and asked about the final outcome of the matter. Lu Xiaowei pretended to sneer. That guy paid the bill, and he must have spent a lot of money, but it's a pity that he didn't make a fool of himself. What? Forget it. I made him spend so much money in vain, and I feel relieved. Thank you for this. It's okay, we don't need to talk about this between us. Hang up the phone. Lu Xiaowei's expression became increasingly cold and stern. Not only would he not tell Tan Ximin that Yi Zongheng was actually a person that even the Lin family couldn't afford to offend, he would also ask everyone else to keep it a secret. Tan Ximin, your fate won't be any better than ours. Chapter 33 Black and White Evils, Death. After what happened today, Lu Xiaowei and his group of young people would probably never dare to bully Tan Xiaoye again, and would even consider the consequences before giving her a cold shoulder, and this is exactly what Yi Zongheng wants to achieve. After Yi Zongheng sent Tan Xiaoye back and asked Tian Kaishan to pick him up and return to Yunding Mountain. Coming to the lake, Yi Zongheng sat cross-legged, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered into his body like gossamer. Now, Tian Kaishan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa, staring at him closely. Just a short while ago, she received a message from Su Qingyu that people from the Killing God Palace had arrived in Jiangcheng, and the ones who came were the Black and White Evils, who were extremely famous in the killer world. The identities, appearances, and genders of the Black and White Devils are all a mystery. All we know is that the Black and White Devils have never failed, and even powerful martial arts masters have died in their hands. So Tian Kaishan thought that Yi Zongheng would definitely die this time. Finally, we're almost there. In the night, two figures are rapidly approaching the artificial lake. Then, they hid in a patch of grass far away from Yi Zongheng. The eyes of the two men were like ferocious beasts staring at their prey, emitting a cold light. They are the assassins sent by the palace of the god of death to assassinate Yi Zongheng. The Black and White Evils, there are many rumors about them in the outside world. Some say that they are evil spirits in the killer world, and some say that they are a pair of brothers who do all kinds of evil, but the Black and White Evils are actually a pair of siblings. Haisha is the elder brother, Bai Sha is my younger sister. I didn't expect that a powerful person in the martial spirit realm would stay in such a small place. But is this guy really a powerful martial spirit? He seems too young. Could it be that the intelligence is wrong? When they were teenagers, the brother and sister were taken to the palace of the god of killing for assassination training. Over the past 30 years, they had experienced countless life and death hardships before reaching the realm of martial spirits. On the other hand, Yi Zongheng, who is only 25 years old at most, is a powerful martial spirit. Even though they claim to have traveled far and wide and were knowledgeable, they had never seen such a young martial arts master. So Bai Sha suspected that the information provided by the top leaders of the Killing God Palace was wrong. A lion will use all its strength to pounce on a rabbit. No matter whether he is a martial spirit or not, we cannot underestimate this mission just because the target is young. Haisha said, in their profession, failure in a mission basically means death, so they cannot be careless at all. Brother, after completing this mission, we will retire. Bai Sha took out the gun parts from the iron box he brought and quickly assembled them successfully. Good. The bounty for this mission is as high as 300 million. As long as they kill Yi Zongheng, they will no longer have to live on the edge of a knife. Neither of them took the matter lightly, either in their actions or their thoughts, but deep down, they subconsciously believed that this mission would be accomplished very easily. Bai Sha held his gun, aiming it at Yi Zongheng in the distance, his lips curled up slightly. If we were indoors, it would take a while to kill you, but you're exposing your whole body. It seems that even God is helping us. Once a warrior reaches the level of a martial arts master, he will be protected by internal energy and ordinary fire weapons will not be able to hurt him at all. But this was a specially made firearm that she had purchased at great expense. Even the bullets are custom made and can easily penetrate the martial arts master's chi shield. If a martial arts master is caught off guard and gets shot, he will die. When the time is right, send this kid off. Haisha gave the order, and his figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Soon, he came quietly behind Yi Zongheng. Get in position. He made a gesture in the direction of Bai Sha. When Bai Sha saw it, he pulled the trigger with his index finger. In sight. Yi Zongheng was like a stone sculpture, completely unaware of their arrival. She was confident that after this shot, Yi Zongheng would not even be able to react by raising his internal energy to defend himself. Even if Yi Zongheng blocked the shot, he would definitely be attracted by her in the distance, and the Haisha hiding beside him would deliver a fatal blow. With such cooperation, how could a young boy without any sense of defense escape? Bang! A gunshot rang out. Earth-shattering. Seeing that Yi Zongheng still didn't react after the gunshot, both the black and white devils smiled triumphantly. The 300 million task is surprisingly easy. But just as they were thinking this, Yi Zongheng, who was sitting cross-legged by the lake, suddenly opened his eyes. In mouth slowly exhaled a stream of cold air. Then, the black and white devils saw the most unbelievable scene in their lives. In his sight, the surface of the lake that Yi Zongheng was facing was instantly covered with a layer of frost. The bullet that was powerful enough to penetrate the martial arts master's protective shield was directly trapped in the void, then twisted and finally turned into powder. Yes, there wasn't even a trace of energy fluctuation. The scene completely frightened the black and white devils. The two of them simply couldn't imagine what kind of existence could freeze an entire lake in one breath, and what realm could they reach to confine an object in the void with just a thought. Sister, run away! Haisha shouted, drew out a dagger and rushed towards Yi Zongheng. He knew that Yi Zongheng was definitely someone they could not contend with, therefore, he planned to hold him back and buy Bai Sha time to escape. Yi Zongheng turned his head and glanced at him lightly. One glance. With just one glance, the dagger in Haisha's hand fell off involuntarily, and then he fell to the ground. You, what exactly are you? Haisha stared with an expression of disbelief. You interrupted my practice and you still want to run away? Yi Zongheng raised his hand and clenched it in the air towards Bai Sha. It was as if a big hand appeared invisibly and twisted Bai Sha, who was hundreds of meters away, like a chicken. Now the black and white devils were so frightened that they could not move. Yi Zongheng's strength was beyond their comprehension. The two of them wanted to curse. Was this fake information given by that son of a bitch, martial spirit? Could a martial spirit freeze a lake in one breath? Could a martial spirit freeze a bullet in midair? Could a martial spirit snatch someone from hundreds of meters away with a single palm strike? Not to mention that Wu Ling can do these things, even Wu Wang and Wu Jun can't do them. I'm very angry now. Over the years, all those who have tried to assassinate me have been among the world's top experts, but none of them have ever made me this upset. Tell me who's behind you, and I'll consider giving you an easy death. His voice was very flat, but to the ears of the black and white devils, it was like a bolt from the blue. We are from the Killing God Palace. The mission to kill you was assigned by us from above. We are just following orders. Bai Sha was so scared that he was at a loss. Killing God Palace? Yi Zongheng asked, where is the headquarters? No, I don't know. The missions of the Killing God Palace are all released through the platform. The only one we can access is the Hanzhong branch. Damn ants! Yi Zongheng shouted coldly. In an instant, the terrifying aura caused the two men to bleed from their mouths and noses, and they fell to the ground dead. Yi Zongheng then waved his hand, and the ice on the surface of the lake suddenly cracked into pieces and gradually melted. His cultivation was interrupted, and Yi Zongheng lost the mood to continue. He carried the bodies of the black and white devils and walked towards the villa. Chapter 34, One of the Nine Evils in the Hall of Eternal Life. Zhu Yan appears now. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. Tian Kaishan had been waiting for the killer to appear, but when it was 12 o'clock, the killer still hadn't come. In addition, she was still running a fever, so she was so sleepy that she fell asleep. She had a dream in which Yi Zongheng was killed by a killer. Then, she returned to Yanjing and took over the Zongheng group again. Because of Yi Zongheng's appearance, she completely got rid of the Su family not long after. Because of events in Amina and other countries, Changsheng Palace and Dasha formed an alliance. She met the palace master of Changsheng Palace by chance and fell in love with him at first sight. With the relationship with Chang Shengdian, Zongheng Group went global and became the world's top giant, and she also became a world-famous queen of business. This day, she was wearing an evening gown and standing at a business party at the top of the world. Queen! Queen! Tian Kaixian was enjoying the shouts from the crowd, slowly becoming intoxicated by them, but at this moment, Tian Kaixian frowned and looked around. She was a little angry. She was the wife of the lord of Changsheng Palace and the queen of the business world. For a long time, no one dared to call her by her name. Bang! Just then, someone slapped her in the face. She shouted angrily, "Who is it? Stand up right here!" No one answered her, and she was dumbfounded as the scene around her was falling apart. No, don't want. She seemed to have realized that this was just a dream. She screamed in pain and didn't want to lose it all. But at this moment she was slowly waking up and had to accept the fact. But although this is just a dream, it is not impossible to achieve. Yi Zongheng should be dead now, right? Just as she was thinking this, she opened her eyes and saw Yi Zongheng standing beside her bed, sneering, "Are you sleeping soundly?" Tian Kaixian, she was confused. He touched his still hot face and realized that the slap just now was given by Yi Zongheng. What's going on? Didn't they say that the black and white devils from the Killing God Palace had already arrived in Zhangcheng? Why isn't Yi Zongheng dead yet? Explain it. Yi Zongheng pointed at the corpses of the black and white devils and asked coldly, "There are 3 suspects in the matter of sending assassins to Jiangcheng to kill him: the forces behind the divine Dr. Xiaoyao whom he killed, the forces that killed his parents, and Su Qingyu. If it was Su Qingyu, then the news about him in Yunding Mountain was most likely leaked by Tian Kaixian, but he couldn't be sure now. After all, that he didn't deliberately hide his whereabouts, so it was quite easy to find him here." Tian Kaixian instantly guessed the identities of the 2 corpses. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, but pretended to know nothing on the surface. "Master, who are they?" "You don't know?" Yi Zongheng asked playfully. Tian Kaixian shook his head. "But before they died, they told me that they were sent by Su Qingyu to kill me." "Can you explain to me how Su Qingyu knew I was in Zhangcheng?" Tian Saichuan's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly calmed down. "The black and white devils are just killers, and it is impossible for them to know the identity of their employer Su Qingyu. Yi Zongheng is cheating her." "What? Master, you don't think I tipped off Su Qingyu, do you? This is unfair. I know your true identity. How could I possibly team up with Su Qingyu to assassinate you?" This dispelled Yi Zongheng's suspicion of her. After all, Tian Kaixian knew that he was the master of the Changsheng Palace. How could 2 assassins in the Wuling realm kill him? Go back to sleep. Sweet dreams. Yi Zongheng left her room, not knowing whether he said this intentionally or not. Tian Kaixian breathed a sigh of relief, but I couldn't sleep. Fortunately, during this period of time, she pretended to believe in Yi Zongheng's identity as the master of the Hall of Longevity. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to get away with it today. But even the black and white devils died at Yi Zongheng's hands. This guy, I'm afraid it's stronger than they imagined. Moreover, after this incident, Tian Kaixian also clearly realized that he could no longer take risks and could not rush into killing Yi Zongheng. This time, she remembered the dream she had just had, which was so real. It would be great if it were true. The next day, according to the agreement, the Chen family would prepare the medicinal materials today and ask Yi Zongheng to come over to refine the Peiyuan pill, but by noon, Yi Zongheng still hadn't received the call. Yi Zongheng had no choice but to call Chen Beicheng in person to inquire about the situation, but no one answered, which gave him a bad feeling. Go to Tongzhou. At the same time, Hanzhong provincial capital, somewhere in the mountains, the Wandu sect is located here. Decades ago, the Wandu sect became notorious for its numerous evil deeds, and its momentum reached an unprecedented peak. However, because they did not know how to restrain themselves and angered the officials, they were severely punished by the violent organization like the Warzone. Since then, the Wandu men realized that their era was over. Over the years, they have been hiding in the mountains. 8 years ago, a big shot found the leader of the Wandu sect, Chang Yongyuan. Since then, the people of the Wandu sect have gradually become bolder and started to be active in the outside world, and just a few days ago, the big shot found them again and asked them to help kill someone. Target. It's Chen Taishan. In order to curry favor with that big shot, Chang Yongyuan directly sent his son out, but this incident angered Chang Haolong's mother, who was still angry for several days. Chang Yongyuan had no other choice. After much deliberation, he decided to tell her the truth. Madam, are you still angry about me sending Howard down the mountain? The Tanjochen family has a background in the war zone, no matter what. What if something happens to Howard? This kind of dangerous work should be left to the people below. Li Menjing complained. Chang Yongyuan smiled and said, it's certainly possible to let the people below do it, but there's no way to get Howard into the sight of that important figure. Who is Chen Taisheng? He participated in the national war. The reason why that important person wanted him dead was because Chen Taisheng knew the inside story of someone collaborating with the enemy during the national war. You said that someone collaborated with the enemy during the national war 8 years ago? Li Menjing widened her eyes. Chang Yongyuan nodded and said, over the years, I have poisoned many people for that big shot. The reason Chen Taisheng is still alive today is, firstly, because he doesn't know enough, and secondly, because he has always been seriously ill. And the reason they want to kill him now is because Yi Linyuan and Su Ying's son has appeared and is investigating the events of the national war. That person doesn't want him to come into contact with Chen Taisheng. Li Menjing was horrified when she heard this. You actually hid it from me and interfered in such a big matter. It concerns the death of the general who protects the country. You're hanging out with these people, aren't you afraid that if one thing goes wrong, you'll be doomed? However, Chang Yongyuan sneered and said, there's nothing I can do. I can't refuse. Besides, the person behind this is definitely someone you and I can't imagine. This person from Hanzhong is not even worthy of being mentioned. After hearing this, Li Menjing's expression eased a little. Seeing this, Chang Yongyuan continued, that big shot has already promised me that as long as Howard can accomplish this, he will let Howard change his appearance and live a normal life outside. Although the conditions in this mountain are not bad, there are no opportunities. Only outside can one achieve great things. You don't want our son to spend his whole life in this deep forest like us, do you? Chang Yongyuan had been outside under another identity and knew how good it was. Li Menjing now understood his good intentions, but she still couldn't help but worry. But didn't you say that Yi Linyuan's son was investigating this matter? What if Howard runs into him? Snort. Chang Yongyuan sneered. Howard is a martial arts master, and he has inherited my true skills in using poison. Even if he encounters their son, he has nothing to fear. Not to mention, with the Shen family's help, it probably won't be long before the news of Chen Taisheng's death reaches the sect. Sudden. It's bad, sect master. Someone is coming to kill us. We can't stop them at all. Chang Yongyuan and his wife were shocked. At the same time, an extremely burly man with a simple smile on his face appeared in the Wandu sect. He walked and killed as he went, and the people from the Wandu sect were no match for him at all. He is Zhuyan. One of the 9 evil spirits in the Hall of Eternal Life. You are all below the 12 heavenly gods and above the 36 heavenly generals. Chapter 35, The Wu Family, a medical family. Over the years, although the Wandu men has fallen on hard times, not just anyone can mess with them, but now a man actually came to their mountain gate to kill them. When Chang Yongyuan and his wife came outside, the entire Wandu sect was already a river of blood. Except for them, everyone else had been killed. Ah! Chang Yongyuan roared, staring intently at the harmless-looking Zhu Yan. How dare you kill someone from the Wandu sect? Who are you? How have we, the Wandu sect, ever offended you? Although angry, but he is not a fool. Anyone who could kill all the members of his Wandu sect in such a short time must be at least a martial king. You have to know that he, the leader of the 10,000 poison sect, is only a martial king. Zhu Yan grinned, revealing his huge white teeth. Who ordered your Wandu sect to poison Chen Taisheng in Tongzhou? How did you know about this? Chang Yongyuan's face changed drastically. Apart from themselves, the only people who knew about this were that big shot and the Shen family. Zhu Yan answered irrelevantly, I really don't like to force others. Just tell me and I'll send you off quietly. That will be better for everyone. Ha ha ha. Chang Yongyuan suddenly burst into laughter. We are all martial kings. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Boom, he attacked suddenly. A palm blasted out, mixed with terrifying black gas. This is poison gas. Even if a powerful martial king gets involved, he will lose a layer of skin. However, facing this terrifying punch, Zhu Yan had no response and allowed the punch to hit his chest. Even if we were both at the same martial king level, this punch of mine would have left me half dead, but you actually dared to resist. You're really halfway through his words. Chang Yuan's smug smile suddenly froze as Zhu Yan, on the other hand, was still smiling innocently as if nothing had happened. Can't we all sit down and talk it over? You. Chang Yuan's pupils shrank sharply and his face was full of shock. Swish, Zhu Yan stretched out his hand, and in the blink of an eye, his entire arm was torn off. You, who are you? Chang Yuan's face turned pale. Zhu Yan's strength far exceeded his estimation. He no longer dared to attack, but he really couldn't figure out where this guy in front of him came from. Even in the whole of Hanzhong, his strength was at the top of the list. However, Zhu Yan took his punch head on and remained unharmed. It only means that the other party is a powerful martial lord who is above the martial king. Zhu Yan smiled and pulled out a token, introducing himself, one of the 9 evils of the Hall of Eternal Life, Zhu Yan. Chang Yuan's pupils shrank sharply. Although he lived deep in the mountains, how could he not have heard of the name of the Palace of Eternal Life, especially the 9 evils of the Hall of Eternal Life, which is codenamed after the 9 ferocious beasts? Since the Hall of Eternal Life became famous, their figures of fighting and killing can be seen everywhere. No wonder this guy is so powerful. Why is the Hall of Immortality interfering in this matter? Could it be that Yi Lin Yuan and the others are related to the Hall of Immortality? Chang Yuan said, then denied it. Impossible. Yi Lin Yuan and the others have been dead for 8 years, and the Changsheng Palace has only been established for a short time. Why on earth would you, the Changsheng Palace, care about this? Because the palace master is generally his son. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Chang Yuan and Li Menjing were both stunned, their faces full of disbelief. The Lord of the Hall of Eternal Life is Yi Lin Yuan's son? This news was like a bolt from the blue to them. At this moment, Li Menjing suddenly figured something out and burst into tears. However, Chang Yuan was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He knew that Yi Lin Yuan's son was investigating the national war that year, but he still sent his son to Tongzhou. He simply thought that Yi Zongheng was a playboy and was not to be feared at all, but now, he couldn't guess why Zhu Yan knew that they sent someone to poison Chen Taisheng. His son is in trouble. Even if he is confident in his son, he is the master of the Hall of Eternal Life, a master of martial arts. How can he fight against such a giant who has reached the top of martial arts? A little brother who always serves him like this can be conservatively estimated to be a martial lord. Give me back my son. Li Menjing roared and rushed towards Zhu Yan. Bang! Zhu Yan threw a punch and her body exploded into a ball of blood mist. I'm going to fight you. Chang Yuan also lost his mind. Swish, even King Wu Chang Yuan, who was considered one of the top warriors in the entire Hanzhong, was like a chicken at the mercy of Zhu Yan, and his other arm was forcibly torn off. Ah! Chang Yuan screamed in pain. Zhu Yan felt a little annoyed. Just tell me straight out, and I'll kill you. Why do you have to force me to speak in this way? Ha ha ha, you killed my son and you expect me to tell you, stop dreaming. Next second, black blood flowed from Chang Yuan's mouth. He actually committed suicide by taking poison. Looking at his corpse, Zhu Yan's honest smile gradually froze and his whole face turned black. How could he report to the palace master if he didn't find out who was behind the scenes? What a hassle. Zhu Yan seemed to be annoyed. He twisted Chang Yuan's head off and slammed it into a box prepared in advance. The person behind it was not asked. So I have to bring something and report to the palace master. Little demon, check where the palace master is now. Zhu Yan took out a satellite phone and made a call. Brother Zhu Yan, the palace master has just left Jiangcheng and is now on his way to Tongzhou. Tongzhou. Zhu Yan picked up the box and quickly went down the mountain. Tongzhou. 2 days ago, Chang Haolong went to Jiangcheng and has been out of contact since then. At first, Shen Tianjun thought that Chang Haolong was just playing around and deliberately blocked all contact, but after 2 days, it was as if Chang Haolong had disappeared from the face of the earth. This time, he couldn't sit still anymore. Early this morning, he first sent someone to the Wandu sect to deliver a message, and then asked his grandfather for instructions. He decided to attack the Chen family directly and, by the way, catch the person who rescued Chen Taisheng. After obtaining his grandfather's consent, he directly organized people to surround the Chen family villa. What a coincidence! The forces behind the miraculous Dr. Xiaoyao who was killed by Yi Zongheng also came to Tongzhou. Shen Tianjun, what do you mean? Chen Xinwu looked at Shen Tianjun and asked angrily. We'll talk about our business later. Shen Tianjun smiled sinisterly. Due to the presence of people from the power behind Xiaoyao Divine Doctor, he did not attack Chen Taixing directly. As soon as he said this, everyone in the Chen family looked at a young man with long flowing hair in the crowd with heavy expressions. His name was Wu Hongmao, the son of the Wu family in the provincial capital of Hanzhong. Wu family, they are a medical family in Hanzhong provincial capital. Although the family's power is not at the top level, it is much stronger than the Chen family. Of the free and easy doctor who was killed by Yi Zonghong was the third son of the head of the Wu family. However, he was an illegitimate child and had always been ostracized by the Wu family because his mother had no status. The head of the Wu family felt sorry for him and taught him his medical skills. Later, the genius Dr. Xiaoyao left Hanzhong and lived a comfortable life relying on his medical skills. Moreover, he has always regarded himself as a miraculous doctor, but no one can deny that he has Wu family blood in his veins. Although the Chen family had already prepared for the Wu family to come knocking on their door, they did not expect that the Shen family also planned to turn against them at this time. They can't even handle the Wu family alone, not to mention that there is also Shen Tianjun, who is watching covetously from the side. Although my third uncle's status was not legitimate, he was still from our Wu family. Your Chen family asked him to treat their illness, but in the end, he died in your Chen family. Although it wasn't your Chen family who killed him, your Chen family has an unshakable responsibility for this matter. However, my grandfather, considering that Mr. Chen was a hero in the national war, will forgive you if you hand over the person who killed my third uncle. Speaking of this, there was a terrifying murderous intent in Wu Hongmao's eyes when he looked at the people from the Chen family. Otherwise, your Chen family will have to pay with their lives. Chapter 36. Are you coming to kill me, Wu family? It's a noble family. What noble families care about most is face. Even if the divine Dr. Xiaoyao is just an illegitimate child, if anyone outside dares to touch him, it would be a slap in the face of the Wu family. Chen Beicheng knew this very well, so he simply stopped saying polite words. Mr. Wu, that man saved my old man's life. He undoubtedly did a great favor to our Chen family. If we hand him over to you, wouldn't my Chen family be considered ungrateful? So, don't say we can't hand the person over. Even if we can, we won't hand him over to you. If the Wu family insists on an explanation, my Chen family will take it over. When Wu Hongmao heard this, he burst into laughter. The old man with a powerful aura following behind him also sneered. As for Shen Tianjun, his face was full of sarcasm. Wu Hongmao glanced at Chen Beicheng and the others. Why, when Chen Taixing was the chief garrison commander of Tongzhou and had connections all the way to Yinjing? Without Chen Taixing, your Chen family is nothing more than an ant that can be easily killed in front of my Wu family. Just because you are a high-ranking official in the Tongzhou war zone, you think you can compete with my Wu family? If my grandfather says one word, you, the top leader of the Tongzhou war zone, will be fired tomorrow. Do you understand? Chen Beicheng's face looked extremely ugly. Although this is outrageous, but it is also true. As a medical family in Hanzhong provincial capital, the Wu family has extensive connections. Many bigwigs in the war zone and the provincial capital owe favors to the Wu family, so it is easy to touch them. Do you understand the whole story? Divine Dr. Xiaoyao lost the bet himself. He can't blame anyone else, nor us. And you brought people into my Chen family as soon as you arrived. That's too unreasonable. Chen Xingwu's pretty face turned red with anger. Upon hearing this, Wu Hongmao carefully looked at Chen Xingwu. In this world, the strong talk about strength and background, and only the weak talk about reason. Do I need to reason with you, Wu family? You are so innocent and cute. I'm only giving you one last chance. Hand him over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. That's all. He took out a dagger and came directly in front of Chen Xingwu. Then, he stared at Chen Xingwu's chest with greed on his face. She's got a great appearance, a nice figure, and a hot temper. She's the type I like, and the key is that she's from a military background. Chen Xingwu was about to step back, but she held her back, with the dagger pressed against her chest. Don't move. If my hand shakes, you're done. You bastard, come at me if you have the guts. What's the big deal about bullying a woman? Chen Tianhao was completely furious when he saw that he was going to humiliate his sister. Bang! Wu Hongmao kicked him out. This time, just as the brothers Tianlong and Tianhua were about to make a move, the old man who came with Wu Hongmao made a move instantly. A snap. He first broke Tianlong Tianhua's legs with a kick, and then quickly pinned down Chen Beicheng and the others. The whole process was swift and decisive. Master of martial arts. Chen Beicheng gritted his teeth. You don't know your own limitations. Wu Hongmao sneered, then he thrust his dagger. Chen Xingwu's bra clasp suddenly fell off, revealing the white tube top underneath. You! Chen Xingwu had never suffered such humiliation, but her strength was far inferior to Wu Hongmao, and she could not move at all at this moment. Wu Hongmao's face was full of excitement as he picked up another bra button. Giant, call out. Ha, as expected of a military man, he doesn't even have any extra fat. Don't look at me like that. The more stubborn you are, the more excited I will be. Wu Hongmao licked his tongue, feeling hot all over and eager to vent. Thinking about he directly ordered the old man, keep an eye on the Chun family, while I do something interesting first. Wu Hongmao, if you dare to touch her, I guarantee you will die a miserable death. Chen Beiqing said with red eyes and gritted teeth. However, Wu Hongmao didn't take it seriously at all. Humph, are you scared now? As long as you trick the man who killed my third uncle here, I will let your daughter go. How about that? Before Chen Beiqing could say anything, Chen Xingwu spat at him, don't even think about it. Even if I, Chen Xingwu, die, I will never let a beast like you defile me. She actually took the initiative to rush towards the dagger. You're crazy. Wu Hongmao didn't expect that Chen Xingwu was not afraid of death, so he quickly retracted the dagger. Such a beauty, it would be such a pity if he died like this. But he was also very annoyed by Chen Xingwu's refusal to surrender, and immediately slapped Chen Xingwu in the face. Want to die? Wait until I have sex with you, and then I will fulfill your wish. Get out of here. Resist? Can you resist? Ha ha ha. Wu Hongmao dragged her into the room. Chen Xingwu's face was filled with despair. Critical moment, bang, a gunshot suddenly rang out outside the villa, attracting everyone's attention. When Shen Tianjun came, he brought a team of Tongzhou soldiers with him. The gunshots at this time meant that someone had trespassed. I didn't expect that someone would come to rescue your Chen family at this time, but there are Tongzhou soldiers guarding outside. Anyone who trespasses will be killed. No one can save you. Shen Tianjun sneered. Wu Hongmao smiled and didn't take it seriously, but just as he was about to continue dragging Chen Xingwu, a towering figure appeared at the door of the villa. I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch my people, all of you will die today. Seeing Yi Zongheng, Chen Xingwu immediately shouted, Young master, they are the people behind Xiaoyao Divine Doctor. They are here to kill you. Go away and leave us alone. Although I know that Yi Zongheng is a martial arts master, but he is young after all, and there is also the Shen family, which Yi Zongheng may not be able to defeat. This guy is the one who saved Shen Taisheng. Shen Tianjun also reminded loudly at this moment. He had seen Yi Zongheng's portrait. Hearing this, Wu Hongmao's attention was also focused on Yi Zongheng. I thought that someone who possessed such extraordinary medical skills as to bring the dead back to life would be an elderly person who had immersed himself in medicine for many years. Unexpectedly, so young, but none of this matters. What matters is that their Wu family needs Yi Zongheng's medical skills. Yes, the real purpose of him coming today to ask the Chen family to hand over Yi Zongheng was not to avenge the genius Dr. Xiaoyao, but to capture Yi Zongheng and bring him to the Wu family and put him under house arrest as much as possible. Let him use his medical skills for the Wu family. Of course, it would be best if you can avoid taking action. So he decided to pretend to invite Yi Zongheng, trick him into Hanzhong, and then put him under house arrest. In his opinion, Yi Zongheng would definitely be ecstatic after receiving his invitation. After all, it was an invitation from a medical family. Thinking about he took 2 steps forward calmly and confidently, ready to reveal his identity and background. Boom, but before he could open his mouth, Yi Zongheng grabbed his head, slammed it to the ground, and rubbed it back and forth. It's you who wants to kill me? Chapter 37 Wu Hongmao, Death in Sight. There was dead silence. Shen Tianjun, the people from the Chun family, and the old man who was a martial arts grandmaster were all stunned. No one really expected that Yi Zongheng would act without hesitation. Wu Hongmao's face was half bloody and he couldn't help but scream in pain. You bastard, I'm the son of the Wu family in Hanzhong province. Don't you want to live anymore? Boy, I advise you to let go of the young master immediately. The old man also warned sternly. Wu Hongmao's life was in Yi Zongheng's hands, so he didn't dare to act rashly. The people of the Chen family were almost dying of anxiety at this moment. Young master, you shouldn't have come. It's okay for our Chen family to have any trouble, but you can't have anything happen to you. Don't worry, these trash can't even hurt a hair on my head. Today I will make them pay double for how they bullied you. Yi Zhongheng said, however, when Wu Hongmao and others heard this, it was no less than an international joke. Snort. If you hadn't threatened me, my Wu family's martial arts master would have taken you down long ago. How dare you speak so shamelessly here? If you have the guts, let me go before you say that? Bang bang bang, Yi Zhongheng grabbed his head and pounded it against the ground, blood splattering everywhere. He didn't stop until he was breathing out more than breathing in. A martial arts master is invincible? This scene, everyone who saw it was terrified. The Wu family's martial arts master's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound, which showed how much he had endured. Was he about to assault you just now? Yi Zhongheng looked at Chen Xingwu's open chest and asked with a frown. Chen Xingwu finally reacted and quickly covered her chest with her hands. Seeing this, Yi Zhongheng already knew it well that if he had not arrived in time today, Chen Xingwu would have been abused by the beast Wu Hongmao because of him, and the lives of other people in the Chen family would have been in danger. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and the dagger that fell on the ground flew directly into his hand. Next second, laugh, the dagger pierced directly between Wu Hongmao's legs. Wu Hongmao's shrill screams echoed throughout the entire villa. Fortunately, he was also a warrior, otherwise he would have fainted from the pain just from this one blow. There is a kind of pain that hurts just by looking at it. Although he was not the one stabbed, Shen Tianjun, who was far away, still shuddered involuntarily at this. Gui Dada, so cruel. Ah, you forced me to do this, you forced me to do this. Catch him for me, don't worry about my life or death, cut off his penis, I want him to have a taste of losing his life force. Wu Hongmao went crazy. Or rather, he no longer wants to live, and now he just wanted Yi Zhongheng, who had caused him so much harm, to pay the price. It broke down already? Don't worry, I can help you connect it and guarantee it will function normally. Yi Zhongheng said with a smile. What? Wu Hongmao suddenly became energized and shouted at the other man, don't do it. Said. He looked at Yi Zhongheng expectantly again. Can you really help me connect it and guarantee that it will be the same as before, without any damage? Of course, I can bring a dead person back to life, let alone such a minor injury. Yi Zhongheng nodded. Okay, that's great. Please help me connect it. As long as you help me connect it, I will agree to any conditions you ask for. Wu Hongmao saw hope and was very excited. Want to pick it up? I want to. Wu Hongmao nodded frantically. Think about it, puff. Wu Hongmao was so angry that he spat out blood on the spot, but he was unwilling to give up this glimmer of hope and kept begging, I apologize, I deserve to die, I am not a human being. Please, as long as you are willing to help me connect it, you can even kneel down and kowtow to the Chen family, okay? Everyone was stunned. The son of a distinguished medical family is so humble. It's too late. Seeing that the fun was almost over, the smile on Yi Zhongheng's face gradually faded. Next second, he raised his foot and kicked Wu Hongmao hard on the head. Bang, blood mist splattered everywhere. Seeing Wu Hongmao's head being kicked like a watermelon by Yi Zhongheng, everyone was stunned and shocked. The people in the Chen family were even more shocked. It's over. Shen Tianjun, who was standing not far away, sneered. This kid really did things without thinking. If Wu Hongmao were alive, the martial arts master of the Wu family would not dare to act rashly, but now, what can Yi Zhongheng use to resist the wrath of the martial arts master? You bastard, you actually dared to kill the young master? You're courting death. Really? After a moment of daze, the martial arts master immediately rushed towards Yi Zhongheng with an angry face. Bang, Yi Zhongheng kicked him, and before he could even react, he was kicked to pieces. Then, slowly tidy up your clothes. Just playing with you guys, do you really think you're a big shot? Shen Tianjuan's eyes almost popped out and his scalp went numb. The martial arts master was no different from a little chicken in front of this guy. He's not being so arrogant just because Wu Hongmao is a threat to him. It's obvious that he has absolute strength. The people in the Chen family were also dumbfounded at this moment, especially Tianlong Tianawad. It turned out that last time, Yi Zhongheng was just playing with them. I know, it's you. You killed Chang Haolong, right? Shen Tianjun suddenly realized something and stared at Yi Zhongheng. Hearing this, Yi Zhongheng immediately looked over at him. So it seems that you were the one who teamed up with the people from the 10,000 poison sect to poison old man Chen? Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Shen Tianjun smiled and said, Sir, although I don't know what your relationship with the Chen family is, this matter is not your business. Of course, I don't mean to underestimate you, but the people involved in this matter are much more terrifying than the Wu family. I am just giving you a friendly reminder. He is now isolated and helpless. So that's why I'm so honest, but he believed that as long as the people from the 10,000 Poison sect came, Yi Zongheng, even if he was a martial arts master above the master of martial arts, would not be able to escape death. So, let alone the big shot who wanted the Chun family to die. Swish, Yi Zongheng dodged and grabbed his neck, lifting him up. Tell me what you mean, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Shen Tianjun broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell, why do you start fighting over something? You, don't be impulsive. I didn't tell you because knowing this won't do you any good. I came to the Chen family today to kill the Chen family, and I did it on the pretext of stealing Warzone secrets and murdering the Tongzhou Warzone chief garrison to seize power and usurp the throne. Think about it, what kind of important figure could achieve such omnipotence with just a single word? Believe me, don't worry about this matter. I'm willing to introduce you to that person. He originally wanted to stabilize Yi Zongheng, but he didn't know that these words completely infuriated Yi Zongheng. Really? Then I really want to meet this all-powerful man you mentioned. Chapter 38, King of Hanzhong? Catch him. Sudden. A roar of anger sounded like thunder. You bastard, you dare to hurt my grandson? I will tear you into pieces today. An old man in combat uniform, exuding a murderous aura, walked in. Shen Yunfeng, general garrison of Tongzhou Warzone. At this moment, behind him, there was a group of fully armed Tongzhou soldiers who quickly surrounded the entire Chen family villa. Shen Yunfeng originally did not plan to show up here, but he received a message from the Tongzhou army saying that someone broke into the Chen family villa and injured them, so he had to come here in person. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he saw someone attacking his grandson. How could this be tolerated? Capture all the people from the Chen family. As for this bastard, I will crush him to death myself. Shen Yunfeng waved his hand majestically. Grandpa, don't. Shen Tianjun shouted hurriedly. Juner, don't be afraid. Grandpa is here. Anyone who hurts you will die. Shen Yunfeng was filled with anger. As the chief garrison commander of the Tongzhou Warzone, he has the right to mobilize the Tongzhou army at any time. In Tongzhou, no one is more powerful and stronger than him. What's more, he's just a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Boom, he ran like thunder, quickly approached Yi Zongheng, and punched out. The wind from his punch was like a tiger's roar, deafening. Die for me. Yi Zongheng didn't even look at him. He casually raised his hand and grabbed him by the neck with lightning speed. Then he lifted him up and said, Grandfather and grandson are together. What? Shen Yunfeng was so shocked that he didn't even react to what was happening. How is that possible? A group of Tongzhou soldiers were also shocked. Shen Yunfeng is their chief garrison commander, a martial arts master, but now he is being held in someone's hand like a chicken. After realizing what was happening, they quickly raised their guns and pointed them at Yi Zongheng. Release the chief guard. Yi Zongheng remained indifferent. You! Shen Yunfeng wanted to shout, but before he could say anything, his eyes suddenly widened. Then blood kept coming out of his mouth. Yi Zongheng's strength in his hands continued to increase, and he took the time to say to Shen Tianjun, if he is your reliance on never speaking, then you can speak now. Grandpa! Shen Tianjun roared. Shen Yunfeng's eyes were unfocused, until death. I didn't have time to figure out what was going on. Bang, Yi Zongheng let go, and his body fell to the ground. He came with great momentum, and left quietly, shot. The chief garrison commander Shen Yunfeng was killed on the spot. The Tongzhou army didn't care about Shen Tianjuan's life or death at all and pulled the trigger directly at Yi Zongheng. However, all the bullets seemed to hit an invisible wall, and could not hurt Yi Zongheng at all. Yi Zongheng turned his head and glanced at them indifferently. Since you don't know, this is the first and last time, cherish the opportunity. Dang dang, a group of Tongzhou soldiers retreated subconsciously. That look was like a knife, piercing into their hearts. This GUIT is definitely not something that ordinary soldiers like them can defeat. You actually dared to kill my grandfather. He was the chief garrison commander of the Tongzhou Warzone. You are finished, you are completely finished. Shen Tianjun said with a pale face. Let's not talk about whether I'm done or not, but if you don't tell me, your end will definitely not be good. Yi Zongheng sneered. Then he directly grabbed Shen Tianjuan's 5 fingers and crushed his bones into pieces. Shen Tianjun suddenly let out a pig-slaughtering howl. He knew that as long as he didn't tell anyone, Yi Zongheng would not kill him, but would make him live a life worse than death. Now he just hopes that the people from the Wandu men can come quickly. He had witnessed the strength of the Wandu sect, especially a few years ago, when he had the honor of meeting the sect's leader, Chen Yongyuan, a person that even his grandfather had to treat with caution. According to his grandfather, the other party is a martial king, so as long as the people from the 10,000 poison sect arrive, even if Yi Zongheng is a powerful martial arts master, he will definitely die. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but sneered. It's still uncertain who will have the last laugh. At this moment, a burly figure appeared in the villa like a ghost, and a terrifying sense of oppression followed him like a shadow. Except for Yi Zongheng, everyone held their breath involuntarily. Strong, and he must be a powerful person above the grandmaster level in martial arts, otherwise it would be impossible for him to frighten them with just his aura. Shen Tianjuan's face suddenly turned over with joy. In his opinion, this man must be a strong man from the Wandu sect. Yi Zongheng was completely finished now. Palace Master, I have failed in my duties. The leader of the 10,000 poison sect would rather die than reveal who was behind their actions. I have no choice but to bring his head to you and ask for your forgiveness. Zhu Yan was half kneeling on the ground. He had been killing people all over the place in the Wandu men, but at this moment he was extremely cautious and didn't dare to look up at Yi Zongheng. Shen Tianjuan's expression froze, and he couldn't believe it. Impossible, it must be fake. The leader of the 10,000 poison sect is a powerful warrior at the martial king level. How could you possibly kill him? Zhu Yan opened the box, revealing Chang Yongyuan's head. This time, Shen Tianjun looked completely dejected. The look he gave Yi Zongheng was filled with fear. The man in front of him was able to kill Chang Yongyuan, and his strength was at least that of a martial king, but he was kneeling in front of Yi Zongheng. This is the thought. Shen Tianjun felt as if his heart and gallbladder were broken, and every pore in his body was trembling. I said, I hope you can give me a quick death. Shen Tianjun smiled miserably. At this time, there was no need to hide anymore. Who is it? This moment, everyone looked at Shen Tianjun. King of Hanzhong. Boom. When these three words came out of his mouth, there was an uproar at the scene. Impossible. How could it be the king of Hanzhong? Shen Tianjun, don't talk nonsense. Chen Xingwu said in disbelief. Chen Beicheng and others also frowned. They knew that the Shen family had the support of King Hanzhong, but they never suspected that King Hanzhong was the mastermind behind all this. Because the king of Hanzhong is not only the well-deserved king of the entire Hanzhong provincial capital, he is also a god of war who often fights with enemy countries on the border and is the faith in the hearts of countless soldiers, so they cannot accept the answer for a while. Oh, do I really need to lie to you now? 8 years ago, he was the one who helped our Shen family reach this position and asked us to monitor you. Although we don't know why, we have always done so. Not long ago, he sent people from the 10,000 poison sect and asked us to cooperate with them to poison Chen Taisheng. Until now, I still don't know why he wanted to kill Chen Taisheng, but today I seem to understand. How ridiculous. I thought that if my Shen family could handle this matter well, our status would be elevated to a higher level, but I didn't expect that we would become the victims of the struggle between you bigwigs. Shen Tianjun laughed at himself, his eyes filled with the determination to die. Yi Zongheng could feel that he was not lying. Click, break his neck. Did you hear that? Yi Zongheng said to Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan nodded. Catch him. Chapter 39. The Wu family is wrath. Next second, Zhu Yan's figure disappeared from the spot. Chen Beicheng and the others were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. If I heard correctly, the order Yi Zongheng gave to Zhu Yan just now was to capture the king of Hanzhong. This young master, the king of Hanzhong, is not only extremely powerful, but his personal strength is so great that no one in the entire Hanzhong provincial capital can raise their heads. We can't fight him head-on, Chen Beicheng said. Yes, young master, the king of Hanzhong is also a god of war. The weakest ones are all kings of martial arts, and they are the top ones among them. Chen Xingwu followed. Mars, these two words of Dacia, the weight is too heavy. Being able to obtain the title of god of war and rule over a province as a king is even more terrifying. This kind of person has power, strength, and influence in one person, and is invincible in his own territory. Zhu Yan, who had just appeared, could certainly kill the leader of the Wandu sect, but after all, he was outnumbered. How could he possibly capture the king of Hanzhong? Don't worry, he's just King Wu, he can't fly. Yi Zongheng waved his hand at King Wu. That's all. The Chen family really didn't know what to say. They just hoped that things wouldn't develop in a bad direction, otherwise, they would all be finished. At this time. Yi Zonghong waved his hand, and several golden needles shot into the broken legs of Tianlong and Tianhua. Then, the light began to flow. My leg is actually healed. The two men widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock. Raise your hand, heal broken bones. Even though they knew that Yi Zonghong was an expert in medicine, they were still shocked at this moment. The two men stood up from the ground and bowed respectfully to Yi Zonghong, saying, "Thank you, young master." Yi Zonghong nodded and looked at Chen Beichang. "Are the herbs ready?" "Everything is ready, Tianhao. Quickly send someone to get the herbs." Chen Beichang was a little excited. He knew that Yi Zonghong was preparing to prolong his father's life. After a while, bring the herbs. Yi Zonghong arranged a quiet room for him to prepare the Peiyuan pill. Hanzhong Wu family. As a family of medicine that has been passed down for many years and has been developing steadily, the Wu family manor covers a very large area. It not only has clearly divided villa complexes, but also artificial lakes and rockery. At this moment, Wu Chengzhou, the old man of the Wu family, was walking his bird. It's a canary, but the canary, which was usually extremely docile, suddenly pecked him, and his fingers were pecked until they bled. Wu Chengzhou frowned and suddenly felt a palpitation. "Come here, call Liang Hao and the others over to me." Wu Chengzhou ordered. Soon, the eldest son of the Wu family, Wu Lianghao, and the second son, Wu Liangxuan, all appeared in front of Wu Chengzhou. "Father, I wonder why you called us here?" Wu Chengzhou frowned and said, "I was walking my bird today and it pecked my hand. Ever since then, I've had a bad feeling in my heart and haven't been able to calm down yet. How's Hong Mao doing?" Hearing this, Wu Lianghao and the other man were both stunned. When people reach their position, they know very well that the sixth sense does exist. "Father, are you worried that something might happen to Hong Mao?" Wu Lianghao asked. Wu Chengzhou nodded. "Father, are you worrying too much?" Although the Tongzhou Chen family has a background in the war zone, they have always been at odds with the Shin family. They seem to have the military power in their hands, but in fact they are restricted in every way. Although Chen Taisheng, the true pillar of the Chen family, has been revived, he is still bedridden. With the status of my Wu family and the presence of a martial arts master, what could possibly go wrong? Wu Liangxuan nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, father, not only will Hong Mao be fine, I believe that good news will come soon." Both of them looked disapproving. After all, a martial arts master is already a powerful man who can walk around Tongzhou with impunity, and no one can stop him except Shin Yunfeng. Although the Shin family and the Chen family appear to be calm on the surface, they are actually at loggerheads with each other. It is impossible for the Shin family to help the Chen family. As for Yi Zonghong, who saved Chen Taisheng, they didn't regard Yi Zonghong as a threat at all. It was good enough for a person to be able to master either medicine or martial arts in his lifetime, just like their Wu family, which is a medical family with strong medical skills but not very proficient in martial arts. So in their opinion, Yi Zongheng is proficient in medicine but must know nothing about martial arts. Wouldn't it be easy to catch him? "Father, I see you didn't get enough rest last night. I'll have someone prepare some calming soup for you right away," Wu Lianghao said as he prepared to give the order. But at this moment, "Oh no, we can't contact Mauer," and even Shou Gongfeng, who went to Tongzhou with him, has lost contact. A beautiful woman in gorgeous clothes said with her chest heaving. "What?" Wu Lianghao stood up quickly and said, "Don't talk nonsense here. I didn't. I really couldn't get in touch with her." The beautiful woman was Wu Hongmao's mother. "Hurry, use all your connections immediately to find out what happened in Tongzhou." Wu Qingzhou's uneasiness grew stronger. At this time, Wu Liangxuan waved his hands nonchalantly and said, "Father, brother, don't worry. Hong Mao might have already caught that man and is returning to Hanzhong right now. He turned off the communication, maybe he was planning to give us a surprise. After all, this kid has been very naughty since he was young." Yes, that must be the case." The beautiful woman thought it was very reasonable and quickly agreed. Wu Lianghao's heart also dropped. After all, he simply couldn't believe that anything could happen to his son in Tongzhou with a martial arts master protecting him. Half an hour later, the butler came back in 2 steps at a time. "Tell me quickly, has the Chen family handed the person over to Hong Mao to take back to Hanzhong?" Wu Lianghao looked like he had guessed it right, and was even so leisurely as to hold the teacup and blow on it slowly. "Sir, the young master and Mr. Chiu are dead," the housekeeper said with sweat on his forehead. Boom, as soon as these words came out, the teacup in Wu Lianghao's hand instantly fell off, and the scalding hot tea splashed between his legs. causing him to jump up immediately. "What the hell did you say?" Wu Liangxuan was also stunned at this moment. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Is there anyone in Tongzhou who can kill Qiu Gongfeng?" The beautiful woman slumped to the ground, her face pale. Wu Qingzhou's face was filled with anger. He said in a deep voice, "What on earth happened? Who dares to kill my grandson? Is Chen Taishang faking illness?" "No. The man who killed the young master was the young man who saved Chen Taisheng. Not only that, he also killed Shen Yunfeng and his grandson. This boy is not only proficient in medicine, but he may have also reached the realm of martial arts." Dead silence. Wu Qingzhou and the others guessed countless possible outcomes, but they never expected that it would be Yi Zongheng, who saved Chen Taisheng, who did all this and even killed someone like Shen Yunfeng. As the chief garrison commander of the Tongzhou war zone, Shen Yunfeng holds military power and is the king of Hanzhong's man. Even the Wu family dares not touch him. However, he was killed by a guy whom they had never taken seriously. Wu Ling, right? It's not that our Wu family can't invite Wu Ling. He dares to kill my son. No matter who he is, I will make him go down to the grave with me. Wu Lianghao said angrily. Wu Qingzhou clenched his fists. For a long time. Invite the heads of several other families to come over and tell them that I need their help. Although their Wu family is a family of medicine, they cannot kill Wu Ling at will. It is too risky to rely solely on their Wu family, although reluctantly, but to be on the safe side, it would be better to unite with other families and invite more martial spirits to take action to be sure. Chapter 40, Fishing for the Country, The Hidden Giant. An hour later, several heads of prominent families who were on good terms with the Wu family came to the Wu family. "Everyone, the reason I'm so anxious to invite you here today is because my grandson, Hong Mao, died in Tongzhou." What? As soon as Wu Qingzhou said this, the whole audience was stunned. The son of a medical family was actually killed in Tongzhou. Who has the guts to do that? Then. Wu Qingzhou had no choice but to explain the whole story. This is what happened. This person possesses medical skills that can bring people back to life. You all should know what this means. As long as we can capture him and use him for our own benefit, no matter what the cost, it will be worth it. Therefore, I would like to ask you to each send a powerful martial spirit to Tongzhou to capture him. After the capture, the ownership of this child will be decided by our families in turn. How? Medical skills that can bring people back to life. Although this was unbelievable, Wu Qingzhou would not joke with them about such a thing. For a while, several people had fanatical expressions on their faces. If that person was not a strong man in the martial spirit realm, and was not a difficult person for the Wu family, it would probably not be their turn to share in such a good thing. Thinking about it, several people agreed without hesitation, including the Wu family. A total of 4 major families dispatched 4 powerful men in the martial spirit realm, led by Wu Hongmao's father Wu Lianghao, and headed to Tongzhou. Just when the Wu family learned what happened in Tongzhou and organized people to go to Tongzhou, Yanjing. On an island located in the middle of a huge lake, an old man dressed in a tang suit and with a reserved aura walked calmly into a courtyard filled with the fragrance of flowers. In the courtyard, there is a dragon-shaped river. By the river sat a thin old man, holding a fishing rod. Yi Ling Yuan's child is quite capable. The Wanda sect has collapsed, and the king of Hanzhong has also been exposed. What do you think? The old man in tang suit bent down 90 degrees and asked in a low voice. Oh, the old man who was fishing opened his eyes slightly. The 10,000 poison sect? Is it that small sect that used poison that was supported by someone in the government back then? Yes. Although this sect is just an inconspicuous sect, if I remember correctly, they should have a king of martial arts in charge, right? The old man thought for a while and asked. Yes. The old man in tang suit responded again. This time, the old man fishing suddenly smiled wryly and said, "In just 8 years, you've gone from a dandy, harmless dandy to someone who even the martial king can't do anything to you? Have you found out what he has been up to over the years?" "No, we only found out that he stayed in Hanjiang for a year, and then he left Dasha. We have no way of finding out what happened after that." The old man frowned slightly. Boom. The old man in tang suit immediately knelt on the ground and said in panic, "Give me a little more time." After not speaking for a long time, the old man in tang suit asked cautiously, "What do you think, should we kill, or?" Whoosh, the old man lifted his fishing rod and a dragon-tailed carp was immediately pulled out of the water. He grabbed the carp in the air and threw it to the ground, saying a word lightly, "Kill." Soon. Not in the city of Yanjing. In a magnificent mansion somewhere. The message has come down from above. Return to Hanzhong and kill him at all costs. I understand. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood up and left the mansion. Tongzhou, ever since Yi Zongheng entered the room, Chen Beicheng and the others had been waiting outside. They didn't even have time to clean up the corpses lying on the floor of the villa. It's been so long, why hasn't the young mastered it yet? Chen Tianhao was a little anxious. Why rush? Even some alchemists who come from the Alchemy Association and are proficient in refining pills sometimes spend several days and nights refining pills. Chen Beicheng said in alchemy they had heard something, this kind of thing that seems incredible to ordinary people has always existed, but it is just out of reach. Just like the Medical Association and the Martial Arts Association, the Alchemy Association is composed of alchemists, but their number is even rarer than that of the Medical Association and the Martial Arts Association. An alchemist, no matter where he goes, is a guest of honor of all major forces. However, according to the Chen family's understanding, they have never heard of anyone being able to refine a pill that can prolong people's life, so if Yi Zongheng really refined such a pill, then the Dandao Association might be nothing but shit in his eyes. He has medical skills that can bring people back to life, he has the strength to maintain the martial spirit realm, and now he can even make pills. I really don't know what else the young master can't do. Chen Xingwu's face was full of admiration. Whenever she thought of how Yi Zongheng stood up for him, her face would turn red and her heart would beat fast. We still know too little about the young master. Chen Beicheng also smiled. Sudden. A fragrance wafted from the room. Tianlong and Tianhua sniffed and asked, "Do you smell it?" "I smell it, it smells so good." It is said that elixirs have different scents. So it seems that the young master has succeeded? Chen Xingguo exclaimed. Really? As soon as these words came out, Yi Zongheng walked out of the room. In his hand, he was holding a pill the size of a longan. The pill was covered in several different colors and exuded a refreshing fragrance. "Young master, have you mastered it?" Chen Xingguo came up immediately. Yi Zongheng nodded. "This is Peiyuan pill." "Young master, you have worked hard. Let me wipe your sweat." Chen Xingguo knew that refining the elixir was extremely mentally exhausting. Seeing the sweat on Yi Zongheng's forehead, she felt a sudden pang of heartache for no reason. She took out the scented towel and almost stuck her whole body to Yi Zongheng, that huge creature. Now it is also deformed by pressure. Yi Zongheng took 2 steps back somewhat unnaturally. "It's not hard, it's just a little stuffy in the room." Oh. Chen Xingguo also realized at this moment that she was too close to Yi Zongheng, so she quickly dodged and lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Zongheng. After a group of people came to Chen Taisheng's room. "Young master, thank you so much this time." Chen Taisheng naturally heard what happened downstairs just now, so when he saw Yi Zongheng, he hurriedly thanked him. "This is all because of me, why would you even bother thanking me?" Yi Zongheng took out the Peiyuan pill and said, "Take this pill and I will help you dissolve the medicinal power." Chen Xingguo helped Chen Taisheng up and fed him the pill. As soon as he swallowed the pill, Chen Taisheng felt a surge of medicinal power surging through his body. In just a moment, he was sweating profusely, his face filled with pain. This is such a strong medicinal power. I feel like my body is about to explode, young master. At this time, Yi Zongheng turned his body around, put a hand close to his back, and channeled spiritual energy into his body to help him dissolve the effects of the medicine. It will only take a while. Chen Taisheng's condition improved significantly. Half an hour later, Chen Taisheng's face became radiant. He let out a long roar, and a terrifying aura immediately spread out. "Grandpa, you!" The Chen family members who saw this scene all exclaimed in surprise. "I didn't expect that this Peiyuan pill not only restored my vitality, but also allowed me to break through to the level of Wuling in martial arts." Chen Taisheng felt it was incredible. Next second, he knelt down directly in front of Yi Zongheng and said, "Young master, you were so kind and generous. My Chen family has no way to repay you. As long as you don't mind, my Chen family is willing to serve you wholeheartedly." "There's no need for that." Yi Zongheng helped him up. After, Chen Taisheng also learned that the mastermind behind the Shen family's poisoning of him was the king of Hanzhong. "I didn't expect that even someone like the king of Hanzhong would become a running dog of the powerful." Chen Taisheng sighed. Chapter 41. The killing is coming certainly. In addition to regret, there is also anger. Chen Taisheng spent half his life in the military, fighting on the battlefield with the belief of not giving up an inch of land, but ended up being bedridden in his later years. Final, the king of Hanzhong, who had the same background as him, actually intended to silence him on such a trumped-up charge. How ridiculous! I have spread the news about you, young master, but no one has responded yet. What do you plan to do about the king of Hanzhong? Chen Taisheng asked. I've sent people to Hanzhong to capture him. The king of Hanzhong, at his level, should know who collaborated with the enemy and killed my parents, right? What? Chen Taisheng exclaimed, young master, have you sent people to capture the king of Hanzhong? Don't make a fuss. How can a mere king of Hanzhong eat people? Yi Zongheng said calmly. Chen Taisheng, well, a little bit. Chen Taisheng sighed, young master, the king of Hanzhong is not only powerful, but the most terrifying thing is that he is the official king of Hanzhong and has the power to mobilize the entire Hanzhong provincial capital. Young master, tell me the truth, how sure are you about this matter? Don't blame him, the reason is that a figure like the king of Hanzhong is already in all-powerful existence in front of them. With just one sentence, it would be too easy to destroy the Chen family. Although Yi Zongheng is a monster, they are weak after all. If they fail to capture the king of Hanzhong, they will anger him instead. In front of the war zone, personal strength is too fragile. Chen Xinggu and the others also looked at Yi Zongheng. King of Hanzhong, killing him is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Yi Zongheng put his hands behind his back, with the momentum of a tiger. Hiss, Chen Taisheng and others couldn't help but gasp. How much ability did their young master have that they didn't know about, as he dared to say that? Don't worry, I'm here to protect your Chen family and make it shine with the country in the future. Yi Zongheng was not just talking. The blueprint in his mind was definitely not limited to overseas areas. The Chen family hasn't reacted yet. A loud shout came from outside, you bastards from the Chen family, get out here. Several powerful auras followed like shadows. Yi Zongheng frowned slightly. Humph. It seems that I, Chen Taisheng, have been lying down for too long. So long that people outside have forgotten how I, Chen Taisheng, overcame all the other heroes back then. Young master, just watch this time. It's a good opportunity to practice with these people. That's all. Chen Taisheng flashed and disappeared from the room. Yi Zongheng walked down the stairs slowly with an expressionless face. When Chen Taisheng came downstairs, he saw Wu Lianghao and his group standing downstairs with murderous looks. Mauer, my Mauer. When the beautiful woman saw Wu Hongmao's body, she threw herself on him and burst into tears. Wu Lianghao's eyes were red as he stared at Chen Taisheng. I didn't expect you, old man, we're faking illness. Where's that bastard who killed my son? Hand him over to me now. Kid from the Wu family, didn't that old bastard Wu Qingzhou teach you how to speak properly to your seniors? Chen Taisheng seemed relaxed, but he was actually under a lot of pressure. Opposite point, four powerful martial spirit masters suddenly appeared. Ah, Chen Taisheng, do you really think you're something? I'm telling you, if you don't hand over the bastard who killed my son today, I'll wipe out your entire Chen family. Boom, Chen Taisheng suddenly attacked, directly at Wu Lianghao's face. You're asking for death by speaking rudely. Humph, even if you're pretending to be sick, you're only at the Grandmaster level. Today, I have 4 powerful martial arts masters here. You're the one seeking death. Bang! After a violent collision, Chen Taisheng and the martial arts expert beside Wu Lianghao each took a few steps back. Ha! You are not a martial arts master, you are a martial arts spirit. This old man is a worshipper of the Wu family, his name is Leng Kongshan. Wu Lianghao watched as Chen Taisheng exchanged punches with him, finding them evenly matched. A look of shock appeared on his face. I didn't expect you, an old man, to be so well hidden. Then it seems that the information we received was wrong. It was you, old man, who concealed your strength and killed Mauer. Humph, I was saying that it's incredible enough for a young boy to have incredible medical skills. How could he be a powerful martial spirit? However, even if you are a martial spirit, don't even think about saving that bastard today. He is not something your Chen family can eat. Hand him over obediently, and perhaps your Chen family can still be saved. Wu Lianghao imagined it himself. Brother Hao, Mauer's life force is gone, and he was tortured before his death. When you catch that bastard, you must not let him off easily. What? Wu Lianghao shouted, Old Lang, all the seniors, kill them before you find that bastard. The 4 martial spirits attacked together, obviously not intending to give any chance. Chen Taisheng laughed loudly and rushed forward. This old man was indeed a veteran of the battlefield. For a moment, he was able to hold back 4 powerful men of the same realm as him by his own strength. Actually, this is also due to the efficacy of Peiyuan Dan. However, he had just broken through and had not had time to become familiar with the use of this power. Puff, Chen Taisheng was punched in the chest. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Ha ha ha, that's great. Let's do it again. It's enough to consolidate it. Continuing will do more harm than good." Young master. Looking at Yi Zongheng, who was coming down the stairs, Chen Taisheng hurriedly bowed. "People from the Wu family?" Yi Zongheng glanced at the beautiful woman holding Wu Hongmao, and instantly guessed the origin of this group of people. Young master, Wu Lianghao was a little confused by Chen Taisheng's shout and couldn't help asking, "Who are you? I haven't even looked for your Wu family yet, but I didn't expect you to come to my door. You don't even know my identity, yet you dare to come to me. Do you think you are so confident with 4 martial spirits?" This time, how could Wu Lianghao not guess Yi Zongheng's identity? "So it's you, you bastard. Chen Taisheng really spent a lot of money to tie you to the Chen family. He actually recognized you as his master. But do you think Chen Taisheng can protect you? You bastard, I'm here to find you today. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but you have to serve us for the rest of your life. Also, if you dare to cut off my son's vitals, don't keep yours either. After all, losing that thing won't affect your medical skills." And at this time, after learning Yi Zongheng's identity, the eyes of the 4 martial spirit masters almost lit up, as if they had seen a treasure. "Catch him. Just 4 martial spirits, who gave you the courage to attack me? Ha, you really think you're a powerful martial spirit? If it weren't for that old bastard Chen Taisheng, you would have been captured by my son long ago. And now you still have the nerve to speak so shamelessly." Wu Lianghao laughed disdainfully, but at this moment, Yi Zongheng's figure flashed. Bang 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 bang, 4 dull sounds were heard, and the heads of the 4 martial spirit masters exploded like watermelons one after another. "Are you here for me?" Yi Zongheng came in front of Wu Lianghao and said with his eyes slightly narrowed. Wu Lianghao. Chapter 42. 5 Tiger Generals, 1,000-man army. What's going on? In the blink of an eye, 4 powerful martial arts masters disappeared. Wu Lianghao's mind went blank. Snap! Yi Zongheng grabbed his arm and twisted it hard, twisting his entire arm out of shape. "Ah!" Wu Lianghao screamed in pain. The intense pain brought him back to his senses. He looked at Yi Zongheng with eyes full of fear. "This guy out, he actually killed 4 martial spirits in an instant. You have to know that they are powerful martial spirits, not wheat in a rice field." Yi Zongheng had a sneer on his face. "Now that you know I have the medical skills to bring the dead back to life, you want to capture me and bring me to your Wu family under the pretext of revenge, and make me serve you for the rest of my life? Misunderstanding." Wu Lianghao was sweating profusely and his tongue was tied. "Misunderstand?" Yi Zongheng smiled slightly. "Is it a misunderstanding?" Yes, my child is ignorant and misunderstood our true meaning. Our original intention was to invite you to Hanzhong and offer you a salary of tens of billions a year. Whether you are willing to stay is entirely up to you." Wu Lianghao was so scared at this moment that he was at a loss, and all he could think about was how to survive. He is indeed a businessman that he can talk nonsense without blushing or getting nervous. Yi Zongheng said playfully, 10 billion annual salary, your Wu family is quite generous. It's just a small gesture of sincerity, not worth mentioning. Wu Lianghao said quickly. Just send the money. Ah? Wu Lianghao's expression froze, and he looked confused. However, Yi Zongheng snapped his fingers at Chen Taisheng and ordered, give me a card number. Soon Chen Taisheng had already prepared the account for receiving the payment. Wu Lianghao finally reacted and was ecstatic. The medical immortal is so generous. I'll have someone transfer the money right away. The idea of hiring Yi Zongheng with an annual salary of 10 billion yuan was originally a fabrication by him in an attempt to save his life, but he didn't expect it to actually work. Really, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Although 10 billion is a lot, his Wu family can still afford it. Moreover, with Yi Zongheng's medical skills in hand, the 10 billion can be earned back quickly in the future. The most important thing is that if it can save his and his wife's lives, the 10 billion is worth spending. Wu Lianghao called his father, Wu Qingzhou, and said, Father, I'll give you an account number. Please have someone transfer 10 billion. Don't ask anything. Just trust your son. After a while, 10 billion has arrived. Medical immortal, look. Wu Lianghao said with a smile. Unexpectedly, Yi Zongheng's expression was extremely cold. Your Wu family only plans to hire me for 1 year? Wu Lianghao, damn it, shouldn't you be unwilling? Why do you think it's too little? Forget about a year. They didn't even want to hire for a year in the beginning. It would have been better to just catch them directly, but now, he didn't dare to say that. Then, according to the medical immortal, how many years is appropriate? Wu Lianghao was almost crying. Click, Yi Zongheng clenched his 5 fingers and crushed his other arm. Shouldn't you ask yourself this? Wu Lianghao gasped for breath and cried mournfully, please stop playing with me, medical immortal. As long as you are willing to spare my life and my wife's life, I will give you any amount of money you want. How much money does the Wu family have? Yi Zongheng asked Chen Taisheng. The Wu family's business is spread across the province. They are a family of medicine with a century-old tradition. It's hard to say how much money they have. Chen Taisheng couldn't say either. What do you think about another 4 years? Yi Zongheng thought for a while and asked Wu Lianghao. 4 years, together with the previous 10 billion, the total is 50 billion. This amount of money is almost all that the Wu family can come up with without affecting their foundation. Wu Lianghao gritted his teeth and continued to call Wu Qingzhou. The 40 billion yuan arrived a little slowly, but there were no problems for a while. Yi Zongheng felt a little regretful. If I had known this earlier, I would have asked for more. However, he had almost had enough fun. The Chen family had been loyal to his father for so many years, so the 50 billion was a gift to the Chen family. Although it was a waste of words, it was worth it. It is truly an honor for our Wu family to spend 50 billion to invite such a person with profound medical skills as the medical immortal to take charge of our family. Medical immortal, please help me reattach these 2 arms. When we get to Hanzhong, I will hold a banquet to apologize to you. Wu Lianghao pointed to his broken arm and said with a smile. Yi Zongheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. What if the Wu family is wiped out? Then I won't have to go to work. You. Wu Lianghao's eyes widened and he almost vomited blood. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes and fainted. Seeing this scene, Chen Xingwu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, thinking to herself, the young master is so bad. At this moment, a sudden sound of footsteps instantly attracted everyone's attention. Chen Xingwu's smile immediately disappeared, and Chen Taisheng and others also looked heavy. The footsteps were so uniform and earth-shaking. It's the army. I didn't expect it to come so soon. Chen Taisheng frowned. Yi Zongheng smiled and walked out of the villa. Now, outside the villa, the roads on both sides were guarded by soldiers that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the middle of the road, several armored vehicles equipped with heavy firepower were aimed at the Chen family villa. Right in front of them, 5 middle-aged men in military uniforms, all around 45 years old, stood with their hands behind their backs. Report. A 10-mile radius has been designated as a military control zone. Please give instructions. The man in the middle, who exuded a terrifying aura and looked intimidating without even getting angry, raised his hand and waved gently. Everyone, take your positions. Next second, the sound of bullets being loaded came one after another, the heavy machine guns started to move, and even the rocket launchers and mortars were brought down one by one and adjusted uniformly, with the target being the Chen family villa. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. The entire scene was shrouded in a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Even Chen Beicheng and Chen Xingwu, who were born in a war zone, could not help but sweat on their foreheads at this moment. Such a lineup was no joke. Instead, he came with the intention of razing the Chen family to the ground. The 5 tiger generals, I didn't expect that even they were alarmed. It seems that after Shen Yunfeng's death, the king of Hanzhong can no longer sit still. Chen Taisheng looked at the 5 middle-aged men and said with a heavy face, Young master, what should we do? Chen Tianhao's palms were sweating. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. 5 tiger generals, these are the 5 most powerful generals under the command of King Hanzhong. Conservatively estimated, their strength is at the level of king of martial arts, and they are true battlefield weapons. Before Yi Zongheng could say anything, the middle-aged man who led the 5 tiger generals spoke first. The Chen family sought to usurp the throne and murdered the chief garrison commander of the Tongzhou war zone. They deserve to be executed. Kill. Slow down, General Zhao, I'm innocent, please don't shoot. Wu Lianghao yelled loudly, and he was so scared that he peed his pants. Zhao Homing frowned. I'm Wu Lianghao from the Wu family, General Zhao. Wu Lianghao trotted forward. Stay aside. Zhao Homing said this, but just as he was about to give another order, Wu Lianghao hurriedly said, Don't fire, my wife is still inside. At this time Yi Zongheng turned around and walked into the villa and brought the beautiful woman out. Click, with one hand, he crushed her neck and now, it's gone. The whole place was dead silent. Zhao Homing and the others thought that Yi Zongheng was going to threaten the beautiful woman's life, but unexpectedly, he killed her directly. Wu Lianghao watched his wife being killed and was about to curse, but before he could open his mouth, Yi Zongheng snapped his fingers and a ray of golden light instantly penetrated his forehead. Boom, Wu Lianghao's eyes widened, and he fell straight down, raising a cloud of dust. Until his death, he could not understand how Yi Zongheng dared to kill him in public under such circumstances. I don't care about that now, open fire? Yi Zongheng put his hands behind his back and looked at Zhao Homing calmly. No matter how many troops you have, in my eyes, they are nothing but chickens and dogs. Chapter 43, all shocked this moment, time seemed to stand still. The soldiers around even had some doubts about who was being surrounded. How come Yi Zongheng is stronger than them, not to mention them? Even Zhao Homing and the other four were a little scared at this moment. To be honest, they could not do Yi Zongheng's imposing manner of remaining calm in the face of thousands of troops, and these people are all accustomed to big scenes. Actually, by observing and comparing with other members of the Chen family, it can be found that the people of the Chen family are obviously nervous and uneasy, while Yi Zongheng, on the other hand, is too calm, a little abnormal. Who are you? Zhao Homing was a little unsure of Yi Zongheng's identity and did not give any orders rashly. You come to kill me, but you don't know who I am? Yi Zongheng asked back. Zhao Homing frowned and said, The Chen family is plotting to usurp power and murdered Shen Yunfeng, the chief garrison commander of the Tongzhou war zone. The order we received is to eliminate all members of the Chen family. You are not a member of the Chen family. Shen Yunfeng, I killed him. Yi Zongheng said. Zhao Homing and others were stunned. You keep saying that the Chen family is plotting to usurp the throne, but you don't even know who killed Shen Yunfeng, and you just put such a big accusation on him? Or did the king of Hanzhong not tell you that he was worried that his collusion with the enemy 8 years ago would be exposed, so he didn't hesitate to frame the Chen family and kill them? Boom, as soon as these words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. What did you say? Zhao Homing said with his eyes wide open. 8 years ago, someone colluded with the enemy, leading to the defeat of the Great Xia army. Chen Taishan was an insider, and the king of Hanzhong colluded with the colluder to silence him. Didn't you know? Impossible. Zhao Homing shouted, The king of Hanzhong has fought bravely on the battlefield for many years and is the god of war of our Great Xia. How could a man like him collaborate with the enemy? Stop your nonsense. Oh, Yi Zongheng smiled and said, It seems that you have also been kept in the dark. You have become the knife in his hand and you still worship him. You are really stupid. Asshole. You're really capable of making up anything to clear your name. Boy, no matter who you are, killing Shen Yunfeng is a capital crime. Even if you say anything, you still have to die. Kill. Critical moment. A burly figure descended like a god. If you dare to attack him, you will all die. Boom. Zhu Yan rushed into the crowd. A terrifying murderous aura enveloped the entire venue. He was like a human weapon. Even when facing a fully armed army, he moved forward fearlessly. In just a moment, he arrived in front of Yi Zongheng. Looking back, the army of 1,000 people was now in chaos, with some dead and some injured. For a moment, countless people stared at Zhu Yan, who suddenly appeared in amazement, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Is this guy still human? They couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Who are you? How dare you kill people from my war zone? Do you know what you are doing? Zhao Homing and others stared at Zhu Yan. At this moment, they all felt like they were facing a great enemy. When they reach this level, they can naturally see that Zhu Yan's strength is even more terrifying than theirs. This guy, either he is a top-notch martial king, or he is a martial lord. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat an army of thousands of people in such a short time. Humph. Even if you are a martial lord, if you dare to openly confront the war zone, you will not escape death. The entire Great Xia war zone is standing behind us, said the other 5 tiger generals. Those who are strong in martial arts do have the qualifications to be arrogant, but no one has ever dared to openly confront the war zone, because no matter how strong an individual is, he cannot compete with a national organization of the size of a war zone. Once the war zone gets serious, it will be easy to kill you no matter what level of martial arts you are at. Even a powerful martial arts association that gathers martial arts masters from all over the world has to bow down in front of the war zone, so in their opinion, Zhu Yan is seeking death. Not to mention that you can't represent the entire daxia, even if you can, so what? Zhu Yan's face was terribly cold. So what? Ha, you mean, you wouldn't be afraid even if you faced the entire daxia war zone? How shameless! The 5 tiger generals looked at Zhu Yan with disdain. Zhu Yan didn't say anything. Only he silently took out the satellite phone. Damn it! Brothers, we've secretly solved so many problems for daxia over the years, yet the people in the daxia war zone want to kill the palace master. Bring everyone to daxia! Emperor Yi, the people in the Great Xiao war zone want to kill the palace master. Let all the executioners from your dark world enter and turn the world upside down. Little demon, notify the entire palace to enter the highest state of combat readiness. Have all the people in the branch palaces around the world prepare for war. Also, open the sealed dragon pond and bring out a few aircraft carriers. Commander, the people in the daxia war zone want to kill the palace master. Prepare all the nuclear submarines and missiles. By the way, let out one of the old monsters that the palace master has imprisoned under the ice, so that the world will have a deeper impression of my Changsheng palace. Emperor Fengdu, I am Zhu Yan. On site, it was so quiet that only the sound of Zhu Yan's phone call could be heard. As Zhu Yan spoke these words, everyone was dumbfounded. What did they hear? Aircraft carrier, nuclear submarine, damn, is the person standing in front of them the ruler of some country? Emperor Yi, Emperor Fengdu. The 5 tiger generals who caught these words were now staring at Zhu Yan in amazement, their faces pale. After finishing the call, Zhu Yan walked forward with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, looking down at the 5 tiger generals. Guessed it? Are you from the Palace of Eternal Life? Zhao Homing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Listen carefully, I am Zhu Yan, one of the 9 evils of the Changsheng Palace. The one you want to kill is the supreme master of my Changsheng Palace. Hiss. The sounds of people gasping for air came one after another. Palace of Eternal Life, how heavy is the weight of these 3 words? Amina and Japan have already told the world with the price they paid that they are no longer just forces or organizations. It is no exaggeration to say that the Palace of Eternal Life is no different from a superpower except that it has not established a country. The Lord of the Hall of Eternal Life is the king of the country, and the only thing missing is the power to call upon the whole world. The 5 tiger general who had just laughed at Zhu Yan's bragging, whose real name was Zhang Quangang, was now trembling with coldness. Sir, there's no need to make such a big deal out of this, is there? Didn't you claim to represent the Great Xiao war zone and ensure our demise? Don't be a coward. I still like your rebellious look just now. Zhang Quangang, Zhu Yan snorted coldly, you really don't know how much my Changsheng Palace has secretly helped your Great Xiao war zone. Do you know why no foreign forces have dared to come to Great Xia in all these years? Do you know why your army wasn't completely wiped out when they raided the Amina biochemical base 6 years ago? Do you know why all the military bases that the Ice Bear nations secretly built around daxia over the years are gone? They are all the palace masters, secretly helping you to eliminate trouble. We in the Changsheng Palace have helped you uncover countless spies over the years. And you guys want to kill him? Chapter 44, Paying homage to Yi Zhonghan. Zhang Quangang lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, I didn't know his identity beforehand. I didn't know you didn't know either. Zhu Yan snorted coldly. Zhang Quangang. At this time, Yi Zhonghang walked over and waved to Zhu Yan. Alright, keep those little guys in line. If they knew that Changsheng Palace was making a big move, they would be scared again. He did not stop Zhu Yan from doing this before because he wanted to warn these 5 people and let them know who he was. Of course, these 5 people can stand here now because they don't know that King Hanzhong is colluding with the collaborators, otherwise, they would have died long ago. I didn't know the palace master's identity before. I didn't mean to offend you. Please don't blame me. Zhao Homing took the initiative to stand up and apologize to Yi Zhonghang. He knew that the higher-ups had always wanted to establish friendly relations with the Changsheng Palace. Moreover, the Changsheng Palace was the only one that had not infiltrated Daxia over the years, so Zhu Yan's words were credible. If it is true, then Yi Zongheng is worthy of his respect. But he couldn't understand why Yi Zongheng, with his status, came to Daxia and stayed in Yanjing. Why did he come to such a small place like Tongzhou? Moreover, he is mixed up with the Chun family. Don't call me Palace Master, this title is not applicable here. Yi Zongheng said lightly. My last name is Yi, the same as Yi Lin Yuan. And boom, as soon as these words came out, the pupils of Zhao Homing and the others suddenly dilated, and they all looked at Yi Zongheng in disbelief. You are generally his son? 8 years ago, Daxia was defeated and my parents died on the battlefield. I became an orphan and was abandoned by my friends and family. Those who once befriended my parents turned a blind eye to my actions. But, after all, people are forgotten when they leave, and I understand that. Later, I traveled abroad and founded the Hall of Eternal Life. I have always been proud of my parents. They protected Daxia for half their lives, and although they were defeated in the end, they died with honor. So, after establishing the Hall of Eternal Life, I have been doing my best to secretly protect what my parents once protected. But what I didn't expect was that after I came back this time, I learned some bad things. That's all. Zhao Homing and his companions were already terrified and their scalps were tingling. They remembered that Yi Zongheng had mentioned before that someone had colluded with the enemy in the battle 8 years ago. In other words, yes, they didn't actually die in the battle 8 years ago. Someone murdered them. As an eyewitness to that battle, Chen Taisheng knew someone was collaborating with the enemy. So, after I found out about the Chen family, someone immediately silenced him. The 10,000 Poison sect and the Shin family were all ordered by the king of Hanzhong. Your presence here today is the best proof. Zhao Homing quickly explained, we are not aware of this. Yi Zongheng nodded, it seems I've been targeted. The king of Hanzhong knows I'm here and will definitely not watch the Chen family be destroyed. If I confront the war zone, I will definitely die. In this way, not only did he clear himself of all charges, but he also silenced the witness. But he doesn't know that I am the one he can never kill in this life or the next. Where are the people? The last question was asked to Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan stepped forward and said, he's not in the war zone, nor in the Hanzhong palace. I searched everywhere but couldn't find him, so I came back. Yi Zongheng looked at Zhao Homing before he could ask. Zhao Homing quickly said, he just came back from Kyoto. No wonder, he was lucky this time. Zhu Yan grinned, but beneath his signature smile was a chill that made people feel like they were falling into an icy cave. He's been so good at disguising himself over the years. We've been following him the longest, but we haven't discovered anything fishy. If it weren't for you today, we would still be kept in the dark. Zhang Quangang and the others were also very angry at this moment. Who could have thought that a god of war who often fought on the frontier would have such a face in private? Chen Taisheng, this is a hero who has spent half his life in military service. They just misunderstood that Chen Taisheng was plotting to usurp the throne, and they didn't kill him personally because they just couldn't bring themselves to do it. King of Hanzhong, so poisonous. The king of Hanzhong will not survive. You should go back and make preparations to see who will take over the throne. Yi Zongheng was ready to go to Hanzhong in person. As for Zhao Homing and the others, just now, when they learned that the beautiful woman was still in the villa, they did not order to open fire. This was enough to show that they were not people who regarded human life as worthless, but were just the sort of King Hanzhong. Although he is cruel, he only kills those who deserve to be killed. If he kills everyone he sees, what is the difference between him and those people? Remember, say what you should say and don't say what you shouldn't say. If you scare my fish away, you know the consequences. Finally, Yi Zongheng reminded again, clear. Zhao Homing and the others knew that a big shot in Yanjing was involved in this matter. If Yi Zongheng's identity as the Lord of the Hall of Longevity were to be leaked, these people might go into hiding. Yi Zongheng wanted to avenge his parents, so how could he allow any of them to slip through the net after Zhao Homing and his group left? Young master, I am old, I am. Chen Taisheng walked over, and at this moment he was so excited that he couldn't speak complete sentences. The Lord of the Hall of Eternal Life, General, your son is the new generation that is pushing forward the old generation. At this moment, Chen Xingu and the others didn't dare to meet Yi Zongheng's eyes. At first, when they didn't know Yi Zongheng's true identity, they were all in awe of him. Now that they know, They are even more restrained and don't even dare to speak casually, especially Tianlong and Tianhua. Even when standing face to face with Yi Zongheng, they did not dare to raise their waists. You don't have to do this. The reason I revealed my identity in front of you is to prove that I completely trust you. Just do it the same as before. Yi Zongheng said this. The people of the Chen family became even more reserved. It was that kind of flattered look. Why Yi Zongheng shook his head and said, I will go and kill the king of Hanzhong. Once he dies, the situation in the Hanzhong war zone will change. Let's prepare, starting with retaking the Tongzhou war zone. Palace Master, what about me? Zhu Yan asked, scratching his head. Yi Tianzi should have given you the information about my relatives. Let's go to Jiangcheng. Also, change the address. After Yi Zongheng did not delay and asked the Chen family to prepare the car and go directly to Hanzhong, because Shanda Group has recently started cooperation with the Lin family. Yi Zongheng asked Tian Kaishan to look after it so that he could ask Zongheng Group for help in time if anything happened, so he did not bring her with him to Tongzhou. Hanzhong Palace. The king of Hanzhong, who had just returned from Yanjing not long ago, went straight into the dark room after returning home. He is the only one allowed to enter this dark room. He was nearly 50 years old, about 1.8 meters tall, without the sharp edge of a knife or sword, but rather a terrifyingly calm person. The unstoppable aura is natural. His name is Zhong Yangjun. This powerful official, who earned the title of God of War on the battlefield and controlled an entire province, was now holding 3 incense sticks and offering sacrifices in a dark room. In the morning hall, the tombstones of Yilin Yuan and Su Ying are at the top. Yi Zongheng's tombstone is located below, and the one he was worshipping at this moment was Yi Zongheng. Chapter 45, Battle with the King of Hanzhong. Nobody knows, even Chen Taisheng didn't know that Zhong Yangjun was actually under Yilin Yuan's command 8 years ago. Over the years, he has been secretly offering sacrifices out of guilt. Today, there is one more tablet here. You shouldn't have come back. Don't blame me. I had no choice but to do this. Zhong Yangjun stared at Yi Zongheng's tombstone, his face changing from expressionless to gloomy and cruel. Soon, he walked out of the dark room. You must be exhausted after just coming back from Yanjing. It just so happens that Bowen is entertaining guests. I'll ask the servants to prepare a few more nourishing dishes to reward you. A noble lady stepped forward. She is Zhong Yangjun's wife, Du Fenger. Hall. Du Foger's younger brother, Du Bowen, was talking to several short middle-aged men. Don't worry, my brother-in-law is so important. This will definitely work. These people are from Japan, from a big family in Japan, the Kimura clan. They took a fancy to the land in Yuelong Bay, Hanzhong, and wanted him to help them acquire it. Yuelong Bay was a wasteland with no development value, so he agreed immediately. The main reason is that the other party gives more. Kimura Yamato quickly complimented him, of course. With the king of Hanzhong speaking up, shouldn't this little thing be easily accomplished? We were chatting. Zhong Yangjun and his wife walked in. Du Bowen quickly stood up and said, Brother-in-law, you are back. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Kimura Yamato, one of the persons in charge of the Japanese Kimura group in Daxia. He came here this time to invest in Hanzhong, and came to visit you specially. When he came, he also brought you some local specialties in food, which are in your room. Kimura Yamato quickly stood up and said, I greet the king of Hanzhong. Japanese. Zhong Yangjun frowned. With his identity, it would definitely damage his image if word got out that he had contact with Japanese people. Brother-in-law, don't worry. No one will know that you met Mr. Kimura Yamato today. Besides, Mr. Kimura Yamato is a businessman. He came to Hanzhong to invest. It doesn't involve other issues. Du Bowen saw his worry and quickly explained with a smile. Just at this time, a little girl in a pink princess dress ran over and said, Uncle, you're lying. Yuling just went to see it. What this uncle brought wasn't food at all. It was calligraphy and paintings and antiques. Uncle doesn't love Yuling at all. He never brings her any delicious food when he comes. She is Zhong Yangjun's daughter, Zhong Yuling. Zhong Yangjun had no sons, and only had a daughter, Zhong Yuling, in his later years. She is only 10 years old now. Children are outspoken and speak the truth. The adults all smiled knowingly. Only children who knew nothing would take Du Bowen's previous words seriously. Tell me, what's the matter? After sitting down, Zhong Yangjun spoke directly. With his status, how could he not know that although Kimura Yamato and others seemed to be visiting, they actually had something to ask for? Du Bowen smiled and said, Mr. Kimura Yamato has taken a fancy to the land in Yuelong Bay and hopes you can help him get it. Yuelong Bay, the Zong Yangjun asked in confusion. Yuelong Bay is just a piece of wasteland. It's been left empty because it has little development value. Why did the Kimura group take a fancy to this piece of land? Hearing this, Kimura Yamato explained, King Hanzhong, although Yuelong Bay is a wasteland, it can still be profitable if you are willing to put in the effort to develop it. The most important thing is that this can help us open up the situation in Hanzhong. As long as the king of Hanzhong is willing to help us acquire this piece of land, our Kimura group will continue to increase its investment in Hanzhong after the deal is done. You should be aware of the financial strength of the Kimura group. Zong Yangjun nodded, okay. Seeing that he agreed, Kimura Yamato was immediately delighted and said, Thank you, King Hanzhong. Kimura group will definitely not let you down. Ha ha ha. Du Bowen also laughed. I said this is no problem. In Hanzhong, my brother-in-law is the king. Not to mention it's just a piece of wasteland, even if a place needs to be demolished and rebuilt, it's just a word from my brother-in-law. That's right. In Hanzhong, no one can accomplish anything that the king of Hanzhong doesn't agree to. I now fully understand this. I respect the king of Hanzhong. A group of people that he complimented Zong Yangjun that no one knew that beneath Kimura Yamato's respectful appearance, he was smiling like a venomous snake. King of Hanzhong, he is nothing but a profit-seeking and dull guy. Does he really think that the Kimura group went to such great lengths to seize Yuelong Bay in order to break through the situation? Snort, Chinese pig, you are really stupid. Father, are you going out to kill the enemy this time? In a happy mood, Zong Yuling snuggled into Zong Yangjun's arms. Yes, all the enemies were killed by my father. Zong Yangjun hugged her with a doting look on his face. Wow, Dad is amazing. Seeing this scene, Kimura Yamato's face was filled with extreme disdain and contempt. Their plan has already begun to be implemented. Whether on the battlefield or in conspiracy, Daxia will never be a match for them in Japan. So let's just show off first. Bang, just thinking about it. A corpse dressed as a guard suddenly flew in from outside. King of Hanzhong, Mr. Du, this. Kimura Yamato and others were obviously confused. Zong Yangjun's face was gloomy and he said nothing. Du Bowen stood up and looked towards the door with anger on his face. Who is it that dares to break into the Hanzhong palace and commit murder? Don't you want to live? Yi Zonghong walked in. He ignored the shouting Du Bowen and looked at Zong Yangjun, who was sitting in the main seat and wearing military uniform. You are the king of Hanzhong? Swish, Zong Yangjun stood up in an instant, staring at Yi Zonghong intently. Yi Zonghong, you're still alive. This is really unexpected. In order to kill Yi Zonghong, he sent out the 5 tiger generals and a 1,000-man army equipped with heavy firepower. Such a lineup was enough to fight even a small battle, but now, Yi Zonghong not only did not die, but appeared here. Either the 5 tiger generals were defeated, or Yi Zonghong was not at the Chun family at all at that time. But the information given by above could not be wrong, and he has not received any news that Yi Zonghong is not there until now. Fonger, take Yuling down first. Zong Yangjun's aura became stronger and stronger, locking onto Yi Zonghong. Du Fonger took the frightened Zong Yuling away. Why Yi Zonghong did not stop him. Who was the person who joined forces with you to collaborate with the enemy 8 years ago? Do you want to tell me voluntarily, or do you want me to force you to tell me? Yi Zonghong went straight to the point. Collaborate with the enemy, what do you mean by colluded with the enemy? My brother-in-law is the great Xia god of war, a hero in the eyes of countless people. How could a man like him join forces with others to collude with the enemy? Stop talking nonsense, you bastard. Before Zong Yangjun could say anything, Du Bowen retorted angrily. Ha ha, you're accusing me of collaborating with the enemy. Where's the evidence? Yi Zonghong, you shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have mentioned these things in front of my family and touched my bottom line. You shouldn't have killed anyone in my house. Today, he not only holds a high position of power and honors, but is also the pride of his wife and a hero in the eyes of his children. He would never allow anyone to destroy all this, so Yi Zonghong must die. Boom, Zong Yangjun's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, A punch that shook the air so much that it exploded had already reached Yi Zongheng's face. Chapter 46 Blood Oath Pill. Strength soars. This guy is dead. As the god of war, my brother-in-law's strength has long reached the level of a top martial king. He is only one step away from being a martial lord. Du Bowen sneered. Kimura Yamato also had a face full of sneer. Judging from Yi Zongheng's age, even if he is extremely talented, he can only be a martial arts master at best. He really couldn't understand how someone with such strength could dare to challenge the king of Hanzhong, the top martial king. It was simply stupid. Bang! The violent shockwave shattered even the dining table and the ground was covered with cracks. In the opinion of Du Bowen and others, Yi Zongheng must have been smashed to pieces by this punch. However, when they looked over carefully, they found that Yi Zongheng had not retreated an inch, and was blocking Zhong Yangjun's fist with just one hand. What? Du Bowen's eyes almost popped out, his face full of disbelief. Puff, Kimura Yamato also spat out the wine that he had just drunk. It was actually blocked. Is this a fucking joke? It seems that you have indeed had some opportunities in the past 8 years, but do you think that this is all my strength? Let me show you. Zhong Yangjun suddenly shouted. The next second, a terrifying aura spread from his body, and the momentum alone shattered all the surrounding facilities. This is the top martial king. Brother-in-law, come on. Du Bowen cheered Zhong Yangjun on. Bang bang bang. Yi Zongheng and Zhong Yangjun exchanged 3 punches. With the first punch, the terrifying shockwave directly blew Du Bowen and the others away. Zhong Yangjun took 3 steps back, his face full of shock. He is a top martial king and has often gone to the border to hone his skills in recent years, but he was actually defeated by Yi Zongheng, which he could not accept. However, with the second punch, his entire arm was shattered into pieces, leaving a bloody mess. 3 punches landed, the entire hall collapsed with a loud bang. So strong, how's it going? Needless to say, that bastard must have been beaten to death by my brother-in-law. In Hanzhong, no one can be my brother-in-law's opponent. Du Bowen said confidently. The dust settled. On the ground as Zhong Yangjun was revealed, looking like a dead dog, while Yi Zongheng's figure was still majestic and motionless like a mountain. Hiss. Du Bowen collapsed to the ground after seeing this scene. He was in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Zhong Yangjun, who was invincible in his mind, was actually defeated by just 3 punches. Moreover, judging from Yi Zongheng's relaxed appearance, it was obvious that he was not using his full strength. This, Kimura Yamato and the others were shocked beyond words at this moment. Even though it was unbelievable, the facts were right in front of them. Why Yi Zongheng? Maybe it's Wu Jun. Thinking of this, a strong murderous intent appeared in Kimura Yamato's eyes. Wu Jun, who is in his early 20s, is really terrifying. The key is that he is a genius of Disya. Once Yi Zongheng grows up, he will definitely become a big enemy of his Japanese neighbor in the future. This kid can't be kept. Ahem, in just 8 years, he's grown from a nobody to this point. It's not something that can be achieved with ordinary opportunities. Zhong Yangjun sneered at first, and then burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly, excitedly, and crazily, and it was all visible. Why Yi Zongheng had no expression on his face and said indifferently, if you still don't tell me, I don't mind being ruthless and killing your entire family, leaving no one alive. Oh? Then why do you think you can do it? Zhong Yangjun's throat suddenly moved, as if he had swallowed something. Then, his originally weak breath increased exponentially, and now his entire body was red, as if it were burning with fire. Blood Oath Pill. Yi Zongheng frowned. The blood drinking pill is a kind of pill recorded in the Book of Immortality that can enhance one's strength. The person who takes it will have his blood burn and his whole body will turn red like a furnace, which is what Zhong Yangjun looks like now. However, the blood drinking pill can allow the user to reach a higher realm, but the price is that at best the user will become a cripple, and at worst the user's blood will evaporate and the user will die. However, Zhong Yangjun only reached the martial lord realm from the martial king realm, barely breaking through this threshold of inferior product? No one has ever pushed me to this point, but catching you makes it all worth it. The thing mentioned above must be in your hands. Zhong Yangjun laughed crazily. Now that he has already achieved the status of martial lord. At the same level, how can Yi Zongheng, who has no combat experience, fight him? Hand it over, boom. Yi Zongheng kicked Zhong Yangjun, and he flew backwards without any resistance. You! There was a hint of panic in Zhong Yangjun's crazy eyes, but before he could get up, Yi Zongheng had already come to him and stepped on his chest. Puff, Zhong Yangjun spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks as thick as arms appeared on the ground where he was standing, extending in all directions like a spider web. Impossible, I'm already a martial lord, how come I can't beat you? You can't be that strong, he yelled madly. This kick crushed all his hopes. He could feel that the medicinal power in his body was being suppressed by an extremely terrifying aura. After a while, his strength dropped to the level of martial king. Was that the blood-drinking pill you just took? Yi Zonghang asked. Zong Yongjun shook his head. I don't know what the blood-swallowing pill is. What I just took was the blood-raging pill. Yi Zonghang frowned. He couldn't have been wrong. The two had the same function, but the effect was different. Where did you get the blood-burst pill you mentioned? Of course it comes from the Dandao Association. Yi Zonghang's brows furrowed even deeper. Not only were there people in Dasha who could make elixirs, but there were also elixirs similar to those recorded in the Changxing Ju. This was something he had never encountered abroad. It seems that I need to take some time to find out more. I can tell you anything you want to know, but I hope you can spare my life. I can't die. I still have a wife and daughter to take care of. What will happen to them if I die? Yes, I can't die, I must not die, snorted Yi Zonghang. Couldn't help but sneer. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to explain to myself, and I won't be able to explain to my parents, and those soldiers who died on the battlefield because of you. I was forced to do it. I didn't want to do it. I have been living in regret and guilt all these years. I'm sorry. Zong Yongjun cried bitterly. Yi Zonghang laughed out of anger. Regret? Living a life of luxury and wealth every day, is this what you regret? I'll prove it to you. This powerful man standing at the top of Hanzhong crawled desperately on the ground. He crawled to the front of the darkroom and opened the door. In an instant. Yi Zonghang's pupils shrank sharply. In the darkroom, each morning hall is filled with fragrance. Not only were there unfamiliar names, but there were also his parents and even his own tombstone, which had obviously just been placed there. See? Over the years, I built mourning halls for all those whose names I can remember, and I offer sacrifices to them almost every day. Do you still dare to say that I don't feel guilty? Zong Yongjun shouted at Yi Zonghang at the top of his lungs. Yi Zonghang closed his eyes, the body was trembling slightly. Bang! Next second. He turned abruptly and stomped on Zong Yongjun's shoulder, turning it into a bloody mess. A traitorous collaborator, what qualifications do you have to pretend to pay homage to these true heroes? What qualifications do you have to burn incense for them? You say you feel guilty, but what you do is disgusting. You're not feeling guilty or regretful. You're just seeking some spiritual comfort, because even you know how much you deserve to die. Chapter 47. Miaozhang, Gu insect. These words, like a bolt from the blue, it exploded in Zong Yongjun's mind. A man who does whatever it takes is a hero, and one who never forgets his original aspiration is a hero. Yi Zonghang turned around and burned incense. Zong Yongjun opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. 8 years ago. A big shot in Yanjing threatened him with his family and forced him to reveal the secret. He had no choice but to compromise. After the national war ended, he changed his appearance and came to Hanzhong to settle down. For many years, he has been telling himself that he was forced into a desperate situation, that if a person does not care for himself, heaven and earth will punish him, and that he did nothing wrong, and that he had done his utmost. But self-consolation could not cover up the fact that he collaborated with the enemy and betrayed his country, and sold out his brothers. Father! Don't come over here, Yuling! Seeing Zong Yuling suddenly appear, Zong Yongjun turned pale with fright. Du Fenger quickly chased after her, but Zong Yuling refused to obey this time. She broke free and ran to Yi Zonghang, beating him while crying, "Wow, you big bad guy! My father is a hero, why did you hit him? I will beat you to death." Yi Zonghang had no expression on his face and remained indifferent. "Yuling, come here, come to your father." Zong Yongjun was afraid that Yi Zonghang would attack Zong Yuling, so he shouted hurriedly. Zong Yuling cried pitifully, "Wow, father, you've lost so much blood. Yuling will call a doctor for you. Don't be afraid, you're a hero. The bad guys can't defeat you." Cough cough. Zong Yongjun laughed at himself. "Yuling, father is not a hero, father is the bad guy. Those who do whatever it takes are heroes, and those who never forget their original aspirations are heroes." Yes, he has forgotten his original intention and even betrayed those brothers who had been through life and death with him. How can he be qualified to be a hero to children? I can tell you, but I hope you won't hurt my family. They are innocent. Zhong Youngjun pleaded. Snort. Yi Zonghong sneered. You leaked military intelligence, colluded with the enemy, and you still have the nerve to say that your family is innocent. Aren't those soldiers who died on the border innocent too? Zhong Youngjun's expression froze, and he glanced at Zhong Yuling, but the child, Yi Zonghong, was silent. A little bit. Tell me, who is it? Yes. As soon as Zhong Youngjun opened his mouth, a big hole appeared on his neck and blood kept oozing out. He tried his best to make a sound, but he couldn't do it at all. Yi Zonghong's expression changed slightly, and he threw out a few golden needles to keep him alive. Hurry up and tell me. However, when he looked over, he saw that not only was there a big hole in Zhong Youngjun's neck, but even his tongue had been bitten off by something. Insect? In the pus and blood, a strange-looking insect was turning its belly upside down. Zhong Youngjun was actually bewitched. Write it down, quickly. Yi Zonghong reminded. Zhong Youngjun's fingers slowly drew on the ground, but only 2 long and 1 short 3 horizontal bars were left before he died. This moment. Yi Zonghong's face was extremely gloomy. He had never thought that someone had put a poison in Zhong Youngjun's body. This situation was different from Chen Taixing's. Even he couldn't save him. You killed my husband, I will kill you. Du Feng'er was provoked and actually pulled out a knife and slashed at Yi Zonghong. Yi Zonghong, who was already upset, broke her neck directly. Zhong Yuling's face turned pale and she sat down on the ground. Niaojian, you are looking for death. Unprecedented anger emerged in Yi Zonghong's eyes. At this time, the earth-shaking sound of footsteps poured into the Hanzhong Palace. The army is coming. General Zhao, hurry up, this bastard killed my brother-in-law, you guys should suppress him quickly. Du Bowen rushed to the leader Zhao Homing and pointed at Yi Zonghong and shouted. General, I am one of the leaders of the Japanese Kimura group in Daxia. The perpetrators are brutal. I now request that the troops of your Hanzhong war zone stay with me to protect me. Otherwise, I will spread this matter internationally and let you Daxia be blamed by everyone. Kimura Yamato, who was so scared that he didn't dare to move before, showed his identity proudly when he saw the army arriving. Swish, Yi Zonghong dodged and came in front of him in an instant. Japanese? Kimura Yamato sneered, so what? Since you are from Japan, I can't let you die too easily. Yi Zonghong hadn't vented his anger when Kimura Yamato came to him. Ha ha ha. Kimura Yamato couldn't help but burst out laughing. Why, it sounds like you still want to touch me in front of the army? Even if I give you 100 or 1,000 times the courage, do you dare? Can you do it? Yi Zonghong attacked instantly, grabbing his jaw and saying, You're just a beast from Japan. Why do you think I can't touch you? Do you know who I am? How dare you attack me? Kimura Yamato threatened. Brute. A 2-word response, simple and straightforward. Baga, are all you people in the Daxia war zone idiots? Didn't you see that he was attacking me? Hurry up and suppress him. Kimura Yamato yelled at Zhao Homing. General Zhao, you guys should suppress him quickly. Nothing can happen to Mr. Kimura Yamato. Du Bowen also reminded from the side. Zhao Homing bowed to Yi Zonghong and said, Master Yi, what are you going to do with these people? Boom. Seeing this scene, Kimura Yamato and Du Bowen were struck by lightning. I'm dumbfounded. You are not here to suppress him? Du Bowen panicked. Suppress him? You think too highly of me. Let alone me, even if you dragged over that prince from the north who shoulders the might of the vast mountains and rivers, he wouldn't dare act so arrogantly in front of him. Du Bowen, what did he hear? Even the king of Xinbei, who commands 1,000,000 troops and is truly a king, doesn't dare to show off in front of Yi Zonghong. Du Bowen felt his heart and liver were broken, and his mind went blank. Damn, who the hell did they provoke? Who are you? Kimura Yamato also realized the seriousness of the problem at this time. After all, if Yi Zonghong could make Zhao Homing say this, his identity must be very powerful. You beast from Japan, you don't deserve to know my name. Bring me a knife. Zhao Homing handed over the knife respectfully. Swish, Yi Zonghong chopped off Kimura Yamato's arm with one blow. Tell me, your Kimura group has never invested in Daxia before. Why are you so kind this time? There has always been hostility between Japan and Daxia. As Japan's flagship group, the Kimura Group has never made any investment in Dacia, they will even suppress Daha economically. It's unreasonable for people from the Kimura Group to come here. Baga. Let go of Mr. Yamato. The middle-aged man who came with Kimura Yamato actually pulled out a dagger and slashed towards Yi Zongheng fearlessly. Baga your mother. Yi Zongheng chopped him down with a knife, cutting him into pieces. Kimura Yamato trembled all over. We are here just to invest, we have no other purpose. Humph, do you think I don't know the Ito Ryu of the Akigawa family? The two major families, Kimura and Akigawa, suddenly came to Dacia and said they had no purpose. Do you believe it? Yi Zongheng recognized at a glance the moves the man had just used. It was the Ito Ryu style of the Akikawa family from Japan. The Akikawa family is also a big family in Japan. The key is both families have close ties with the ninja village. Chapter 48 Japan's Dragon Slaying Plan. Ninja Village.it is a village composed of Japanese ninjas. In Japan, apart from the royal family, the major ninja villages are the largest forces. In the conflicts between Dacia and Japan over the past years, the shadow of the ninja village was present almost every time. The ninja village has always advocated war expansion and tried every means to invade Dacia. The two major families, Kimura and Akigawa, both have close ties with the ninja village, and as soon as they arrived, they looked for the king of Hanzhong who had collaborated with the enemy and committed treason. Are you saying there is no ghost? No one believes it real. I didn't lie to you. The Chuchuan family came here just to protect my safety, that's all. Please believe me. Yi Zongheng's sharpness made Kimura Yamato feel uneasy, but he did not dare to reveal any flaws because their plan this time was very big. Yi Zongheng lowered the tip of his knife and landed it between his legs. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. It's best to think clearly before answering. Kimura Yamato suddenly took a breath of cold air, and the cold light of the knife made his whole body feel cold. He looked at Yi Zongheng, his face full of grievance. I really just came here to invest. You can't just say that I came to Dacia with ill intentions just because I'm from Japan. He was really about to cry out. He thought that if he could take over the land of Yuelong Bay and then borrow the power of the king of Hanzhong in Hanzhong, he could complete his mission smoothly. Unexpectedly, Yi Zongheng suddenly appeared and not only killed the king of Hanzhong, but also captured him. The key point was that no matter how he explained, Yi Zongheng obviously didn't believe it. Chinese pigs, why do you have such a big prejudice against the Japanese? Swish, Yi Zongheng waved his hand, and the knife flashed. A small earthworm less than an inch long was cut neatly. Ah! Kimura Yamato's face turned pale in an instant, and the screams were so creepy that just hearing them made people shudder. Yi Zongheng raised his foot and crushed the little earthworm fiercely. His tone was like that coming from the netherworld. You continue to explain. I will think about where to cut next. Kimura Yamato, although I'm just an investor, as the head of Kimura Group in Dacia, I represent the entire Japan. You have no reason to treat me like this. Swish, Yi Zongheng struck again, slicing off one of his ears, and raised his hand to signal, keep shouting. Kimura Yamato screamed, but this time he didn't dare to speak again. After coming to Dacia, he has come into contact with people from the Dacia war zone and the top leaders of the Martial Arts Association, but none of them is like Yi Zongheng. This guy, act without any scruples at all. It was as if there was nothing in this world that he could do without bearing the consequences, and this was what made him very annoyed. All his reliance was not taken seriously by the other party. How the hell do you play this? This is the thought. Kimura Yamato's face was ashen. Just kill me. You won't believe anything I say anyway. Snap, Yi Zongheng raised his foot and kicked his legs directly, breaking them. You still want to die quickly after falling into my hands? Said. Yi Zongheng directly asked Zhao Homing, you have a special interrogation area in your war zone, right? Take this guy away, and I'll have someone send a potion that can amplify pain later. You are responsible for injecting him with drugs every day. Use all the torture methods you can on him, but one thing is for sure, you cannot let him die. I want him to live in this cycle of pain for the rest of his life. These words even Zhao Homing and the others couldn't help but feel scared after hearing this, let alone Kimura Yamato. You are not a human being, you are a devil, a devil. Kimura Yamato widened his eyes, he couldn't even imagine that kind of day. Good luck. Drop 4 words. Yi Zongheng stood with his hands behind his back, and had no intention of paying any more attention to Kimura Yamato. Wait. When Kimura Yamato saw that Yi Zongheng was really about to leave, his mental defenses completely collapsed. When he shouted these 2 words, He felt completely exhausted. Hearing this, Yi Zongheng stopped and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. During the years he was abroad, there were at least 8,000 Japanese people who fell into his hands, including many powerful officials from Japan who were visiting abroad. They had to submit to him. A scrap of the Kimura family, pretending to be tough in front of him, is it hard enough? Not long ago, our Yasukuni shrine in Japan was bombed by the Hall of Choshang. You should know about this, said Yamato Kimura. Zhao Homing and others all looked at Yi Zongheng subconsciously. The leader was here, how could he not know? Kimura Yamato continued, since its establishment, Changshengdian has conquered and expanded everywhere, almost all over the world, but it has never come to your daxia. The higher-ups suspect that the Hall of Eternal Life is secretly allying with daxia. This time, the Hall of Eternal Life specifically targeted the Yasukuni shrine for bombing, and daxia must have been secretly instigating it. Therefore, the higher-ups have made a decision. Led by the ninja village and assisted by the major families, the dragon slaying plan will be launched. The first step in the dragon slaying plan is to blow up the heroic monument square in daxia. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly exploded. Damn it, what the hell are you talking about? Blow up the monument to the hero square, I think you want to sink the island. Zhao Homing and the others were so angry that they wanted to chop him up on the spot. The monument to the hero square is where the heroes of daxia are buried. In the hearts of countless soldiers of daxia, it is sacred and inviolable. Yi Zongheng frowned, specifically? My mission is to seize the wasteland in Yuelong Bay, Hanzhong, and use it as a cover for investment in construction to manufacture a small hydrogen bomb. I'm not responsible for anything else. That's all. Quick, kill me, give me a quick death. Build a small hydrogen bomb. Moreover, it happened right under the nose of daxia. Such a big thing requires a professional team and even the provision of materials, which requires a large number of people. It is impossible for only the Kimura and Akikawa families to be involved. The most important thing is that if you want to accomplish this task, it is absolutely impossible without the help of people within daxia. Who provided you with the materials? How many of you have come to daxia? What are your identities and where are you? Yi Zongheng asked. The person who is in charge of connecting with me is from the Succubus clan. She is the person in charge of the Hanzhong Yenla Palace. I really don't know anything else, and I am not qualified to know. Yi Zongheng nodded and looked at Zhao Homing. Do you know what to do? Zhao Homing's face was extremely grim. He waved his hand and ordered, come here, take this son of a bitch away and keep him under strict guard. Boom, Kimura Yamato's eyes widened and he actually started to howl. Kill me, you promised to give me a quick death, please kill me, I don't want to live anymore, woo-woo. Don't worry, you still have some value. Once you're used up, we'll naturally send you away. Zhao Homing sneered. Ah! You Chinese pigs who don't keep your word, I curse you all to die miserably. The sound of Kimura Yamato's collapse gradually faded away. I'm tired. Please prepare a car to take me back to Tongzhou. Yi Zongheng was indeed a little tired today and had no plans to stay any longer. It's getting late now, why don't you stay in Hanzhong? I'll have someone prepare the best resting environment for you and guarantee you'll be satisfied. Zhao Homing said tentatively and naturally. He wanted to get closer to someone like Yi Zongheng. How could Yi Zongheng not see what he was thinking? No need. If any of you takes over Hanzhong, remember to help the Chen family. Yi Zongheng refused the invitation to stay, but also gave him a chance as Zhao Homing nodded, I understand. After getting on the bus. Yi Zongheng began to close his eyes and rest. I thought that this time when I came to Hanzhong, I would be able to find out from the king of Hanzhong who was the person who colluded with the enemy, but I didn't expect that the king of Hanzhong had been poisoned by someone. Witchcraft, these two words easily make people think of Miaojiang. The witchcraft of Miaojiang is strange and unpredictable. It is similar to the witchcraft that was cast on the king of Hanzhong. This kind of witchcraft will take effect as long as the person being cast is about to reveal the secret. It is just child's play. The power of Miaojiang witchcraft is absolutely unimaginable for ordinary people, but as far as he knew, Miaojiang had been hidden from the world for many years, and being able to ask people from Miaojiang to help keep the secret for him, it can be seen how powerful the dark hand behind this is. Forget it. Although the clues here at King Hanzhong are gone, if we find Miaojiang, the people behind it will still have nowhere to hide. Yi Zhengheng thought about it and took out his cell phone. A message. Go directly to the Changshengdian headquarters, find the Miao frontier. Chapter 49, Female Warrior, Nangong Yukui. At the same time, Yanjing, the highest authority, Washington, is led by 3 elders and includes all the powerful officials of Diaxia. In the office, Yuan Lao Zhang Shangrong was quietly reading a book. Opposite him sat an old man wearing a long black gown and possessing an equally powerful aura. This man was none other than Zhou Tianrui, one of the 3 elders of Daxia. No matter what, I hope you can reconsider this matter. I will never agree to hand over Hanzhong provincial capital to him. There are 2 reasons. First, he has no experience. Even if we hand over Hanzhong provincial capital to him, he will find it difficult to manage it. Secondly, if he becomes the highest commander of the Hanzhong war zone, not to mention that his subordinates will be dissatisfied, once they know of his status, he will become a target of public criticism. So, your decision is not helping him, but hurting him. Zhang Shangrong didn't even raise his head, but just smiled and said, "Can't you just let me read a book quietly? Is it time to read now? You know how serious the problem I am discussing with you is." Zhou Tianrui frowned. However, Zhang Shangrong said nothing more. On the desk between the 2 of them was a neatly made military uniform. 2 golden stars, dazzling and glaring. Report. Just as the atmosphere was becoming serious, a man in a feiyu suit walked in and said, "The king of Hanzhong is dead." To this, Zhang Shangrong, Zhou Tianrui, and the great elders sitting in the first seat were not at all surprised, as if they had known that the king of Hanzhong would die. Send this set of clothes to Hanzhong and tell the public that the king of Hanzhong has been transferred away from Hanzhong. The actual reason must be completely blocked. Zhang Shangrong suddenly became serious and gave the order while knocking on the table. Hearing this, Zhou Tianrui quickly looked at the awe-inspiring old man sitting in the upper seat. "Grand Elder. Do as you say." The great elder Ning Zhengcheng did not turn around to the final word. Although Zhou Tianrui was unwilling to accept this result, he had no choice. When only 3 people were left at the scene again, Zhou Tianrui continued, "I don't understand why you insist on letting him take over Hanzhong. Even if we want to use him to gradually peel away those forces from back then, we can't do it so recklessly. You all know what he has done since he appeared until now. He's acting without scruples, completely blinded by hatred. If we hand the war zone over to him now, can we guarantee it won't get out of control?" Zhang Shangrong said, "Your worries are actually not unreasonable. This little guy even came to my house and threatened me before." Zhou Tianrui was about to respond. Result, Zhang Shangrong interrupted him and said, "But there's no better way now. Handing the battle zone over to him, although there's a risk of losing control, is also a form of protection. We've been investigating for so many years and have been stuck in a stalemate. We need someone who can break this situation with lightning speed. Over the years, they have already found some clues, but the people and forces involved in that incident were too complicated, and any move would have a far-reaching impact. In addition, they have no direct evidence, and if they take any action, there will be a big mess. And now that Yi Zhengheng has appeared, they have seen hope. As the pillars of the country, they need to consider the overall situation when acting, but Yi Zhengheng does not need to. As long as it's not too excessive, no matter how Yi Zhengheng makes trouble or kills, they will be responsible for the consequences. In this case, the people who killed Yi Linyuan and his wife would definitely kill Yi Zhengheng to silence him. As long as they move, their tracks would be exposed, and the inner court would be able to intervene with justification. All right. Now I just hope this little guy won't be too impulsive." Zhou Tianrui seemed to be convinced and no longer opposed letting Yi Zhengheng take charge of Hanzhong. Not long after Palace of the God of War, the entire team is composed of war god level characters. To become a god of war, one must at least have the strength of a top-level martial king, and must also have made achievements on the battlefield before being eligible to apply to become a god of war and join the Palace of the God of War. It is conceivable how terrifying the power of the Palace of the God of War is. Now. A round table with 15 chairs, 9 figures with powerful auras. Saturday. Anyone who can enter here is a god of war among gods of war. People like Zhong Yongjun are not even qualified to enter this conference room. The king of Hanzhong is dead, and the higher-ups have appointed the son of Yi Linyuan and Su Ying to take over Hanzhong. At this time, another figure came and sat in the first seat. 15 seats, there are 10 of them arranged according to the seats, the other 5 were stamped with crowns, and the owners of none of the chairs were present. The son of Yi Linyuan and Su Ying? Wasn't he said to have disappeared a long time ago? Did he kill the king of Hanzhong? Someone looked puzzled. Yes. That's interesting. Although Zhong Yangjun's title of God of War was earned through connections, not just anyone can kill him. Isn't Yi Lin Yuan's son said to be a playboy? 8 years is enough time to change a lot of things. Then why did he kill Zhong Yangjun? After killing Zhong Yangjun, the higher-ups let him take Zhong Yangjun's place. What's going on? Zhong Yangjun is related to the death of Yi Lin Yuan and his wife. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became quiet. Who among those who can sit here doesn't know that the death of Yi Lin Yuan and others is unusual? Zhong Yangjun was related to this incident, so his death was not surprising. As a son, knowing that there was something fishy about his parents' deaths, he would definitely find out and take revenge. He can kill Zhong Yangjun and is strong enough. Let's get him to join us. Who among you has time to go there? The man sitting in the first seat continued. He had the highest status among the 10 people that No1 responded. Although they are war gods among war gods, they cannot compare with the status and strength of Yi Lin Yuan ensuing in the past. Yi Lin Yuan was a man who could command the 3 armies in those days and was recognized as a great general who protected the country. What is the defense of the country? One person can rule a country. Even after 8 years, no one who could match him has appeared in the entire Daxia War zone. Even such a person is dead. You can imagine how terrifying the person who manipulated this matter must be. Yi Zongheng is investigating this matter, and the other party will definitely not let Yi Zongheng go. Anyone who tries to win over Yi Zongheng at this time would be jumping into a fire pit. Since no one is willing to go, let's discuss this matter later. Seeing that no one was willing to take on this task, the first seat secretly revealed a satisfied smile, but just when he was about to get up. I'll make time to go there. The person who spoke was a woman sitting in the 9th seat. Her name is Nangong Yuk, female warrior. Everyone looked at her in disbelief, as if they had not expected her to take on such a hot job. The fact that he was able to kill Zhong Yangjun proves that he is at least at the martial lord level. There is no reason for the War God Palace to let go of such a young genius. Nangong Yuk said. Then I'll have to trouble the God of War Nangong. 10 people left one after another. 20 minutes later, in a magnificent mansion somewhere. An old man lying in the moonlight looked at the letter in his hand with a sneer on his face. There was a name written on the letter paper, Nangong Yuk. Chapter 50, The Palace of Pleasure. With a deep background. Hanzhong, after saying goodbye to Yi Zongheng, Zhao Homing organized people and went to Yanla Palace. The Palace of Erotic Music, as the name suggests, is a paradise for men. And since it is opened by a Japanese, the main services are all Japanese characteristics. It is a frequented place for Hanzhong's upper-class people, and everyone who has been there says it is good. Hall. A row of young and beautiful women stood under a sign with clearly marked prices, waiting for customers to come and choose. These women are wearing different types of clothing, including maids, uniforms, bathrobes, etc., which is dazzling. This act, not only is it revealing, it also shows how blatant the Palace of Erotica is. Of course, all the real big shots have gone in, and those outside are not yet visible. You can imagine what the Palace of Erotica looks like inside. Spread. Everyone scatter. At this moment, Zhao Homing rushed in with his men, but when they saw the people from the war zone arrive, not only did the guests present not feel the slightest bit of panic, even the women were extremely calm. Hey, General, you brought so many people here to play. Did you make an appointment in advance? A woman with a slender waist came over and said seductively to Zhao Homing, she is the lobby manager here. Miko Aizawa, hearing her fluent Daxia dialect, you can tell that she either learned it specifically or has stayed in Daxia for a long time. Get out of here. Zhao Homing didn't even look at her and ordered, clear the area. Take the person in charge of Yanla Palace and all the staff away. It was not until people saw that Zhao Homing was serious that they began to panic. Hurry up, hurry up. What a fucking bummer. I finally found a mom-type guy. A group of guests left cursing. Aizawa Miko's expression darkened. My dear General, I don't know how our Yanla Palace has offended you. If it's about the tribute, can we sit down and talk it over? Isn't it a bit too much to just clear the place and kick everyone out? Bang, Zhao Homing slapped her in the face and said, get out. You. Aizawa Miko didn't expect Zhao Homing to take action directly. How? Zhao Homing stepped forward and spoke condescendingly. The powerful aura made Aizawa Miko pale. Master, the Hanzhong Martial Arts Association, the Medical Association, and the people from the Public Security Bureau all have shares in our Yenla Palace. You really don't give me any face at all? Yenla Palace has been operating in Hanzhong for many years, and it is unknown how huge a network of relationships it has built. Even if someone came from a war zone, they would not dare to offend so many people at once. Zhao Homing couldn't help but sneer. He pointed at the gold star and 3 embroidered blades on his shoulder and asked, "Look at what this is?" I didn't notice it just now. After he reminded her, Aizawa Miko finally realized, "You are actually a first-level general?" Generals from the 3rd to the 1st level will all be awarded the rank of Major General. However, there is a gap in strength. A 3rd-level general is only at the level of a martial arts master, usually the chief garrison commander of a small city. A 2nd-level general is at the level of a martial spirit, and a 1st-level general is at the level of a martial king. The distinction is also very simple. A 3rd-level general has only 1 sharp blade on his armor, while a 1st-level general has 3. What? Miko Aizawa looked at Zhang Quangang and the other 3 again. Her eyes suddenly widened and her face was filled with shock. There are actually 4 first-level generals. Moment, she thought of something. Are you the 5 tiger generals under the command of the king of Hanzhong? Catch him. Zhao Homing didn't continue talking nonsense with her. His identity was not enough to be scared off by a few titles. The 2 warriors captured Aizawa Miko in an instant. Miko Aizawa's face was ashen. A 1st-level general was a big shot even in the entire Hanzhong war zone. She was not afraid of the person she had just brought up. Now, in a huge private room inside Yenla Palace, the vice president of the Hanzhong Martial Arts Association was crawling on the ground in revealing clothes. Ms. Yui, hit me quickly, please hit me hard. He. Yui Uehara giggled while holding a whip in her hand. She was wearing cool clothes, with her white arms and slender and smooth thighs exposed, and every move she made exuded an obsessive charm. Any man who takes a look at it will be intoxicated by it, even willing to die for her. Ms. Yui, it's my turn. Another old man crawling on the ground looked at her with longing on his face. This person is Shui Deyuan, vice president of the Han Chinese Medicine Taoist Association, but at this moment, the door of the box was pushed open. Oh no, Miss Yui. The people in the war zone have driven away our guests and are still arresting our people. Damn it, why are people from the war zone coming to Yenla Palace? Who are they? Shui Deyuan's interest was interrupted midway and he started cursing angrily. I don't know. Get out of here. Then, the 2 of them got dressed and went to the hall. So it's General Zhao. I wonder why you 5 brothers have come to Yenla Palace in such a grand manner. Shui Deyuan recognized Zhao Homing at a glance. President Shui? Even President Hui is here. You 2 are in such a good mood. Zhao Homing mocked on the surface, but in fact he felt heavy in his heart. There are so many people around, and the Yulongbei incident cannot be announced publicly, as it may easily alert the enemy. According to his idea, he wanted to catch the person in charge of Yenla Palace by surprise and arrest him for interrogation. After the matter was confirmed, he would hand it over to the higher authorities, but now, Shui Deyuan and the other 2 were blocking him, and he had no legitimate reason to take the people away by force. General Zhao, please don't misunderstand. We are both shareholders of Yenla Palace. We are not here to do what you think. I don't care about this. Today I want to take the person in charge and all the staff of Yenla Palace away. Can the 2 presidents give me some convenience? Zhao Homing asked tentatively. Hua Jiaqing frowned. Reason? You have no right to ask. Ha, that's not a good enough excuse, General Zhao. Give me some face and withdraw the people. Let's talk privately. Shui Deyuan sneered secretly. You have no right to ask about this. It's just that they are jealous of the money made by Yenla Palace and want to pay tribute to it. General, I'm wondering what's wrong with our Yenla Palace. If you can point it out, I'll have Director Jiang of the Public Security Department come over and inspect it personally. At this time, Uehara Yui also stood up and smiled. Ah, this lady is really good at it. She knows so many big shots, but she has never dealt with our war zone. Does she look down on me, Zhao? Zhao Homing said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Uehara Yui and the others all laughed. It was just as they guessed. They were blaming Yenla Palace for paying tribute to them but not the war zone. Why didn't you tell me about this little thing earlier? Why make such a fuss? I'll arrange it right away, said Yui Uehara. Wait for your good news. Collect the troops. Zhao Homing laughed loudly and left with his men, looking at Zhao Homing leaving. Wu Jiaqing cursed with a face full of pain. If we take this bite, there will be a lot less in our pockets. It's really fucking infuriating. What if you don't give me money? If I keep making trouble every few days, I won't be able to do business anymore. Xue Deyuan said, and moved closer to Uehara Yui. Ms. Yui, let's continue. Chapter 51. Three-pronged approach. Now I in the car going back and forth to the war zone. Zhao Homing's face looked extremely ugly. Even if a small palace of pleasure provides some special services, it is impossible for it to be maintained by the heads of the Martial Arts Association, the Medical Association, and the Public Security Bureau at the same time. This woman in Yenla Palace is very unusual. Her eyes seem to be able to bewitch souls. Zhao Homing's face was heavy. Zhang Quangang, who was in the same car with him, asked, "What should we do next?" "Let's have someone keep an eye on them first." Xue Deyuan and Wu Jiaqing are one thing, but even Jiang Sun, the director of the Public Security Department, is involved. It's unrealistic to just take them away for questioning. If it were the king of Hanzhong, he would be able to suppress these monsters. In Hanzhong, there is only one person who can suppress these three groups of people, and that is Zhong Yangjun. But Zhong Yangjun was already dead. Sudden, the vehicle they were traveling in was stopped midway. "What's going on?" Zhang Quangang asked with a frown. "Report, the appointment has come down from above, ordering Yi Zonghong to be the supreme commander of the Hanjiang war zone and take over Hanzhong." The subordinate stepped forward holding a military uniform. What? Zhao Homing and the others were all stunned. They thought that after Zhong Yangjun's death, the leader of the 5 Tiger Generals, Zhao Homing, would be the one to take over. After all, looking at the Hanzhong war zone, he had the most qualifications and strength. Unexpectedly, the higher-ups made this decision: let the Lord of the Hall of Eternal Life take charge of Hanzhong. Although they didn't understand the details, Zhao Homing and the others had no objection to it. Being able to work with someone like Yi Zongheng is better than any other position. It seems that we have to ask this great god to handle this matter personally. Zhao Homing smiled with a happy expression. Then he added, "Keep an eye on Kimura Yamato and don't alert the enemy, rest assured." "Okay, it's getting late now. We'll set off for Tongzhou tomorrow morning to welcome the new king to the throne." Tongzhou. After arriving at the Chen family villa from Hanzhong, Yi Zongheng chatted with Chen Taisheng and others about the trip to Hanzhong. Then, he specifically instructed them, "You should also have someone pay attention to the whereabouts of Miaojiang." When Yi Zongheng arrived at the room arranged by the Chen family, he took a shower first. Just as he lay down on the bed, the phone rang. It's Tan Xiaoye calling. Yi Zongheng picked up the phone and said that he was not in Jiangcheng and would go see her after he returned. The little girl was quite dissatisfied that Yi Zongheng did not visit her today. She repeatedly warned Yi Zongheng not to be like before, where she could not be contacted at all. Once she left, hang up the phone. Only then did Yi Zongheng realize that he had unread messages. It was sent by Tang Ruoyan, and it was full of words of concern, both explicit and implicit, which made Yi Zongheng feel very warm. But after all, in this world, it is really not easy to find someone who cares about you all the time. Yi Zongheng had just replied to a message when someone knocked on the door of the room. I thought it was Chen Taisheng who came, but when the door was pushed open, it was Chen Qingwu who walked in. Her hair was wet at the moment, and she was wearing a gauze pajamas. The flawless figure is on full display. If I have to explain it in more detail, I can summarize it in one sentence: thin branches bear fruit. You were, young master, Qingwu was here to help you go to bed. After Chen Qingwu said this, her face turned as red as a ripe apple. "No need." Yi Zongheng quickly refused. Chen Qingwu's expression suddenly turned somewhat dim, and she said unconfidently, "Young master, do you think Qingwu is not pretty enough and unqualified to serve you? You are very beautiful." Yi Zongheng told the truth. "Are you not satisfied with Qingwu's figure?" Chen Qingwu subconsciously looked at her proud features and her long, slender, smooth legs that shone like jade. "Not really." "Then, young master, do you think I'm mean like this?" Chen Qingwu bit her red lips, feeling a little aggrieved when facing Wu Hongmao during the day. She would rather die than surrender. If it were someone else, she would never be like this. Although she had only met Yi Zongheng a few times, whether it was because he saved her grandfather or her, she admired Yi Zongheng very much. I know that a man like you, young master, has no shortage of women, but Qingwu really doesn't know how to repay you. If you need me, Qingwu is willing to serve you. Don't worry. I'm not doing this to cling to your power or gain any status. Because I understand that only a truly peerless and beautiful woman is worthy of you. Qingwu is content to serve the young master. She actually stepped forward boldly and looked at Yi Zongheng with a pleading look on her face. The fragrance that hid his face and her pitiful appearance caught Yi Zongheng off guard. Considering his status, he has no shortage of women, but ever since he was betrayed by Tian Kaishan, his heart has turned cold. He has had no woman in his heart these years and has been concentrating on cultivation. So to be honest, he is still a green bird who has never experienced anything between men and women. You misunderstood. I don't need anyone to serve me, and I haven't helped the Chen family in any way, so there's no need for you to lower yourself. Yi Zongheng calmed himself down. He is not a god without desires, but in his opinion, matters between men and women must be mutually agreeable and work out smoothly rather than simply for desire. Go back to your room and get some rest. I'd rather see Chen Qingwu, a woman who is as capable as any man, than you are now. But, Grandpa and the others all know that I came to your room. If I leave so soon, it would be so embarrassing. Chen Qingwu's face was full of worry. Why Yi Zongheng thought about it. A beautiful woman stayed in her room for less than 5 minutes and then left. Isn't it him who is embarrassed? Just sleep here. Yi Zongheng pointed at the bed, then walked to the balcony of the room and sat down cross-legged. Before, Chen Qingwu didn't believe that nothing would happen if 2 men and 1 woman were alone in a room. Today she believed it. The next day. Yi Zongheng finished his training and Chen Qingwu had already left. When he came to the living room, the Chen family had already prepared breakfast. How's the contact with the people who were related to my parents back then? Yi Zongheng sat down and asked when he had time. Chen Taisheng shook his head. I thought that if I spread the news of your return, those who had received the general's favor would come looking for me, but there's still no news. Perhaps, the channel used to transmit messages has been forgotten by them. After all, after the general and his men passed away, we basically stopped communicating. Yi Zongheng frowned. If I can't get in touch with him secretly, then I'll make it public. I'll announce it in the name of your Chen family and say that I'm investigating what happened back then. Understood. Also, the 3 strokes of calligraphy that Zhong Yangjun left behind before his death must be the surname of the person who collaborated with the enemy. Let's check how many families in Yanjing have this surname that is related to him. Chen Taisheng continued to nod in this way. Clues left by people related to his parents, Miao Zhang, and Zhong Yangjun. A 3-pronged approach. He just didn't believe that he couldn't find out who the traitor was. Medical Immortal, you are here? At this moment, a surprised voice came. Come here. It's Lu Shuani from the Tongzhou Medical Association. He came to Chen's house today originally to ask about Yi Zongheng's whereabouts, but he didn't expect to run into him directly, which made him very happy. But the next second, fuck! Mr. Chen, you. Looking at Chen Taisheng, who looked no different from a normal person and even younger, Lu Shuani was shocked as if he had seen a ghost in the daytime, but soon he calmed down. I am truly impressed by the medical immortal's methods. Lu Shuani complimented. What? Have you invited the president of your medical association? Yi Zongheng didn't forget what he said last time. Lu Shuani was embarrassed. How can a small character like me have such ability? I came here today because I encountered a strange disease and wanted to ask the medical immortal to take a look. Not interested. Yi Zongheng said, there are so many strange diseases in the world. Does he have to take care of them all? Lu Shuani still refused to give up. Medical Immortal, please have mercy and go take a look. That family is so pitiful, and this disease is really strange, as if it has been struck by evil spirits. If you were to see this, Medical Immortal, you might gain a better understanding of medicine. If you could cure this patient, it would be a first. Chapter 52 Human Greed. Be possessed by evil spirits. Yi Zongheng couldn't help but laugh. There weren't so many evil things in this world. They were just things that ordinary people had never encountered and couldn't understand. It's really strange. The patient is just an ordinary woman, but there is an energy in her body that I can't find the source of, just like the internal energy of a warrior. But the patient is completely unable to control this energy, and his body is bloated, as if it is about to burst. Perhaps only you, the medical immortal, can use your chi control and condensation needles to solve the problem from the root. Lu Xuanyi continued, trying to get Yi Zongheng interested. Hearing this, Yi Zongheng put down his napkin and said, "You mean, an ordinary woman has an extra internal force in her body that doesn't belong to her?" It seems so. Lu Xuanyi couldn't really explain it. Yi Zongheng thought for a moment and said, "Take me to see it." This situation can only mean that someone has infused internal energy into this woman's body, but who would go to the trouble of doing such a thing for an ordinary woman? He was really curious, since he returned to Daxia, whether it was the 13 deadly needles mentioned by Lu Xuanyi, the spirit gathering land, or the blood-raging pill taken by Zhong Youngjun. They were all hard to find outside the country. In this land with a long history, there must be many things that he has never come into contact with. "Okay, please come in, medical immortal." Lu Xuanyi was so excited that he almost flew up. The two left shortly afterwards. Zhao Homing arrived at the Chen family villa with a team of people. But however, Chen Taisheng told him that Yi Zongheng had gone out. After asking where he had gone, Zhao Homing followed him with his men. At the same time, Yi Zongheng also followed Lu Xuanyi to an undeveloped old city area. Along the way, he learned the specific situation from Lu Xuanyi. It turned out that the patient was just an ordinary woman, and such a person would not alarm Lu Xuanyi, the vice president of the medical association. However, the woman's two daughters sold themselves to save their mother. Because they were very good looking, many men were attracted by their beauty. As a result, they were helpless in dealing with the woman's illness. Then, news of the strange disease spread, and all the doctors with a little fame, including Lu Xuanyi, went there. However, they were still at a loss as to what to do in the face of the woman's situation. Only then did Lu Xuanyi think of Yi Zongheng. Soon, the vehicle arrived in front of a simple bungalow. Yi Zongheng got out and walked in under the guidance of Lu Xuanyi. "Let me introduce you. This is the medical genius who brought Mr. Chen back from the underworld." Lu Xuanyi spoke very proudly as soon as he entered the room. In an instant, all the gazes, with different expressions, fell on Yi Zongheng. There was surprise, questioning, and even disdain and contempt. Yi Zongheng ignored it and looked at a woman lying on the bed. The woman's condition was similar to what Lu Xuanyi described. Her body was swollen and there were balls of air running all over her body. It looked extremely scary, as if it would explode at any moment, so it was no wonder they thought it was an evil spirit. Yi Zongheng only took one look and was sure that the woman had been infused with internal energy, but the woman was just an ordinary person and could not absorb this internal energy at all. That's why the current situation has occurred. As long as this internal energy is drawn out and the woman is nursed back to health, she will be fine. To put it bluntly, this is not an illness, so Lu Xuanyi and his group of doctors are helpless. "Medical immortal, can you cure my mother?" "As long as you cure my mother, we sisters will be yours from now on." At this time, a girl with a sweet appearance came over, and next to her, there was a girl who looked 90% similar to him. Yi Zongheng took a look and his expression changed slightly. Water and fire spirits. The Changxing Ju records that there are some special physiques in this world that are more suitable for cultivation than ordinary people, but this physique is extremely rare. The pair of sisters in front of him seemed ordinary, but as a cultivator, he could naturally see their physical constitutions. He had been abroad for so many years and had met countless people, but he had never encountered anyone with a special physique. Now he had actually met two of them, and in such a small place. Swish, Yi Zongheng grabbed their hands, and after feeling them for a while, he suddenly felt annoyed. They were also infused with internal energy, but due to their special physical constitutions, they were not as powerful as the women. It seems that someone, like him, recognized the sisters' special physiques and injected internal energy into their bodies to achieve the purpose of nourishing their energy through their physiques, but the sisters' physiques are used for cultivating immortality. Using them to practice martial arts would be a waste of natural resources. If they continue to allow this internal force to remain in their bodies, their physiques will be ruined. Fuck, are you trying to kidnap someone? Even if you want to kidnap someone, you have to heal them first. A red-haired man immediately pulled the sisters apart. The others were also staring at Yi Zongheng with amusement on their faces. "President Lu, is the medical immortal you mentioned who saved Mr. Chen really such an impatient brat?" The person hasn't been rescued yet, and you're already impatient to take action. Are you here to save him, or to take advantage of him? People who came here today. No one really wanted to save people, but to heal them and take the sisters away. However, they had no idea where to start. Lu Xuanyi claimed that he knew a medical genius who must have a way, so they waited there. Unexpectedly, the person who showed up was Yi Zonghong, a guy who didn't look like he had any medical skills. How could I, with my identity, lie to you about this? Lu Xuanyi looked at them, just like he was looking at himself at that time. Only when they see it with their own eyes will they believe in miracles. Red Hair, who had just separated the sisters, crossed his arms and said with disdain, "You said he resurrected the dead, Mr. Chen. Did we see that? You can actually say such nonsense as resurrecting the dead. I think you are getting old and confused. You might as well quit your job as vice president of the medical association and come to my Dragon Tiger Hall to do odd jobs." His name is Gao Tianxiang, the son of the leader of the Dragon and Tiger Hall. The Dragon and Tiger Hall is an underground force in Tongzhou, with tens of thousands of members. Its leader is a great martial artist, and few people in Tongzhou dare to mess with him. You. Lu Xuanyi's face flushed. I won't bother with you. Anyway, I'm warning you, don't be so arrogant just because you have a little background. There are always people who are better than you. Medical immortal, look. Lu Xuanyi looked at Yi Zongheng again. Yi Zongheng nodded and was about to step forward when Gao Tianxiang jumped out and said, "Boy, do you think that just because Lu Xuanyi called you a medical immortal twice, you really are a medical immortal? I'm telling you, this disease can't be cured by anyone other than me. However, the treatment process involves the unique skills of the doctors in my Dragon and Tiger Hall, so I can't let you learn it secretly. So, I will take the patient back to Dragon and Tiger Hall. The two beauties, please go back with me." Chapter 53, Congratulations to the new king, ruler of Hanzhong. Although the sisters were eager to save their mother, but not stupid. If Gao Tianxiang's people could really save people, they would have done so long ago. We will only follow the benefactor who cured our mother. The two sisters looked at Gao Tianxiang, who was approaching, and retreated in fear. Ha ha, brother can cure your mother. Gao Tianxiang stared at the two of them, the greed in his eyes almost bursting out. You can't cure my mother at all, we won't go with you. The girl, who was obviously cold in character, pushed him away. Gao Tianxiang was pushed and instantly got furious. You two bitches, I can't save your mother, do you think others can? These hypocritical fellows only came here because you two are so pretty. Otherwise, who the hell would want to come to such a dirty place? Do they think they are Jigong? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the others all turned ugly. Gao Tianxiang smiled proudly and said, "Of course, I'm here for you too. To tell you the truth, this old thing is doomed to die. No one can cure her. If you guys just follow me, I can help you bury her properly. Otherwise, not only will I make sure your mother dies without a burial place, but you will also have to serve me in the end." Young master. A follower beside him poked him, seeming to want to say something but stopped himself. What's up? That old thing seems to have been cured. What a fucking joke. That old thing is obviously possessed by evil spirits. Who can cure her? Gao Tianxiang turned around cursing, only to be stunned in an instant. Just see. Yi Zongheng was holding a ball of visible gas in his palm, and the dying woman sat up from the bed and was looking at him. Gao Tianxiang was completely dumbfounded. Oh shit, you cured the patient in just a few words from me? Mother! Seeing the woman sitting up from the bed and no longer bloated, the two sisters immediately rushed over, their eyes filled with tears of excitement. Ning Xue, Ning Chen. The woman's voice was still a little weak. Seeing that Yi Zongheng had truly cured him, Gao Tianxiang immediately became furious and pointed at Yi Zongheng and cursed, "You dog!" Bang! Before he could finish the last two words, Yi Zongheng kicked him out, leaving his head covered in blood. I didn't have time to deal with you just now, but you really think you're someone important? Yi Zongheng withdrew his foot calmly. Hiss, see the scene, everyone around was stunned. It was even more shocking than Yi Zongheng curing the woman. Boy, you actually dared to attack the young master. Do you know who he is? Gao Tianxiang's follower was panicked and quickly took out his mobile phone to call someone. Boy, you've gotten into big trouble. Gao Tianxiang is the young master of the Dragon and Tiger Hall. If you attack him, no one can save you. What a pity for having two such beautiful women. You are not lucky enough to enjoy them. To this, Lu Xuanyi couldn't help but sneer, but just as he was about to say something, Yi Zongheng stopped him. Next second. I'll give you 20 minutes to call over all the people you think are your most powerful backers. Yi Zongheng said this to Gao Tianxiang, who was lying outside. Damn, so arrogant. Gao Tianxiang struggled to get up and shouted angrily, "Call my father and have him bring some people over here. I'm going to chop that bastard into pieces." The attendant stepped forward and said with some hesitation, "Young master, those who offended you before were scared to death after knowing your identity, but this kid doesn't look scared at all. Besides, if he really cured that old man, it might be related to the Chen family. Should we?" Bang! Gao Tianxiang slapped him in the face. "Even if he is related to the Chen family, it doesn't matter. Even if Chen Taixing is saved, he will just be a useless person lying in bed unable to move. The Chen family without him is like a tiger without teeth. I'll kill you first, and then take your head to the Chen family. I don't believe the Chen family will fight with my dragon and tiger haul over a dead person." The news about the demise of the Shen family and Zhao Homing and others coming to Tongzhou yesterday were all blocked, therefore not a single word leaked out. So they had no idea that not only was Chen Taixing alive and well, but the situation in Tongzhou had also undergone earth-shaking changes in secret. The follower made another phone call. 10 minutes later. One after another, large commercial vehicles rushed into the old city, and ferocious-looking men armed with knives, guns, sticks and clubs got out of the vehicles one after another. There was a large black crowd, at least 400 or 500 people, led by a middle-aged man in a suit with a strong aura. "Father!" Seeing him, Gao Tianxiang immediately went up to him, then pointed at Yi Zongheng and said, "It was this bastard who beat me up. You have to take charge of this for me." Gao Shangming glanced at Yi Zongheng and said with a smile, "Your young hallmaster was beaten up. What should we do? Kill, kill." 400 or 500 people spoke at once, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. Everyone at the scene turned pale with fright, even Lu Xuanyi had a serious expression. "Ha ha ha. Are you scared now, you bastard? Come here and kowtow and apologize. If I'm in a good mood, I might be able to make your death easier." Gao Tianxiang smiled proudly. "Kneel down and apologize." 400 or 500 people roared again. Yi Zongheng sneered, and said with disappointment, "A bunch of dirt cheap people, is that all you can rely on?" The people around were all shocked by Yi Zongheng's words. Someone whispered to him, "Boy, this is the Dragon and Tiger Hall. There are so many people here, don't you feel scared? Apologize quickly. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you rely on the Chen family. If they were afraid of the Chen family, they wouldn't come. No one can stop you from seeking death. The Chen family is your backer, not you. How dare you speak so brazenly at this time? You are a clown." They all looked at Yi Zongheng with contempt. After all, there are 400 or 500 people here, and a spit from each of them can drown him. "We are willing to serve you. We hope you won't make things difficult for our benefactor." The two sisters Ningchen and Ningxue were trembling all over. They were obviously very scared, but they still stood up. "Are you scared now? It's too late. I must kill him today." Gao Tianxiang sneered. "Now he can do whatever he wants." Unexpectedly, Yi Zongheng dodged, grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground. Bang bang bang, the blood splattered. It was shocking. "Today, even you and the people behind you will be uprooted." "Ah, save me, father." Gao Tianxiang howled in pain. "Kill him." Gao Shangming shouted angrily. "It's over." Lu Xuanyi's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to stop him, but he knew that with his status, Lung Yutang would not give him any face. Ningxue's face turned pale and she felt even more guilty. As for the others, everyone was watching this scene with schadenfreude. This was the consequence of not listening to their advice. Under the chaos of swords, even an Iron Man could not withstand it, let alone a flesh and blood body. This kid. It's over. But just when everyone was thinking this, a pair of fully armed soldiers suddenly dispersed the people from the Dragon and Tiger Hall, and then the leader, Zhao Homing, walked up to Yi Zongheng with a serious expression, wearing a brand new military uniform. Zhao Homing, one of the 5 Tiger generals, congratulates the new king and takes charge of Hanzhong. "Congratulations to the new king, you will take charge of Hanzhong. Congratulations to the new king, you will take charge of Hanzhong." Chapter 54. Kill. After the noise. On sight, there was dead silence, especially when Zhao Homing unfolded the battle uniform with 2 stars on it, symbolizing the highest power ruling in Hanzhong provincial capital. Everyone present felt like their eyes were about to explode. Congratulations to the new king, who will take charge of Hanzhong. The guy in front of them, whom they had never taken seriously, turned out to be the new king of Hanzhong. I. Gao Tianxian was so frightened that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. He never thought that the person he would offend today would be such a powerful figure, such a person. He Gao Tianxian, and even the entire Dragon and Tiger Hall, cannot be offended in this life or the next. Regret. Fear, all kinds of emotions flooded my heart. Boom, Yi Zongheng pressed down hard with his 5 fingers, and his head exploded instantly. I in the army. Zhang Quangang immediately handed over a handkerchief with great insight. Yi Zongheng took it and wiped the blood off his hands with an expressionless face. Just when everyone was terrified and guessing Yi Zongheng's next move. One sentence to it came lightly. Execute them all. Amidst the light breeze and clear clouds, a murderous aura filled the air. Before Gao Shangming and his group from the Dragon and Tiger Hall could make any move, the doctors who had previously mocked Yi Zongheng fell to their knees. I'm sorry. We shouldn't have been greedy and looked down upon others. Laugh. What a huge head flew into the air. The bloodline across the sky not only blocked the man's next words, but also blocked the mouths of everyone who wanted to beg for mercy. Killing officially staged. In front of the army led by Zhao Homing and his 4 companions, the people from the Dragon and Tiger Hall were no different from leeks. In a short while, they all met their demise. I am an old man, and I pay my respects to the king of Hanzhong. Lu Xuanyi was also shocked beyond words and bowed to Yi Zongheng. Unexpected. I can't imagine it at all. Hanzhong has changed. It has become this man's world. But Yi Zongheng became the new king of Hanzhong provincial capital. So where did the original king of Hanzhong go? I'm not the king of Hanzhong. Yi Zongheng shook his head. He just saw Zhao Homing and others coming and was too lazy to do it himself. As for it, he was not very interested in governing Hanzhong. You are responsible for sending them to the Chen family villa and say that it was arranged by me. Is there any problem? Yi Zongheng gestured to the mother and daughter who had been frightened silly and asked Lu Xuanyi. No problem. Yi Zongheng nodded and looked at the 2 sisters Ningchen and Ningxue. If this pair of special physiques were cultivated, they would definitely achieve great things in the future, but they are still just little girls, and they have been frightened by what happened just now. We can only wait for them to digest it before we can understand it further. After Yi Zongheng and the others left. I in the car. Yi Zongheng frowned and asked, What are you doing? General, this is not our intention. The appointment of you to take charge of Hanzhong was issued directly from Yanjing. Zhao Homing explained Yanjing. Yi Zongheng immediately thought of the second veteran, Zhang Shangrong. The old guy refused to tell him the truth at first. The clues found by the inner court over the years only asked him to find people related to his parents. Now he asked him to take over Hanzhong. Okay, there's no reason not to have such convenience delivered to your door. However, all matters of Hanzhong will be handled by you 5 tiger generals. I won't be living in Hanzhong permanently, so please don't bother me when you have nothing to do. Hearing this, Zhao Homing and the others were immediately overjoyed. I understand. Then, can we trouble you with anything we can't handle? Can. There is one right now. Zhao Homing said seriously. Yi Zongheng, said Zhao Homing then recounted the story of Yanla Palace. I didn't realize at first that this Yanla Palace involved so many people. I'm afraid only you can take them away. Oh, Yi Zongheng asked with great interest. The Martial Arts Association, the Medical Association, and even the Public Security Bureau are all related to the Yanla Palace? Yes, snort. The murderous intent on Yi Zongheng's face was undisguised. Those dogs who eat Dacia's food but defend Japan should all be killed. What do you mean? Zhao Homing asked. Drive. Okay. Hanzhong got in the private box of Yanla Palace. In addition to Yui Uehara, Xue Diyuan, and Hua Jiaqing, there was also a middle-aged man with a square face and a strong aura. This person is Jiang Sun, the director of the Hanzhong Public Security Bureau. Last night, Yui Uehara received a call from Yamato Kimura, saying that the Yulong matter had been finalized, and he himself was living in the Hanzhong Palace. In this way, once all the manufacturing materials are gathered, we can start making small hydrogen bombs. Director Jiang, 2 presidents, why haven't you prepared the materials I asked you to prepare yet? Yui Uehara was lying on the sofa, her eyes filled with infinite charm. Several people stared at her, swallowing their saliva with blurred eyes. Ms. Yui, you know that even with our identities, it's a bit troublesome to get these materials, but I promise to gather a batch within 10 days. Uehara Yui stretched out her fair and slender arms and hooked them around Jiang Sun's neck. Thank you, Director Jiang. And us, and us. Upon seeing this, Xue Deyuan and the other man immediately looked at Uehara Yui longingly, as if it would be a rare good thing if they could just touch her skin. Giggling, Uehara Yui laughed. You know, I need these materials to blow up the Monument of Heroes Square. Why are you still willing to help me? As long as Miss Yui can be satisfied, what does the bombing have to do with us? It won't affect us anyway. Huo Jiaqing greedily inhaled the scent from Uehara Yui's body. That's right, Miss Yui, you are so beautiful. For you, I am willing to do anything. Xue Deyuan and the others also said this. Uehara Yui's smile gradually became cunning, and deep disgust was revealed in the depths of her eyes. She is from the Japanese succubus clan and is the best at seduction. Any man in front of her can only lie on the ground and lick her toes, just like Xue Deyuan and the other two in front of him. So what if she has a noble status? As long as she beckons them, these three men are willing to do anything for her. Even just touching her hand is enough to make them excited to death. They didn't even dare to hope to get her, but she was willing to sacrifice everything, so she directly told the three of them the purpose of this batch of materials, because Yui Uehara is not worried at all that they will be leaked. This is the horror of their succubus clan. Since you've been so well behaved, I decided to reward you. Yui Uehara took out a whip. At the same time, Yi Zongheng and his group also came to Yanla Palace, but this time, there were only him, Zhou Homing and 5 others. Seeing that there were only a few of them, the lobby manager, Miko Aizawa, thought they were here to experience the special services. General Zhao Zhan's presence is a great honor to Yanla Palace. It just so happens that we have just received a batch of top-quality goods from Japan. I'm sure you will be satisfied. Please follow me inside. Yi Zongheng raised his foot. Bang! Miko Aizawa was sent flying backwards like a cannonball, deader than dead. This time, everyone in the lobby looked over, completely confused as to what was going on. Yi Zongheng put his hands behind his back, his eyes like knives. Kill. Chapter 55, Confession? Who should I confess to? Boom! Zhou Homing and the other 4 flashed and rushed out. Today they received orders from Yi Zongheng, and they had no scruples at all. As long as they were Japanese, they would not let them go. The entire lobby, they were all shrouded in terrifying murderous intent. It was not until this time that the people in the lobby reacted, and some fled and some dispersed. Someone obviously recognized Zhou Homing. General Zhao, what do you mean by this? Our boss made it clear to you yesterday. What you're doing is totally unruly. This is a Japanese man. Zhao Homing sneered and grabbed his neck. Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. Bakayalu, you. Click. Zhou Homing simply twisted his neck. Zhang Quangang and his 3 companions were like tigers among a flock of sheep at this moment. They were all powerful warriors at the level of martial king. The minions in Yanla Palace who were exposed in the open were no match for them at all. Soon, what happened in the lobby alarmed the master hiding in the dark in Yanla Palace. Baga! You bastards of Daxia, how dare you wantonly kill people in our Dongying industry? Are you trying to stir up international conflict? Followed by a roar, more than a dozen figures appeared in the lobby in an instant. These people were all wearing samurai uniforms and carrying samurai swords. Most of them were at the martial spirit realm, and a few of them were even martial kings. The one who had just started cursing was the Japanese warrior with a mustache who was leading the group. Kamita Taro-kun, they are all from the Hanzhong war zone. Kamita Taro said angrily, so what if they are from the war zone? We Japanese are noble even on their land of Daxia. Only we can kill them. The Daxia people dare to kill us. Puff, a sarcastic sneer interrupted his words. What are you laughing at? Taro Kamita stared at Yi Zongheng, who was laughing. If you Japanese are so noble, why don't you dare to even fart when the Yasukuni shrine was bombed? Yi Zongheng was really funny. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the Japanese people changed. Baga, you Chinese pig, you are not allowed to mention this matter. Taro Kamita roared in frustration. The bombing of the Yasukuni shrine is a shame that they in Japan can never wash away. Otherwise, they would not have come to Daxia to carry out the dragon-slaying plan, but they only dared to target Daxia, because in their minds, Daxia was not aggressive, but the Qingcheng Palace was different. They were not absolutely sure and did not dare to retaliate against the Hall of Eternal Life, because the Hall of Eternal Life really dared to beat them to death and did not care about international pressure. Did it mention your sore spot? You damn Chinese pig, you're looking for death. Taro Kamita was completely enraged and drew his knife to kill Yi Zongheng. Yi Zongheng stopped talking nonsense and punched out. If the 5 tiger generals from the Hanzhong war zone could still fight with me, how dare you, a nobody, take the initiative to attack me? You are overestimating yourself. Taro Kamita said with disdain that he is a samurai who has been immersed in Bushido for decades, and his sword is extremely fast. It was so fast that Yi Zonghun couldn't react, bang, but just as he finished his thought, he felt a violent shock on his head. Next second, there was a loud explosion, and blood mist filled the sky. How was that possible? Kamita Taro's eyes were wide open until his death. He couldn't understand it. He was the king of martial arts, how could he be killed without even having the chance to draw his sword? What? This China pig actually killed Kamita Taro-kun. A group of Japanese warriors were frightened by this scene, but by the time they realized something was wrong, death had already come. Yi Zonghun took action personally. No matter what realm you were at, he would kill them all like little chickens. Less than a minute, broken limbs were everywhere. More than a dozen Japanese warriors were originally arranged by Japan to assist in the implementation of the dragon-slaying plan in Hanzhong. They were torn to pieces by Yi Zonghun as soon as they showed up. At this moment, Uehara Yui and others who got the news also rushed over. When they saw the corpses all over the ground, Uehara Yui's mouth twitched. Obviously, more than a dozen martial spirits and several martial kings were all dead. The key is, why did Zhao Homing do this? Could it be that their plan was exposed? Impossible. Zhao Homing, are you fucking crazy? Hua Jiaqing glared at Zhao Homing. Xue Deyuan gnashed his teeth. It's one thing for you to mess with our business time and again, but today you killed so many staff members for no reason. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable? Uehara Yui also said, General Zhao, I have already ordered the tribute you requested to be delivered, but you still killed so many of my people. I will definitely hold everyone accountable for this matter to the end. Yi Zonghun glanced at her indifferently. Are you from the succubus clan? Boom, this immediately caused a storm in Uehara Yui's heart. How could her identity be known to others? I don't know what you are talking about. Uehara Yui said calmly. You will know, take them all away. Yi Zonghun was too lazy to talk nonsense and gave the order directly. Who dares? Jiang Sun stepped forward at that moment, his expression dignified. You've murdered and assaulted our Japanese friends on their property for no apparent reason. Are you trying to rebel against the heavens? Hearing this, Yi Zonghun looked at him with interest and said, Tell me about yourself. Jiang Sun frowned. Director of the Hanzhong Public Security Department, Jiang Sun, what can I do for you? Boom, Yi Zonghun suddenly attacked and pressed his head to the ground. Director Jiang, right? When did Japan become a friend of Daxia? This Yenla Palace is clearly a place where people sell sex, yet it hides more than a dozen martial spirits and several Japanese warriors at the martial king level. Don't you suspect there's something fishy going on here? No one expected that Yi Zonghun would suddenly take action. Jiang Sun looked at Yi Zonghun with a look of anger in his eyes. Don't even think about saying that there is no problem with Yenla Palace. Even if there is a problem, it is not your turn to take care of it. You killed people here for no reason today, and you even attacked me. If this gets brought up, I'll see how you'll explain yourself. Explain, Yi Zonghun pressed his head again, rubbing it rhythmically on the ground, leaving streaks of blood. I don't need to account to anyone for what I do. Then he waved to Zhao Homing. Zhao Homing immediately said, after investigation, it was found that Yenla Palace was a spy sent by Japan to lurk in Daxia to carry out the dragon-slaying plan. And the three of you are all guilty of collaborating with the enemy and committing treason. Is this reason sufficient? Several people's faces changed drastically on the spot. Yui Uehara's face was full of disbelief, and she racked her brains but couldn't figure out where they had gone wrong. Could it be the king of Hanzhong? That's not right. Yamato Kimura only went to discuss acquiring the Yuelong Bay project, and he did so as an investor of the Kimura Group. Moreover, they were in contact last night. She didn't know that Kimura Yamato, who contacted him yesterday, was forced to do so by Zhao Homing. The king of Hanzhong sent you here? Hua Jiaqing and his companions were obviously panicked. If the king of Hanzhong knew about this, they would be completely finished. As Zhao Homing laughed, he has no chance of knowing this, take away. Yi Zonghun gave an order. However, as soon as they walked out of Yenla Palace with Hua Jiaqing and the others, they were stopped by a group of people wearing Martial Arts Association uniforms. The leader's aura was faintly stronger than Zhao Homing and the other four. Chairman Ma, they've wrongly accused me of treason. Save me now, Wu Jiaqing said, emphasizing, by the way, the king of Hanzhong doesn't know about this. Chapter 56, turning the hand to cover the clouds and rain, covering the sky with one hand in advance, knowing that Zhao Homing had come again and was going to kill someone on the spot, they called for help in advance to be on the safe side, and the one coming now is the president of the Martial Arts Association, Ma Bagua. In Hanzhong. Apart from Zhong Yangjun, he can be said to be the strongest. Behind him, there were dozens of strong men from the Martial Arts Association, and their lowest level was Martial Arts Grandmaster. According to you that the vice president of our Martial Arts Association is collaborating with the enemy and committing treason is sheer bullshit. Why don't you let him go? Ma Bagua said to Zhao Homing very forcefully as soon as he came up. Wu Jiaqing is hanging out with Japanese spies. He is suspicious and must be investigated. Zhao Homing also refused to give in bullshit. Ms. Yui is just a businessman. You say he's a spy from Japan. Where's the evidence? I'm afraid it's just your one-sided story, right? Wu Jiaqing shouted. As soon as the words fell, a large number of uniformed public security department combat personnel suddenly surrounded the scene. Muzzle, they all aimed at Yi Zongheng and the other 6. Let Jiang Si go. Seeing this, Jiang Sun, half of his face covered in blood, couldn't help but sneer. Are you guys trying to make this a big deal? You want to take someone like me away without any evidence? In Hanzhong, the only person who can suppress the Public Security Bureau, the Martial Arts Association, and the Medical Association at the same time is Zhong Yangjun, but Zhao Homing had said before that Zhong Yangjun didn't know about this. Therefore, they were certain that Zhao Homing and his men had learned about this matter from somewhere, and were planning to arrest them, forcibly convict them, and seek credit from Zhong Yangjun. So they were not afraid at all, because Zhao Homing and his men could not represent the entire Hanzhong war zone, nor did they have the authority to mobilize large troops. How annoying! Yi Zongheng suddenly felt a little annoyed. It was endless waves. Zhao Homing quickly asked, "What do you think?" Yi Zongheng rubbed his 5 fingers together, and said with interest, "Since we want to play, let's play big, clear." Zhao Homing understood what he meant and immediately took out his mobile phone, seeing that Zhao Homing, one of the 5 Tiger generals who held a prominent position in the Hanzhong war zone, was slightly inferior to Yi Zongheng, Ma Bagua, and the others all looked at Yi Zongheng in surprise. As far as they know, apart from the king of Hanzhong, there should be no one with a higher status than the 5 Tiger generals in the entire Hanzhong war zone. Honestly speaking, these people can't stop me. How about you shout a little more? Yi Zongheng laughed. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter at the scene. Ma Bagua scoffed at this. You might as well ask Zhao Homing, who is beside you. Looking at the entire Hanzhong, who else has the qualifications to say this to me besides the king of Hanzhong? Today, let alone you having no evidence, even if you did, I would never let you take anyone from my martial arts association away. Collaboration with the enemy and treason. Once such a crime is proven, it will have an impact on the entire martial arts association. So even if he killed Yi Zongheng and a few others, he would not let them prove Wu Jiaqing's guilt. In addition, no matter why Zhao Homing is so respectful to Yi Zongheng, as long as he is not the king of Hanzhong, there is nothing to be afraid of. So arrogant? Yi Zongheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Ma Bagua raised 3 fingers and said, I'll give you 3 counts to release the person. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving face to the war zone. 3, 2, 1. Yi Zongheng quickly recited these 3 words, then spread out his 5 fingers and grabbed Ma Bagua's head directly. Seeing this, everyone around laughed. Yi Zongheng is ignorant. As the president of the Hanzhong Martial Arts Association, although Ma Bagua is not a top martial king, he is also a leader among martial kings, stronger than Zhao Homing and others. Yi Zongheng was just a young man in his early 20s. Yet he dared to take the initiative to attack him. It's like showing off your sword in front of Guangong, overestimating your own abilities. Ha, even if I, let you use 10 moves, you can hardly hurt me at all. Ma Bagua laughed even louder. However, when Yi Zongheng's palm was close to his eyes, he suddenly felt a great fear in his heart, and even his limbs trembled involuntarily. Not good. Boom. When he wanted to fight back, Yi Zongheng had already grabbed his head and made close contact with the ground. What, Jiang Sun and others, people from the Martial Arts Association, and people from the Public Security Bureau were all dumbfounded at this moment. Everyone was stunned. Careless. Ma Bagua shouted, come again. Come again. Yi Zongheng grabbed his collar, swung it up and threw it to the ground. I'll give you 1,000 chances, and you'll end up the same way. Bang bang bang. The dull sound of bodies hitting the ground continued. It was not known how many times Yi Zongheng hit him before he stopped. Ma Bagua was already like a puddle of mud, lying in a human-shaped pit, obviously breathing in less than out. Everyone's scalp tingled. The mighty king of martial arts, who could roam an entire province at will, was being swung around like a puppet? How is this possible? I, Ma, am the king of martial arts. Ma Baogua's eyes were blank, he didn't believe it at all. King Wu. Yi Zongheng pretended to be surprised. Next second, his expression instantly fell. It's just a speck of dust, not worth mentioning. His expression and tone returned to normal at this moment. His eyes tilted downward, empty and deep, as if he looked down on all living beings. Nearly several hundred strong men from the Martial Arts Association arrived one after another. The Public Security Department dispatched an endless number of special cars with flashing lights, and the entire commercial avenue was cleared. Snipers, take your positions one by one. Law enforcement officers of various types, forming a law enforcement team of up to 1,000 people, moved towards the scene in a targeted manner, preparing to implement rescue or killing plans. No matter how strong your personal strength is, you are nothing but a speck of dust in front of the Martial Arts Association that gathers countless martial artists and official institutions like the Public Security Bureau. You are not the king of Hanzhong and you don't have the power to mobilize large troops. What can you use to fight Ma? Ma Baogua laughed triumphantly. Do you know why I didn't kill you just now? Yi Zongheng stepped forward. Ma Baogua was amused. Jiang Sun and the others also scoffed. Why else? As the president of the Martial Arts Association, Ma Baogua is a threat to the entire organization. Do you dare to kill him? I'd like you to watch a blockbuster movie. Yi Zongheng raised his hand slightly asky. Suddenly something whizzed past, and the deafening sound waves stirred up a sea of fog that cut through the sky. Those were the clouds that were carried away. Gulp. That just flew over. Was it a fighter jet? It seems so. At the scene, there was a sound of swallowing saliva. The sound of propellers came from far away, and when everyone looked, they saw dozens of armed helicopters hovering above their heads. Immediately afterwards, the earth shook. A metal beast with a gun muzzle as big as a bull was leading the way. All the vehicles parked in the middle of the road were violently knocked aside. Behind the tank were armored vehicles. On both sides, soldiers were endless, following like shadows. Even if the vanguard has stopped, the footsteps from behind are still coming up. A conservative estimate is that there are over 10,000 people in the team. For a moment, no matter if they were from the Martial Arts Association or the Public Security Bureau, they all felt a chill running from the soles of their feet straight up to the top of their heads. Ma Baogua stared, looking around. Could it be that the king of Hanzhong has arrived? Only the king of Hanzhong to have such great power. Look this way. Zhao Homing waved his hand, signaling Yi Zongheng next to him. This is the current commander-in-chief of the Hanzhong Provincial War Zone. You can call him general or king of Hanzhong, whatever you want to. Boom. When these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue, making everyone tremble with fear, especially Jiang Sun and the others. Their mouths were almost torn apart. The arrogance and confidence they had before were gone, and there was only endless panic. Yi Zongheng stretched out his palm. Because of the line of sight, the slap continued to grow larger in Ma Baogua's pupils, and finally covered the sky. Suppress! An army of tens of thousands moves at the command. Ma Baogua's eyes widened. This was the real meaning of covering the sky with a single hand. Yui Uehara in the crowd knew that she could not wait any longer. This matter was completely beyond her expectations. If she fell into the hands of the war zone, she would be finished. The only chance she would have was if she captured Yi Zongheng. Thinking of this, she suddenly jumped up, broke free from the restraints of the 2-5 Tiger generals in an instant, and attacked Yi Zongheng. Be careful, this woman has hidden strength. It's too late to remind you. Uehara Yui sneered. As the person in charge of Dongying and Hanzhong, she is not only a top martial king, but also a member of the succubus clan who is good at seduction. As long as Yi Zongheng's eyes meet hers, he will become her puppet. Yi Zongheng turned his head. Success. Uehara Yui was delighted, but the next second, her face suddenly turned pale, and she even vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Her internal organs were damaged to varying degrees at this moment. How is this possible? She was deeply shocked. She was sure that Yi Zongheng hadn't done anything just now. He just gave her a look. If it happens again, I will dig out your eyes and replace them with a pair of dog eyes. Yi Zongheng snapped his fingers, and several golden lights immediately penetrated into her mind. This woman cannot die now. Yui Wahara fell to the ground, her eyes blank. At this time, Yi Zongheng's phone suddenly rang. Yi Zongheng picked it up and his tone instantly became gentle. What's wrong, Aunt Tang? Xiao Yi, Aunt Tang has no home. Can you come and pick me up? Tang Ruyan's choked voice came. Wait for me. Yi Zongheng hung up the phone and his face turned extremely cold. Who dares to bully her? What's wrong, General? Zhao Homing stepped forward. My relatives are being bullied. Send me fighter jets immediately. I want to go back to Jiangcheng. For the first time, Yi Zongheng lost control of his emotions. Chapter 57 Reason River City. Recently, because of Yi Zongheng, the Lin family and Shanda Group have started comprehensive cooperation, which not only allows Shanda Group to enter the real estate industry, but also provides the Qi family with a market. As a result, Shanda Group instantly became the most prosperous company in Jiangcheng. The Tan family took advantage of the situation and entered the top of the upper class. As the daughter of Tan Changfeng, Tan Ximin was surrounded by a group of flatterers, among whom Lu Xiaowei and Feng Yaqi were the most active. The two of them had not forgotten how badly they were harmed by Tan Ximin. Now that they saw that Tan Ximin was living a good life, they naturally felt unhappy, so they took the initiative to offer advice. Ximin, your group is growing bigger and bigger. If you continue to develop at this rate, it's only a matter of time before you enter Tongzhou. You won't forget about us by then, will you? Of course not, we are good friends, lifelong friends. Tan Ximin affirmed. Feng Yaqi pretended to be touched. I didn't expect that I was so important to you. Of course. Feng Yaqi's face was troubled seeing this. Tan Ximin quickly asked, what's wrong with you? Ximin, since you treat me as your best friend, there are some things I have to say. Please don't get angry when you hear them. Feng Yaqi said, you say. Your family group is currently controlled by the old lady, and your father is highly regarded by the old lady. In the future, the group will definitely be handed over to your father and your brother. Needless to say, without my father and my brother, the group would not be what it is today? Tan Ximin was very proud. But have you ever thought about the discontent in Tan Xiaoya's family? Of course, I'm not talking about your uncle, I'm talking about your aunt and Tan Xiaoya's siblings. They must be thinking about seizing power. Tan Ximin's expression suddenly changed. They dare. Having said that, Tan Ximin knew better than anyone how badly Tang Ruyan's family had been exploited by their family over the years. Now she is under pressure from her grandmother. Once her grandmother is gone, even if her uncle Tan Changlin doesn't take revenge, Tang Ruyan and the others will definitely do so. Thinking of this, Tan Ximin felt a little panicked. Feng Yaqi pressed on, why wouldn't you dare? You know, your uncle and his men are the legal controllers of Shanda Group. If the old lady dies, can you still defeat them? Yeah, I heard that Tan Hongji is now a project manager in the group. Think about it, the group is obviously owned by his parents, how can he be willing to do that? Don't look at that boy's silence, he must be holding back a lot of anger. The more he's holding back now, the more fierce he'll explode in the future. Lu Xiaowei, who was driving, echoed. Really? When Tan Ximin heard this, he panicked and said, quick, take me to our old house. I want to see my grandma. Her current high-quality life is all based on the premise that her father and her brother are senior executives of Shanda Group, so she must never let Tang Ruyan and others have a chance to turn things around. Otherwise, her roles and Tan Xiaoya's would most likely be swapped, being excluded, bullied, and looked down upon. This kind of day, she couldn't even think about it. Seeing her like this, Feng Yaqi and Lu Xiaowei both smiled imperceptibly. They knew that once the seed was planted in Tan Ximin's heart, she would do everything possible to target Tan Xiaoya and the others. That way, she will provoke Yi Zongheng. But if she provokes Yi Zongheng, she will suffer the same fate as them, or even a worse one than them. Soon, the old house of the Tan family, Tan Ximin met Wu Xiuli. Seeing her little granddaughter, Wu Xiuli smiled kindly and said, oh, what's wrong? You're so flustered. Grandma, I have something important to tell you, something about the rise and fall of our family. Tan Ximin said surprisingly. What happened? Wu Xiuli's smile faded away, and then she became nervous. Grandma, we can't let my aunt and Tan Xiaoya stay in our house anymore. If they continue like this, our family will be destroyed sooner or later. Tan Ximin was extremely boastful. Wu Shouli heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. You silly girl, I thought something bad had happened. You were so frightened. You scared me to death. Grandma, this is a huge disaster. Think about it, our Shanda group is getting better and better, and will definitely be interacting with bigwigs in the future. What's the point of my aunt and the others staying here? Besides, you can see from what happened to the Chi family that if we weren't lucky, the Chi family happened to be wiped out by the big shots hired by the Lin family, and we would have been killed. When Wu Shouli heard this, her face suddenly became solemn. After thinking about it carefully, it was indeed true. My aunt and her family are short-sighted and haven't received a good education. Not only will they not be able to keep up with us in the future, they might even fall behind us. It's been so difficult for our family to get to where we are today. If something like what happened to the Chi family happens again, will we still have such good luck? What's more, Tan Hongji and Tan Xiaoya once lived on the streets with their aunt. After such an experience, the lowliness in their nature cannot be changed. Wu Shouli seemed moved by what he said. Your uncle, oh, with your status as an uncle, what kind of woman can you find? Forget finding someone from a wealthy family of equal status, isn't it more than enough to find someone with good moral character and a spotless past? Tan Ximin said, with another wicked smile on her face. Besides, you know why your uncle remarried her in the first place. Wu Shouli nodded. The reason why Tan Changlin took the initiative to seek remarriage with Tang Ruoyan was entirely because this woman had some kind of bad luck and suddenly became rich, and not just ordinary rich. Over the years, Shanda Group has been able to maintain its operations thanks to Tang Ruoyan's continuous financing. So, even if she looked down on Tang Ruoyan, she didn't go too far. It's different now. Don't worry, as long as you bring it up, your uncle won't say anything. On the contrary, he will be happy. Tan Ximin said confidently. Outsiders thought her uncle was foolishly filial. Actually, their family knew Tan Changlin very well. He didn't like Tang Ruoyan and the others at all, but he just didn't want to show it and let others stab him in the back. If he really cared, how could he watch his wife and children being bullied? To put it bluntly, it's hypocrisy. If Tang Ruoyan and the others were really kicked out and he were given a chance to remarry, he would be happier than anyone else. Don't worry, Grandma. Even if Uncle doesn't have any more children, my brother and I will take care of you until the end of your life. Final. Wu Shouli was completely moved by Tan Ximing's words and praised her for her long-term vision. You are right. Our Tan family is different from before. Leaving them here will bring too many hidden dangers. Not only did she go against me before regarding the Chi family, but the kid she adopted almost killed our entire family. We should kick them out now and completely cut off all ties with them. That way, no matter what they do in the future or who they offend, no one will have anything to do with us. Said. Wu Shouli decided, please help Grandma notify everyone and ask your uncle and your father to come back. Also, ask Tang Ruoyan to come along. Chapter 58. I will never regret it. Grandma is wise. Tan Ximin was overjoyed. Then, Wu Shouli called the group's finance department and asked, get Tang Ruoyan's expense records for this period. All expenses of Tang Ruoyan's family were under her surveillance, and now she is very suspicious that the money Yi Zhonghun used to give gifts was given by Tang Ruoyan. Otherwise, how could a bastard without parents, who was wandering outside, throw out 10 million with a wave of his hand? Not long after. Wu Shouli received a reply. Tang Ruoyan's expenses in the past 6 months have all been for family expenses. However, on the day of their Tan family banquet, she used up all the money on a card with a 5 million limit in the group under her name at Huitong Jewelry. Huitong Jewelry wasn't the gift that Yi Zhonghun gave to Tang Ruoyan and the others that day. Jewelry? Snort. Wu Shouli snorted coldly. I knew it. How dare you give Shanda Group's money to an outsider? Now it's even more justifiable to kick you out. An hour later, after receiving the news, Tan Changlin and others arrived at the old house one after another. I called you all here today because I have something important to announce. After sitting down, Wu Shouli threw the report faxed from the group behind her on the table and said, Tang Ruoyan, take a look for yourself. Tang Ruoyan picked up the report, glanced at it, and immediately looked embarrassed. You asked someone to monitor my expenses? That's not important. What's important is what you did with the 5 million. You should know that, right? Wu Shouli sneered. 0.5 million, what 5 million? The other members of the Tan family were all confused. After Wu Shouli briefly explained the whole thing, Tan Changfeng and others instantly became furious. I was wondering why that kid was so generous. After all this time, the money he had in his hands was given by you, auntie. Did Hongji and Xiaoye also give him the pocket money they saved? Sister-in-law, what do you mean by this? We worked so hard to earn our money, and you're giving it to an outsider to show off? Tan Shangfeng's wife was even more scathing. Our Xinin and Yinggu haven't used a penny of your money. In your heart, your family members are not as good as outsiders. Hearing this, Tan Xinin suddenly said sarcastically, Mom, I don't care about this money. After all, it will be returned to them as gifts in the end. What's the point? Everyone is blaming Tang Ruyan, even Tan Changlin glared at her angrily. You stupid woman, why do you always do things that embarrass me? Who told you to take the money on your own initiative? At a glance, these unrecognizable faces made Tang Ruyan feel extremely chilled. So that my hands and feet are cold and my whole body is shaking. I, Tang Ruyan, married into your Tan family for nothing. You keep saying we're a family, but you even monitor my expenses. Isn't that ridiculous? To this, Wu Xiuli said as a matter of course, I do this for this family. Since you are a member of this family, you must abide by it instead of blaming me for doing something wrong. What kind of logic is this? Tang Ruyan ignored him and looked at Tan Changlin. Just tell me, do I not even have the right to use the group's 5 million now? Tan Changlin had a sullen face and said nothing. Seeing this, Wu Xiuli immediately said, even if you want to use it for legitimate purposes, you should discuss it with me in advance. You gave the money to others without saying a word. Do you even take me seriously? Tang Ruyan was so angry that she laughed. So according to what you mean, I put tens of millions, hundreds of millions, into the group every year, and not a single cent of the group's money is my own, Tang Ruyan? I need your consent before I use my own money, right? Before. It was fine that Wu Xiuli and the others were sarcastic and looked down on her, but she didn't expect that they would go so far as to control how she spent her money, or all her efforts over the years worth shit. Bang! Wu Xiuli slammed the table and said, You actually dare to talk to me like that? It seems that I usually treat you too kindly. Do you think that just because you gave the group some money, it belongs to you? Make no mistake. Over the years, everything you've eaten and used has been paid for by the group. After you and Changlin remarried, has he ever treated you unfairly in life? You keep complaining about the little contribution I made. Does that mean the group's current success is all yours? A woman's family did something wrong, but not only did she not admit it, she even argued about it. Since you don't care about me as a mother, then why are you still here? As soon as these words came out, Tang Ruyan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She had guessed something, but it wasn't fear that filled her, it was disappointment, a disheartening disappointment. Just tell me why you called me here today. Tang Ruyan no longer had the heart to argue about right or wrong. Good. Then I'll tell you the truth. The Tan family today is no longer the same as it was before. Since you don't realize it and can't correct your position, then this family can no longer accommodate you. To save the future, the foundation that my Tan family has worked so hard to build will be destroyed because of you. As for your 2 younger generations, I won't notify them separately. You can take them away from the Tan family and go with the boy you adopted. From now on, you and my Tan family have nothing to do with each other. Really? Tang Ruyan sneered. She had guessed this would happen. What do you mean? Tang Ruyan asked Tan Changlin. Other people were not important, but his attitude could decide everything. However, before Tan Changlin could say anything, Wu Xiuli spoke first. I still have the final say in this family. He's my son, so naturally he listens to me. What do you think he means? Seeing that Tan Changlin remained silent for a long time, Tang Ruyan's nails dug into her flesh. Okay. Since you want to kick me out, then give me what I deserve, the general assets of Shanda Group. What? The people in the Tan family seem to have heard a huge joke. Ha ha ha, are you crazy? Wu Xiuli said jokingly, Shanda Group belongs to my Tan family. What does it have to do with a worthless person like you who is not even a vase? That's right. Besides, you and your son and daughter have been supported by the group over the years. The money you paid has long been settled. Get out of here now. Tan Xinin sneered. Are you really going to be so ruthless? Tang Ruyan gritted her teeth. So what if you're dead? Go ahead and sue us if you have the guts. Don't you see what our relationship is with the Lin family now? Do you think you can sue us? Tan Si-min said contemptuously. Tang Ruyan has given Shanda Group hundreds of millions of dollars over the years. How could they be willing to give it back? Lin family, Tang Ruyan smiled miserably. I hope you won't regret it. Finished, she left with the expense report in her hand. Don't worry, we will never regret the decision to kick you out. We will only be grateful. Tan Si-min followed with sarcasm. Tang Ruyan didn't say anything else. The whole person seemed a little lost. When she got outside, she finally couldn't hold on any longer and squatted down against the wall with her hands on her knees. She knew everything over the years, including that Tan Changlin remarried her for money, but she just wanted to have a family, and she thought she had given everything she could. She thought that as long as she did what a wife should do and didn't engage in intrigue or have any ill intentions, the people in the Tan family would always be able to see her good side, but reality dealt her a heavy blow. This moment, she couldn't help but think of Yi Zongheng's words, small leaf. Aunt Tang was wrong. She didn't cry even when she was kicked out in front of others before, but now she suddenly burst into tears. Xiao Yi, Aunt Tang has no home. Can you come and pick me up? Tang Ruyan dialed Yi Zongheng's number. This short sentence drained all her strength. Chapter 59. Too late to regret. Wait for me. Hey, Xiao Yi? Are you planning to ask your adopted son to pick you up? What's the matter? Are you planning to let her stand up for you? Tan Si-min, who followed out, sneered. Tang Ruyan lowered her head and said nothing. She had no strength left, and even breathing was painful. My whole heart felt like it was in an abyss, sinking down as if there was no end. Ridiculous. Tan Si-min dropped two words and ignored it. An hour later. Hey, why are you still here? Tan Si-min and others who walked out of the house found that Tang Ruyan had not left yet and had fallen to the ground. He won't die, will he? Tan Si-min, with her hands behind her back, skipped over to Tang Ruyan and said, What's the matter? Are you still relying on our family? If you're not dead, get up and get out of here. If you want to die, go die somewhere else. Said. She also kicked Tang Ruyan a few times, as if to make sure whether she was okay or not. Boom, something whizzed through the sky. A figure quickly crashed to the ground and instantly came to Tan Si-min's side. With a sweep, he kicked both of her legs apart. The white bones protruding from the flesh were shocking. Ah! Tan Si-min screamed like a pig being slaughtered and fainted from the pain. Yi Zongheng bent down and picked up Tang Ruyan from the ground. His voice sounded like it came from the netherworld. If anything happens to her, I promise to kill everyone in your Tan family. He hurriedly checked Tang Ruyan's body. Fortunately, she just fainted due to excessive sadness and emotional breakdown, and it was nothing serious. Then he mobilized his spiritual energy to help Tang Ruyan clear the blockage. Soon, Tang Ruyan woke up. Aunt Tang, are you okay? Yi Zongheng asked hurriedly. You're here, Xiaoye. Tang Ruyan felt very relieved when she saw Yi Zongheng. I'm here, don't worry, tell me how they bullied you, and I will make them pay back 100-fold. Yi Zongheng's voice seemed to come from the nine nether hell. My daughter just kicked her twice, but you broke both of her legs. Who is bullying me? Tang Ruyan, we kicked you out and you let this bastard you adopted act like a bully, right? I'm going to contact the Lin family right now. I want to see how arrogant you can get. Tan Si-min's mother roared with her fangs bared. Laugh. Yi Zongheng shook her wrist, and her cheek was instantly pierced by a dagger, leaving her face exposed on both sides. Whoa, Tang Ruyan, why don't you stop him? You want to watch him die, right? Tan Shangfeng knew that Qi Zhantian was killed by Yi Zongheng, so at this moment he only dared to yell at Tang Ruyan. With the current status of their Tan family in Jiangcheng and their relationship with the Lin family, it would be too easy for them to kill Yi Zongheng. He just didn't believe that Tang Ruyan didn't know this. They kicked me out and won't let me use a penny of Shanda Group's money. Xiaoya, let the Lin family take back everything they gave them. Tang Ruyan did not soften her heart at this moment. I've said it before, don't be too kind. Others will only take advantage of your kindness and make more of it. Yi Zongheng's eyes were like knives as he swept across the Tan family. Don't worry, I will not only make the Lin family take back everything they gave them, but I will also make them lose everything. Ha ha ha, the people in the Tan family seem to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Are you kidding me? Who do you think you are? Old Master Lin didn't even glance at you at the banquet that day, and you actually said you could order the Lin family around. That's hilarious. Our Shanda group now has a cash flow of tens of billions and is at the top of Jiangchang. The Lin family also respects us. How can you leave us with nothing? We may not be as violent as you, but when it comes to wealth and power, even if you were to multiply you wouldn't be able to match my Tan family. You will pay a heavy price for your actions today. The faces of the people from the Tan family were full of ridicule, as if they were looking at two clowns, but at this moment as the sound of propellers came, dozens of armed helicopters hovered above their heads immediately following. One by one, fully armed warriors exuding murderous aura descended along the ropes. The leader, Zhao Homing, quickly came behind Yi Zongheng and waited. When Tan Changfeng and the others saw this scene, they were stunned. What's going on? What happened? Why are you just standing there motionless? Wu Xiuli heard the noise and came out. The first thing she saw was Tan Simingman kneeling in a pool of blood, with Yi Zongheng standing beside her. You dog, however, before she could utter a word, she swallowed it back in an instant. The scene was filled with fully armed soldiers. Not far away, there was a long convoy of military jeeps rushing towards them. A middle-aged man standing on the side holding a walkie-talkie kept yelling, "Hurry, hurry, hurry! Faster!" Wu Xiuli was stunned instantly. In her entire life, she had only seen such scenes in movies. The vehicle stopped, and pairs of fully armed soldiers got out. The middle-aged man who had just yelled hurriedly walked over to Zhao Homing and said, "General Zhao, 1,000 soldiers from the Jiangcheng war zone, prepare to take up their positions. Please give me instructions." Zhao Homing raised his hand and waved in the direction of the Tan family. Next second, the cold muzzles of the guns were all pointed at everyone in the Tan family. Thump, everyone, including Wu Xiuli, felt their legs go weak and they collapsed to the ground, almost scared to death. "General, look." Zhao Homing asked Yi Zongheng cautiously. Boom, the Tan family members who saw this scene were nearly frightened to death on the spot. Every one of them felt cold all over and their faces turned pale. The guy adopted by Tang Ruoyan was actually a general, and it seemed that he was not an ordinary general. After all, the identity symbolized by Zhao Homing's military uniform was too obvious, but they kicked Tang Ruoyan out. Great panic surged into everyone's heart. At this moment, they were so sad that they could not even cry, and they regretted it so much. What a sin! Wu Xiuli rolled her eyes and fell to the ground. Yi Zongheng sneered and threw out a few golden needles, and Tan Siming and Wu Xiuli woke up instantly. If it weren't for Aunt Tang, how could you have received 10 billion in investment? How could you have been respected by the Lin family? And you dared to kick her out? As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Xiuli and the others understood everything instantly. It turns out that all this was because of Tang Ruoyan, or to be more precise, because of Yi Zongheng behind Tang Ruoyan. What did they do? If Tang Ruoyan had not been driven out, with Yi Zongheng's status and position, it would have been more than enough to ensure that the Tan family would prosper for decades, but they destroyed this opportunity with their own hands, especially Tan Siming. When he thought of the words, "We will never regret the decision to kick you out of the house," he wanted to die. "I'm sorry, Auntie. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. I won't dare to do it again." Tan Nin pleaded. "Ruoyan, Mom was wrong. Mom shouldn't have treated you like this. As long as you're willing to put aside the past, I'll leave this family to you, okay? Ruoyan, I'm a bastard. I was just possessed by the devil for a moment. Please forgive me. I promise to treat you and the child well in the future. Please forgive us. Sister-in-law, aunt, please forgive us." Whether it was Wu Xiuli or Tan Changlin, they were all kneeling on the ground, begging Tang Ruoyan bitterly. "No need, Aunt Tang has me as her only need." Yi Zongheng made the decision for Tang Ruoyan directly. One sentence, it made several people look as pale as death. "Blow up this place. From now on, Shanda Group will have nothing to do with you. I will have all your houses, cars, and savings taken back." Kicked out, huh? You should also experience what it's like to be penniless and living on the streets. Boom, a shell landed directly on the Tan family's old house. Yi Zongheng held Tang Ruoyan in his arms, turned his back to the flames rising into the sky, and left calmly. Finally, a light voice came. "Break their limbs and throw them into the streets." Chapter 60, Kick someone when they are down. After Wu Xiuli and the others all had their limbs broken and were thrown on the street. What a sin! What a sin! I, an old woman at my age, have to beg on the street with you unfilial descendants. Wu Shuli cried until her tears dried up and she kept howling. Although the others were not as upset as she was, they were all also heartbroken. The gap between heaven and hell was too much for them to bear. After a while, Tan Simin suddenly said to Tan Changlin, "Uncle, please think of a way. Let's beg Auntie again, even though the guy she adopted is so hard-hearted that he won't give us any chance. But she's soft-hearted. After all, you're Xiao Ye and the other's father. Could she really bear to see you living on the streets?" Hearing this, hope suddenly appeared in the eyes of several people. They knew Tang Ruyan well, and if they wanted to go back, they had to start with her. Yes, yes, yes. She's furious right now, and the boy she adopted is also getting in the way. Wait until she calms down, and then you can go and beg her, and it will definitely work. That being said, you've all seen the identity of that guy surnamed Ji. But with him at our mercy, I'm afraid our hope of returning is slim. Tan Changlin said disdainfully, no matter who he is, it was Tang Ruyan who gave him the chance to live again, so he still has to listen to Tang Ruyan. Don't worry, Tang Ruyan and I have been married for such a long time, and he is Xiao Ye and the other's father. As long as I can impress Tang Ruyan, that kid's opinion is not important at all. For a while, the light of hope was rekindled in the hearts of several people. A sports car suddenly braked to a stop immediately afterwards. A handful of money flew out of the car window and floated in front of the Tan family members. Fuck, who are you begging for? Do you know who I am? I am a senior executive of Shanda Group. Tan Yingguo had never suffered such humiliation before, and he immediately started yelling. Yo yo yo! Young Master Tan is living on the streets, yet he still maintains an undue pride? Come here. It was Lu Xiaowei and Feng Yaqi. They had just been watching what was happening in the old house of the Tan family in secret, and only dared to come out after the people in the war zone left. They were hurt so badly by Tan Simin at that time, and now that the Tan family is in decline, how could they miss the opportunity to take advantage of the situation? Tan Simin, who hadn't figured out what was going on, was overjoyed when she saw them. Xiaowei, Yaqi, you're here. Quickly take us to the hospital. We can still be saved. However, what she didn't expect was Lu Xiaowei looked sinister and stepped on her broken leg. Lu Xiaowei, what are you doing? Lu Xiaowei, what do you mean? The people of the Tan family roared in anger. Lu Xiaowei sneered, what do you mean? I came here today specifically to step on you, you son of a bitch. You hurt others and yourself. I never thought that this day would come to you, did you? Woo woo woo, Tan Simin cried. She looked at Feng Yaqi in disbelief. Yaqi, aren't we best friends? Why did you do this to me? Best friend? Feng Yaqi showed disdain on her face, then pointed at her mouth full of dentures and said ferociously, look at my teeth, what's the difference? Tan Simin's eyes widened. Fake, fake? Ha ha ha, yeah, that's fake. This is all thanks to you. If you hadn't suggested that we go and cause trouble for General Yi, I wouldn't be like this. Boom, Tan Simin's mind went blank for a moment. Didn't you say, bang, Feng Yaqi slapped her in the face. If we hadn't lied to you, how could you have dared to trick your grandmother into kicking Tang Ruyan and the others out of the house, and how could you have ended up living on the streets? Tan Simin, you are actually quite amazing. You single-handedly brought down the entire Tan family. Ha 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 ha. These words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Tan Simin to completely collapse. Ah! How dare you lie to me? I'm going to kill you. Feng Yaqi sneered, hands on hips, and said, you're a useless piece of shit with all your limbs broken, and you're still showing off in front of me? A few people, they all looked at her with gritted teeth, not to mention the Tan family not long ago, even before Shanda Group was invested in, a small character like Feng Yaqi could only lick their boots in front of them, but now, they are squatting on their heads and shitting on them, and they have no way to do anything about it. I don't like the way your teeth look. Feng Yaqi picked up a brick from somewhere. Seeing this, Tan Simin panicked. What do you want to do? I told you not to do anything rash. We are just temporarily down and out. It won't be long before we are back. If you treat me like this now, I will never let you go when my Tan family regains its power. Bang! However, no matter what she said, Feng Yaqi still smashed her mouth and said, now, let's see how you can scream. Since we dare to come, we are not afraid that you will rise up one day. You can just beg here, and we will come to take care of you from time to time. Lu Xiaowei laughed loudly. The two got into the car and drove away amidst laughter and joy. Now, the people of the Tan family were extremely miserable. Lu Xiaowei, Feng Yaqi, when I return to Shanda Group, I will let you know what regret is. Tan Changfeng said with clenched fists. Just then, a beggar, also with broken limbs and tattered clothes, crawled up to the group and looked at the banknotes Lu Xiaowei had just thrown on the ground. You don't want this money? Get out. Do you think we are the same as you? We are just temporarily down and out, not beggars. Tan Yingwu cursed. The beggar smiled and picked up all the money with his chin. Everyone has a glorious time. Seeing his despicable appearance, Tan Yingwu couldn't help but sneer, comparing my past glory with mine? I'm the young master of the Tan family, how can you compare? Even if I'm down and out. He is also pretentious, because he believed that he would go back sooner or later. Then do you know Tian Kaixian? The beggar was Tian Saichuan's father, Tian Taiya. The mission to kill the God Palace failed, and Su Qingyu was furious and had someone throw him to Jiangcheng. I don't know her. The people I'm in contact with are all big shots in Jiangcheng. You're looking for her? Who is she to you? She's my daughter. Daughter, call me young master. When I return to the group, I will ask someone to help you find him. Tan Yingwu said proudly. Hello, young master, hello, young master. Tian Taiha said humbly. Ha ha ha, sensible. Suddenly several vehicles from the war zone came back, and several soldiers jumped out of them and directly carried Tan Yingwu and others on board. What are you doing? Tan Yingwu and others shouted. We've been told to get rid of you guys so that you won't be an eyesore in Jiangcheng. Bang! The car door closed and he stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Tian Taiha was completely confused, then he sighed, this won't work. Chapter 61 Entering Summer, killing at the same time. Yi Zongheng has already taken Tang Ruoyan to Villa No. 1 in Hentang Mountain. Halfway Lin Banchun, Tan Hongji, Tan Xiaoye and others rushed over after hearing the news. After learning what had happened, Tan Xiaoye was so angry. Mom, they've really gone too far this time. No matter what, you must never forgive them again. Yi Zongheng smiled and said, don't worry, I've already had them thrown out of Jiangcheng. Even if Aunt Tang wants to be soft-hearted, she won't have the chance. Hearing this, Tan Xiaoye immediately waved her arms. Well done. You will stay here from now on. Yeah. When she heard that she was going to live with Yi Zongheng, Tan Xiaoye jumped up happily looking at her like this. Yi Zongheng couldn't help laughing. After Yi Zongheng explained to Lin Bancheng again that after this incident, Shanda Group would definitely be handed over to Tan Hongji, but it would be difficult for him to manage it alone. This requires the help of the Lin family to ensure that all aspects of Shanda Group will not be affected by the departure of Tan Changlin and others. I understand. Lin Bancheng was terrified today. Chen Taisheng, a third-level general, was someone that his Lin family could not even curry favor with. Now even Zhao Homing, a first-level general, served as Yi Zongheng's follower. On the one hand, he was shocked that he had underestimated Yi Zongheng, but on the other hand, he was glad that he had made the right choice. Now that Yi Zongheng asked him to help Shanda Group, he naturally agreed. Xiaoye, take good care of Aunt Tang. I still have some things to deal with. Yi Zongheng instructed and left the room. Outside, Zhao Homing saw Yi Zongheng coming out and hurried forward. The chief garrison commander of the Jiangcheng war zone said that the Public Security Bureau was delayed in clearing the road. I must explain this to you. He's outside right now, do you want to meet him? After receiving Tang Ruoyan's call, Yi Zongheng asked someone to locate the location and gave it to the Jiangcheng war zone, asking them to send someone there. Result, they all came from Hanzhong, but the people in Jiangcheng war zone were a step slower. Although Yi Zongheng did not mention it, the chief garrison of Jiangcheng war zone was worried because he had already learned Yi Zongheng's identity from Zhao Homing. No need. Let everyone withdraw. You guys keep guarding the woman captured in Yanla Palace. I have something to deal with first. Yi Zongheng waved his hand next to the artificial lake of Zhuyan, who was responsible for secretly protecting Tang Ruoyan and the others, was waiting here. At his feet were two middle-aged men with disabled limbs. At this time, Yi Zongheng walked over to Zhuyan, stepped forward immediately and said, these two are the ones seeking death. The two people collapsed on the ground with confused faces. They are assassins from the palace of the god of death. After the black and white evils failed to assassinate Yi Zhongheng, they were sent by the higher-ups to find out Yi Zhongheng's background. After all, the person who could make the two martial spirits, the black and white evils, disappear without a trace must be no unknown person. The Killing God Palace plans to investigate thoroughly before sending killers to continue the assassination. Unexpectedly, as soon as they caught up with Tan Xiaoya, they were broken their limbs and captured by Zhu Yan. You have to know that they are martial spirits. Not to mention Jiangcheng, a small and insignificant city. Even in Hanzhong, they are considered powerful and top-notch. Result: it is incredible that an ordinary little girl is closely protected by a powerful person above the martial spirit realm. The young ladies from the aristocratic families in the provincial capital don't have this kind of treatment. Who are you? You followed my sister, but turned around and asked who I was. Did you get it wrong? Yi Zhongheng said condescendingly. Tang Ruyan's family is his Achilles heel. No matter if it was the person behind the murder of his parents who wanted to target him, or if it was someone else, anyone who dared to target them would surely end up dead. There is no room for maneuver. Don't even think about getting anything out of us. Just kill us. The two killers looked ready to die. Top killers, their identities cannot be traced unless they betray us. This is also why the Killing God Palace has assassinated so many bigwigs but is still doing fine. On the one hand, it is because they are powerful, and on the other hand, it is because they are mysterious enough. Killer? Yi Zhongheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The two of them were shocked, but they remained calm on the surface. We don't know what you are talking about. You can kill me or chop me up as you please, snort. Yi Zhongheng sneered. The aura on you reminds me of two people, the Killing God Palace, right? People of the same kind always have similar auras. Although these two people were disguised, their auras were exactly the same as the two minions who assassinated him that day, but the two people who assassinated him were not so stubborn. Perhaps they had seen his methods, so they directly confessed their identities. You, impossible. How could the black and white devils reveal their identities? The two were stunned when they saw Yi Zhongheng reveal their origins. But they quickly calmed down. Even if you know our identities, it doesn't matter. The missions taken by the Killing God Palace are always a fight to the death. No one can escape the assassination of the Killing God Palace. If we die, there will be another batch, and the next batch, and the mission will not end until you are killed. No matter if you are a martial spirit, a martial king, or even a martial lord, as long as you are on the list of the Killing God Palace, it will be the beginning of your nightmare, huh? However, Yi Zhongheng was too lazy to waste words with a small character like him. A bunch of rats hiding in the sewers. How dare you provoke me again and again? Zhu Yan suppressed his laughter. In front of someone like Yi Zhongheng, no matter what level of killer he is, even if he is at the scale of Yan Luo Pavilion that can intimidate a small country. A killer is just a killer. They are always a bunch of rats who only know how to hide their heads and show their tails, that's all. But his words sounded particularly ridiculous to the two people from the Killing God Palace. Comparing them to rats, even the bigwigs of some of Yanjing's top families dare not say this. Let Yan Luo Pavilion find the Killing God Palace, find out who issued the mission to assassinate me, and then kill them all. Yi Zhongheng left after saying this. Zhu Yan turned around. The terrifying murderous aura directly locked onto the two of them. The two people who had been mocking Yi Zhongheng for his lack of self-awareness in their hearts were now stunned. If they had heard correctly, Yi Zhongheng was referring to Yan Luo Pavilion. Note, Yan Luo Pavilion is recognized as the strongest killer organization in the world, and even the Killing God Palace cannot compare to it. That guy actually ordered Yan Luo Pavilion to do something. This, for someone of his status to compare you to rats, is actually overestimating you. Zhu Yan stretched out his palm and clenched it in the air. In an instant, an aura so powerful that it caused the surrounding void to vibrate violently directly enveloped it. Emperor. The two men's eyes widened instantly, but before they could finish their words, their bodies exploded into blood mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. Zhu Yan left. Halfway, take out your cell phone. The palace master has ordered, Ruxia, kill. Chapter 62. Nangong Yuk will protect him. Hanzhong. In a huge conference room, the Hanzhong Provincial Capital Martial Arts Association, Medical Association, and Public Security Bureau gathered together. What the hell is going on with the war zone? We in the war zone have always been responsible for our respective duties. Not only did they send a large force to suppress our public security bureau, they also took our director away. On site. An old man in a security uniform couldn't help but slam the table and said, he is the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau of Hanzhong Provincial Capital. Not only him, it can be said that all the people present here, looking at the entire Hanzhong Provincial Capital, are people standing at the top of power. Today, tens of thousands of troops were dispatched, including armed helicopters and tanks. The noise was really too loud, they had to get together to discuss a solution. Director Liu, your public security department is fine. They only took away some insignificant law enforcement officers and a director. Look at our martial arts association. They took away both the president and vice president. The key point is that until now, we haven't even received an explanation. The war zone's behavior is too overbearing. The top brass of the Martial Arts Association was so angry that they nearly flipped the table. Their Martial Arts Association gathers martial arts masters from all over the world, and its influence is spread throughout Daxia, but such a thing has never happened before. The vice president of our medical association was also taken away. The president of the medical association was an old man wearing glasses. He frowned and said, "This is simply too abnormal." Abnormal? Who doesn't know that it's abnormal? The key is why the people were arrested at the Yanla Palace. We can't send out a force of tens of thousands of people to arrest them just because they experienced the special services of Japan, right? This is obviously unacceptable. This time, the top brass of the Martial Arts Association stated, no matter what, the war zone can't arrest our people without reason. They must give an explanation for this matter. What do you mean? Put pressure on the war zone and make them release the people. Okay, that's settled then. That's all of these bigwigs personally called the war zone and demanded explanations. However, the response from the war zone was quite straightforward. The war zone is confidential and cannot be disclosed. This sentence, Lu Tao was furious. I'm the deputy director of the Hanzhong Public Security Bureau. Would I leak confidential information? Your attitude is so perfunctory. Believe it or not, I will complain to the king of Hanzhong. General Zhong has been transferred. The order to arrest him was issued by our new supreme commander of the theater. You can go and file a complaint. Bang, the phone was hung up. Lu Tao stood there stupidly, holding the phone. The supreme commander of the Hanzhong war zone has been replaced? How come we haven't received any news about such a big thing? The top leaders of the Martial Arts Association said in disbelief. Damn it! This new guy is really going too far. He's the first of many things he does when he takes office, and he's already got us into trouble. That's right. A new guy, instead of trying to build good relations with us, has offended all three of us right from the start. Is he trying to intimidate us? Well, we'll make it difficult for him to get off the tiger. I've decided to report this to the higher-ups and have them handle it. What about you? Reconsideration. A group of bigwigs were furious. Since the war zone didn't give them face, they couldn't blame them for making things worse. Yanjing, the Medical Association, the Martial Arts Association, and the Ministry of Public Security soon received the news. After learning about this, the top leaders of the three parties were all furious. Although they did not dare to provoke the war zone, it would not make sense for the war zone to arrest their people without any reason. Moreover, those arrested were not just small fry, but basically all the high-ranking officials in a provincial capital. How can this be tolerated? Check it for me. I want to know who the new commander-in-chief of the Hanzhong war zone is. Zhong Yangjun was transferred? Check for me quickly, where was Zhong Yangjun transferred to, and who replaced him? This was an order from the top of the Martial Arts Association. The Medical Association also mobilized its vast network of contacts. Let's not talk about the Public Security Bureau for now, let's just talk about the Martial Arts Association and the Medical Association. Their influence is spread all over Daxia, and their network of personal connections is complicated. Wouldn't it be easy for them to check on a few people, however? Report, the identity of the new commander-in-chief of the Hanzhong war zone involves SSSS secrets. We are not authorized to view it. Top secret. The senior officials of the Public Security Department fell silent for a moment. The Medical Association and the Martial Arts Association found nothing at all. No such person exists. No such person exists. For a while, all three parties remained silent and there was no follow-up explanation. At the same time, in a garden in the eastern suburbs of Yinjing, there are rows of ancient buildings full of a sense of age. Looking down from a high altitude, they look like the Chinese character palace. This is where the Nangong family lives. The Nangong family is one of the top families in Yinjing, with a long heritage and profound cultural heritage. Nangong Yuk, dressed in military uniform and having just returned from the war zone, was called over by a servant. "Miss, the master of the family wants you to come over, lead the way, soon." Nangong Yuk met the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Wuming, in a study room surrounded by incense. "Grandpa, you called me." Nangong Yuk said respectfully. Nangong Wuming, who is already over 70 years old this year, does not look as old as he should be at this age. He is dressed in gorgeous clothes and just sitting there quietly, which makes people feel frightened. Even Nangong Yuk, one of the top 10 war gods, felt tremendous pressure in front of him. "I heard that General Ye's son took over the Hanzhong war zone, and the war god palace was planning to win him over. Did you take the initiative to take on this task?" Nangong Wuming said. Although his tone was light, he was intimidating without being angry. Nangong Yuk nodded. "Yes. You're not allowed to go. I just don't want to miss out on a talent like him. There are no other issues involved. Why don't you let me go?" Nangong Yuk was very puzzled. Nangong Wuming snorted coldly, his eyes like a tiger. "What kind of talent is he?" "In front of you, Nangong war god, who is already ranked among the top 10 war gods before the age of 30, his achievements are not worth mentioning. You know why you took the initiative to take on this task." Even though his mother had done great favors for our Nangong family in the past, things have come to this point. We can't let the entire Nangong family be implicated because of him. However, Nangong Yuk's expression was firm. "I said, it was the War God Palace's intention to recruit him into the War God Palace. I was only responsible for the execution." Innocent. He's obviously investigating the cause of his parents' death, and if you go there, who knows how much suspicion it will arouse, and you might even be in danger of your own life, understand? Nangong Yuk's expression was calm and he said fearlessly, "I am one of the 10 great war gods of Daxia. I don't believe that those cowards would dare to openly attack me. Grandpa, you don't need to persuade me anymore. Even if everyone wants to kill him, I, Nangong Yuk, will protect him." That's all. Nangong Yuk left immediately. Rebellious son. "You're looking for death yourself, don't harm my Nangong family." No one responded. Nangong Wuming's angry expression first turned into helplessness, and finally he laughed at himself. The 10 war gods, the top powerful families, how ridiculous. How ridiculous. Chapter 63. Xiaoye, can you marry me? For these. Yi Zonghang was not aware of this. "Even if I knew, I wouldn't take it to heart. After all, the reason he made a big deal out of it was to attract attention and see what kind of monsters would jump out the next morning." Yi Zonghang, who was still asleep, suddenly felt a movement. "Xiaoye, what are you doing?" When he opened his eyes, Yi Zonghang suddenly sat up in shock. Tan Xiaoye actually ran into his room. She was wearing thin cartoon pajamas, hiding in the quilt, and was crouching down to crawl from the foot of the bed to the head of the bed. Now when Yi Zonghang shouted at her, she immediately showed a guilty expression. "Xiaoye, get out quickly." Yi Zonghang was now in a state of confusion. This girl ran into his room. If Aunt Tang and the others knew about it, there might be some misunderstanding. However, what he didn't expect was that after a moment of panic, Tan Xiaoye actually rushed towards him boldly. I couldn't sleep well after the sudden change of environment. I was even woken up by a nightmare. Brother Yi, I want to sleep with you." She blinked her bright big eyes and looked at Yi Zonghang very seriously. She was not lying. After what happened yesterday when the Tan family wanted to kick Tang Ruyan out of the house, she really had a nightmare, dreaming about being kicked out as a child. "No, you are grown up now and can't sleep with me. Besides, we are brother and sister. Go back to your own room." Yi Zonghang refused. Tan Xiaoye curled her lips and said, "It's not a kiss." Yi Zonghang, "Brother Yi, don't you like Xiaoye?" "Of course I do." "Then Xiaoye, can you marry me? Then we will be a real family and will never be separated for the rest of our lives." Tan Xiaoye said seriously. What? Yi Zonghang was really shocked by these words. He didn't know how such an idea came into Tan Xiaoye's mind. He did like Tan Xiaoye, but it was the love a brother has for his sister, and he definitely didn't have any improper thoughts at all. Seeing Yi Zongheng stunned, Tan Xiaoye chuckled. "Oh, I was just joking with you, look how scared you are." Okay, I won't fight with you anymore. I'm going back to my room." Having said that, Tan Xiaoye lifted the quilt, put on her pink slippers, and sneaked out of the room. Only after she left did Yi Zongheng finally breathe a sigh of relief. Soon Yi Zongheng got up and went to the dining room. The servants had already prepared breakfast, and Tang Ruyan and the others were already sitting at the dining table. "Xiao Yi. Brother Yi." When they saw him, Tang Ruyan and the others greeted him. In fact, until now, they all feel that what happened during this period is a bit dreamy. They never imagined that one day they would live in the most luxurious villa in Jiangcheng, and Yi Zongheng became more and more mysterious to them. Haven't seen you for a few years, they found that they didn't understand Yi Zongheng at all. "Xiao Yi, please tell Aunt Tang what's the story behind your identity as a general?" After Yi Zongheng sat down, Tang Ruyan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Tan Xiaoye and the others also pricked up their ears quickly. Yi Zongheng had told them before that he had just returned from abroad, but how can one become a general right after returning? At this point, Yi Zongheng no longer had any intention of hiding it any further. "Actually, I'm not an orphan. My parents passed away 8 years ago, so I ended up in Jiangcheng. My father's name is Yi Lin Yuan, and my mother's name is Suing." What did Tang Ruyan and the others' eyes widened instantly. "Xiao Yi, you are the general's son?" Yi Lin Yuan and Suing are so famous that everyone knows them, the great general who protects the country. The significance of his existence is not only like a belief to countless people in the war zone, but also a patron saint to the common people of Daxia, and Yi Zongheng is actually their son. 8 years ago, the great general who defended the country died in battle to protect the country. And she also adopted Yi Zongheng at that time, so the timing was right. "Brother Yi, since you are the son of a great general, why are you living on the streets?" asked Tan Xiaoye. Yi Zongheng briefly recounted how he was driven out of Yanjing, how he discovered a hidden story behind his parents' deaths after returning, and how he took over Hanzhong. Halfway, Tang Ruyan and the others were horrified when they heard this. After all, the inside story that the great general was murdered was too shocking for them. Of course, the fact that Yi Zongheng had everything taken away from him and was driven out of Yanjing also made them extremely angry. For a while, they all looked at Tian Kaishan, who was kneeling on the ground wiping the floor. They thought she was just a servant arranged by the Lin family in the villa, but they didn't expect that she was the vicious woman. "Humph. My brother Yi is so good to you, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. You really deserve it." Tan Xiaoye already had a grudge against Tian Kaishan in her heart. Tian Kaishan said nothing. She was not qualified to speak at this moment. This time in the past, she always sat at the table and ate breakfast. The servants knelt on the ground to serve, but today she has become the servant, and she understands better than anyone what the consequences will be if she fails to distinguish between the primary and the secondary. Yi Zongheng had a sneer on his face. Tian Saichuan's current appearance made him feel indescribably happy. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Compared with violent revenge, mental and willpower torture is more effective in defeating a person. For Tian Kaishan, this kind of life of being humiliated, being summoned and dismissed at will, and being looked down upon all the time is more painful than begging on the street. "Chen Beicheng, congratulations to the young master for becoming the commander-in-chief of Hanzhong provincial capital." Sudden. A voice came in. Chen Beicheng, dressed in military uniform, walked in, followed by 3 women. They were the sisters Ningchen and Ningxue, and their mother. Yesterday, Yi Zongheng asked Lu Xuanyi to send someone to the Chen family. He originally wanted to wait until the Hanzhong incident was over before going there, but he didn't expect something happened in Jiangcheng, so he had to ask Chen Beicheng to send the person over. Ningchen, Ningxue greet our benefactor. As soon as they saw Yi Zongheng, the 2 sisters immediately knelt down. The woman cowed out continuously, "Your kindness is so great, we have no way to repay you. If you don't mind, we mother and daughter are willing to work like cows and horses to repay you." Yi Zongheng quickly helped them up and said, "If you are willing, you can stay here from now on. Your 2 daughters have a talent for martial arts, so I've decided to train them. You don't have to do anything, just stay at the villa and take care of them." Hearing this, the mother, daughter, and 3 of them were delighted and flattered. "We do. They are just people at the bottom of society. Yi Zongheng has done them a favor, and they originally wanted to repay him." "Xiao Yi, this is." Tang Ruyan walked over. Yi Zongheng explained. "I didn't expect that there are still cases of selling oneself to save one's mother. they are really two good kids. Tang Ruyan was kind-hearted to begin with, and now after hearing this, her eyes were filled with doting. Don't be afraid, you will treat this place as your home from now on, and we will be your family. Seeing that they were a little hesitant, Tang Ruyan immediately said. At this time, Tan Xiaoye, who was the same age as the two sisters, even took their hands and said, "My name is Tan Xiaoye, and I'm brother Ye's sister." What are your names? Chapter 64 Interrogation of Yui Uehara. My name is Lingchen. My name is Ning Shuei. The two sisters looked 90% similar, both are fresh and refined. Although the two of them looked a little timid, they had a transcendent temperament and special physique, and were born different from others. Ningchen, Ning Shuei? What nice names! From now on we are sisters. Tan Xiaoye said with a friendly smile. When the woman saw this scene, she couldn't help wiping away her tears. They come from humble backgrounds and have been struggling at the bottom of society for so many years. They have inferiority complex in their bones, and any kindness from others can make them deeply moved. Seeing her like this, Tang Ruyan couldn't help but go forward, hug her, and pat her back gently. Then, Tang Ruyan was abandoned by Tan Changlin and raised her two children alone. As the saying goes, people with similar experiences can easily resonate with each other, so she can understand the suffering of women better than others. Madam, my name is Zhongya. If you don't mind, I will serve you in the future. Zhongya said, good. Seeing this scene, Yi Zongheng felt mixed emotions. With blood on his hands, this could be considered a good deed, right? After Yi Zongheng was not in a hurry to cultivate the two sisters Ningchen and Ningxue, and planned to let them adapt first, leave the villa with Chen Beichang. Young master, our Qin family has retaken control of the Tongzhou war zone and, as per your instructions, has released the news of your investigation into the events of that year. I believe there will be a response soon. As for Miaojiang, you should also know that Miaojiang is very mysterious. Plus, they've been in hiding for so many years, so even with the war zone's information network, it's not easy to find them. Yi Zongheng nodded. He also asked people from the Hall of Eternal Life to investigate the Miaojiang side. Although the Hall of Eternal Life space was not in Daxia, with the ability of the Hall of Eternal Life, as long as the Miaojiang side was in Daxia, they would definitely be able to find it. I believe that the whereabouts of Miaojiang will be revealed soon. At the moment, the plan that Japan is implementing in Daxia is the top priority: blow up the monument to the Heroes' Square? Not to mention that his parents are buried in the monument to the Heroes' Square. As a Daxia person, his hatred for Japan is engraved in his bones. Beast, I won't be happy unless I kill you. You make the arrangements. I'm going to Hanzhong. Yi Zongheng gave the instructions directly to Tongzhou. Just when Yi Zongheng was planning to go to Hanzhong, an old man with strange clothes and long hair appeared in the old city. The old man stopped in front of the small bungalow where Ningchen Ningxue used to live, his face extremely gloomy. Who? Who took the person away? An hour and a half later. Yi Zongheng arrived at the Hanzhong war zone by helicopter. Zhao Homing, who had received the news in advance, was waiting at the airport. After Yi Zongheng got off the plane, he immediately stepped forward and said, "General, you are here. Where are the people being held?" Yi Zongheng went straight to the point. Come with me. Soon, under the leadership of Zhao Homing, Yi Zongheng came to a dungeon. The director of the Public Security Department, Jiang Sun, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, Hua Jiaqing, and the vice president of the Medical Association, Xue Diyuan, all three of them owned shares in Yanla Palace. I personally interrogated them midway, but they all denied knowing anything about Japan's dragon-slaying plan. Now they are all being held separately. Which one do you want to see first? Zhao Homing asked for instructions. However, Yi Zongheng waved his hand and said, "These are just a few minions. Once we're sure they have any connection with Japan, we'll just kill them." Where is the woman from the succubus clan imprisoned? Deep in the dungeon, Yui Uehara was locked up with an iron chain as thick as a child's arm, and every time she moved, there was a rattling sound. 2 bloody marks were left on the white wrist. The stabbing pain made Yui Uehara feel very unreal, but she did not despair, because she is not only a member of the succubus clan with special talents, but also a top martial king. As long as people from the war zone come to interrogate her, she is confident that she can charm them and escape. Just thinking about it, suddenly, crisp footsteps were heard in the silent dungeon. Uehara Yui was immediately surprised. Someone, come quickly. What is the dog barking about? Yi Zongheng walked over. It's you. As soon as Uehara Yui saw Yi Zongheng, her whole body subconsciously tensed up. She did not forget that it was this man who subdued her with a look yesterday. The strength of this dacia man made her feel a little unreal. As one of the rare races in Japan, you should be more familiar with the specific details of the dragon slaying plan. Tell me about it. Yi Zongheng said. Uehara Yui sneered. Since you know I'm from the succubus clan, you should be aware of my importance to Japan. I advise you to let me go. Although I don't know how you got this information from Kimura Yamato, you should understand that his one-sided statement alone can't prove anything. The succubus clan, they are a group of people born with special talents. Each of their members is a beauty who brings disaster to the country and the people, and their numbers are rare. Their role in Japan is no less than that of a strategic weapon. Losing even one of them would be a huge loss to Japan. Therefore, Japan will never give up on her. As soon as the news gets out, Japan will put pressure on Dacia. You don't seem to realize your current situation. You're a prisoner. Who gives you the guts to threaten me? You Japanese people, you have no skills, but you're really tough. Yi Zongheng slowly closed his 5 fingers. Ah! Yui Uehara suddenly screamed in pain. What did you do to me? My head is going to explode. Just a few breaths. Yui Uehara was already sweating profusely and almost fainted from the pain. It felt like there was a meat grinder inside her head, making her feel excruciating pain. Yi Zongheng released his hand and said, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Moment, Yui Uehara's head no longer hurt. She then remembered that Yi Zongheng seemed to have shot a few golden lights into her mind yesterday. What on earth did you do to me? It's just a little trick. You've just experienced it. If I want, I can kill you with just a thought. So, confess obediently. You don't have much time left. Uehara Yui's eyes widened. She had never heard of such a method, but soon, she started laughing. I admit that you possess extraordinary abilities in certain areas that I'm not familiar with, but I simply don't believe you can escape my ultimate allure. This moment, her pupils instantly flashed with purple light. People of Dacia, sink into depravity. I will let you experience supreme happiness. Come, open the prison door, the magical voice kept echoing in the dungeon. Zhao Homing, who was standing next to Yi Zongheng, was instantly lost in thought. Yi Zongheng directly opened the prison door and walked towards Uehara Yui. Seeing this, Uehara Yui smiled smugly. This is a special talent unique to the succubus clan, the ultimate charm. When she casts the spell, her pupils will turn purple, instantly pulling people into an illusion. In the illusion, there are temptations that men absolutely cannot resist, and those who fall into the spell will do whatever she says. If she can control Yi Zongheng, can't she take over the Hanzhong war zone at will? Yes, that's it. Come, help me untie the bracelet. Uehara Yui's seductive voice continued to come. Bang! Yi Zongheng slapped her in the face. What the hell are you thinking about? Chapter 65, Encountering the Spirit Gathering Place again. What? Uehara Yui's expression began to tremble violently. She looked at Yi Zongheng in disbelief. How could you not be charmed by me? Snort! Yi Zongheng snorted lightly. Puff! Uehara Yui's internal organs churned and she spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Zhao Homing's eyes also regained clarity at this moment. The look he gave Uehara Yui was not only fearful but also a bit strange. Good job. No wonder Yi Zongheng told him not to get close to this woman, who wouldn't be confused in this dream of the spring and autumn period. Remember the warning I gave you yesterday? Yi Zongheng suddenly laughed cruelly. Uehara Yui shuddered all over. If you do that again, I'll dig out your eyes and replace them with a pair of dog eyes. This moment, she was scared. No, I don't believe it. Even if you are a strong man above the king of martial arts, you may completely ignore my charm. What kind of freak are you? Yui Uehara shouted in panic. Yi Zongheng stretched out 2 fingers and pressed them against her eye sockets. It is undeniable that the succubus's talent is indeed a killer move against men, and it strikes directly at their spirits. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for me. Uehara Yui was stunned and said, You are not a man? Yi Zongheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was cold. Believe me, if you still don't want to confess honestly, I will make you completely worthless. By then, even if I don't do anything to you, you know what will happen to a succubus that loses its eyes. Think carefully about whether it's worth it for a dragon-slaying plan that's already been exposed. These words, every sentence, every word, made Uehara Yui's soul tremble. I said, Will you let me go? Of course, I am the most compassionate person. Yi Zongheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Good. Yui Uehara no longer had any choice. The dragon slaying plan is a joint plan by Japan, Amina, and the Vatican against Dacia, but it is still in its initial stages. Aside from knowing they're planning to bomb the monument to the Heroes Square, I don't know the subsequent plans. Yi Zongheng frowned. It's true. I'm not lying. My current mission is to control the top leaders in Hanzhong and have them prepare the materials for manufacturing a small hydrogen bomb. Uehara Yui said quickly in fear. Are they ready? The director of the Public Security Department promised me that he would prepare a batch for me within 10 days. Yi Zongheng revealed a cruel smile and asked, how many of you Japanese are hiding in Dacia, and where are they? I don't know about that. I'm only responsible for Hanzhong. There's another group of people in Hanzhong in Yulong Bay. They are from the ninja village. Originally, we planned to wait until the small hydrogen bomb was manufactured and then have them secretly escort it to Yanjing. Ninja village, sure enough, people from the ninja village were involved in this matter. Yi Zongheng asked, which ninja village? Sakura village. The person in charge of us is an adult from Sakura village, but I have only seen her once, and I am not sure whether she is in Hanzhong, said Uehara Yui. Sakura village. It is a ninja village headed by the Sakura family, a major Japanese family. I have told you all I know. Please, sizzle. Yi Zongheng snapped his fingers together, and her breathtakingly beautiful eyes were directly snapped down immediately following. Yi Zongheng pinched it hard. Bang, the two eyeballs suddenly exploded like fish bubbles. Ah! You Chinese pig, you don't keep your word. Uehara Yui didn't expect Yi Zongheng to go back on his word, and she roared angrily. Yi Zongheng sneered, do I need to keep my word with you Japanese people? That's all. He left the dungeon directly. Have you recorded it? Yi Zongheng asked. Zhao Homing quickly pulled out a recorder and said, don't worry, it's military grade. I guarantee not a single word will be lost. Yi Zongheng nodded and said, throw that woman out to feed the homeless. Consider it a little welfare I give to my fellow Dacia people. What about Jiang Sun and the others? The Public Security Bureau called us yesterday, saying that our war zone was acting in a domineering manner and that they had no reason to arrest their people. Now all three parties are putting pressure on us. Chop it off. Yi Zongheng only heard the first 6 words and ignored the rest. Then Yi Zongheng left the war zone and had someone send him to Yulong Bay. Yulong Bay is located in the suburbs, with the river like a crescent moon wrapping around the cliffs. Due to the steep terrain and the uninhabited surroundings, it has been delayed for development. Just got off the bus. Yi Zongheng's expression changed slightly. A place where spirits gather. It turned out to be another place where spirits gathered. Moreover, the spiritual energy here is many times greater than that of Yunding Mountain. Next second. Yi Zongheng's figure disappeared in an instant. At the same time, there is a natural cave under the cliff of Yulong Bay. The cave is very large. From a distance, it looks like the shape of an oyster, more than 10 meters high and bottomless. The cave was filled with various high-end equipment, and a group of men in scientific research uniforms were eating a big meal. Yoshi, women from Dacia, they taste just amazing. A Japanese man who had just pulled up his pants walked over. In the corner behind, there were several disheveled girls curled up there. Their student uniforms were torn and their bodies had scars of varying degrees. They were not only violated but also suffered inhuman torture. Not bad, Sakata-kun. I will shoot a video for you later and send it back to Japan. After all, this is a record worth showing off. Another Japanese man smiled obscenely. Kimura Sakata sneered, compared to the achievements of the heroes back then, my achievements are nothing. I'll have someone capture another batch later. I've had enough of these Dacia female students. A group of Japanese people suddenly burst into laughter. They are all scientific research talents from Japan. They came to Dacia to assist in completing the dragon slaying plan, but the materials have not arrived yet. With nothing to do, they had someone capture a few students for their entertainment. Eat it. There's only one piece. Whoever grabs it first gets it. Kimura Sakata threw a half-eaten chicken leg on the ground. Several female college students had been hungry for several days since they were captured. They couldn't help themselves at this moment and pounced on him. See this scene. Kimura Sakata and the others all burst into laughter. China pigs, so lowly indeed. Okay, stop playing. At this moment, a short man dressed in Japanese ninja clothes walked over and said in a serious tone, "I'm going crazy staying here every day. What else can I do if not have fun? Next time you go out, remember to bring a letter to my eldest brother and ask him to find some younger girls for me." Kimura Sakata said disapprovingly. "Your eldest brother? Your eldest brother Kimura Yamato has lost contact." What? Kimura Sakata and his group were stunned for a moment. At this time, a group of Japanese people dressed in ninja clothes came over, and the aura they exuded was no less than that of the King of War. At this moment, they all stood respectfully in front of a large screen. Suringzi, our plan in Hanzhong may have been exposed. Chapter 66. The Japanese pirates are looking for trouble and should be severely punished. On the other side of the screen, it was Sakura Sakurako, the person in charge of Donying and Deaxia. This time, she did not show her face, only the proud upper body appeared on the screen. What's going on? The dragon-slaying plan that they, Japan, jointly implemented with the countries of Asia, had only been launched not long ago, and in Hanzhong, there was a woman from the succubus clan, Yui Uehara. Almost all the high-ranking local officials have been captured. In this situation, how could their plan be exposed? We have lost contact with all our people in Hanzhong. Lady Kimura Yamato and Lady Uehara Yui have also lost contact, said the leading ninja. Hearing this, Sakura Shadow was silent for a while. After a while, the cold voice came again. Given Yui's strength, even the king of Hanzhong is no match for her, not to mention that she has several martial kings and more than a dozen martial spirits around her. Don't make a fuss yet. Maybe they just encountered something and it's inconvenient to contact them. I'm not in Hanzhong now. Please find out what's going on with them. I was wondering how could anything happen to my elder brother and the others. Lady Sakurako is so wise. Kimura Sakata on the side quickly flattered her. However, as soon as he said this, there was a noise at the entrance of the cave. Immediately afterwards, Yi Zongheng's figure appeared. When Yi Zongheng saw these Japanese people and those disheveled girls, his face instantly turned cold. When they saw him, all the Japanese were shocked. China Pig, soon, Kimura Sakata and the others all calmed down. After all, Yi Zongheng was alone and probably discovered this place by accident. If the plan was really exposed, then the ones coming now would probably be the large force from the war zone, so they didn't take Yi Zongheng's appearance seriously at all, but instead thought it was fun. What's going on? Sakura Sakurako asked. The leading ninja was named Uehara Tokugawa. He smiled playfully upon hearing the sound and said, "It's just a rat that broke in." And at this time, when the female students they had captured saw Yi Zongheng, they immediately shouted for help. "We are students from Hanzhong College, please save us." They have been captured for several days and have suffered inhuman torture and humiliation. How can they not be excited when they see Yi Zongheng? Ha ha ha, save you? Don't be delusional. The end of this Chinese pig will be even worse than yours. Kimura Sakata said disdainfully. Hey, China Pig, what are you doing here? Why didn't he run away when he saw us? Ha, maybe you've been scared, silly, you Chinese pig. Take off your pants and stand over here. A group of people, as if seeing a clown in a circus, teased Yi Zongheng. The girls curled up in the corner were now filled with despair. At first they were too excited, but now when they thought about it carefully, how could Yi Zongheng save them? When they were captured, they witnessed how powerful these Japanese people were. They were definitely not something ordinary people could resist. Don't worry about us, run away. They are all Japanese. They are planning to blow up the heroic monument square in Daxia. Get the news out. Several girls yelled. Naive. Now that he has discovered our plan, do you think he can escape? Kimura Sakata sneered, but the next second, his entire arm suddenly twisted without any warning. It's like being twisted together like a pretzel, the bones pierced the flesh and blood flowed out. Ah! Kimura Sakata screamed in panic as if he had seen a ghost. My hand, why is my hand like this? At this time, Yi Zongheng stretched out his palm and twisted his other arm in the air. Snap! The other arm was also twisted into a ball. The strange scene made everyone present open their eyes wide, and several girls looked at Yi Zongheng in disbelief. You beasts from Japan, all deserve to die. Yi Zongheng's voice seemed to come from the netherworld. Kill him quickly. Kimura Sakata roared. Sakata-kun. Baga, it's this China pig who's behind this. Tokugawa-kun, please help cripple this China pig. We're going to make him wish he were dead. Finally, a group of Japanese people noticed something was wrong. How could an ordinary person break someone's arm from a distance? Neither able to live nor to die? Who allowed you to think like me? Yi Zonghong waved his hand, and the Japanese man who was speaking suddenly broke his legs in the middle, and knelt on the ground howling. Hiss. Mr. Tokugawa, hurry up and take action. This group of scientific researchers are all ordinary people. They are scared at the moment and they all ask Uehara Tokugawa for help. Uehara Tokugawa's face was gloomy. Didn't he want to take action, but Yi Zonghong's methods were too weird. To be honest, even he, a top martial king, couldn't do it. He was not sure of Yi Zonghong's strength, and the risk of acting rashly was too great. Now it seems that it is definitely not a coincidence that this guy was able to find this place. Lady Kimura Yamato and Lady Uehara Yui have fallen into your hands? Uehara Tokugawa stared at Yi Zonghong with a cold look. Boom, Yi Zonghong raised his hand, and a terrifying aura enveloped him directly. You're looking for death. Tokugawa-kun is a top martial king. This Chinese pig actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. It's ridiculous. Kimura Sakata said with a ferocious face. Although Yi Zonghong's methods were strange, he was only targeting ordinary people like them. However, Uehara Tokugawa is the top martial king trained by the ninja village. Yi Zonghong was only in his early 20s. Even if he was strong, how strong could he be? He was definitely no match for Tokugawa. You damn Chinese pig, trying to be a hero, huh? When Tokugawa-kun destroys you, not only will I make you suffer a fate worse than death, I'll also capture a few daisho women and play with them right in front of you. Kimura Sakata was speaking viciously, but the next second, his eyes widened in horror. How is this possible? In sight. As soon as Uehara Tokugawa pulled out his samurai sword, it fell to the ground, and his feet were off the ground, as if a huge hand lifted him up from the ground. On the other hand, Yi Zonghong, he was walking towards him with his hands behind his back in murderous intent. No! Don't come over here, hurry up, stop him, stop him. Kimura Sakata shouted in panic. However, Yi Zonghong just raised his hand slightly, and the limbs of the group of martial kings were all broken and twisted. This horrifying scene almost scared Kimura Sakata to death. Devil, you are a devil, don't come over here. Yi Zonghong had a blank expression on his face, and the sound of his heavy footsteps, like the bells rung by the dead, struck in the hearts of every Japanese. They finally understood what fear was. No, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I am from the Kimura clan. I will give those daisho women the best compensation. Please, compensation. Yi Zonghong stepped between his legs and asked, are you trying to say that your Kimura family is very rich? Yes, I have money. I can give them 1 million, no, 10 million, 30 million is fine. They are just ordinary students. This amount of money can definitely allow them to live the life they dream of. Not only will they not blame me, but they will be grateful. Snap, Yi Zonghong stepped hard. The egg is broken. Ah! You! Kimura Sakata stared at Yi Zonghong in disbelief. The Japanese pirates are looking for trouble and should be severely punished. Yi Zonghong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I will pay for your mental damages, you pay with your life. Chapter 67. Don't compare me with trash. Wow, don't kill me, I beg you not to kill me. Kimura Sakata was so scared that he started crying and kept begging. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I want you to know the price you'll have to pay for bullying the people of Disya. Yi Zonghong picked him up and threw him in front of the girls, then handed him a knife. Don't be afraid. Whatever he did to you, you must pay him back tenfold or 100-fold. You dare. Kimura Sakata stared at the girls with a ferocious look. The girls' hands holding the knives were shaking, but when they remembered the humiliation that Kimura Sakata had inflicted on them before, they screamed and stabbed him in the lower body. I'll chop you to death, chop you to death. After a few girls hacked at him, it didn't take long for Kimura Sakata's lower body to be chopped into a pool of mud. Kimura Sakata's pupils dilated, and until his death, tears of humiliation filled his eyes. After venting their anger, the girls were so scared that they threw away their knives. They still couldn't believe that they had killed Kimura Sakata, who had humiliated them not long ago, and all this is because of the appearance of Yi Zonghong. People from Dacia, how dare you treat my Japanese talents so cruelly? Sakura Sakurako on the other side of the screen witnessed it all. A swish, Yi Zonghung's figure flashed, and he gave Sakura Inzi on the other side of the screen a cruel smile. Cruel? When I catch you, you'll know there are even more cruel things than this. He had already guessed the identity of this woman. Sakura Inzi wanted to say something, but Yi Zonghung didn't give her a chance. He clenched his 5 fingers and all the equipment on the scene exploded. There was a crackling sound of electricity. Who are you? Uehara Tokugawa looked at Yi Zonghung with fear in his eyes. Yi Zonghung clenched his 5 fingers together, and the air around him surged as if it was about to be crushed. Uehara Tokugawa's face showed pain, and he felt that all the bones in his body were being constantly squeezed. Every inch of skin, every pore, was bleeding continuously. It felt like being held in the palm of a giant's hand and being played with. Wu Jun. You are Wu Jun, right? Yi Zonghung's strength made Uehara Tokugawa feel desperate, and only those who were at the level of Wu Jun can do this. Wu Jun, as the name suggests, it means ruling the world. If King Wu can dominate the land and become the king, then Lord Wu, who is even above King Wu, is definitely a giant in the world who can make countless people bow down to him. Don't compare such a weak existence with me. There was disdain in Yi Zonghung's invincible eyes. Boom, these words exploded in Uehara Tokugawa's mind like thunder. Before he could carefully consider the terrifying information contained in this sentence, the tingling pain in his body instantly brought him back to reality. Yi Zonghung picked up the knife and cut off pieces of his flesh. Taste the beast for yourself, eat it. The whole process lasted a very long time. Halfway, Uehara Tokugawa and others fainted several times, but were awakened by Yi Zonghung, until finally, he was tortured to death. Yi Zonghung has been abroad for many years and has done or seen countless tortures that are countless times more cruel than this one. Who among these people does not have blood on their hands? Being kind to your enemies will only encourage their evil to grow. The reason why the Japanese dared to be so presumptuous in Dacia was because Dacia's methods towards them were too gentle. If it were his Changsheng palace, the Japanese would tremble when they heard it. Don't be afraid, I'll take you out. Yi Zonghung came to the girls, took out clean clothes and covered their bodies. Now, several girls were still shivering. Big brother, we won't be retaliated against, right? Don't worry, I will find that woman on the screen and tear her into pieces. And starting today, I will order the expulsion of all Japanese people from Hanzhong province. Leave me a name, and I'll have someone send you some money. Forget about what happened today and live a good life. Big brother, who are you? Several girls looked at Yi Zonghung in disbelief. Expel all the Japanese from Hanzhong provincial capital. What identity do you have to dare to say this? Yi Zonghung smiled and didn't explain much. After what happened, he couldn't stay to practice and had to leave first. It just so happened that he still had to give Ning Chen Ning Shui bone cleansing and marrow cleansing, so he could come back then. At the same time, by a basement somewhere in Yanjing, Sakura Ingzi, with long pink hair and makeup on her face, slammed her phone to the ground. Asshole, on sight. Besides her, there was a middle-aged man with a hooked nose and fair skin, and a red-robed man wearing some kind of religious robe. What happened? They asked. Sakura Ingzi's face darkened as she said, our Japanese plan in Hanzhong has been ruined. All my men have been killed, and the equipment and personnel we worked so hard to transport are all destroyed. What? Upon hearing this, the hook-nosed man slammed his hand on the table and said, fuck, what are you Japanese idiots doing? Why was your plan discovered? What is unexpected is, even though this person pointed at her nose and scolded her, Sakura Sakurako didn't dare to say anything. Something must have happened in Hanzhong that we don't know about. It's really hard to rely on a bunch of you useless people to accomplish anything. If something goes wrong, you'll quickly investigate it. Whoever stands in our way will die. Do you understand? Sakura Sakurako held the hilt of the knife with her 5 fingers and couldn't help but exert a little force. The Western man who noticed this change sneered. Why, are you expressing your dissatisfaction with me? In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura swept through the entire basement. The ground and walls all had cracks of varying degrees under this aura. You can imagine how powerful this person is. Mr. Martin, Ms. Sakurako, we are all on the same side now and should work together. Why make things so unpleasant over such a small matter? The plan for Hanzhong has fallen through, but there are other places. After all, from the very beginning, we didn't expect to be able to complete the mission of blowing up the heroic monument square by relying solely on Hanzhong, right? At this time, the red-robed man couldn't help but speak. Sakura Sakurako loosened her fingers and said, I will go to Hanzhong myself and make that China pig pay a heavy price. That's better. The man, whose real name is Martin, smiled, with undisguised arrogance in his expression, as if he was born nobler than others, therefore. He didn't take either Sakura Ingzi or the man in red robes seriously. Unfortunately, both the red-robed man and Sakura Sakurako were wary of him, because he is the person in charge of this operation of Amenazu and Dasha, and Amenazu has always played the role of boss in their camp. This plan is not only to strike at Dasha, but also to test the attitude of the Hall of Eternal Life. Their attitude determines whether our plan against Dasha will succeed. I hope you will remember this and take this mission seriously. Martin spoke slowly. It's not hard to hear a hint of solemnity in the relaxed tone, clear. Sakura and Sakurako also had serious expressions. Chapter 68. Thousands of people are besieging the war zone and need to explain Hall of Eternal Life. These three words were like a mountain pressing on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Not long ago, after they were subjected to crazy revenge by the Hall of Eternal Life, they had thought about retaliating, but they didn't dare. 3 years ago, they thought they had mobilized a large army to severely damage the Hall of Eternal Life. It was not until the Hall of Eternal Life emerged this time that they realized that those were just believers of the Hall of Eternal Life. In other words, they fought a big battle, but all they defeated were some of the other party's minions. When they dug deeper, they discovered something that horrified them. The believers of the Hall of Eternal Life have been secretly growing in the past few years. Except Deaxia, it is spread across almost every corner of the world. What kind of concept is this? It's simply unimaginable. If the Hall of Eternal Life is compared to a huge iceberg, then the Hall of Eternal Life that they know now is most likely just the corner that is exposed outside. If such a huge monster lurking underwater really attacks, I'm afraid no one can withstand it. So they only dare to extend their hands to Dasha to test the waters. Hanzhong, just as Yi Zongheng was heading to Yulong Bay, a shocking incident occurred in the city. Something big has happened. What's the big deal? Is it bigger than the war zone sending 10,000 troops into the city yesterday? Of course not. Before the gathered pedestrians could figure out what was happening, the ground began to shake violently. At a glance, the martial arts masters, all wearing the uniforms of the Martial Arts Association, came in like a swarm of locusts, filling the entire Central Avenue in an instant. At least several thousand people. The leader was none other than the top brass of the Martial Arts Association. Yesterday, they reported the war zone's hegemonic behavior to Yinjing and finally received a reply. Just 2 words. VIP, who should I ask? Of course, we have to ask the war zone for it. The war zone has arrested our president and vice president for no reason and has yet to give an explanation. What they've done is too overbearing. Brothers, what do you say we should do? At the front of the team, the top leaders of the Martial Arts Association shouted with all their might. Let the war zone hand over the people. Hand him over. Thousands of people spoke at once. Oh my God, this is so scary, they are all martial arts masters. The pedestrians who were scattered were frightened by the sound that reached the sky. What the hell? The Martial Arts Association probably gathered all the members in Hanzhong. In fact, this is indeed the case. After all, they want to put pressure on the war zone today. The war zone naturally does not take the general situation seriously, but the war zone cannot ignore thousands of warriors. A similar scene also occurred in 2 other sections of the road, namely the Public Security Bureau and the Medical Association. All on-duty personnel of the Public Security Department are mobilized. The Medical Association also mobilizes personal connections and gathers manpower. Led by Deputy Director Lu Tao and President Yang Wenba, they headed towards the war zone. Both sides had teams of at least 1,000 people, and their momentum was overwhelming. For a while, the whole Hanzhong was boiling. Holy crap, it turns out not only the 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association were arrested in the war zone, but also the director of the Public Security Department and the vice president of the Medical Association. No wonder there's such a big fuss. The war zone has arrested so many important figures at once, and without even a single explanation. Anyone would be making a fuss. This must have gathered tens of thousands of people. The sky is falling. This is the first time such a large-scale incident has occurred in Hanzhong. Once the war zone and these 3 parties start fighting, no one can predict what serious consequences will arise. Soon, the 3 teams, led by their superiors, arrived in front of the war zone and blocked it completely. This movement instantly alarmed Zhao Homing and others. Lu Tao, who gave you the courage to surround the war zone? You are the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Are you trying to rebel? Zhao Homing asked in a deep voice. Snort, Lu Tao sneered. What? You guys in the war zone captured our superiors, and you're not even allowed to complain? Aren't you too overbearing? The high-ranking official of the Martial Arts Association, whose real name was Wu Daliang, was a burly man with a shiny head. Zhou Homing, we won't waste our time talking to you. Release our president and vice president immediately. Otherwise, as you've seen, if you don't hand the person over, I'm afraid this matter won't be resolved peacefully. What? You're still planning on attacking the war zone? Zheng Quangang took 2 steps forward. Come, let's practice alone. I want to see how good you are. Wu Daliang laughed. Why would I fight you? We're not here to cause trouble, let alone attack a war zone. But if you don't release us, then we won't leave. If you're so powerful, arrest us all and shoot us if you can. As the saying goes, the punishment is not too severe, there are tens of thousands of them. What can the war zone do to them? Zhao Homing naturally knew what he relied on, so he had no choice but to say, we can't release them. They are all involved with spies from Japan and are collaborating with the enemy and committing treason. Bullshit. The director of the Public Security Department is collaborating with the enemy and treason? The 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association are collaborating with the enemy and treason? The vice president of the Medical Association is collaborating with the enemy and treason? Damn it! I even said your war zone was collaborating with the enemy and committing treason. In the crowd, there were sounds of shouting and cursing. Lu Tao laughed triumphantly. Zhao Homing, don't make such statements without evidence. I advise you to release him. This will benefit everyone. Don't make a big fuss. You and the new guy behind you will both be embarrassed. Evidence. Zhou Homing took out a recorder and played back Uehara Yui's words. This is the confession of the person in charge of Yanla Palace. What the hell? You believe what a butcher says? Are you fucking crazy? I don't care, just let him go. Even if you want to arrest him, you have to produce actual evidence and make us convinced. Yes, we don't accept it. Let him go. Tens of thousands of people became agitated and the scene was in chaos. Zhou Homing's face was so gloomy that blood seemed to be dripping out. Jiang Sun and the others had already chopped off the head according to Yi Zongheng's instructions. What should he use to hand over the person? Now that they have just arrested someone, these people are making such a big fuss. If someone died, there might be a big conflict, and Zhao Homing could not bear this responsibility. I'm warning you one last time. Don't think I don't know what you're up to, but you'd better disperse. I can still talk to you nicely here, but when the new person in charge of our war zone comes, he won't be very friendly to you. However, Zhao Homing's words immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. Ha, this is really making me laugh to death. How dare your new commander-in-chief of the war zone shoot all of us? We can give the commander-in-chief face in due respect, but he immediately picked on the 3 of us. Isn't that a bit too much? He's treating us like dirt. Isn't he pretty awesome? Why hasn't he come out? Isn't he in such a state of panic and wondering how this is going to end? Mocking and teasing voices came from all directions, but at this moment a figure with his hands behind his back strode forward from the crowd of tens of thousands. Wherever he stepped, his body seemed to stretch out as if an invisible barrier, forcibly pushing away all the people around him. After Yi Zongheng sent the girls back safely, he returned to the war zone. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He came to the front and pointed at the guy who had just been shouting loudly, You, the one who was standing on tiptoe and shouting, stand up. Chapter 69. I have finished speaking. Who agrees and who disagrees? In the crowd. A short man in a martial arts association uniform was provoked and immediately flew into a rage. Who the hell are you? Here, you have a say, but you haven't said these words yet. Bang! Yi Zongheng slapped him in the face, pulling out all his yellow teeth on the spot. In an instant, the scene was dead silent. No one really expected that someone would take action. The man who was beaten was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes turned red and he burst out with a powerful aura and prepared to attack Yi Zongheng. Yi Zongheng stretched out his hand and slapped him to his knees. The man who had been so arrogant before suddenly became like a deflated ball after feeling the difference in strength. Wilted. What if I target you 3 times? What if I bully you too much? What if I treat you like dirt? Yi Zongheng asked 3 questions in a row, and his words also indirectly revealed his identity. The actions of Zhao Homing and others directly confirmed this point. General, they are here to take someone away, and they claim they won't leave unless we release them today. Yi Zhongheng nodded, I heard it, then. Yi Zhongheng glanced around and said disdainfully, how dare a few civilian forces openly gather people to put pressure on the war zone? Aren't they too confused about the difference between the big and small kings? When do I need to give you an account of what I'm doing in the war zone? When will it be your turn to ask for an account? Boom, the crowd went completely wild. He's the new commander-in-chief of the war zone. He's so arrogant. Damn it. How can such a young man have the qualifications to become a high-ranking official and stand over us and show off his power? No matter what, we must show our strength today. Otherwise, won't this guy take us even less seriously in the future? Each of them is aggressive and ready to make a move. The atmosphere on site, the situation suddenly became tense. I'm Lu Tao, Deputy Director of the Public Security Department. May I know what the general's address is? Lu Tao stood up. Result. Yi Zhongheng didn't even look at him straight in the eye. Withdraw your people, then come over here and talk to me properly. Even a clay figure would have 3 parts of anger, and Yi Zhongheng's arrogant look immediately made Lu Tao furious. Okay, I'm giving you face, but you didn't want it. Today, if your war zone doesn't hand over this person, I really won't be able to withdraw him. I want to see what you, the commander-in-chief, can do to us. The words fell. A team of tens of thousands of people took a step forward together. It feels very oppressive. Move the heavy machine guns over. Yi Zhongheng ordered. Soon the heavy machine guns were brought over. Yi Zhongheng personally took the field and turned his gun towards the crowd. What does he want to do? He's not planning to shoot us all, is he? He's really young. He probably thought this would scare us. I don't know who gave him that confidence. You bet we'd be scared, right? I also bet you wouldn't dare to shoot. Everyone looked at Yi Zhongheng with a playful expression. They had seen too many tricks of intimidation. Who would dare to play it for real? Next second's data, the heavy machine gun started to rotate, and bullets were fired at the crowd at a rapid speed like fire snakes. Fuck. Quickly use your chi to protect your body. Damn, is this guy crazy? He actually dared to shoot. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the first time they had encountered Yi Zhongheng acting in this way. It caught them off guard, and at the same time, they couldn't help but wonder, isn't this guy afraid of being held accountable? When this volley of bullets came down, those who were protected by internal energy were trembling, and those who were weaker fell down like wheat. It's lawless, absolutely lawless. It's fine that you arrested our people, but now you're killing us. Do you really think we dare not resist? Yi Zhongheng ignored it and said, replace the bullet. Everyone, finally, the 3 leaders, Lu Tao, Wu Daliang and Yang Wenba, could no longer stand. Wu Daliang stepped forward and said in a deep voice, I know you just took over Hanzhong and needed something to establish your authority. Now you have achieved your goal. That's right, you release the people and we withdraw them. Let's all take a step back. Lu Tao also said. Yang Wenba smiled and said, that's about it. You've made a name for yourself by targeting the 3 of us, and we've also regained our reputation from the war zone. This is the best outcome. If the trouble continues, no one will be able to stop it. To be honest, Yi Zhongheng's naive behavior completely disrupted their original plan. You are strong, but there are others who are stronger than you. But on second thought, Yi Zhongheng's approach is actually not difficult to understand. After all, he just arrived in Hanzhong and needs to gain a firm foothold, but after being hit by a stick, it's time to give him a reward, right? You used their face to establish your authority, and now you want to make them lose all their face. If that really happens, there will definitely be bigger conflicts later, so releasing them now is the wisest choice. Since you want the person so badly, I'll give it to you. Yi Zhongheng suddenly said. As expected, Wu Daliang and the other 2 all smiled as expected, and couldn't help but look up to Yi Zhongheng. Although this guy looked young, his methods were quite powerful. He knew how to advance and retreat very well. No wonder he was able to take over Hanzhong. However, just as they were thinking this, several bloody heads were suddenly thrown in front of them, and the owners of the heads were Hu Jiaqing and others. The smiles of Wu Daliang and others froze instantly. They stared at Yi Zhongheng in disbelief with their pupils wide open. This guy, he actually killed someone, how dare he? Since he is so loyal, take him back and keep him as a worshipper. Yi Zhongheng said lightly. Boom, This sentence was like the fuse that lit the powder keg, directly causing tens of thousands of people from the three forces to explode. Damn it! They killed the president and his men. Brothers, charge the battle zone. Let's show them the consequences of shitting on our heads. Charge, kill. Shouts and cries rose to the sky. Wu Daliang and the other two were furious at this moment. I thought you were smart, but you're just an idiot who acts without considering the consequences. Let's see how this ends for you. Yi Zhongheng's eyes focused and he instantly rushed into the crowd. Bang, with one slap, Wu Daliang's shiny bald head exploded first. After that, his figure was like a human strangulation machine. Wherever he passed, tens, hundreds, thousands of people fell down one after another. Blood flowed all over the floor. The aesthetics of violence is portrayed vividly by him. This scene completely frightened those who originally wanted to rush forward. This was too scary. No matter what realm they were in his hands, they were no different from little chickens. With a flick of his hand, a large group of people fell down. How the hell is this fun? Even the god of war is not this strong, right? Seeing that the situation was stabilized, Yi Zhongheng finally stopped. He shed blood and his voice slowly came out. Listen carefully, my name is Yi Zhongheng. I don't care about other places, but starting today, in Hanzhong provincial capital. Whether it's the Public Security Bureau, the Martial Arts Association, or the Medical Association's senior management, they must all be selected by our war zone. No one else is allowed to interfere. In other words, to put it in a way that you can better understand, within the area of my jurisdiction, my words are above all else. I don't want to see anything like what happened today, where civilian forces joined forces with the Public Security Bureau to put pressure on the war zone. Otherwise, I will overthrow you all at once. Speaking of this, Yi Zhongheng glanced at the crowd and after a brief pause, he said, I've finished speaking. Who agrees and who disagrees? Chapter 70. Lure the snake out of its hole. Who agrees, who objects? The scene fell into complete silence in response to Yi Zhongheng's words. As a violent organization of Daxia, the war zone is not something they can contend with, which is why they dared to do this today. Firstly, they relied on the orders from above, and secondly, they felt they were in the right and believed that no matter how much trouble they made, the war zone would not dare to do anything to them. But now, Yi Zhongheng's strength and dominance completely shattered their thoughts and cognition. This guy, it simply cannot be viewed with common sense. With the strength of one person, he suppressed tens of thousands of people so that they couldn't raise their heads. In this case, are they qualified to voice any opposition? According to his previous style of behavior, if they dared to object, this guy might really overthrow them all at once and leave them with no place to stand in Hanzhong. Not no one dared to say a word, even though Yi Zhongheng left enough time. The scene was still dead silent as Zhou Homing and a group of soldiers looked at Yi Zhongheng's towering back with fiery eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement and admiration. What is domineering? This is so fucking domineering. They have never felt so good when following Zhong Yongjun. Since no one objects, I will make another announcement. Seeing that the crowd had become completely obedient, Yi Zhongheng nodded with satisfaction. Anything else? Countless eyes looked over at once. To be honest, they no longer wanted to stay here any longer and just wanted to go back as soon as possible to digest what had happened today. Yi Zhongheng said calmly, from now on, the battle zone will take the lead, with the Public Security Bureau and your Martial Arts Association and Medical Association providing assistance. For the next 3 days, I do not want to see any Japanese businesses operating in Hanzhong. Besides that, my war zone will issue a ban on Japanese entry, and you will be responsible for enforcing it. Listen carefully, this is a stop order. No one from Japan is allowed to set foot in Hanzhong. Everyone was stunned. If we wipe out the Japanese industries in Hanzhong within 3 days and prevent the Japanese from setting foot in Hanzhong, what a sensation would it cause if it were carried out? The key point is, did the Japanese offend God? So why are they being targeted so harshly? Not clear enough? Seeing someone at the scene showing hesitation, Yi Zhongheng couldn't help but frown. Well, General, won't the higher-ups blame us for doing this? Besides, the Japanese are relatively honest in Hanzhong. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded cautiously from the crowd. However, without waiting for him to finish, Yi Zhongheng pointed to the ground and said, Here, I have the final say. Also, do you think the Japanese are honest in our Great Xia? Since you're so eager to know the reason, I might as well tell you that the Japanese are planning to manufacture a small hydrogen bomb in Hanzhong and transport it to Yanjing to explode at the Heroes Monument Square. And the reason I killed Jiang Sun and the others was because they promised to provide materials to Japan. I believe you all know what the heroic Monument Square is. Let's not talk about the distant past for now. Just in that battle 8 years ago, how many heroes of our great Xia died there? That is the final resting place of the heroes and martyrs. Not an inch of the soil can be moved. As for the authenticity of Japan's plan, you don't need to doubt it. My words are the evidence. These words came true. Countless people were frightened that if they had some doubts about the recording that Zhao Homing had played earlier, they completely believed what Yi Zongheng said now. That after all, without any solid evidence, would Yi Zongheng dare to play such a big game? Don't look at this group of people who are at a mediocre stage. They always rely on their backgrounds in the Martial Arts Association and the Medical Association to show off their power. However, they are still clear-headed when it comes to such matters. They care about and value family and country feelings more than some people in high positions. Damn it, don't let the Japanese dog fall into my hands. How dare they plot to blow up the monument to the Heroes Square? I think they're really looking for death. Let's go. Even without orders from the war zone, we will chase away every Japanese person we see. We have no right to forgive them on behalf of those seniors who have been buried in the dead. Yi Zongheng waved his hand. The group of people all left cursing. Periphery. 2 spectators squatted on the ground and whispered, "How do you think this war zone will end this time?" Release them. How else can it end? Are they going to arrest tens of thousands of people? Although the war zone isn't afraid, it can't withstand the pressure. Just wait and see. The war zone will definitely release them. We were chatting, the two of them saw this scene then. I was stunned for a moment. What the hell is going on? Didn't you say you were going to put pressure on the war zone and ask them to release the people? Why are you scolding the Japanese again? What does this have to do with the Japanese? Sir, I'd like to ask, didn't you go pick up the officials from the Public Security Bureau and the association? How are they doing? Have they released the people? It's out, really. The two nodded, showing an expression of no surprise. Next second, the head is still at the entrance of the war zone. You can go and see it anytime you want to hiss. Now that Yi Zongheng has returned to the war zone and asked Zhao Homing to prepare a plane for him to return to Jiangcheng. He plans to pick up the two sisters Ningchen and Ningxue. Halfway, Zhao Homing thought about it and couldn't help but say, "General, I think it will be a bit difficult to centralize power in our war zone." Yi Zongheng frowned. That's right. With you here, Hanzhong will definitely not dare to have any objections, but you also know that the Martial Arts Association and the Medical Association are both civilian forces. Hanzhong is such a big piece of cake. It took countless years to develop to its current scale. How could they be willing to let us just sit back and reap the fruits of their labor? I'm worried that when the time comes, he hesitated to speak. Yi Zongheng also understood that both the Martial Arts Association and the Medical Association were huge organizations with their headquarters located in Yanjing, but, so what? Don't pay attention to them. Yi Zongheng said. What about the Public Security Bureau? Their president has a lot of influence in Yanjing. Do you want to talk to him first? Yi Zongheng sneered. The right to speak? Only those with strength have the right to speak. If you dare to extend your hand to Hanzhong, I don't care what kind of monsters you are, just chop them off for me. I will be responsible if anything goes wrong. Okay, I've been waiting for you to say that. Zhao Homing's face lit up with joy. After Yi Zongheng boarded the plane, Zhang Quangang, who watched him leave, couldn't help but say, "Brother, following this guy, we're going to achieve great things in the future." Zhao Homing smiled. Just wait and see. I have a feeling that before long, our land of Daxia will usher in an unprecedented era. By then, I'm afraid that heroes will fight for supremacy and rivers of blood will flow. But for those who can seize the opportunity, soaring to the sky is not just a dream. Which man doesn't want to be crowned king or appointed prime minister? Zhang Quangang smiled disapprovingly. It's not certain that many heroes will fight for supremacy, but with this real dragon around, rivers of blood are certain. Haha. Zhao Homing smiled upon hearing this and stopped discussing the topic. Alright, let's follow the general's instructions. We have to do this well. The Japanese will soon pay the price for the crimes they committed in Hanzhong, and that it's just the beginning. This matter was published. Before long, the name Yi Zongheng appeared on the desks of countless important figures. How many people back then were familiar with this name? Yi Zongheng, the orphan of the Yi family. The son of General Yi Lini Yu, and it can be said that not only the upper class of the entire southern Xinjiang was shaken, but even people in other territories outside of southern Xinjiang were also shaken. Certainly these people had different attitudes after learning that Yi Zongheng appeared. Some were excited, some were surprised, and some were dismissive and sarcastic, and some people have murderous intentions. Chapter 71 Mysterious Woman Yanjing.su Family.su Qingyu, upon learning of the incident with Han Jiang, smashed his teacup on the spot. This little bastard actually became the commander-in-chief of the Hanzhong war zone. No wonder the Killing God Palace failed several times. Su Qingyu then became even more furious and started smashing things crazily. Why don't you just die? Why do you live to oppose me? The better Yi Zongheng lives and the higher his achievements, the greater the price he will have to pay to kill Yi Zongheng. How many more turmoil can the Su family withstand? After Yi Linyuan and the others died, the Su family had already experienced a period of decline, which almost drained away the family's wealth. Now Yi Zongheng became the commander-in-chief of the Hanzhong war zone, which made him psychologically unbalanced. He couldn't accept that a waste, whom he once regarded as a scourge, had risen to a high position step by step, and even looked down at him from above, proving that his choice back then was wrong. Come here, prepare the car, I want to go to the Qin family. This day. Su Qingyu stayed in the Qin mansion for a long time, and no one knew what he and old man Qin talked about. All I know is that when Su Qingyu left, the gloomy mood had disappeared. At the same time, Hanzhong Airport. In the dedicated passage, a tightly wrapped figure came out pushing a wheelchair. She moved her sunglasses upwards, revealing a pair of breathtakingly beautiful peach blossom eyes. Hanzhong? I hope we can find a way to save you, Grandpa. In a wheelchair, sitting there was an old man with dry skin and a very bad complexion. Accompanying them were two old men, one fat and one thin. Both of them had strong auras, and there was even visible gas flow with their breathing. This is the manifestation of someone who has reached the pinnacle of internal strength. It is simply impossible to imagine how powerful these two old men are, and what kind of terrifying identity the old man sitting in the wheelchair must have to have such a powerful follower. Not long after. A family of medicine, the Wu family. These days, the Wu family's former glory is long gone. Old man, someone comes to seek medical treatment. A servant came hurriedly and said to Wu Chengzhou, "You come here to seek medical treatment at this time. I think you are here to make fun of our Wu family. Get out of here." Wu Chengzhou shouted without even turning his head. Just a few days, everyone knows that the Wu family has held funerals one after another, and they are all closed. It's said that the Hanzhong Wu family's medical skills are so great that they can surpass the medical association in their own country. But now they are turning away those who seek treatment. Isn't this a bit of a disgrace to the Wu family's reputation? Sudden. A crisp voice came over. Wu Chengzhou turned around and saw a woman pushing a wheelchair. She was the same person who had appeared at the airport not long ago. At this moment, she has taken off her cover, her long lavender hair falls vertically, and her pair of peach blossom eyes, as if containing stars, are bright and moving. Even though Wu Chengzhou has reached an age where he is powerless against beauty, he couldn't help but be moved at this moment. In the world there is such a beautiful woman. The woman spoke, her voice as sweet as a song. My grandfather has some health problems. I'd be grateful if you could take a look at him. Wu Chengzhou came to his senses and refused. I'm not in the mood to watch it. Please find someone else. Let's see. If it can be cured, it will be a great fortune for your Wu family. At this time, the thin old man standing behind the woman spoke. Good fortune. Wu Chengzhou couldn't help but laugh at himself when he learned that there was someone in this world who had the medical skills to bring people back to life. He thought it was a blessing for their Wu family, but in the end, his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson died one after another. The family also lost a priest at the martial spirit realm. The key point was that when he investigated afterwards, he discovered that the Chen family, which had always been suppressed by the Shin family, had taken over the Tongzhou war zone again. The Shin family was destroyed, and all this happened after the man with superb medical skills appeared. It was not until then that he understood that how could their Wu family covet someone who possessed such extraordinary medical skills. After all, human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Wu family. There is no destiny for success, although it was obvious at first glance that these people came from extraordinary backgrounds. He was not so humble as to have to receive them. He just wanted to live in peace and stability so that the Wu family's incense could continue. Seeing that he remained indifferent, the woman spoke again. My surname is Jiang, and I come from Jiangnan. Boom, one sentence. Wu Chengzhou was suddenly struck by lightning, then, his entire body bent down unconsciously. The person sitting in the wheelchair is, the woman nodded, see? Let's take a look. Wu Qingzhou nodded vigorously, and next second he actually knelt down in front of the old man, carefully stretched out his hand and checked the old man's body. After a while, he got up and left, and when he came back he had a pair of silver needles in his hand. After getting the woman's consent, he inserted silver needles into various positions of the old man's legs, but before long, Wu Qingzhou shook his head. "What's wrong?" the woman asked. "I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do." "Is that true?" The woman remained calm. It seemed that such an answer could no longer make her feel any ripples. "This is the consultation fee." The thin old man handed over a bank card. The woman thanked him and prepared to push the old man away. Wu Qingzhou held the bank card in his hand, his expression conflicted. "There's a man in Tongzhou who possesses medical skills that can bring the dead back to life. You should go find him and try really." Hearing this, the woman stopped instantly, and even the two fat and thin old men's expressions changed drastically. "Back to life? I have only heard of this kind of thing, but never seen it." "It's true. You might be able to find him by going to the Chen family in Tongzhou." After Yi Zongheng picked up the two sisters Ningchen and Ningxue, he immediately returned to Hanzhong and came to Yulong Ba halfway. Yi Zongheng explained to them that in this world, there are not only warriors, but also cultivators, and that the two of them have special physiques that are very suitable for cultivation. Their worldviews were completely shattered, and the two sisters didn't know how many times they had doubted their lives along the way, but in short, they were able to accept it. "A little bit. Someone must have noticed your special physique and wanted to use it to nourish their qi. Your mother was probably just implicated, so that's why this happened. Next, I will help you disperse the qi in your bodies, cleanse your bones and marrow, and let you become immortal cultivators like me. Once you embark on this path, your state of mind and your life will undergo drastic changes. Are you mentally prepared?" Ningchen Ningxue held the hand tightly. Later, nod firmly. Okay. Yi Zongheng nodded, then took out 2 Peiyuan pills that he had prepared in advance. Peiyuan Dan can not only prolong people's life, but also strengthen bones and cleanse marrow. But when Yi Zongheng looked at the clothes on the twins, an embarrassment suddenly appeared on his face. To be honest, it was his first time too. "What's wrong, benefactor?" Ning Chen asked. "To cleanse the bones and marrow, you need to take off your clothes." Yi Zongheng tried his best to look serious. Chapter 72. The power at the bottom of the cliff. Upon hearing this, the two sisters' fair and smooth faces instantly turned red all the way to their necks. "Ahem." Yi Zongheng coughed twice and explained, "Don't misunderstand me. I asked you to take off your clothes because I'm doing bone cleansing and marrow washing to wash away the impurities in your body." "Yes, benefactor, you don't need to explain, we understand." After being shy at first, Ningchen Ningxue quickly relaxed and took off her clothes bit by bit. Ever since Yi Zongheng saved their mother, they have become Yi Zongheng's people. However, the two sisters are both 18 years old now and have not experienced sexual intercourse, so they are inevitably a little shy. However, they do not think that Yi Zongheng has any sexual intentions towards them. After all, we really need to do something about them. You don't have to take a plane and come to this remote place, right? It's not like they're disobedient. Soon, the two men appeared naked in front of Yi Zongheng and took the Peiyuan pill. Yi Zongheng controlled the qi and began to help the two men cleanse their bones and marrow. After an unknown amount of time, clumps of black dirt began to be discharged from their bodies. Because it was their first time, the two sisters couldn't help but moan in comfort. Yi Zongheng calmed down. Fortunately, this process did not last too long. When the impurities in the two people's bodies were completely expelled, two white, delicate bodies like newborn babies appeared before him. Under the sunset, a fire lotus emitting scorching light slowly emerged from the back of Ningchen's neck. A snowflake-like pattern appeared on Ningxue's neck. Water and fire blend together. Huge energy filled the entire space. This is the unique symbol of the water and fire spirits. Now follow my instructions and start to feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Yi Zongheng held his breath and concentrated, and instructed. The two sisters closed their eyes and their eyelashes trembled slightly. In a moment, balls of spiritual energy like gossamer threads began to gather towards the lower abdomen of the two people. Benefactor, Ningchen is so hot. Ningchen's body suddenly turned red at this moment, surrounded by heat waves, like a roasted suckling pig. Ningxue's face showed pain, and frost formed on her body. Yi Zongheng clenched his hands, and in an instant, the restless spiritual energy seemed to have encountered something terrible. After a while of running around, it converged and finally returned to calm. Of this moment, the strange phenomena on the two people's bodies also disappeared instantly. Then, the two of them stood up and put on their clothes. Their graceful bodies were like singing and dancing elves, and every move they made was breathtakingly beautiful. If we say that the two people before were just inconspicuous ugly ducklings among the countless people, so now, they are like fairies who are spotless, otherworldly, and extremely holy. Overall, it has been qualitatively sublimated. My benefactor, we seem to have become different. Ningchen Ningxue felt the changes in their bodies, feeling happy and a little unbelievable. Yi Zongheng nodded with satisfaction. In this way, these two special physiques have been developed, but he still needs to think about the subsequent training issues. After all, this is the first time he has encountered a special physique. From now on, you can be considered a cultivator. But nowadays, due to the lack of spiritual energy in this world, warriors are prevalent. The path to becoming an immortal is a long and arduous one. Don't be discouraged. With your special physique, you will definitely achieve extraordinary things in the future. Ningchen Ningxue quickly knelt on the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you very much, benefactor. We will definitely not let you down." A cultivator of immortality, they never expected that one day they would become the kind of people who only existed in myths, and all of this was given to them by Yi Zongheng, and they didn't know how to repay him. In short, I feel nothing but gratitude in my heart. Yi Zongheng helped them up and said, "Don't kneel down all the time in the future. Also, calling me benefactor sounds weird. Try calling me something else, master?" Yi Zongheng, just like Xiaoye, call me brother. Okay, brother Yi. Ningchen Ningxue didn't act pretentiously. She stuck out her tongue playfully and called him brother sweetly. This time, Ningchen boldly approached, took Yi Zongheng's hand, and shook it, saying, "Brother, brother, it is said that cultivators who have reached a high level of cultivation can fly freely like birds. Is it true?" Yi Zongheng nodded, "Of course it's true." "Wow, when can we fly?" Ning Chen's face showed a longing look. Although Ningxue was not as bold and cheerful as her, she was looking at Yi Zongheng with anticipation at this moment. Yi Zongheng finally figured it out at this time. Ningchen is the elder sister and a fire spirit. She is passionate and simple-minded at heart, and her temperament has a lot to do with her physique. Ningxue is a water spirit, and she is quiet and gentle, but no matter what, it cannot change the fact that they are still just little girls. Think back to the beginning, when he first came into contact with the secret of immortality and was able to glimpse the vastness of the world. He was full of curiosity and yearning for everything. Your physique is rather special, and I don't have any suitable training methods for you yet. Yi Zongheng gently tapped Ning Chen's forehead and said, "So, girl, don't think too much now. Wait until you have learned to walk before you think about flying, huh?" Upon hearing this, Ning Chen rubbed his forehead, his face full of disappointment. Ningxue nodded seriously. "A fly in the sky and travel around the world. This kind of incredible thing probably requires an extremely high level of realm for a cultivator to accomplish, and now they have just completed the bone cutting and marrow cleansing with the help of Yi Zongheng, so it is too unrealistic to think about those things. Wait for me here." Yi Zongheng gave instructions and then came to the edge of the cliff. Next second, he clenched his big hand forward, and the river water below suddenly surged violently. Huge spiritual energy gathered from all directions. The spiritual energy here is several times denser than that of Yunding Mountain, but he couldn't make a special trip there every time he practiced, so he just took it all in one go, just thinking about it. Suddenly, a roar came from below. Who dares to interrupt my cultivation? Sound like thunder exploding in the sky. What followed was a suffocating and powerful aura. When this aura came overwhelmingly, Ningchen and Ningxue felt as if they had felt great terror and hurriedly ran towards Yi Zongheng. Snort. Yi Zongheng waved his palm lightly, shattering the pressure directly. Then, his eyes looked towards the bottom of the cliff. Boom, a huge roar was heard, and a figure in a red robe and disheveled hair leaped up from the bottom of the cliff. 3 little kids? When Ningchen Ningxue saw the man clearly, she screamed in fear, "Wah! This person, he has no face." Chapter 73, the leader of the hidden sect Wuxiang sect, Wumiansheng. Yes, there was only skin on this person's face, no nose, no eyes, and even no mouth. It looks extremely creepy. Ningchen Ningxue is just a little girl, so naturally she would be afraid. Yi Zongheng, on the other hand, had a calm expression, as if nothing in the world could move him. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Seeing Yi Zongheng so calm, the red-robed man made a sound of surprise. His name is Wumiansheng. He is the leader of Wuxiang sect. The Wuxiang sect is one of the hidden sects in the 10,000 mountains. He has seen many ordinary people in the secular world, but when those people saw his appearance, they were all terrified. On the other hand, Yi Zhongheng didn't look scared at all. Womiansheng felt it for a while and found that Yi Zhongheng had no internal force in his body, let alone true essence. It's interesting that an ordinary little guy is not afraid of me when he sees me. But in an instant his head began to sway from side to side in a funny way. Obviously he was looking at Ning Chen and Ning Shui, who were beside Yi Zhongheng. It turns out to be a special physique. No wonder the power of heaven and earth was drained in an instant. It seems to be because of your physique. Womiansheng said in surprise. A warrior's journey from martial arts apprentice to martial arts master, all of them cultivate internal strength, but when one reaches a realm above that of martial lord, one needs to extract true essence from heaven and earth. In order to seek a breakthrough, Womiansheng traveled around the world and found that Yuelong Bay was filled with the power of heaven and earth, so he hid on the cliff to refine his true essence. Unexpectedly, the critical moment, the power of heaven and earth that filled Yuelong Bay was instantly drained. First he thought that some martial arts master had discovered Yuelong Bay like him, but when he came up he saw that they were just 3 children, which made him feel very strange, but now he understands. Ha ha ha, it really is true that what you lose in one place you gain in another. Although I didn't achieve a breakthrough this time, I have gained 2 special physiques. I don't have to worry about not being able to advance. Little girl, come with me. I can give you everything you want and help you become a warrior and a superior person. How about it? An extremely unpleasant laugh emanated from Womiansheng's throat. Don't want. We don't want it. The 2 sisters Ningchen and Ningxue refused outright. Womiansheng's face wrinkled into a ball immediately. He never expected that the 2 would refuse such a good offer. Shouldn't it be something that ordinary people would wish for if they had the opportunity to become warriors and change their fate? Can you feel the spiritual energy here? Yi Zhongheng asked. The great way of martial arts, the spiritual energy born from heaven and earth, we call it the power of heaven and earth, and we extract true essence from it to strengthen ourselves. I didn't expect that you, an ordinary person, also knew about the existence of spiritual energy. So, it seems that you have some specialized knowledge of the martial arts, but you are unable to become a martial artist because of your lack of talent, right? I have to say, you are really lucky. Not only do you have 2 special physiques, but you also met me today. As long as you let these 2 girls follow me, I can accept you as my disciple. Even if you are a loser, I can make you extraordinary. How about it? Womiansheng said this with the look of a hermit. In his opinion, an ordinary person who has been struggling to become a warrior, after hearing what he said, would have to kneel down on the spot and become his disciple, right? However, Yi Zhongheng simply nodded. It seemed that no matter whether the warriors were from abroad or at home, they could not refine spiritual energy directly, but needed to refine true essence. This is also the reason why cultivators are so powerful. After all, cultivators can directly refine spiritual energy, but warriors need to extract true essence from spiritual energy. The gap between the 2 is too huge. Boy, why don't you come and become my disciple? Womiansheng saw that Yi Zhongheng was indifferent and sounded a little dissatisfied. Yi Zhongheng smiled and said, You are not qualified to be my master yet. What? Womiansheng couldn't help laughing when he heard this. I didn't expect that a loser like you with no talent for martial arts would have such high standards. But that's because you don't know what kind of existence I am. Little kids, listen carefully. I am the leader of the hidden Wuxiang sect. I have reached the peak of martial honor. Becoming my disciple is a luxury for countless martial artists. Do you understand now? Upon hearing his identity, even the king of martial arts and the lord of martial arts would come and kneel down and lick him like a lapdog. He didn't believe that Yi Zhongheng and the other 2 could remain indifferent. Bring it on, come and beg to be my disciple. Oh. Yi Zhongheng nodded. Ningchen Ningxue seemed to understand but not quite, their eyes rolling around. Sister, what is a hidden sect, and what is a martial arts master? I have no idea. Oh, this guy not only looks weird, but also seems to have a bit of a brain problem. I found that too. The 2 sisters hid behind Yi Zhongheng and talked in low voices. Womiansheng, cough. Womiansheng put his hands behind his back, cleared his throat, and tried his best to look respectable. No wonder you were unwilling. It was my fault for being so careless. You are just ordinary people. Let me put it this way, the hidden sect is an ancient force that has been passed down for thousands of years. You can't come into contact with it on a normal day. The warriors and martial arts families you have come into contact with are nothing compared to the hidden sections. As for me, my strength is unparalleled. Martial kings and war gods are all like ants in front of me. In short, none of the powerful people you come into contact with are as strong as me. Now, do you perhaps understand what kind of existence I am? Even the god of war is not as strong as him. Ningchen Ningshue's little faces showed a look of shock. After all, according to their knowledge, the god of war is already invincible. Seeing that they finally understood, Wu Miansheng couldn't help but nodded with relief. He was finally convinced by these two girls. However, we still won't go with you. Ningchen said. What? Wu Miansheng froze and began to doubt his life. Hidden sect, martial lord, little girl, do you understand what this means? Wu Miansheng danced with joy and his voice was almost a roar. I know. Then why don't you want to go with me? If you have any concerns, I can help you solve them with a flick of my finger. Wu Miansheng said calmly, and Ningchen shook her head. No, because we have decided to practice with Brother Yi. I think you are quite cute. How about we be friends? Wu Miansheng, he is a dignified martial arts master, the leader of the Wushang sect who is known to be moody and murderous, but he is actually called cute by two little girls? Not necessarily cute, but certainly funny. Yi Zongheng said with a smile, why don't you become my disciple? The faceless man's skin expanded and was almost distorted. Crazy. This world is crazy. This must be a dream. I'm still practicing at the bottom of the cliff. Yes, that's right. It must be like this. The dignified martial lord, an almighty being who surpassed the martial lord by 2 major realms, was really being driven crazy by Yi Zongheng and the other two. He is breaking through that supreme realm. However, the power of heaven and earth was drained in an instant, and then they encountered 2 people with special physiques and an ordinary person with no trace of martial arts training. He revealed his identity, but the 3 remained indifferent. Not only that, 2 little girls said he was cute and wanted to be friends with him. An ordinary person said he was funny, and in turn wanted to take him, a martial arts master, as his disciple. Isn't this a dream? No wonder so many people are stuck at this level their entire lives, unable to advance. The trials and tortures of this dream alone nearly caused this deity's mind to collapse. If we continue like this, there will be no hope of breaking through, and we may even suffer backlash. Wake up! Wu Mian roared, and the terrifying aura cracked the cliff wall. However, nothing has changed. The faceless face was almost distorted. How the hell could this be true? Chapter 74 Immortal, please accept me as your disciple. This made Yi Zongheng and the other 2 feel a little funny. Don't worry, this is not a dream. I'll give you another chance. Are you willing to be my disciple? Yi Zongheng asked with a smile. He thought this faceless man was quite interesting. If anyone else had discovered Ningchen Ningshue's special physique, they would have snatched him away long ago, but Wu Miansheng was so sincere in his advice that he ended up driving himself crazy. Ha ha ha. Wu Miansheng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Since this isn't a dream, how dare you, a little brat, boast so shamelessly that you want me, a peak martial arts master, to become your disciple? Brother Yi is very strong. Ningchen said, although she didn't know how powerful Wu Zun was. Since Yi Zongheng was a cultivator and a legendary immortal, he must be more powerful than Wu Zun, otherwise how could he be called an immortal? And she guessed right. Wu Zun is indeed very strong, but to Yi Zongheng, that's all he is. He didn't even know how many subordinates he had in the martial honor realm. He asked Wu Miansheng to be his disciple, firstly because he thought it was fun, and secondly because the other party failed to break through successfully, which was related to the fact that he had drained all the spiritual energy in this place. Furthermore, he also wanted to know more about the hidden sects in Daxia. Ignorant. How truly ignorant. You actually think that I, a peak martial master, am inferior to this powerless brat? Then I will show you that your so-called strength is nothing in front of me. Only when you see my strength will you be willing to follow me. Wu Miansheng knew that if he didn't show his strength, he would be driven crazy sooner or later. Certainly. To deal with a mere ordinary person, he only needed to lift his finger slightly to make Yi Zongheng crawl on the spot. However, in order to create a visual impact, he decided to beat Yi Zongheng severely in front of the 2 sisters. Swish, he took a step forward like a flash. He appeared in front of Yi Zongheng in an instant. Watch out, kid. This punch will make you so bad that even your mother won't recognize you. Bang! Before his fist landed, Yi Zongheng turned around and punched him in the face. Wu Miansheng stumbled back several steps, his tone filled with astonishment. How is this possible? You are not an ordinary person. When did I say I was an ordinary person? Yi Zongheng asked playfully, yet he could feel that Wu Miansheng had no intention of killing, otherwise what happened just now would not have been just a simple punch. Impossible, I clearly can't feel any internal force or even a trace of true energy in your body. Wu Miansheng almost went crazy. He was a dignified martial arts master, but he had made a mistake. Yi Zongheng smiled and said, then what do you think will happen? Either you are an ordinary person, or your strength is so strong that even I can't see through you, but this is obviously impossible. Wu Miansheng's throat moved violently and next second he attacked again. I still don't believe it. Boom. This time, Yi Zongheng threw him to the ground and asked, do you want to be my disciple? However, even though he looked a little embarrassed, Wu Miansheng still put his hands behind his back, looking mysterious and profound. I admit that I was wrong, but it's impossible for me to become your disciple. I originally wanted to conquer you just for fun, but now, I no longer have the patience to play with you. Boom! In an instant, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. The blood-red true energy condensed behind him into a faceless ghost several feet tall. This is the manifestation of true essence into substance. Ah. What is this? It's so scary. Seeing this scene beyond their imagination, Ningchen Ningxue covered their eyes in fear. Wu Miansheng was very satisfied with their performance. Now you know how powerful I am. That's all. He looked at Yi Zongheng again. Boy, you were so strong at such a young age. I am finding you more and more pleasing to the eye. I, Wu Miansheng, have never accepted a disciple in my life. So just follow me. As long as you nod, I will disperse my might. Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to resist this move. Yi Zongheng raised his hand and clenched it. At bang, the faceless ghost that manifested the true energy behind Wu Miansheng was instantly crushed out of thin air. Wu Miansheng was in a mess on the spot. I know that you are at the peak of martial honor and your strength is far more than this, but even if you perform with all your strength, you are not half as good as me. Yi Zongheng withdrew his hand and said lightly, fortunately, Wu Miansheng has no eyes, otherwise his eyes would be as big as copper bells at this moment. As the leader of the Wuxiang sect, he has seen all kinds of bizarre things in the world, but today, he really began to doubt his life. A young man in his 20s not only beat him up, but also clamored to take him, a peak martial arts master, as his apprentice. Strange. So weird, he knew that he might have encountered something difficult to understand today. This is the thought. Wu Miansheng decided not to stay any longer. Humph, I won't bother with a little brat like you. Since you don't want to go with me, then I'll just go on my own. You want me to take you as my master? Ha, that's impossible. Martial honor, there is dignity that belongs to the strong. That's all. He jumped down and stepped on the surface of the river, walking on the waves. Brother Yi, he seems unwilling to take you as his master. Ningchen looked at Wu Miansheng, who was walking away. Yi Zongheng smiled. The next second, he picked up the two sisters and jumped down. However, he did not step on the surface of the river. Instead, his feet were in the air, chasing after Wu Miansheng. Far away. Damn, this is so weird today. This kid is so young, and he's accompanied by two people with special physiques. He might be the descendant of some old monster. He must have some skills left behind by a powerful person. He knows I'm at the peak of martial honor, yet he remains calm and composed. Even if I use all my strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to redeem myself. Wait until I break through that realm, and then I'll come after you. Thinking about Wu Miansheng's gloomy mood was instantly swept away. Once you reach that realm, your strength will make a qualitative leap. Flying in the air, overlooking all living beings as a piece of cake. When the time comes, I will beat Yi Zongheng up severely and see if he dares to threaten to take him as my disciple again. Thinking about Wu Miansheng couldn't help but let out a chuckle, but the next second, his laughter got stuck in his throat. A tilt of the head. What the hell, such a big bird? Wrong. Fuck, you. Looking at Yi Zongheng, who was walking in the air and following him carelessly, Wu Miansheng's facial features were shocked. He never shows his true face to the public, but that doesn't mean he has no face. Looking at that scholarly face that didn't look old, Ningchen Ningxue was immediately surprised. So you have a face? How did you change? Can you become a woman? Wu Miansheng, is now the time to discuss this, walking in the air. Damn, I don't know how much effort he has put in to pursue this state now. A young man in his early 20s actually walked in the air right under his nose. He might have met a living immortal today, otherwise, there is no explanation at all. Thump, Wu Miansheng knelt on the water without saying anything and said, "Please accept me as your disciple, immortal." Chapter 75 The Disappearance of Miao Zhang'o. Yi Zongheng asked playfully, "Where is your dignity as a strong man? Dignity? Can this thing make people stronger? Can this thing allow people to meet the most powerful person in the world who can walk in the air? Dignity. It is spoken to the weak, there is no dignity in front of the strong." Wu Miansheng smiled awkwardly. "Master, please accept my disciples' greetings." A powerful man at the peak of the martial honor realm kneels down to worship a young man in his 20s as his master. If this scene were to be spread, I wonder how many people would be shocked. Yi Zongheng raised his hand, and a force immediately lifted him up. "Since you are so sincere, I will accept you." "Thank you, master." Wu Miansheng was overjoyed. In his heart he already regarded Yi Zongheng as an immortal. After all, apart from immortals, who else can reach the legendary realm above martial honor at this age? He has been trying to break through that realm for so many years but has never been able to do so. If he follows Yi Zongheng, he might be able to break through with just a few pointers or some magic medicine. They are Ningchen Ningxue. Although they call me brother, strictly speaking, they are also my apprentices. Since you have accepted me as your master today, these two will be your senior sisters. From now on, you will be responsible for teaching them martial arts knowledge. A journey to martial arts. Wu Miansheng caught these words and asked, "Master, what kind of cultivation do you have?" Immortal, boom. Although he had expected it, Wu Miansheng still couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Immortal, this word is an ethereal and untouchable existence to countless giants and powerful people in the world. In his cognition, no matter how high the martial arts realm is, but, after all, we are just mortals and cannot escape birth, old age, sickness and death. As far as he knew, including himself, countless beings at high levels had spent their entire lives pursuing the path to immortality. However, looking back over thousands of years, the existence of immortals was vague and illusory. "If you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get back." Yi Zongheng waved his hand. The vast spiritual energy suddenly became like a vast ocean, forming huge waves between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the figures of several people have disappeared. In Yuelong Beg that night, Hentang Mountain Villa, when she saw Ningchen Ningxue again, Tan Xiaoye immediately ran over and said, "Wow, how did you two become so beautiful all of a sudden? After Brother Yi cleansed our bones and marrow, he expelled the impurities from our bodies, which is why our skin looks whiter." Ningchen Ningxue felt a little embarrassed. Tan Xiaoye was surprised. "Is it just that the skin is whiter? It's like he's become a different person." "I want one too, I want one too." Tan Xiaoye rushed to Yi Zongheng again, hugged his arms and rubbed them for a while, and her weapon was deformed. Yi Zongheng pulled his hand away calmly. All right, wait until I have time, yeah." The little girl jumped up happily. She really is a lively and funny person. Aside. A blush appeared on the faces of the two sisters Ningchen and Ningxue, and no one knew what they were thinking about then. Tang Ruiyan pulled Yi Zongheng aside again and told him to be careful, obviously having heard about what happened in Hanzhong today. "By the way, who is this uncle?" Only then did Tan Xiaoye notice the faceless man who came back with Yi Zongheng and the others. Wu Miansheng, who had always been invisible, saw that someone was finally paying attention to him and quickly smiled warmly. "Hello, my name is Wu Miansheng, and I am the disciple that Master has just accepted." Faceless, Tan Xiaoye looked at his scholarly face and was puzzled. "You obviously have a face, why are you called the Faceless Man?" Just finished speaking. Wu Miansheng's expression suddenly changed, leaving only a piece of human skin on his face. "Ah! Ghost!" Tan Xiaoye screamed in fright and hurried away. Wu Miansheng was also shocked. Based on their previous conversation, he knew that this girl was Yi Zongheng's sister. If she got scared by him, thinking about it, Wu Miansheng's figure flashed and came in front of Tan Xiaoye. "Are you okay?" "Ah!" Another screamed. "A faceless man chases you and asks if you are okay." "How can you be okay?" Tan Xiaoye's eyes rolled back and she almost fainted, but fortunately the two sisters Ningchen and Ningxue were quick to support her. Woo, please let him go, it's too scary." Forehead. Wu Miansheng finally reacted and quickly restored his composure. As a peak martial master, he was actually a little flustered at this moment, fearing that he would offend these people by accident. Don't be afraid, Sister Xiaoye. We were also scared when we first saw him, but Wu Miansheng is actually not scary at all. On the contrary, he is very cute. After hearing what Ningxue said, Tan Xiaoye looked at Wu Miansheng again and found that he was not as scary as before. But Tan Xiaoye was still worried that Wu Miansheng might change his expression for no reason, so she hurried into the room. When she came out, she had a rag doll in her hand. Hey, this is my favorite doll. I'm giving it to you. Don't scare me anymore. Wu Miansheng took the doll. That moment. A warm current suddenly flowed through my heart, which had been dead for who knows how many years, and a look of reminiscence appeared in my expression. After Yi Zongheng introduced Wu Miansheng, but did not mention that he was the leader of Wuxiang's sect and the martial master. Even if he did, Tang Ruyan and the others would not understand. Afterwards, the two came to the artificial lake. I want to hear about the hidden sect, Yi Zongheng said. The hidden sects have been passed down through the ages, some dating back to the dynasties of the Great Xia, and some dating back hundreds or even thousands of years. To put it in a metaphorical way, our Wuxiang sect is a sect that has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. Due to the habits we inherited from ancient times and the development of modern technology, we have gradually become hidden from the world. Especially in the past 60 years, we have rarely participated in secular activities, but every hidden sect has a close relationship with the secular world. After all, we need daily necessities, and this requires the secular big families to provide us with them. Yi Zongheng nodded. This is actually not difficult to understand. If that is the case, then Miaojiang should be a similar existence. Do you know where Miaojiang is? Hearing this, Wu Miansheng frowned. No, the existence of Miaojiang is quite mysterious to outsiders. Even among us, the hidden sect, not many people know the whereabouts of Miaojiang. In the early years, the Miao people lived in the Nanling area. Later, no one knows what happened and they completely disappeared. In recent years, I haven't heard of any young people from Miaojiang showing up to gain experience. Disappeared, Yi Zongheng vaguely guessed something. Master, I don't know what you are looking for Miaojiang for. I can send a message back to the sect and ask the disciples to look for him, Wu Miansheng said. Miaojiang is very likely related to the death of my parents. Your parents? Former great generals, Yi Lin Yuan and his wife. Wu Miansheng nodded. Okay, I'll inform the sect. Should we investigate openly or covertly? However is quickest to check, clear. At this time, Yi Zongheng suddenly stared at Wu Miansheng. Master, boom! Yi Zongheng suddenly clenched his hands, and the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly gathered in his palm and blasted towards Wu Miansheng. Chapter 76 Emperor Wu Swish. Wu Miansheng was suddenly shocked. He didn't know why Yi Zongheng suddenly attacked him. He wanted to resist, but the vast true energy in his body was suppressed so tightly that he couldn't move at all. Master, please spare my life, Wu Miansheng shouted in panic. Stop yelling. Yi Zongheng frowned and slapped him on the top of his forehead, feeling the spiritual energy flowing into his every limb. Wu Miansheng's face suddenly became embarrassed. Only then did he realize that Yi Zongheng was not trying to kill him, but was helping him break through. Aren't you refining your true essence yet? Yi Zongheng's voice came. Wu Miansheng quickly suppressed his inner excitement and began to refine his true essence under Yi Zongheng's guidance. The blood-red aura enveloped Wu Miansheng entirely. I don't know how long. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the two people's heads, manifesting as tangible true energy and taking shape at a terrifying speed. Lake. Forest. Under this terrifying energy, everyone was greatly affected. If it continued, even the villa might be blown away by this violent aura. Snort. Yi Zongheng waved his hand. In an instant, the violent aura that filled the world was instantly wiped out like ink. Wu Miansheng was shocked. He knew that the strange phenomenon caused by the impending breakthrough had not dissipated, but was simply covered up by Yi Zongheng's great magical powers. Final, endless true energy all flowed into Wu Miansheng's body along the vortex. Wu Miansheng let out a long roar towards the sky, and when everything returned to calm, his temperament was completely different from before this moment. There was a sense of mystery about him. His eyes also became more arrogant and invincible, but despite this, when facing Yi Zongheng, Wu Miansheng still did not dare to show any offense in his eyes. He quickly knelt on the ground and lowered his head. Thank you, Master, for helping me achieve the realm of Martial Emperor. Master, your kindness is so great that I have no way to repay you. From now on, this disciple and the entire Wuxiang sect are willing to serve Master attentively. The reason why he became Yi Zhongheng's disciple was because he saw hope for promotion in Yi Zhongheng, but he didn't expect that this day would come so soon, although he could clearly feel that there was an aura in his true energy that he could not understand. That should be the backup plan left by Yi Zhongheng, but he didn't care. Anyway, he had no intention of betraying him. That he had spent decades trying to break through a realm that he had not been able to reach, but Yi Zhongheng reached it with just a wave of his hand. Even he couldn't imagine the future achievements of following such a person. That he now wished he could do more for Yi Zhongheng. Betray, that's what fools do, and his guess was correct. Since Yi Zhongheng dared to help him break through, he was not afraid of his betrayal at all. He had already left a backup plan in Wu Miansheng's body. As long as Wu Mian has any rebellious intentions, he can be killed with just a thought. I know why you followed me. You should also know that I accepted you because you are useful. But since you call me master, I can't let you call me that in vain. This martial emperor realm is just my gift to you. From now on, you must protect my family well. Disciple understands. Wu Miansheng nodded quickly. Yi Zhongheng's eyes were deep. A journey of martial arts. When one reaches the top level of martial king, his inner energy is so vast that he can rival 1,000 armors and be called the god of war. In the realm of Wu Jun, taking the head of an enemy general in the midst of thousands of troops is as easy as taking something from a bag. Go up further, the world calls him the emperor. The transition from martial lord to martial emperor is a watershed. Only by converting all of one's internal energy into true essence can one achieve the realm of martial emperor and become a martial arts giant that dominates the country. Above the emperor, called Zun, that is the previous state of Wu Miansheng. A person at the martial honor realm can basically walk sideways in the world. Wu Miansheng, who is at the peak of martial honor, is already the leader of a hidden sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. You can imagine how powerful this realm is. Above the Lord, his name is Emperor. Since ancient times, the word emperor has meant the highest. When you reach this level, it is no longer within the scope of what ordinary people can understand. The emperor rules the mountains and rivers, and all living beings bow to him. This is a realm that countless martial arts masters cannot reach in their entire lives. Now Wu Miansheng has reached the level of martial emperor. With a strong man like him responsible for protecting the safety of Tang Ruyan and others, Yi Zhongheng can feel more at ease. This time Zhu Yan, sensing the movement, walked over from the darkness. Let me introduce you. This is Zhu Yan, one of the 9 evils of the Hall of Eternal Life. He is Wu Miansheng, the leader of the Wuxiang sect, a hidden sect in Daxia. I have accepted him as my disciple. From now on, the two of you will jointly be responsible for protecting Antang and the others. Yi Zhongheng spoke. Palace of Eternal Life. Wu Miansheng's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't take the Changsheng Palace seriously before, he had been doing so since the appearance of the 12 gods of Tianya not long ago. The world was completely shocked. After all, that is an existence that is called God, even they work for the Hall of Eternal Life. So you can imagine how terrifying the power of the Hall of Eternal Life is. Now, even someone like Yi Zhongheng mentioned the Hall of Eternal Life. Master, you are also from the Hall of Eternal Life. Wu Miansheng thought that Yi Zhongheng was also from the Hall of Eternal Life. Result. The Palace of Eternal Life is mine. No wonder, Wu Miansheng nodded. Yi Zhongheng was the mysterious master of the Changsheng Palace, which could explain why the Changsheng Palace had achieved such great success in such a short time. Zhu Yan greeted Wu Miansheng and then said to Yi Zhongheng, news has come from the Yama Pavilion that 2 Yamas have arrived in Daxia. I estimate that within 3 days, the Killing God Palace organization will collapse from the top. Yi Zhongheng nodded. He didn't care about the minions like the Killing God Palace at all. It was too easy to make them disappear with just one word. Also, Wu Ying's men have also arrived in Daxia as per your instructions, and they have already found the old site of Miaojiang and Nanling. They are now following the clues and investigating further. I believe that clues will come soon. No Shadow. It was an organization created by Yi Zhongheng and is specifically responsible for intelligence investigation. No one knows their origins and true identities. They are like a group of ghosts walking in the world without shadows. Zhu Yan paused and continued, Yi Tianzi asked me to tell you that they might be making a big move in Yamanazu recently. He said he's having a hard time. What do you mean? Are you dissatisfied that I'll transfer people away and make his work difficult? Yi Zhongheng said with a playful tone. Zhu Yan smiled and said, many people in the palace have already come to Daxia. If it weren't for your order, they would have flocked here long ago. Under such circumstances, do you think Yi Tianzi's work would be difficult? I imagine even he himself would want to abandon his duties and run to Daxia to find you. Yi Zongheng, since the establishment of Changsheng Palace, many of them have followed Yi Zongheng from the very beginning. For example, Zhu Yan, the king of night, they followed and respected Yi Zongheng. Why Yi Zongheng also treated them as brothers. If the Hall of Eternal Life is compared to a big family, then Yi Zongheng is the backbone of this big family, and now that he is in Daxia, the people from the Hall of Eternal Life naturally want to run to Daxia. Tell him not to bother me, otherwise I will let the old monster trapped under the ice beat him so badly that he won't even be recognized. Yi Zongheng said this and left. Chapter 77. Jiang Yanqing. This day. So much happened, and this night is destined to be restless. In Hanzhong, the Japanese suffered a devastating disaster because of Yi Zongheng's order. Also because of this incident, countless people have set out and are on their way to Hanzhong, and their target is all Yi Zongheng. Sakura Sakurako, the person in charge of the Japanese delegation in Daxia, is also about to arrive in Hanzhong. 100,000 mountains, in a villa that looks like a paradise on Earth. An old man with a powerful aura received a message from Tongzhou, and then ordered that the person with the special physique must be brought back at all costs. Yanjing Nangong Yuk, who learned about the events in Hanzhong, became even more anxious. He accelerated the process of handling military affairs and prepared to go south to Hanzhong, deep in the Nanling Mountains. A group of ghostly figures left the dilapidated village and then head to Shinnong Mountain. You can say that, because of Yi Zongheng's appearance, countless places in Daxia became undercurrents. The next day, after Yi Zongheng got up, he discovered a very strange phenomenon. Tan Xiaoye was actually playing with Wu Miansheng. Wu Miansheng's face-changing skills made Tan Xiaoye laugh. Moreover, Yi Zongheng could feel that Wu Miansheng did this not to please him, but because he was happy from the bottom of his heart. There was even doting in his eyes when he looked at Tan Xiaoye. I want to see a monkey and see if I can turn into a monkey. After getting used to Wu Miansheng's face-changing skills, Tan Xiaoye was no longer so afraid. Okay, I'll change whatever you want to see. Yi Zongheng smiled and shook his head. The powerful Emperor Wu performed acrobatics for his sister in his home, which was something he had not expected when he brought Wu Miansheng back. After sitting down, Yi Zongheng said to Tian Kaishan, who was dressed as a servant in the distance, "Bring breakfast." Yes, master. At the same time, outside the villa. 2 luxury cars stopped and several people got out. In addition to Chen Taisheng, there was a group of 4 including the woman surnamed Jiang. When you meet Mr. Yi later, don't act arrogantly, okay? Chen Taisheng reminded them before entering the villa. These people came to their Chen family last night and claimed that they wanted Yi Zongheng to treat the old man in the wheelchair. At first, he refused. After all, he couldn't control Yi Zongheng, but the woman's attitude was so good and sincere that Chen Taisheng knew that she had pushed her wheelchair and traveled almost all over Daxia in order to cure her grandfather. Chen Taisheng was deeply moved by this filial piety, so he agreed to let them try to find Yi Zongheng, but he was not sure whether it would succeed or not. Don't worry. The woman surnamed Jiang had the demeanor of a lady and was respectful to everyone. Actually, as long as she revealed her identity, there would be countless people begging her to treat her grandfather, but generally she would not use her status as an excuse. For example, when she went to Chen's house this time, she did not use her power to force Chen Taisheng to bring them here. 1 comes to it has to do with the education she received. Secondly, she was also afraid that the people who treated her grandfather would ask for an exorbitant price after knowing their identities. Soon, several people entered the villa. When Chen Tianqing saw Yi Zongheng eating breakfast, he hurried over and was later invited by Yi Zongheng to sit down with him. The woman surnamed Jiang and her group stood at the door without moving. At the same time, the fat and thin old man following behind her was also looking at the situation in the villa. If my guess is correct, the young man who was talking to Chen Taisheng is the miracle doctor they are looking for this time. But isn't he a little too young? But don't judge a book by its cover. Maybe he really has the ability. With this thought in mind, the two continued to observe. When they saw Wu Miansheng changing Tan Xiaoye's face, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. You are such a grown-up, yet you still play such stupid tricks. Why don't you do something useful? But when he saw the servants standing in the villa, the fat and thin old man was completely speechless. How come they are all beauties? One of them seemed a little familiar, but I can't remember this. There are so many people in the room, and none of them seem reliable. Come in. At this time, Yi Zongheng called out. He had already learned what had happened from Chen Taisheng. Mr. Yi. The woman surnamed Jiang came forward and called out to Yi Zongheng politely, but she did not lower her head at all and her body was straight. Yi Zongheng glanced at her and said, you are wrapped up so tightly, aren't you hot? This it was originally an unintentional question, but when the three people heard it, it took on a different meaning. In their opinion, Yi Zonghang's behavior was completely lustful, and he wanted to see the woman's appearance. We are here to see you, sir. The fat old man reminded him. Although his words were polite, his tone was full of dissatisfaction. The thin old man quickly added, "It's not a blind date. A skinny tiger and a fat dragon, no problem." The woman spoke, then removed her disguise in front of Yi Zonghang, revealing her stunning appearance. "Hello, Mr. Yi, my name is Jiang Yanqing." Hear this name. Yi Zonghang's expression changed instantly, and he grabbed her arm fiercely. "What's your name, presumptuous?" The thin tiger and fat dragon behind Jiang Yanqing were furious on the spot. How precious was the body of their young lady! It is her upbringing to be friendly to others, but if anyone dares to touch her, that is a dead end. You are the ones who are so presumptuous. Wu Miansheng's gaze was as deep as the abyss as he looked at the two of them. "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't hold back, I'll make sure every one of you who came here today is splattered with blood." Jiang Yanqing looked at Yi Zonghang, whose emotions were obviously fluctuating violently, and frowned, just about to speak. "Haha, we originally intended to give you enough respect and ask you to treat the old prince, but you are so ungrateful and unreasonable, even daring to offend such a precious body. Now, you're even making such outrageous remarks that you want us to be bleed to death? Let alone the Jiang family behind us, how can we, just the two of us, be someone you can't shake?" Skinny Tiger and Fat Dragon both burst out with the aura of the martial lord realm and locked onto Wu Miansheng. Wu Jun, it's enough to walk sideways in Hanzhong. Old Prince, Jiang family. Hearing these words, the originally vague memories in Yi Zonghang's mind kept flashing like a movie. Now he could be sure that the person in front of him was the one he had known before. "Mr. Yi, please respect yourself." Jiang Yanqing's face also showed some displeasure. "You're really looking for death." Skinny Tiger and Fat Dragon's face darkened, and he was ready to attack Yi Zonghang in an instant, but at this moment a tremendous pressure fell upon them. The two men were horrified. Under this atmosphere, they felt like a lone boat in the ocean, so small. "You should be obedient." At this moment, Wu Miansheng had stood up. The thin tiger and the fat dragon were sweating like rain. "This guy, what kind of existence is this?" Jiang Yanqing's pretty face also changed drastically. The skinny tiger and fat dragon in the martial lord realm was actually frightened into this state by a breath. Could this acrobat be the martial emperor? "Stop." At the critical moment, Yi Zonghang came to his senses and shouted. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure from the sky dissipated. "Yes, master." Wu Miansheng said respectfully. "Master." Several people subconsciously looked at Yi Zonghang again. Damn, this guy, conservatively estimated to be a powerful being above the martial emperor realm? You really don't remember me. I am Yi Zonghang, from the Yi family in Yanjing, and my mother is Su Ying. Do you remember? Yi Zonghang asked. Hearing this, Jiang Yanqing's pupils widened instantly. Now, even the old man who was still drowsy in the wheelchair had his fingers trembling slightly. Chapter 78. You bastard, leaves are spread out. This name had a huge impact on Jiang Yanqing and the others, because back then, the Jiang family, known as the royal family of Jiangnan, was supported by Yi Lin Yuan and Su Ying. When the Yi family was still around, Jiang Yanqing would follow the elders of her family to visit Yanjing almost every new year, and she and Yi Zonghang were childhood playmates. After Yi Lin Yuan and the other man died in battle, her grandfather Jiang Tianxiong was the first and only one who dared to stand up and make this matter clear. These two generals are incredibly powerful, and they have the invincible Phoenix Army. I, Jiang Tianxiong, don't believe they will die in battle. No matter who is behind this, the Jiang family will track it down to the end. Also, send the two generals' children to Jiangnan. Otherwise, I, Jiang Tianxiong, will personally go to Beijing to pick them up. These words, completely dragged the Jiang family into the abyss. After the Jiang family incident, news of Yi Zonghang's disappearance spread outside. Jiang Yanqing and the others once thought that Yi Zonghang was dead. Unexpectedly, he is still alive. Moreover, he has become so powerful that even the powerful man who may be at the martial emperor level calls him master. Recently, she has been taking Jiang Tianxiong to seek medical treatment outside, so she didn't know what happened in Hanzhong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so shocked when he heard Yi Zonghang's name. Have you remembered? Yi Zhongheng asked. Zhang Yanqing bit her lip lightly, her eyes blurred with tears as she looked at Yi Zhongheng. You bastard. Forehead. Yi Zhongheng was a little confused. The reason why he was so excited after learning about Zhang Yanqing's identity was, firstly, because he was meeting his friend again, and secondly, because the Jiang family was the family that followed his parents. Moreover, he has great influence in the Jiangnan area, and the Jiang family's people will definitely know about the death of his parents. But this Jiang Yanqing, it seems like she has a deep grudge against him. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Yanqing suddenly threw herself into his arms and beat his chest repeatedly with her hands. Asshole, asshole. Do you know how much we have suffered for you? You are still alive. Why don't you come to Jiangnan to find us? My grandfather was almost killed for you. You are so powerful. Why are you hiding in this small place, you bastard, coward? She cried so hard. Yi Zhongheng could feel that her body was trembling. He wanted to reach out and comfort her, but he was completely confused. What's going on? Yi Zhongheng frowned. Jiang Yanqing quickly moved away from Yi Zhongheng, her eyes evasive. Don't you know what happened back then? I haven't been in Daxia these years. Oh. Jiang Yanqing lowered his head, and his resentment was not as strong anymore. It turned out that he didn't know what happened to Jiang that year. When she thought of this, she felt so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She had just cried on him like a child. It was so embarrassing. Yi Zhongheng glanced at Jiang Tianxiong, who was sitting in the wheelchair, and seemed to have guessed something. Did something happen to the Jiang family? Jiang Tianxiong was the king of the Jiangnan area back then, hold military power. He dominated several places and no one dared to disobey him. Really. As soon as these words came out, Yi Zhongheng could clearly feel that Skinny Tiger and Fat Dragon subconsciously clenched their fists. Jiang Yanqing nodded and said, my grandfather didn't believe that General Yi and his men would die in battle. He suspected someone had murdered them, so he asked the people in Yanjing to send you to Jiangnan. That night, someone attacked our Jiang family. More than 300 members of the Jiang family were killed, and my grandfather was also injured. For 8 years, I have been confined to a wheelchair. Since then, our Jiang family's status in Jiangnan has been declining day by day. In order to cure my grandfather, I traveled almost all over Daxia. I had to look for doctors while also being on guard against other people in my family who had ulterior motives. I thought you knew about this and were deliberately avoiding us, but now it seems. What? Yi Zhongheng's eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. No wonder Jiang Yanqing began to resent him so much. It turned out that Jiang had gotten into such a big trouble because of him, but he had never gone to look for Jiang. Now that he saw himself as the culprit, the grievances in his heart could not help but burst out. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Jiang Tianxiong's body. After checking him over, his face became extremely gloomy. The meridians are completely destroyed. Moreover, there was still a violent aura remaining in his body, tormenting him constantly. In other words, what Jiang Yanqing said was true. Jiang ended up in this situation simply because she wanted to do something for his parents back then and was given such a stern warning. Yi Zhongheng even suspected that the reason why the Jiang family was able to keep some people alive was because those people did it on purpose to warn others. Purpose. The purpose is to let those related to his parents know clearly the price they will have to pay for investigating the truth behind his parents' death. After my parents died, I was imprisoned by the Su family and then thrown out of Yanjing, so I really don't know what happened in your family. Yi Zhongheng explained. Then he controlled his qi and condensed several golden needles into needles, which landed on various acupuncture points on Jiang Tianxiong's body. Your grandfather's injuries are too severe. Add to that the years of torture and destruction he's endured from the remaining aura within his body, and he's already on the verge of death. I will first dispel the aura in his body, and then prepare the elixir to use with the medicinal bath to repair his damaged meridians. Said. Yi Zhongheng wrote down a list of medicinal herbs and asked Shen Taixing to have someone prepare them. Hearing that his grandfather was saved, Jiang Yanqing burst into tears of joy. That's great, it's really great. Do you know who those people were who attacked your Jiang family back then? I don't know. I was very young at the time and was hidden in the dark by the elders in my family, but my grandfather must know the origins of those people. Jiang Yanqing said. Yi Zhongheng nodded. No matter who it is, when the time comes, he will let him experience the pain of destroyed meridians just like this old prince. After the incident with our Jiang family, some people in the clan began to hate you. They felt that the Jiang family was brought to this state by you and your parents. Not only that, they also stopped me from saving Grandpa, fearing that after he woke up, he would reveal the identities of those who attacked our Jiang family and caused trouble again. If it weren't for Skinny Tiger and Fat Dragon protecting me, my grandfather would have been killed by them. If they knew you were still alive, they would definitely come and cause trouble for you. But you've become so powerful now, you don't have to be afraid of them. Jiang Yanqing said a lot in one breath. Even she herself didn't know why when she said this. It sounded like she was complaining to Yi Zongheng. It's like a child who has gone through many twists and turns and suffered a lot of grievances and finally found a backer. Who are you talking about? Yi Zongheng asked. My fifth uncle, and some elders in the clan. Jiang Yanqing felt a little angry when he thought of them. Just then, there was a sudden commotion outside the villa. Immediately following, a group of men in gorgeous clothes and with powerful auras walked in. The middle-aged man with a square face who was leading the group was stunned when he saw Jiang Yanqing. Immediately he became furious. Jiang Yanqing, you are so good. I knew that you had a secret connection with that kid from the Yi family. Chapter 79. I'm waiting for you in Jiangnan, fifth uncle? Jiang Yanqing's expression changed slightly. This person was the fifth uncle she mentioned earlier, the son of Jiang Tianxiong, the fifth child in the Jiang family, and his real name was Jiang Haitao. Are you following me? Jiang Yanqing subconsciously thought that Jiang Haitao was following her. Jiang Haitao snorted coldly, I don't have the time to follow you. I came here today because of this kid from the Yi family. I didn't expect you to really have an affair with him. Have you forgotten the pain now that the wound has healed? Back then, our Jiang family was nearly wiped out because of him. Now that he has appeared again, those people must be secretly watching him. Your actions today will plunge our Jiang family into irretrievable ruin again. Don't you understand? Now Yi Zongheng appeared again, and as the commander-in-chief of Hanzhong, he made his name known to the world. It is obvious that the purpose is to lure out those who were related to his parents and investigate the truth behind his parents' death, and the group of people who attacked his Jiang family back then must be watching secretly. Anyone who dares to stand up and approach Yi Zongheng to help Yi Zongheng at this time will surely end up dead. He was worried that someone in the clan would be crazy and come to find Yi Zongheng, such as Jiang Yanqing. That's why he came to Hanzhong in person, ready to make it clear that not only did the Jiang family have no intention of helping Yi Zongheng, but they even wanted to fight him to the death. Unexpectedly, I really met Jiang Yanqing here. You keep saying that my Yi family harmed your Jiang family, but you never mentioned a word about how my parents allowed your Jiang family to dominate Jiangnan. Yi Zongheng sneered. It is undeniable that your parents did a great favor to our Jiang family, but they are now dead. Besides, aren't the 200 lives of my Jiang family 8 years ago enough to repay their kindness? Besides, your parents' kindness to my Jiang family has nothing to do with you, understand? This point. Yi Zongheng did not refute. He also understood why Jiang Haitao had such a strong reaction. After all, from his point of view, it is best to distance himself from it. Yi Zongheng would not rely on the kindness his parents showed him in the past to morally blackmail these people into helping him. In a word, the Qin family would not forget their original aspirations and would stand on his side without hesitation. In the future, Yi Zongheng will let them enjoy all the glory and wealth, and share the glory with the country. As for those who have reservations and are unwilling to help him, Yi Zongheng can also express his understanding. Unexpectedly, Jiang Haitao then asked with a mocking expression, do you think that just because you're the commander-in-chief of the Hanzhong war zone, you can do whatever you want? The reason the higher-ups supported you in this position was to use you to expose the people who killed your parents, but you're completely unaware and are foolish enough to tell the world about it. Do you think that just by saying these 3 words, Yi Zongheng, you can make those who were related to your parents back then stand up and help you? I have to say, you are simply naive. If I were you, I would just find a place where no one knows me and hide away honestly, instead of doing what I am doing now, hurting myself and others. Yi Zongheng laughed in anger. Tell me, who did I harm? Jiang Haitao pointed at Jiang Yanqing and said, don't you know that if word of your contact with her gets out, it will bring disaster to our Jiang family again? How can you be so selfish? How many more people do you want to pay for your parents' lives? Jiang Yanqing was about to explain, but Jiang Haitao didn't listen at all. Get over here. Yi Zongheng raised his hand to stop him. According to you, I, Yi Zongheng, did something wrong by avenging my parents? Filial piety is good, but you don't recognize your own abilities. I have the ability, so you don't have to worry about this. When Jiang stood up for my parents and nearly got wiped out, I, Yi Zongheng, will repay them for that favor. If you don't want to get involved in this, you can just call on the world to disassociate itself from me. If there's nothing else, you can go. Yi Zongheng finished speaking. Ignore him no longer. Ditching the connection? Do you think it's as simple as just saying it casually? I came here today to inform you that I plan to hold a martial arts tournament in Hanzhong tomorrow. You are invited to participate. Whoever takes the stage will be punished regardless of life or death. Oh, Yi Zongheng's expression gradually became playful. It was called a martial arts tournament, but in fact it was just a pretext to kill him with justification. So, not only do you want nothing to do with me, but you're also going to take credit for my head? Jiang Haitao neither admitted nor refuted it, but simply said, "Don't say you don't dare. If you can't even face this little difficulty, then forget about avenging your parents." As long as Yi Zongheng agrees, then it would confirm the fact that Jiang and Yi Zongheng are at war to the death. It would be even better if Yi Zongheng could be killed at the martial arts conference. Yi Zongheng shook his head. I'm not interested in martial arts tournaments or anything like that. Don't bother with it. Jiang Haitao immediately showed disdain on his face. What a waste. He thought that Yi Zongheng dared to reveal his name because he was ready to make enemies with the whole world, but he didn't expect him to be so timid. However, Yi Zongheng's next words made Jiang Haitao's face change drastically. Well, don't you Jiang clan want to step on me? Go back and prepare. Once you've set up your plans, let me know. I'm going to Jiangnan. Jiang Haitao wanted to laugh. Although the Jiang family experienced the incident 8 years ago, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. With the king of war in charge of the clan, why does Yi Zongheng dare to say this? But he found that Yi Zongheng was very calm when he said this guy he is serious. In that case, I'll grant your wish. Jiang Haitao sneered twice. Thin tiger, fat dragon, bring the young lady and follow me back to Jiangnan. Yes, from beginning to end, Jiang Haitao never looked at Jiang Tianxiang directly, even though the other party was his biological father. In his heart, Jiang Tianxiang was just a useless person who should have died. If it weren't for him, the Jiang family wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. I don't want to go back. Jiang Yanqing said this to Yi Zongheng. Then I won't go back. Yi Zongheng said calmly. You're courting death. Jiang Haitao was furious. Skinny tiger, fat dragon, why don't you take the young lady away? Do you want her to die with this brat? If it was before for Jiang Yanqing's safety, Skinny Tiger and Fat Dragon will definitely take her away, but now, why don't you open your fucking eyes and see who is sitting in front of you? Even Emperor Wu called him master. Are you still competing in the ring? The current Jiang family is probably not strong enough for someone to kill in one go. Fifth master, since the young lady doesn't want to go back, you'd better not force her. After all, the old prince has told us to listen to her, said the Thin Tiger and Fat Dragon. Both of them are Jiang Tianxiang's guards, and both are martial kings, so naturally they would not take Jiang Haitao seriously. Alright, you're courting death. I want to see if you can still protect her once the Long family members run out of patience. You two bastards would rather guard an old man and a vase than work for me. Sooner or later, you will regret it. Jiang Haitao's face was full of anger. Finished. He also reminded Yi Zongheng, don't forget what you said, I'll be waiting for you in Jiangnan. Chapter 80, Small Scene, Drinking tea. Finished. Jiang Haitao left with his men in a rage. Just arrived at the door. He saw luxury cars with out-of-town license plates arriving at the top of the mountain. Fifth master, those seem to be people from the Qi family in Shu, and the leader seems to be the old man of the Qi family. And there are people from Zhanghai. The guards following Jiang Haitao obviously recognized some of them, but most I don't know any of them. However, the aura of this group of people is all extraordinary. You can tell at a glance that they are from big families, especially the Qi family in Shu, which has a great reputation in Shui. Jiang Haitao smiled and said, it seems that I'm not the only one who wants to take credit for that kid's head. In his opinion, this group of people must have the same purpose as him, which is to step on Yi Zongheng. Result. Qi Guodong of the Qi family in Shu, having heard the news about the young master, has come to escort him. Please meet him. The Zhanghai Li family has come specially to protect the young master. Please meet the young master. This group of people were all kneeling at the door of the villa, asking to see Yi Zongheng. Seeing this scene, Jiang Haitao was stunned for a moment. He couldn't understand what was wrong with these people's brains. They actually dared to get involved with Yi Zongheng at this time. Aren't they afraid of suffering a devastating disaster? Damn, what foolish loyalty. Jiang Haitao couldn't help but curse, then left with his men.at this time. Yi Zongheng also walked out of the villa. He didn't expect that someone would come to him at this time. I'm Qi Guodong, nice to meet you, young master. Qi Guodong said hurriedly as soon as he saw Yi Zongheng. Mr. Qi, please stand up. I didn't expect that you would still be willing to recognize me as your young master at this time. I, Yi, will be very grateful. Yi Zongheng was moved from the bottom of his heart. It is easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to provide timely assistance. Now this group of people, it is like providing timely help. He deserves admiration. Young master, you are too kind. If it weren't for General Yi, there would be no Qi family. After the incident, we thought the Su family would treat you well. Unexpectedly, you disappeared in the end, young master. We have been looking for you all these years. We all know that there are problems with the deaths of General Yi and his men. If the young master doesn't mind, we are willing to follow him and avenge the general and his men, even if it means risking our lives. Others, the same look of determination. Sometimes you have to say that people are really different. A person who knows how to repay kindness will remember even the smallest favor in his heart. A heartless person. Even if you help him 1,000 times, he will only remember your bad deeds. Please come in. Yi Zongheng said. However, just as a group of people were about to enter the house, a group of figures covered in black robes and exuding a gloomy aura suddenly emerged from the darkness. They ignored everyone else and went straight to Yi Zongheng. And the aura of these people is actually no less than that of a top-level martial king, and some of them are even at the martial lord level. Quick, protect the young master. Young master, hurry in. This group of people is too strong. Let us stop them, and you take the opportunity to leave. Qi Guodong and his group immediately stood in front of Yi Zongheng. Yi Zongheng's face was cold. It seemed that after what happened yesterday, someone in the dark was already unable to sit still. No face. Yi Zongheng called out, and then invited Qi Guodong and Mr. Li from the Zhenghaili Li family into the house. Come on, let's go in and have some tea. Everyone, at this critical moment when someone's life is at stake, you say go inside and have some tea. This young master, wouldn't he be scared silly? Just as they were thinking this, a faceless figure rushed out of the villa. Let's go, it's okay. Yi Zongheng pushed a group of people into the villa. This, Qi Guodong and his group were all confused. Young master, are you sure you're okay? It's okay, just a small scene. Yi Zongheng waved his hand nonchalantly, then snapped his fingers and ordered, prepare the best tea, and quickly. The servant went to do it immediately. Soon the tea was served. But how could Qi Guodong and the others be in the mood to drink tea now? Looking at Yi Zongheng, who was sitting in the upper seat and casually enjoying the cool air, they didn't know what to say. Qi Guodong thought about it and was about to say something when Wu Miansheng walked in and said to Yi Zongheng, Master, everything has been resolved. It's a pity that no one was left alive. These people have been poisoned. Solved, in the time it takes to make a fucking cup of tea. A group of top-level martial kings and several assassins at the martial lord level. You fucking say you solved it? Qi Guodong and his group widened their eyes and were dumbfounded. They were worried that Yi Zongheng's identity would be exposed and would pose a threat, so they came here from thousands of miles away. But now, they found themselves somewhat redundant. This fellow who looks like a scholar must be at least in the late stage of martial lord, or even at the peak of martial lord, right? Otherwise, it's impossible to do this. Insanity? Yi Zongheng narrowed his eyes. So it seems that this group of people were sent by the same force that killed my parents back then. Thinking about he called Zhao Homing directly. After people in the home war zone collected the bodies of these killers to see if they could find out their identities and origins. I didn't expect that the young master is so powerful. It's obvious that he doesn't need our protection. I'm so ashamed, so ashamed. Qi Guodong said with an embarrassed smile. Others. I also felt ashamed. In order to protect Yi Zongheng, they brought almost all the warriors in the family, but the strongest one was only at the martial lord level. I'm already very grateful for your kindness. Yi Zongheng raised his hand. Have some tea. Tea. The afternoon passed quickly. Qi Guodong and the others also knew the origins of Jiang Yanqing and the others. In fact, they had all heard about what had happened to the Jiang family, so they still admired Jiang Tianxiong in their hearts. Young master, can the condition of old Prince Jiang really be cured? Qi Guodong couldn't help but ask. Rest assured. Just saying. Chen Taisheng brought in the prepared herbs and said, "Young master, everything is ready, good." Yi Zongheng took the herbs and went upstairs. Night. Yi Zongheng gave the refined pill to Jiang Tianxiong to take, and then asked someone to carry him into the medicine barrel prepared in advance. An hour later, when the medicinal power was almost absorbed, Yi Zongheng began to use the Shin-Ji spirit needle. When the spiritual energy surged into Jiang Tianxiong's body, a golden light visible to the naked eye appeared on Jiang Tianxiong's body, which was a manifestation of the nourishment of the spiritual energy and the power of the medicine. Soon, the pain of his meridians being repaired made Jiang Tianxiong groan. Yi Zongheng threw out a few golden needles again. Wake up! The vast spiritual energy caused all the pores on Jiang Tianxiong's body to tremble constantly, and the repaired meridians were looming. As if about to break out of the body. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes. This long howl. He cried out the pain and torture he had endured for 8 years, filled with endless joy. "Grandpa Jiang, I'm Yi Zongheng. Who was the one who injured you 8 years ago?" Chapter 81. The 10 Kings of Hell Part 2. Inshu. The first time Jiang Tianxiong saw Yi Zongheng, he was stunned. Immediately following, this old prince, who had been active in the Jiangnan area for over a decade, burst into tears on the spot. Good. As long as you are alive, the Yi family and the general will not be extinct." Yi Zongheng could feel that Jiang Tianxiong's emotions came from the heart. However, he now urgently wanted to know who massacred the Jiang family, so he asked again. Jiang Tianxiong stood up from the medicine barrel, put on the clothes he had prepared in advance, and said with a heavy face, "Child, don't be so stubborn. The Jiang family was so powerful back then, but you should know the final outcome. They were not a force we could contend with. Not to mention, speaking of this, he felt inside his body the meridians were indeed completely repaired, but the once powerful true energy was gone. In other words, he is now just a useless person." Jiang Tianxiong was unable to protect Yi Zongheng back then, so he was already very happy to see that he was still alive. If Yi Zongheng sacrificed himself again for revenge, how could he feel at ease? "I know you're worried about being in danger after telling me, but I now have the ability and strength to handle this matter." Yi Zongheng looked at him with a firm gaze. "Believe me." Jiang Tianxiong had a complicated expression. This time, Jiang Yanqing and the others suddenly walked in. "Grandpa, you're finally awake. Thin Tiger and Fat Dragon, nice to meet the old prince. Qi Guodong of the Qi family in Shu, nice to meet the old prince." Seeing Jiang Tianxiong wake up, everyone was very excited. However, Jiang Tianxiong was somewhat surprised when he saw them. As the former king of the Jiangnan area, how sharp was his sense? So many people are here. It seems that a lot of things happened during his coma that he didn't know about. "Yanqing, you have grown up." Jiang Tianxiong stretched out his hand and caressed Jiang Yanqing lovingly. "Old prince, when you were seriously injured and fell into a coma, my young lady took you all over Daxia for 8 years to find a doctor for you. If we hadn't met the young master this time," as Skinny Tiger and Fat Dragon spoke, they looked at Yi Zongheng. They believed that even if they didn't say the rest of the words, Jiang Tianxiong would know what was going on. Jiang Tianxiong nodded. "No wonder you asked me about what happened back then. Have I been lying in bed for 8 years? Yes. How is the Jiang family doing now?" Jiang Tianxiong asked. After the events of that year, the Jiang family's power plummeted, but they were still able to gain a foothold in Jiangnan. Now, my fifth uncle and a group of clan elders are in power. Jiang Yanqing replied. Jiang Tianxiong nodded, then signaled Yi Zongheng to stay calm. Then a group of people came to the hall. After a brief understanding, Jiang Tianxiong also knew what had happened recently. For a long time, he finally digested this information, and the look he gave Yi Zongheng changed from disbelief to joy. "I knew the general's son was no loser. Give me time. In time, I can surpass you. That's not a problem." To this, everyone agreed. Jiang Yanqing felt a little embarrassed to look at Yi Zongheng. This guy. It's really excellent. The martial emperor, who was in his 20s, had even surpassed the martial emperor. This achievement had already exceeded their cognition. The so-called chosen one of heaven and the outstanding people were nothing in front of him. "So, now you can tell me who hurt you back then, right?" Yi Zongheng asked. Jiang Tianxiong suddenly fell silent. A little bit. It was as if he had made some kind of decision. You've grown up. If I were to cover up for the real executioners under the pretext of worrying about your safety, wouldn't that be too selfish and irresponsible? Jiang Tianxiong laughed loudly, then gritted his teeth. Answer, only 4 words. Martial Arts Association, boom. When they heard this name, everyone present except Yi Zongheng and Wu Miansheng was shocked. They speculated that the person who killed Jiang might be from a big family in Yanjing, or a lackey raised by a powerful force, but I didn't expect it to be the Martial Arts Association. As the largest civilian force, the Martial Arts Association was also involved in the murder of the general and his men? Shi Donghua frowned, not just him, not everyone's heart felt heavy at this moment. After all of the weight of the 4 words Martial Arts Association is really too heavy. As a behemoth that gathers martial arts masters from all over the world, their influence spreads throughout Daxia, and among them, martial arts masters are as numerous as crucian carp crossing the river. No one knows how terrifying their background is. The only thing that is certain is Emperor Wu, their position will never be shaken. This moment everyone subconsciously looked at Yi Zongheng. Why? Yi Zongheng simply asked, "Are you sure?" Jiang Tianxiong nodded, his eyes filled with reminiscence. That day, I will never forget it until my death. There were 5 of them in total, and each one was a martial emperor. Hearing this, the people present couldn't help but gasp. 5 martial emperors. You have to know that the Jiang family was known as the royal family back then, ruling the entire Jiangnan region, and there was only one martial emperor in the family, Jiang Tianxiong. Even with such a martial emperor, several areas in the south of the Yangtze River dared not disobey him. From this, we can imagine what it means to have 5 martial emperors. They had deliberately disguised themselves, but at the last moment, I tore off one of their robes and saw the Martial Arts Association's emblem inside. Unfortunately, I couldn't see their faces. It's enough to confirm that it is the Martial Arts Association. Yi Zongheng nodded, already having a plan in mind. Jiang Tianxiong asked, "What are you going to do?" The others also looked over. "Push it." Yi Zongheng only said 2 words, showing his dominance, as if the largest force in Daxia was just an ant that could be blown away in one breath in front of him. "Young master, are you serious?" "That's the Martial Arts Association." Shi Guodong and the others were a little frightened at this moment. After all, for them, the Martial Arts Association is the unreachable sky. "I never play tricks." Yi Zongheng grinned, without waiting for everyone to react. He immediately waved his hand and invited, "Grandpa Jiang has just recovered from a serious illness today, and Mr. Qi and others have come from afar to protect me, so I'm hosting a family dinner." Papier.as he clapped his hands. Delicious dishes were served on the table. Although he now knew that people from the Martial Arts Association were involved in his parents' deaths, he did not plan to leave immediately. Shi Donghua and the others came here today for him. This kindness is precious enough to him. How could it be wrong to just throw others aside and seek revenge? Being a human being, there is a lot of attention to detail involved. The fact that Shi Donghua and the others came to stand on his side this time must have been known to the mastermind hidden in the dark. Tomorrow they will be sent to the Hanzhong war zone to settle down. Then he went to Yanjing in person. I end this way, only then can everything be perfect. As for tonight, come, I toast you all. Yi Zongheng held the wine glass and smiled. We respect the young master. While eating, a figure suddenly approached quietly. Everyone was subconsciously startled when they saw Zhu Yan appearing like a ghost. There were several martial lords sitting there who hadn't noticed Zhu Yan's arrival at all. This, Yi Zongheng pressed down, signaled him to be patient, then he looked at Zhu Yan and said, "Speak." Zhu Yan stepped forward and whispered, "The 2 Yamas are here. Let them in quickly." Not long. 2 men, both in their 40s and extremely burly, walked into the villa almost simultaneously. The 10 kings of hell in Yama Pavilion. These 2 people, they are the king of equality of the 9 palaces, Lu Qian, the Chakravartin king of the 10 courts, Shuechen. Since they are here, it means that the palace of the god of killing probably no longer exists. Chapter 82. The fearless Yutaro young master. The 2 men bowed to Yi Zongheng. They must have received Zhu Yan's reminder, so they did not address Yi Zongheng as the palace master, but called him young master. Now Qi Guodong and others were already in great turmoil. It was fine for Wu Miansheng and Zhu Yan, whose strength they couldn't see through before, but they still couldn't see through the depth of the 2 middle-aged men who came now. In other words, these 2 guys might also be martial emperors. Moreover, they called Yi Zongheng young master. What the hell? Since when did it become so easy to meet Emperor Wu? This moment, their attitude towards Yi Zongheng, which initially was just a memory of Yi Linyuan's kindness, turned into true respect for him. They didn't know that Wu Miansheng was the leader of the hidden sect, while Zhu Yan and the 2 Yamas were all transferred from the Hall of Eternal Life. There was no martial emperor in Hanzhong. Introduce yourself. Yi Zongheng pointed at the man with sunken eyes and a face like a skull, Lu Qian. After saying that, he pointed at the man with fan-shaped ears and a fake smile, Shuechen. The reason why Yi Zongheng did not reveal his true identity to them like he did to the Chen family was not because he did not trust Jiang Tianxiong and Qi Guodong, mainly. Qi Guodong and his group involved too many people. You can know a person's face but not his heart. Even if the people who followed Qi Guodong and the others today were sincere at the moment, who could guarantee that they would remain sincere no matter what happened in the future? The time is not right yet, it remains to be. Seeing everyone greeted each other. Halfway. Liu Qian and Xue Chen looked at the silent Wu Miansheng intentionally or unintentionally, except for Yi Zongheng. Everyone present actually felt an inexplicable pressure from this scholar-looking guy. This shocked the two of them. Don't look at him. His name is Wu Miansheng. He is a little stronger than you. Yi Zongheng gave the answer with a smile. Wu Miansheng smiled back. Nice to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Liu Qian and the other man raised their glasses. Strong people always respect each other, not to mention that Wu Miansheng is stronger than them. When Yi Zongheng heard this, he suddenly felt a little amused. You mean you don't plan to go back? Why go back? We decided to stay and help you out or something. That's right. If you really think we're useless, you can drive for your family. If that doesn't work, you can even do some groceries. Anyway, we're not leaving. No, the people over there are like little ghosts seeing the king of hell when they see us. It's not fun at all. How can it be as interesting as here? Come, have a drink, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Qi, both of them are at least at the martial emperor level. They would rather be drivers or babysitters than lead Yi Zongheng. See the scene. Jiang Tianxiong and the others wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare. Jiang Yanqing kept his head down from beginning to end, appearing to have little presence. Then, when the young master of the Jiangnan Long family saw her for the first time, he generously gave her a 6-word evaluation: the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. It can be said that no matter where she went in the past, she was the brightest and most dazzling. Until she came into contact with Yi Zongheng, she found that she couldn't even get a word in at this table. This man is so outstanding that it's almost unbelievable. He is completely different from the one in my memory. Even in front of a group of powerful giants, he can remain calm and talk freely. Compared to him, those young masters of noble families and princes who were only in name only were like fireflies under the stars, with no comparison at all. Thinking about Jiang Yanqing unexpectedly picked up a piece of food for Yi Zongheng with chopsticks and said, "Don't just drink, eat some food." Thank you. Yi Zongheng smiled slightly. No need. Jiang Yanqing lowered her head quickly. Ha ha ha. Jiang Tianxiong suddenly burst into laughter. I remember you two were very close when you were little. How come you seem distant now that you've grown up? Yan Qing, give a toast to Zongheng. Jiang Yanqing didn't drink alcohol originally. Actually, when the dinner was being prepared, Tang Ruyan and other women insisted on not sitting at the table, and she also wanted to leave, but was forced to stay. The reason is that everyone who comes as a guest, hearing Jiang Tianxiong's words at this moment, Jiang Yanqing's heart, which was already beating like a deer, became even more nervous. She picked up the wine glass and was thinking about how to address Yi Zongheng. Why Yi Zongheng was the first to clink glasses with him. There's no need for formalities between us. Let's just be like before. Sit down. No matter what the relationship is, he can handle it with ease, every gesture casual and confident, revealing a kingly demeanor. Jiang Yanqing took a sip of wine and sat down with her face as red as a ripe apple. After, under the influence of alcohol, this group of people who came from all over the country, most of whom met for the first time, gradually became familiar with each other. The atmosphere became more and more lively. At the same time. At the foot of Yunding Mountain. Are you sure that Yi Zongheng, the new commander-in-chief of the Hanzhong War Zone, is in the villa on the top of the mountain right now? Suringzi, are you still unsure about my ability to handle affairs? Although Yi Zongheng is the commander-in-chief of the Hanzhong War Zone, he spends most of his time in Jiangcheng. This villa originally belonged to Wan Linbanqing of Jiangcheng. After Yi Zongheng came, it became Yi Zongheng's. Besides him, there are a few women in the villa, all of whom are ordinary people. The speaker was a Japanese ninja named Yutaro with murderous eyes. He stared at the cherry blossoms on the top of the mountain and Sakurako nodded. Ever since Yi Zongheng killed all her people in Hanzhong, she transferred 2 top martial kings from other places to Hanzhong. After arriving, she did not act rashly, but first asked someone to find out Yi Zongheng's background. Just then another Japanese ninja approached silently. Sama Sakurako, I checked the surroundings and there is no defense. Ha, in my opinion, there is no need to be so careful. He is just the commander-in-chief of the Hanzhong war zone. Even if there is no Lady Yingzi, he can still be a top-level martial king. I, Yutaro, have the confidence to get in there and cut off his head. The top martial king. There are also strong and weak ones. As far as he knew, Yi Zonghong was just a young man in his 20s, although he is quite powerful. His combat experience is definitely not as good as that of ninjas like him who are often on missions outside. This man cannot be underestimated. The fact that he was able to kill Uehara Tokugawa and others is enough to prove that he is capable of serving as the commander-in-chief of Hanzhong, said Sakura Sakurako. Yutaro curled his lips and said disapprovingly, even so, with Lady Sakurako here, this guy will die tonight. Let's go and take his head to pay tribute to our dead warriors in Japan. Sakura Sakurako nodded. After tonight, we Japanese will be active in Hanzhong again. Yutaro also smiled proudly. Sakura Sakurako is the genius of the Sakura clan. Strength. He is already in the middle stage of martial lord, not to mention that Yi Zonghong is just a top-level martial king. Even if we assume that he is in the early stage of martial lord, he is still no match for Yingzi. The three of them don't even need to sneak around to kill Yi Zonghong, just charge in and take him down with absolute strength, direct and straightforward. Soon, the three of them reached the top of the mountain. Bang! Young Tailang kicked open the door of the villa and shouted, Yi Zonghong, Lady Yingzi is here in person, why don't you come out and die? Chapter 83, Friendly Hospitality. Swish. Yi Zonghong and others who were interrupted all looked towards the door. In Womiansheng and others exuded their aura, locking onto Yutaro and the other two uninvited guests who suddenly appeared. Forehead. Yutaro, who was carefree just a second ago, suddenly had a changed expression. Even Sakura Yingzi, who possessed the strength of a martial king, was frozen in place at this moment, unable to lift a finger, as if a mountain was pressing down on her. Hiss, wait and feel it carefully. Yutaro's eyes bulged out and he took a few deep breaths. What the hell? Except for that woman and that old man, the aura of everyone else present was actually stronger than his. Did we come to the wrong place? Young Taro looked carefully and saw that Yi Zonghong was sitting in the main seat. He was not in the wrong place, but, what's going on? A room full of martial masters sitting together drinking. It was you on the screen in Yuelong Bay that day, right? Come and sit down. When Yi Zonghong saw Yingzi, he guessed her identity and sneered. Sakura Sakurako, even if Yi Zonghong had no intention of taking action, but the three of them didn't dare to move. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Sakura Sakurako now wanted to kill Yutaro. There were a room full of martial masters, and some of them even had auras that made her terrified. Are you fucking saying that there are only Yi Zonghong and a few ordinary women in this villa? I'm escaping. Yutaro couldn't bear the torture brought by the psychological pressure, so he immediately threw a smoke bomb and prepared to flee the scene. Boom, Lu Qian took the first step with a wave of his hand, the smoke in the sky dissipated. Yutaro, who was about to leave stealthily, froze on the spot. Lu Qian stepped forward, smiled, and held his head with his arm. Since you're here, you're a guest. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Sit down and have a couple of drinks. Yutaro wanted to cry. I thought they were beasts hunting their prey. Result, they were the docile little lambs. He felt that the eyes of everyone in this room looking at him were as if they wanted to eat him alive. They were not as polite as they appeared. At the same time, Shuechen and Zhu Yan also stood up one after another. You two don't just stand there, come here. The two men each held Sakura and Sakurako on the table like they were catching chicks. Now, the other Japanese ninja's brain was in a mess. Sakura Yingzi bit her lip tightly and said to Yi Zonghong in a trembling voice, what do you want? I remember I warned you that when I caught you, you would know what true cruelty was, but you didn't seem to take it to heart. We admit defeat, but I am. Sakura Yingzi was originally planning to bring out her other official identity in Dasha to put pressure on Yi Zonghong, but before she could finish her words, Yi Zonghong raised his hand to interrupt her. You are from Sakura village, and you are the person in charge of Dongying and Dasha, so I hope to hear something useful. Sakura Sakurako naturally knew what he was referring to, details of the dragon slaying plan, but she can't speak. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Yi Zonghong didn't force her, but gestured to Lu Qian and the others. Why are you standing there? Buy them a drink. Laugh, a flash of cold light. All 5 of Yutaro's fingers were cut off. Lu Qian threw his finger into the wineglass and said, come on, have a drink? Young Taro's face was twisted with pain. He knew that things were not that simple. They came to kill Yi Zonghong. How could Yi Zonghong be so kind as to treat them to drinks? No face? Lu Qian grinned. A terrifying atmosphere it started from the top of Yutaro's head and instantly covered his entire body. Yutaro felt like he was falling into an ice cave. Even after professional training, his will still collapsed on the spot. Drink, I drink. He suppressed his nausea and poured all the blood and liquid from his 5 fingers into his stomach. Vomit, he almost vomited, but Lu Qian only slightly restrained his smile and swallowed it back immediately. This way, Shui Chen neatly cut off the flesh from another warrior's arm and placed it in front of him. As he watched him swallow it with difficulty, he asked, "How is Dashia's hospitality?" "Very, very good. Real? It's really good." The ninja shed tears of humiliation and said words against his will. How could he dare to say it was not good? Bang! Shui Chen pressed his other arm on the table and chopped it off with a knife. "I knew you Japanese people like this. If it's good, eat more. There's more after you finish eating." Shui Chen said, staring at the ninja's legs. Liu Qian was not willing to be outdone and hooked his arm around Yutaro's shoulder. "Why are you here?" "I said I'm just taking a stroll, do you believe me?" Yutaro said tremblingly. Snap! Lu Qian kicked down, and his 2 legs exploded in the middle, really exploded, just like bamboo poles. Ha! Lu Qian grabbed a handful of glass shards and stuffed them directly into his mouth. "Don't scream. You are at least a top-level martial king. Why are you acting like a woman? Did I do anything to you?" Yutaro, he wanted to die now. He really couldn't understand where these demons came from. They were so fucking torturous. You Japanese are quite interesting. This is the first time I've heard of someone strolling on the road to the underworld. Lu Qian said, looking at Sakura Ingzi. Now, Yutaro and the other ninja both cast pleading glances at Sakura Sakurako. Sakura Ingzi took a deep breath and said to Yi Zongheng, "Kill me if you have the guts. The fearless spirit of us Japanese warriors will never let us become traitors. No matter how you torture them, I will not tell you the details of the dragon-slaying plan or the location of the others." Despite the bloody scene, but Yi Zongheng continued to eat and drink as usual. After hearing her words, Yi Zongheng suddenly asked inexplicably, "Do you know Waihara Yui?" Sakura Sakurako stared at him, not knowing what he meant. "Do you know what happened to her?" Snort, Sakura Sakurako sneered. "What good would it have been like if I fell into your hands? I'd probably have been tortured to death by you like the others, otherwise I wouldn't have told you everything. But I'm different from her. Coming from the Sakura clan, I have an unwavering faith in my family and my people. None of your moves will work in front of me. Instead of wasting time on me, you might as well just kill me." "Yeah?" Yi Zongheng smiled and said, "She should be in the crotch of some homeless person now, or maybe thrown into a beggar's den. Do you want to go with her?" Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, Sakura Sakurako's legs tightened noticeably. She was indeed not afraid of Yi Zongheng's torture, and she was not even afraid of death, but she prided herself on her noble birth and could not accept becoming a plaything for a group of lowly homeless people. Because she knew better than anyone else how miserable a beautiful woman would be in such an environment. It's just like when the women of Dacia fell into the hands of the Japanese. Boom! Yi Zongheng suddenly attacked, knocking her flying with one blow, and knocking her against the wall of the villa. Sakura Sakurako's whole body was numbed, and she also felt that the internal strength in her body was being reduced bit by bit. Yi Zongheng stood up, stepped forward and pinched her neck. "I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it, or I'll cripple you and make you stay with Uehara Yui. Either you tell me everything you know, and if I'm satisfied, I can give you a quick death. 3. I say." Sakura Sakurako was completely scared. Chapter 84. King Fengman. Hearing this, Yutaro and the other man both breathed a sigh of relief. Sakura Sakurako was willing to say that they finally didn't have to suffer anymore. Snap! Lu Qian and the other 2 twisted the necks of Yutaro and the others, and soon servants came to clean up the mess. Immediately afterwards, everyone's eyes fell on Sakura Sakurako. Sakura Ingzi said slowly, "The dragon-slaying plan is a massive plan that Japan, together with Amina and the Vatican, is preparing to implement. We plan to use the bombing of the Monument of Heroes Square as a prelude to create chaos in Dacia, so as to test the attitude of the Hall of Eternal Life. If the Hall of Eternal Life does not lean towards Dacia's side, then our people will corrupt the high-ranking officials throughout Dacia, and we will work together from both inside and outside to send troops to completely defeat Dacia. This moment Jiang Tianxiong and the others all frowned. This was the first time they heard of the dragon-slaying plan. Yi Zongheng raised his hand and gestured, continue. Aside from the one in Hanzhong, we also have teams in other places in Japan that are implementing the plan, but most of them are mainly in Armenia and the Vatican. Those coming from the Vatican are Catholics, and those coming from America are from the Superhero League. Catholicism, is a church that is even larger than the Vatican. You can say that they are the ones who secretly control everything in the Vatican, including the military, politics, and economy. All are decided by their words. The Superhero League is a relatively mysterious organization in Asia. Chang Shengdian had fought with their people before. They were a group of powerful people with their own special abilities. In Amina, they were heroes to ordinary people, equivalent to the god of war of Daxia. Where are they? Yi Zongheng asked. In the northern border area of the Bear Country. Write down the exact location and the location of all of you in Daxia for me. Yi Zongheng asked someone to bring paper and pen and handed them to her. Soon, Sakura Ingzi wrote down a large number of place names and personal names, covering several provinces. You can imagine that if Yi Zongheng had not happened to meet Kimura Yamato and others in the Hanzhong Palace, and noticed the strangeness of their appearance, and forced them to reveal the dragon-slaying plan. If things go wrong, the Japanese might really succeed. I will ask someone to verify it. If you find out that you have missed a single thing, believe me, I will give you special care. Yi Zongheng reminded. Hearing this, Sakura Ingzi suddenly tensed up, her voice trembling. Wait. Yi Zongheng stared at him without saying a word. Let me think about it again. Sakura Ingzi originally wanted to deliberately leave out a few places, but when she thought of the ending mentioned by Yi Zongheng, she gave up this naive idea. Betrayed anyway. Snort. Yi Zongheng sneered. You'd better use your brain. If you try to play tricks on me, you'll only get yourself into trouble. Swish, swish, swish. Sakura Sakurako quickly wrote down a few more place names on the paper. That's all. I really wrote them all down this time. Yi Zongheng nodded. Do you know which ninja village in Japan participated in the invasion of Daxia 8 years ago? Tennin Village. After saying this name, Sakura Ingzi could sense the murderous intent that flashed in Yi Zongheng's eyes, so she quickly volunteered, I can help you deal with the Tiannin Village. She was showing her value to Yi Zongheng. After all, she was really afraid that Yi Zongheng would go back on his word after getting the information. Tiannin Village is a ninja village that is more powerful than Ningnin Village. If she can help Yi Zongheng as an insider, it will be much easier for Yi Zongheng to deal with her. Anyone with a common sense would know how to weigh the pros and cons, however unnecessary. Yi Zongheng dropped these 3 words. Puff. Inghuangzi instantly spat out a large mouthful of blood. She stared at Yi Zongheng's back and said, I've already told you, why are you still destroying my cultivation? Yes, her cultivation was destroyed by Yi Zongheng's single thought. For my revenge, I only need to know my target, because I have absolute strength that is enough to support me, and I don't need to resort to any conspiracy or trickery. As for destroying you, Yi Zongheng turned his head away calmly and said matter-of-factly, why do you think I would keep my word with a Japanese? Boom. Sakura Sakurako was instantly struck by lightning and fell to the ground with a deathly pale face. Mr. Chen, I leave her to you. Don't let her die too easily. Yi Zongheng returned to the table and instructed Chen Tiansheng. Don't worry, young master. When Chen Taisheng was seriously injured and retired from the battlefield, most of the credit went to Japan. Now, even if Yi Zongheng didn't say it, he would not let Sakura Ingzi die so easily. Yet he made a phone call. Soon, people from the war zone came and dragged Sakura Sakurako out. China pig, you don't keep your word. Our Sakura village will avenge me sooner or later. I curse you to die a miserable death. Sakura Sakurako's roar came from outside. To this. Yi Zongheng didn't take it to heart at all. He looked at the draft paper in his hand, which contained the details of the dragon slaying plan's regional and personnel distribution, and fell into deep thought. What are you going to do? Chen Taisheng walked over at this time. Yi Zongheng thought for a moment and put the paper away. I have my own plans for this matter. This happened. No1 was in the mood to continue drinking. Yi Zongheng instructed his servants to settle Jiang Tianxiong and the others, and then he called Zhao Homing, arrange a special plane to pick me up early tomorrow morning. At night, halfway up Yunding Mountain. A middle-aged man in a long robe with a jade pendant hanging around his waist is slowly climbing the mountain. He said he was climbing the mountain slowly, but in reality, Every step he took added several feet to his distance. Behind him were two young men in gorgeous clothes. The two men looked arrogant, with disdain for everything in their eyes. Them. The Qingfeng sect is a hidden sect from the 10,000 mountains. Not long ago, the elder of Qingfeng sect was born and accidentally discovered Ningchen Ningxue's special physique in Tongzhou. He left his internal force in their bodies, ready to try the effect of nourishing qi. Taking into account the special physiques of the two, internal force was also infused into Zhongya's body. If the effect is ideal, then the two of them will be taken to Qingfeng sect, using their special physiques as a medium to achieve the goal of quickly improving their cultivation. Result: the two suddenly disappeared. After investigation, Qingfeng sect discovered that the two had been sent to a villa on Yunding Mountain. Today they are here to take people away. You two, go and bring the person out. When they reached the top of the mountain, the middle-aged man directly instructed the two young men behind him. To them, these ordinary people are like ants. In the face of absolute strength, even resistance is a luxury. So they didn't even bother to understand Yi Zongheng's identity or who he was. However, as soon as the two young men reached the door of the villa, they flew back and fell at the feet of the middle-aged man in the long robe. How the hell is this possible? Chapter 85. Arrival in Yanjing. One of them was a martial king and the other was a top martial king, yet they were blown out by a breath of air before they even entered the door. This is not a place you should trespass. Go back where you came from and don't cause any disaster. At this time, a faceless figure appeared, looking at this scholar-looking guy. The three of them were stunned at first. I didn't expect that in such a small place there would be a master who surpassed the martial king. However, you dared to injure my two disciples. How are you going to give me an explanation? The middle-aged man's real name is Su Siken, and he is the protector of Qingfeng sect. His strength is as high as the early stage of martial emperor. So, even though his two disciples were defeated by Wu Miansheng, he never took Wu Miansheng seriously. Confession? Wu Mian smiled and attacked as fast as lightning. Boom! Before Su Siken could react at all, Wu Miansheng pressed his head to the ground. There were cracks all over the place where it landed. Come on, tell me how you want me to explain it to you? Wu Miansheng asked. Seeing this scene, Su Siken's two disciples were almost frightened to death on the spot, and he himself was terrified and asked in disbelief, "Who are you?" Anyone who could easily pin a martial emperor like him to the ground and rub him must be at least in the late martial stage, or even at the peak of the martial emperor stage. Such a person, it is impossible that he is an unknown person. You are not qualified to know my name. I am Su Siken, the guardian of the secluded Qingfeng sect. I have come here today on behalf of the sect's elders to do some business. I wonder if you could give me some face. Su Siken introduced himself. What's going on? Sudden. A disembodied voice came from the second floor of the villa. Wu Miansheng quickly said, "It's okay, master. It's just a few flies. You should get some rest." Boom! This sentence was like a bolt from the blue that struck Su Siken and the other two. The three of them stared at the villa in front of them in amazement, with only one thought in their minds at this moment: is this really just a villa area in a second-rate city? I'm afraid he broke into the lair of some hidden sect. Get lost. If you dare to offend me again, I will kill you without mercy. Wu Miansheng picked up a few people and threw them down the mountain like chickens. At the foot of the mountain. Su Siken and the other two looked at the villa on the top of the mountain, their faces still showing lingering fear. Master, what should we do? What the hell can we do? The special physique must be in this villa, but the existence inside is not someone we can afford to provoke. It seems we have to ask the elder to come in person. Walk. The three of them came calmly and left covered in dust. The next day, Zhao Homing asked someone to prepare a special plane to take Yi Zongheng and his group to the Hanzhong war zone. The two Yamas, Zhu Yan and Wu Miansheng, all stayed in Jiangqing to protect Tang Ruyan and a group of women. Young master, are you really planning to challenge the Martial Arts Association on your own? Shi Guodong and the others knew that Yi Zongheng was planning to go to Yanjing, and they asked with some concern. Why Yi Zongheng nodded. But Jiang Yanqing looked at him, hesitant to speak. Don't worry, I can't even come and go freely in a small martial arts association, so how can I avenge my parents? Yi Zongheng didn't say much to them and got on the plane and left. Well, seeing how determined he was, Jiang Yanqing and the others could only sigh at their worries. Just hope. Why Yi Zongheng was able to return safely from Yanjing. A few hours later, the plane arrived safely. Why Yi Zongheng asked the people from Zongheng Group to prepare the car in advance. Young master. The person who came to receive us was the new team leader of Zonghung Group. He was wearing a well-fitting suit, was in his 30s, and looked full of energy. His real name is Su Xinganda. To put it simply, this position means being the head of the group's drivers. Go to the Martial Arts Association. Yi Zonghung said. At the same time. A war zone office in Yanjing. Nangong War God, the special team that went deep into the snowy areas of Bear Country this morning, has returned safely, said the subordinate. At this time, Nangong Yuk was wearing military uniform and sitting upright at his desk. The whole person exudes extraordinary heroism and unparalleled elegance. Her age, moreover, as a woman, she was able to become a god of war, and one of the 10 great gods of war. This was not due to her family background or stunning appearance, but her righteousness and absolute strength. Therefore, her prestige is very high in the war zone she commands. Now, after hearing the report from her subordinate, she nodded gently. Okay, I understand. Go down and help me arrange the trip to Jiangcheng. When exactly? Nangong Yuk checked the time. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, clear. After the subordinates left, Nangong Yuk sorted the documents on the table in order. The special team that went deep into the snow of Bear Country has always been something she could not let go of. Now that they have returned safely, she is relieved. Just then. A wheat-skinned female general with a huge thing hanging on her chest walked in. War God Nangong, Yi Zonghung has come to Yanjing. Why did he come to Yanjing? Nangong Yuk was stunned. According to your instructions, I have been having people keep an eye on the situation in Hanzhong. Yesterday, Jiang Yanqing of the Jiang Nanjiang family brought Jiang Tianshun to find him, and he came to Yanjing today. Besides, he went to the Martial Arts Association. Back then, the Jiang family suffered a setback. What? As soon as she said this, Nangong Yuk's face changed drastically. This is nonsense. Prepare the car immediately. I want to go to the Martial Arts Association myself. Yes. Nangong Yuk's face looked very ugly and filled with deep worry. Even some are disappointed with their children. Despite her family's opposition, she still wanted to bring Yi Zonghung to the palace of the god of war. Wasn't it because she wanted him to have an extra layer of protection, but he actually dared to go to Yanjing on his own initiative? Doesn't he know how many people in Yanjing want to suppress him based on what he did in Hanzhong? What made her even more angry was that Yi Zonghung went to the Martial Arts Association, definitely to cause trouble. What is the Martial Arts Association? That was a dangerous place where even she didn't dare to mess around. Don't be impulsive, you must wait for me to arrive. Thinking about Nangong Yuk was still a little worried. Someone, get the White Tiger Squadron to stand by near the Martial Arts Association headquarters. White Tiger Brigade, the most valiant and capable troops under her command. It was established in imitation of the Phoenix Army under Su Ying's command. Su family. Grandpa, that gentleman sent a message saying that Yi Zonghung has come to Yanjing and is now on his way to the Martial Arts Association. A confidant hurried forward to report. Su Qingyu was stunned at first, as if he was a little surprised, but the next second, he started dancing with joy and laughed wildly. Great, great! This little bastard actually dared to run to Yanjing. With his ignorant and arrogant behavior, he will definitely cause a big fuss. The Martial Arts Association is not my Su family. When the time comes, he will definitely be in trouble. Let's see who can protect him this time. Ha, prepare the car, I want to go watch the fun. Chapter 86. I pray to God the master is happy. The servants naturally agreed. He probably thinks that since he has become the commander-in-chief of the Hanzhong war zone, no one dares to touch him. Little did they know that among the truly powerful, who would care about his status? Forget about him taking the initiative to go to the Martial Arts Association. Even if he didn't go, the Martial Arts Association wouldn't let him off. Who doesn't know what Yi Zonghung did in Hanzhong? You can say that this was a slap in the face of the Martial Arts Association, the Medical Association, and the Public Security Bureau. I remember that the Martial Arts Association had a speech about their milestone today. Su Qingyu suddenly thought of something. The old man has a really good memory. Su Qingyu's mouth corners almost rose to his ears. That would be so fun. On such a big day, if Yi Zonghung caused trouble, not to mention that he was just the commander-in-chief of a war-free area, even if he was the god of war, the Martial Arts Association would punish him severely. Now, why Yi Zonghung didn't even think about how many people in Yanjing would pay attention to this issue because of his arrival. He was sitting on the leather sofa, reading a magazine with relish. The cover features a popular actress named Zhao Yanran, with a detailed introduction about They say that she is only 19 years old now, and has come to where she is today through so much effort and hard work. In simple terms, it is a struggle history that is a disguised form of praise. This experience is even more magical than his. Xinghua Entertainment? When Yi Zongheng saw the name of the company Zhao Yanran signed with, he immediately felt familiar. Captain Su, is Xinghua Entertainment part of our group? Yes, sir. Xinghua Entertainment is a subsidiary of our group, dedicated to promoting artists. Su Xingyan nodded. Yi Zongheng smiled. The management of this company is really interesting. After all, he really didn't see how pretty Zhao Yanran was, and the experiences he praised her for were even more outlandish, but he still made her famous. Bang! At this moment, the car body suddenly shook. There was a car crash. Su Xingyan apologized repeatedly. I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't expect the car in front of me to suddenly rush in on this road. I'll get out and deal with it. Actually, Su Xingyan was driving very steadily when the car behind him suddenly accelerated and rushed in. However, due to poor control, he almost hit the car in front and suddenly stopped. Then, Su Xingyan had no time to brake, which led to a collision. After Su Xingyan got out of the car, before he could say anything, a woman carrying a designer handbag walked out angrily from the back seat of the hit vehicle. She took off her sunglasses. He said to Su Xingyan arrogantly, "How can you drive like that? Didn't you see our car was about to overtake? Why didn't you stop and give way?" What? Su Xingyan has been driving for over a decade, but he's never encountered someone who forced an overtake with such impunity. You forced an overtake and then suddenly braked. How could I react? You don't even react at all. What kind of driver are you? The woman glanced at Su Xingyan's black suit and white gloves to determine his identity. Why are you so unreasonable? Ha! I'm being unreasonable? Are you sure? When you saw us overtaking, you should have known we were in a hurry and should have slowed down and given way. Got it? Beep beep. At this time, the vehicles behind us have begun to honk their horns impatiently to urge us to hurry up. However, the woman waved her handbag and shouted, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" She was dressed in famous brands, was domineering, and drove a luxury car worth millions. Ordinary people didn't dare to argue with her. Seeing that it was quiet, the woman looked at her watch and then pointed at Su Xingyan and said, "We are in a hurry. We won't bother with you this time. Move your car back and let us go." Su Xingyan glanced at the traffic jam behind him and asked, "How do you expect me to move?" "You figure it out yourself." The woman looked so strong that she wanted Su Xingyan to give in and give in. "I'm warning you not to mess around. Today is my first day driving for my boss. I don't want to waste too much time. Please drive the car away. I will find a professional to handle any follow-up issues with you." Su Xingyan was about to give her the Zongheng Group's business card. Bang! The woman slapped the business card away. "Am I being unreasonable? Do you know who's in this car? It's the popular actress Zhao Yanran. Your boss's time is nothing. I'm warning you, get your car out of the way immediately. If you delay Yanran from going to the Martial Arts Association to help out, you and your boss will be in big trouble." The woman was Zhao Yanran's agent, Luo Fengwei. Today the Martial Arts Association is holding a milestone speech. In order to expand its influence, they have invited Zhao Yanran to help and attract more ordinary people to witness their glory. Su Xingyan laughed in anger. Then do you know who is sitting in this car? At this time, Yi Zongheng poked his head out from the window and asked, "What's going on?" "Sir, this is Zhao Yanran's car. They also want to go to the Martial Arts Association. They insisted that I move back, otherwise they would block the way here." Su Xingyan stepped forward immediately. What a coincidence. Yi Zongheng found it a little funny. Sudden. Yi Zongheng's phone rang. Seeing that it was Tang Ruyan calling, Yi Zongheng no longer cared about these trivial matters. Since they are one of us, let's give them some face. Pick up the phone and close the window. However, hearing this, Luo Fengwei's face was filled with disdain. "You still say we're one of our own? Who would say we're one of our own? You're really good at giving yourself a way out. If I weren't in a hurry, I'd definitely make you look bad." What the hell? Final. Su Xingyan moved his car back a little with difficulty, separating it from Zhao Yanran and the other's car, and then they started their car and drove away. "What's wrong, Aunt Tang?" Yi Zongheng said softly. "Xiao Yi, I went to the temple today and got you a peace charm. I hope you'll be safe and everything will go well. I'll be waiting for you at home. I want to hand the talisman to you personally. Please promise me. On the other end of the phone, Tang Ruiyan's voice came. Yi Zhongheng smiled and said, "Don't worry, this martial arts association won't take anyone away. Just take a good rest at home. I will definitely come back after I finish my work. I will also take care of you until the end of your life." Good. At the same time, River City. A temple, Tang Ruiyan held a peace amulet in her hand. Wood carving, she carefully put away the amulet, then knelt down devoutly in front of the statue. I pray to the gods, offering incense and worshipping them daily for the rest of my life. May those blessed by this talisman be free from illness and disaster, and live in peace and happiness. Not far away. A young monk saw her kneeling for several hours and stepped forward. "You are so sincere, this person must be very important to you, right?" Tang Ruiyan raised her head and smiled happily. "We are not related by blood." The young monk was slightly startled. "But he's my son." Chapter 87, Psychosis. Today, the Martial Arts Association plans to hold a milestone speech and has invited popular star Zhao Yanran. So at this moment the Martial Arts Association is crowded with people and very lively. Not only were a large number of ordinary people attracted, but many important figures from Yanjing who came to support the Martial Arts Association also arrived, not long after. Zhao Yanran's car arrived at the underground parking lot, and a large group of people from the Martial Arts Association who were waiting there immediately came forward. One of the middle-aged men said unhappily, "Why are you here just now? The adults in our Martial Arts Association are waiting for you to arrive and start your speech." "Mr. Hu, I'm sorry. Luo Fengwei immediately apologized humbly. "That's all. It's really not our fault. We had a minor scrape with someone along the way, and they knew we were invited to the Martial Arts Association to help out, but they still kept pestering us. So much so that it delayed us for some time." Hu Jianzhong, the person in charge of the Martial Arts Association's speech event, frowned. "There's someone so bold? Who is it?" "He's just an unknown little character." In the end, he was obviously afraid of the reputation of the Martial Arts Association, so he found a way out for himself and gave way. Luo Fengwei said with a smile. Hu Jianzhong nodded. "Okay, let's go." Soon, the group passed through a dedicated passage and arrived at the podium specially built by the Martial Arts Association. At this moment, there are more than a dozen chairs lined up on the main stage, but the owners of the chairs have not arrived yet as Zhao Yanran and Luo Fengwei did not have seats. "Mr. Hu, do you know what we need to do later?" Luo Fengwei glanced at the scene and asked Hu Jianzhong very humbly. Hu Jianzhong smiled and said, "You don't have to do anything. Just stand here. The adults from our Martial Arts Association will give a speech later. After that, you just have to agree with them." Zhao Yanran's role is simply to attract more people and boost momentum. To be frank, in the eyes of the Martial Arts Association, this popular star is just a clown who was just there for fun. Hu Jianzhong is gone. When Zhao Yanran appeared, there was an uproar at the scene. "Zhao Yanran, I love you. Sister Yanran, please give me an autograph. If anyone dares to slander you in the future, I will immediately fight back on your behalf." "Ah. I met Zhao Yanran in person, so excited. It's so hot. It's okay that there are no seats, but there's not even a parasol. The Martial Arts Association must have made such arrangements too difficult, right?" Zhao Yanran couldn't help but complain. "She takes the pure route, therefore one cannot see the charm of a mature woman in her. The bangs and simple dress perfectly fit her personality, and this is what people like about her." Luo Fengwei couldn't help but laugh. "Don't complain. Have you ever seen an artist step onto the Martial Arts Association's podium? You're the only one who has this opportunity. It's a great honor to have it. Also, if you are lucky enough to be noticed by a senior figure in the Martial Arts Association, your path to stardom will be even smoother than it is now." Zhao Yanran nodded. She may be an untouchable goddess in the eyes of outsiders, but in the face of true power, she is just a clown. This little star is pretty good. Give her my business card and ask her to contact me when she's done. At this time, a young man with side bangs in the crowd became interested in Zhao Yanran. His name is Lin Xingwen. He is the son of the Lin family, a top family in Yanjing. "Ms. Zhao, this is my young master's contact information. Remember to contact him when you are done. The attendant handed over the business card. Luo Fengwei took a closer look and was immediately overjoyed. It's Lin Xingwen, the young master of the Lin family. You've made it big. A first-class family. Unlike individual groups and companies, they are a huge ethnic group. Both its background and influence are terrifying. If she can sleep with him, then she won't have to look at anyone's face in the company in the future. Think of this. Zhao Yanran couldn't help but give a subtle smile to Lin Xingwen in the crowd. Seeing this, Lin Xingwen couldn't help but lick his tongue. He knew it was done. At this moment, Luo Fengwei seemed to catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye, and her face immediately turned cold. It's that kid. Why is he here? Who is it? Zhao Yanran asked. It's the guy who bumped into us on the road just now. I guess he heard the news that you came to the Martial Arts Association, so he followed us here. Luo Fengwei said with disdain. Hearing this, Zhao Yanran also followed her gaze and looked at Yi Zongheng, who was walking towards the front of the crowd. She actually had no idea what had just happened on the road, but now, hearing Luo Fengwei say this, he couldn't help but feel contempt in his heart. She really enjoyed the feeling of being strongly liked by others, but she looked down on these people from the bottom of her heart. After all, real people would never behave ugly for her. A real person should be like Lin Xingwen, who just asked someone to send her his contact information, confident and calm. Don't pay attention to him. Zhao Yanran said in a low voice. They thought that when Yi Zongheng arrived, he would stand obediently on the stage like everyone else, and would be happy to be able to see Zhao Yanran up close. However, no one expected it. Yi Zongheng actually stepped onto the stage in one step. Boom. The scene exploded instantly, not to mention the ordinary people from outside. Even the people from the first-class families who came to show their support are standing in the audience at this moment, and Yi Zongheng actually ran onto the stage. Is he looking for death? Are you crazy? I know you want to pursue Yanran, but go down first. Doing this will only make Yanran's attitude towards you worse. This action almost scared Luo Fengwei to death. She was afraid that she would be implicated because of Yi Zongheng. Zhao Yanran quickly regained her composure, but the contempt in her eyes deepened. Like this, she didn't even bother to look at him. Seeking death, Yi Zongheng tilted his head slightly. What did you say? Me, pursuing her? Isn't it? Earlier on the road, your car hit us. After you knew Yanran was coming to the Martial Arts Association, you followed her. Now you're even more desperate to get on the stage and get close to her. Why, you dare to say that you did all this not to pursue our Yanran? You are such a pretentious person. Don't you think that we Yanran have seen all kinds of people? How could we be attracted to someone as disgraceful as you? I'm warning you, get out of here right now, or you'll be in big trouble if you delay Yanran's plans. Bang! Yi Zongheng slapped Luo Fengwei and sent her flying off the stage. Are you mentally ill? For a while, everyone couldn't help but dilate their pupils. They didn't know what Yi Zongheng and Luo Fengwei said on the stage, but they clearly saw Luo Fengwei being slapped away by Yi Zongheng. Who is this person? How dare he take action in such an occasion? He's a lunatic, maybe one of Miss Xiao's suitors, the kind who's willing to sacrifice his life for her. Dare to cause trouble in the Martial Arts Association, this kid is dead. At this time, Zhao Yanran's initial shock turned into anger. In her opinion, the reason why Yi Zongheng hit Luo Fengwei was definitely because Luo Fengwei was right, which made him angry and embarrassed. Master Lin. Master Lin. That boy wants to hurt Yanran, please save her. Luo Fengwei yelled. Next second, Lin Xingwen stood up. He knew that his highlight moment of being a hero and saving the beauty had arrived. Chapter 88. The whole audience is shocked. What's going on? Lin Xingwen walked onto the stage and stood next to Zhao Yanran. Zhao Yanran immediately pretended to be scared and moved closer to him. Mr. Lin, Yanran is so scared. Don't be afraid, I'm here, no one can do anything to you. Lin Xingwen looked at her like a frightened little rabbit, and he wanted to hold her in his arms and comfort her on the spot. Unfortunately, there were too many people at the scene. We can only wait until night. Boy, I want you to apologize to Miss Zhao immediately. Lin Xingwen looked at Yi Zongheng with a warning look. Yi Zongheng glanced at him and said, Get lost. What? Everyone was stunned. This kid actually told Lin Xingwen to get lost. Ha ha ha, do you know who Mr. Lin is? You actually dare to tell him to get out, you are simply looking for death. Luo Fengwei laughed. Before, I saw that you were from Xinghui Entertainment, so I gave you face and let you go first. Now I don't want to bother with you. Why do you have to make trouble for yourself? Yi Zongheng shook his head. He had no idea what was going on in this woman's mind. Ridiculous. You obviously only gave in to us after you heard we were coming to the Martial Arts Association. Do you need your face? Master Lin, you heard it too. This guy came after Yanran. I told him to leave, but he refused to leave and even attacked me. Luo Fengwei said, and at this time, the people around also roughly understood what was going on. Turn out to be the few of them had met on the way here before, and then Yi Zongheng came chasing Zhao Yanran. He, this is really like chasing a woman to the grave. He has offended Lin Xingwen. How will he end up now? Come here, break his legs for me and make him kneel here to apologize. Lin Xingwen couldn't bear it any longer, and now he waved his hand and ordered his followers, entering the stage without permission. He even attacked the people invited by the Martial Arts Association to help. Just these 2 points are enough for him to have Yi Zongheng's legs broken, not to mention, this kid actually dared to look down on him. If he didn't show him how powerful he was today, how could he, Lin Xingwen, survive in Yanjing? Soon. A group of followers surrounded Yi Zongheng, Luo Fengwei and others who saw this scene showed a cruel smile. As a son of a first-class family, Lin Xingwen's followers were all paid a huge price to hire warriors. How can a young man like Yi Zongheng resist a warrior? Boom. However, just as they were thinking this, Yi Zongheng waved his hand, and before his followers could get close, they all vomited blood and flew backwards. Then, Yi Zongheng walked towards Lin Xingwen and grabbed his neck. Is it fun to be a flower protector? The whole place was dead silent. Luo Fengwei and others' eyes almost popped out. Lin Xingwen himself was trembling all over, and said in horror, how can you be so strong? Get out of the way. Who dares to attack our martial arts association? Are you looking for death? At this time, Hu Jianzhong, who had received the news, finally rushed in with a group of people. When he saw him, Lin Xingwen immediately shouted, Mr. Hu, hurry up, save me. Boy, I don't care who you are, let Mr. Lin go right now. Hu Jianzhong obviously recognized Lin Xingwen's identity. If something happens to Lin Xingwen, although the Lin family could not cause trouble for the Martial Arts Association, but even though he was a small character, the Lin family had 100 ways to kill him. Emboldened, Lin Xingwen regained his arrogant demeanor. So what if I can fight? My status is 100 times higher than yours. How can you touch me? Click. Yi Zongheng twisted his neck and said, let me tell you something. Lust is like a knife hanging over your head. Remember this in your next life. Forehead. Lin Xingwen's eyes widened and his expression gradually became distracted. Until his death, he could not understand why Yi Zongheng dared to kill him. Seeing Lin Xingwen's body falling to the ground, Luo Fengwei and Zhao Yanran screamed in fright, and their eyes were full of fear when they looked at Yi Zongheng. Boy, you are looking for death. Hu Jianzhong roared, bursting out with a powerful aura, and rushed directly towards Yi Zongheng. At the same time, other people from the Martial Arts Association also began to clear the area. Bang, Yi Zongheng kicked out, and Hu Jianzhong instantly flew backwards dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string. His chest completely collapsed. He was deader than dead. Luo Fengwei and Zhao Yanran, who had witnessed this scene, were so frightened that they collapsed, holding their heads and shouting, Ah! Don't kill me! I'll do anything you want to me. Please, don't kill me, don't kill me. Luo Fengwei was even more exaggerated. Woo, big brother, I know I was wrong. You are just pursuing Yanran, right? I can be her boss and let her accompany you. As long as you don't kill us, she can do whatever tricks you want. If you can't do it, just ask and I'll do it. We can both accompany you. Obviously, both of them regarded Yi Zongheng as a perverted murderer, and now he has set his sights on Zhao Yanran. Why, Yi Zongheng, is your head filled with shit? Forehead. The two were stunned. First of all, I let you go first on the road because you are artists under Star Entertainment, and Star Entertainment is a company under my group, not because I was looking for a way out. Secondly, I came to the Martial Arts Association to kill people. What does that have to do with pursuing you? Besides, your experience is too dirty. Not only is it dirty, but you are also ugly. I don't understand why people below you would praise you. These words, Luo Fengwei and Zhao Yanran were stunned. Then Yi Zongheng took out his phone again. Zhao Yanran, the artist under Xinhui Entertainment, I don't want to see him appear in the public eye again. Bang, the phone was hung up. Yi Zongheng no longer paid attention to the two of them. He had already sensed several powerful auras coming towards him. This time, Zhao Yanran and the others heard the call Yi Zongheng had just made, but they still didn't believe it in their hearts. Xinghui Entertainment was clearly a subsidiary of Zongheng Group. The Zongheng Group belongs to the Tian family and the Su family, and has nothing to do with the guy in front of them, so in their opinion, Yi Zongheng must be bluffing them. But the next second Zhao Yanran received news from the company that she would be permanently banned. Boom, this news was like a bolt from the blue, causing Zhao Yanran to collapse to the ground. Luo Fengwei was so unbelievable that she felt like she had seen a ghost. With just one phone call, she banned Zhao Yanran, a popular artist. Could it be that everything Yi Zongheng said was true? In other words, this person whom she looked down upon was their boss's boss. When I think about this, Luo Fengwei regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If she had known this would happen, she would never have dared to show off in front of Yi Zongheng. But then again, Zhao Yanran is the one who suffers the most. At least she can still continue her profession, and she has made a lot of money in these years. With Zhao Yanran thinking of this, she felt much better. For years, no one has dared to kill anyone in our martial arts association. Today, no matter who you are, you will be buried here with us. Several old men emitting a terrifying aura arrived at the scene following the sound. See them. Yi Zongheng smiled, then he kicked Luo Fengwei's legs and broke them. Ah! Luo Fengwei screamed, my legs are broken, you were so cruel, you will not die a good death. Yi Zongheng ignored him and looked at the elders from the Martial Arts Association. 8 years ago, 5 martial emperors from your martial arts association attacked the Jiangnan Jiang clan. Who were they? Also, who ordered your martial arts association to do this? Tell me what you want to know, and I'll consider letting you die more easily. Chapter 89. Nangang Yuk, have protected. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several elders from the Martial Arts Association changed instantly. And some people also recognized Yi Zongheng's identity. You are Yi Zongheng. What, Yi Zongheng? I didn't expect you to dare to come to our Martial Arts Association on your own initiative. What do you think Yanjing is? Hanzhong. Now more and more people who heard the news have rushed over. They are all warriors from the Martial Arts Association. None of them are ordinary people, and the weakest ones are all martial arts masters. I estimate there are at least nearly 100 people, however, facing this lineup. Yi Zongheng remained calm and composed. Answer my question. Humph. What does the Jiang family's misfortune have to do with our Wu Pavilion? Stop talking nonsense here and misleading the public. The old man in the lead was named Cui Xing. Don't say. Yi Zongheng rushed into the crowd without saying a word. You actually dared to take the initiative and attack? You're looking for death. Kill him for me, kill. Led by Cui Xing, the strong men of the Martial Arts Association rushed towards Yi Zongheng. They knew that Yi Zongheng was very powerful, but at best he was a top martial king. They also had top martial kings on their side, as well as dozens of martial arts masters, martial spirits, and martial kings. Yi Zongheng hit with his head. At the same time, people from the Lin family who were nearby also heard the news and rushed over. When they saw Lin Xingwen's body, Lin Xingwen's father, Lin Yaowen, roared angrily, Who? Who killed my son, Lin Yaowen? It's him. Luo Fengwei, who held a grudge against Yi Zongheng, immediately pointed at Yi Zongheng, but in an instant, she was dumbfounded. The Lin family's priests, listen to my orders, kill him. Lin Yaowen gave the order without saying anything. However, when she looked in the direction of Luo Fengwei's finger, the anger on her face had turned into horror and fear. Inside, the strong men of the Martial Arts Association were harvested by Yi Zongheng like wheat. He raised his hands and chopped off many limbs and arms, as well as heads that had been twisted off, all over the ground. Podium, completely stained with blood. The visual impact of this scene was too great for them. Lin Yaowen himself and his family's offerings were at most at the martial spirit or martial king level, and they were so frightened that they dared not move. Luo Fengwei is just an ordinary person, so you can imagine. Now seeing Yi Zongheng walking towards her, she was so frightened that she almost lost control of her bladder. Don't come over here. Bang! Yi Zongheng waved his hand and her head exploded on the spot. Next second. Yi Zongheng appeared in front of Lin Yaowen. Were you barking like a dog just now? Lin Yaowen, who are you? Lin Yaowen tried to calm himself down. He really couldn't understand where this extremely young guy in front of him came from. Not only did he kill his son, the key is that he actually killed so many people from the Martial Arts Association. How dare he? It's not important. Yi Zongheng shook his head. Just as Lin Yaowen was about to say something, Yi Zongheng slapped him on the head. Boom! Lin Yaowen, the next head of the first-rate Lin family, died suddenly on the spot. Dead man, what do you want to do with my name? Are you going to complain to the king of hell? Hiss. Seeing this scene, the Lin family's worshippers were all shocked. We didn't mean to offend you. Goodbye. Several people didn't dare to stay any longer, however. As soon as they moved, they found that their bodies were like they were filled with cement and they could not move at all. In an instant, everyone was sweating profusely. Your mightiness, bang bang bang, Yi Zongheng slapped them a few times and sent them to see the king of hell. He would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Now, apart from Zhao Yanran, who had already been frightened silly, Yi Zongheng was the only one standing at the scene. The onlookers outside had been forcibly driven away. No one can fight. Is there anyone who can take charge and come out to answer my question? Yi Zongheng said boredly, crossing his arms. Fuck. Su Qingyu and others who had just arrived at the scene were shocked when they saw the situation and heard Yi Zongheng's words. This guy planning to challenge the Martial Arts Association on his own. Although it was quite shocking that Yi Zongheng killed so many powerful people from the Martial Arts Association, these people were all in the open. The real powerful people would not easily appear in the public eye. He's so clueless. He killed so many people from the Wu Pavilion. I can't think of any reason why he could have walked out of Yinjing alive. Su Qingyu looked at Yi Zongheng's back with a sneer on his face. This time. Why Yi Zongheng also noticed him. It's just that I'm too lazy to pay attention to him. The reason why he and the Su family were given a chance to live was entirely because of his mother Su Ying. If they dared to continue to provoke him, he wouldn't mind sending them all to death. Yi Zongheng, you are so arrogant. A loud shout came from the back of the Martial Arts Association. Next second, a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe and wearing the badge of the Martial Arts Association appeared on the podium like a flash. Whoosh whoosh. Following closely behind, another group of powerful figures landed around and locked all directions around Yi Zongheng. That's Elder Pang, he's the martial lord. Look at the two people beside him. Although I don't know them, they must be elders to be able to stand with him. And the others are all top-level martial kings. Fuck, what the hell is this kid doing? He actually managed to alarm so many important people. The people watching around started talking about it, and at this time, Elder Pang, with eyes like snakes and a sinister and cruel look, stared at Yi Zongheng with anger. We haven't come to settle accounts with you yet, but you came to us first. You are really arrogant. If I'm not arrogant, how can I live up to my name? Yi Zongheng shrugged. Snort. Elder Pang snorted coldly. Have you ever thought about how you'll get away with committing such a serious crime? Or do you have other reasons? I myself am the greatest confidence. Yi Zongheng was too lazy to waste time talking to him. Who were those martial emperors who attacked the Zheng family 8 years ago? I don't understand what you're saying. Forget it. No matter why you're willing to attack our martial arts association, or what your reason is, I don't care. You've killed so many of us, and you're going to die anyway. Boom, an aura of dominance suddenly burst out from Elder Pang's body, and that terrifying pressure swept across the entire podium and square. Everyone who felt this breath couldn't help but want to kneel down. This is Lord Wu. This kid is completely finished. What a pity. He's so young and already so powerful. Why would he want to provoke someone he can't afford to mess with? Yi Zongheng, what are you going to do now? In Yinjing, in the Martial Arts Association, your identity as the Commander-in-Chief of Hanzhong is useless. Ha ha ha. Yes, everyone thought Yi Zongheng would die. After all, it was Wu Jun who took action. And no matter how evil Yi Zongheng is, he can never be a match for Wu Jun. Die. Elder Pang's figure flashed, and the entire podium collapsed under his feet. Boom, but at this moment, a dignified and majestic figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Zongheng, raised his hand and knocked Elder Pang back with a punch. I, Nangong Yuk, will protect him. Chapter 90. If you dare to touch him, you will die. What? Seeing Nangong Yuk, everyone was dumbfounded. After all, she is one of the 10 great war gods. Who is this kid? Even a figure like Nangong Zhanshan came to support him in person. I've long heard that the 10 war gods are all extremely powerful. Seeing them today, I can see that they are indeed so. Even Elder Pang, who is at the martial lord level, was repelled by her with a single punch. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. As one of the 10 great war gods, Nangong War God represents both the War God Palace and the Nangong clan. Elder Pang is no match for her. At this time, another group of prominent figures arrived at the scene. They were all preparing to attend the Martial Arts Association's speech. After a brief understanding, I couldn't help but talk about ITIAS for Su Qingyu. His old face became ferocious at this moment. I thought Yi Zongheng was going to die at the hands of Elder Pang this time, but who knew that such a character would appear in the middle of the journey? Don't say they didn't expect it. Even Yi Zongheng himself did not expect that someone would stand up to support him at this time, even though he did not need it. Nangang Yuk. Yi Zongheng silently recited the name and felt that it sounded familiar. That he knew that there was a top family in Yanjing called the Nangang clan. The woman in military uniform in front of him should be a member of the Nangang clan. But he has never had any connection with the Nangang family. When his parents were still alive, there was no news of any relationship between them and the Nangang family. Could it be? Did the other party come because of his identity as the commander-in-chief of Hanzhong? Nangang War God, what do you mean by this? Elder Pang stared at Nangang Yuk with an extremely ugly expression, the anger in his heart almost rushing to his head. But in the end, I was suppressed by reason. Mars, all of them are experienced people with great reputation, not to mention, Nangang Yuk is one of the 10 war gods, and the weight of the 10 war gods is no joke. In addition, she has a top family behind her, the Nangang clan. It can be said that Nangang Yuk is not only at the top in terms of personal strength and influence, but also has an incredibly powerful background. Literally. Nangang Yuk's voice was ethereal, calm, and without any emotional fluctuations. Drop 4 words. She turned and looked at Yi Zongheng, her eyes full of complexity. Do we know each other? Yi Zongheng asked in confusion. Without waiting for Nangang Yuk to answer, Elder Pang roared angrily, Nangang War God, this kid ruined our speech today and killed so many people from our martial arts association. If we let him walk away today, where will our martial arts association save face? Nangang Yuk said seriously, whatever. She has a very strong aura. Even if you just stand there or make a slight movement, it gives people a feeling of being able to hold your ground against 10,000 enemies. There was a sound of sudden breaks. Grandson. Yao 1. A roar, following closely. It's Lin Shoubai and Kong Yunfeng. Su Qingyu looked at the two people present. Lin Shoubai. He is the head of the Lin family. As for the old man following him, he is the strongest minister of the Lin family and a powerful martial king. Su Qingyu's eyes were filled with envy. After Su Ying and his men died in battle, the Su family fell into decline. Although it still had the reputation of a first-class family, its foundation had been drained, not to mention Wu Jun. Even Wu Ling and Wu Wang are pitifully few in the Su family. If his Su family also had a strong man at the level of martial lord, there would be no need to hire a killer to kill Yi Zongheng. Brother Lin, please accept my condolences. Su Qingyu stepped forward and pretended to be sad. Lin Shoubai didn't care about him at the moment. He just wanted to kill people. Who can tell me what happened? Who killed my grandson and son? Stop arguing, I was the one who killed him. Yi Zongheng said lightly. Master Kong, kill him. Lin Shoubai now only wanted Yi Zongheng to pay with his life, and didn't even ask the reason. If you dare to touch him, you will die. Kong Yunfeng stopped instantly and dared not move. Lin Shoubai also looked at Nangang Yuk, who issued the warning. He was going crazy inside. What was going on? At this time, Su Qingyu pulled him aside and said, Brother Lin, please be patient. Although that guy is protected by Nangang War God, he has killed so many people in the Martial Arts Association. Are you still afraid that he will not die? Lin Shoubai clenched his fists. After weighing the pros and cons, he stopped shouting and chose to wait and see like everyone else. Nangang Yuk looked at Elder Pang. Pangli, he is the commander-in-chief of the Hanzhong war zone, and he is also from our war zone. Also, the War God Palace is planning to invite him to join, so I want to take him away. Whether you stop me or let me go, I, Nangang Yuk, will accompany you to the end. Boom. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene. Fuck, he's Yi Zongheng, the newly appointed commander-in-chief of the Hanzhong war zone. I heard he's taken over the Hanzhong Public Security Bureau, the Martial Arts Association, and the Medical Association, and wants to dominate all by himself. Oh my god, it's him. He actually came to Yanjing, how dare he? The commotion in Hanzhong a few days ago was really huge. You can say that nowadays, anyone with a certain level of skill has heard of the name Yi Zongheng. It became famous overnight. Ha, it turns out to be him. Then I feel relieved. Even Nangang Yuk can't protect him today. Lin Shoubai sneered after learning of Yi Zongheng's identity. Pang Li frowned and said doubtfully, the War God Palace invited him to join. Nangong War God, are you kidding me? Absolutely true. Humph. Nangong War God, with your status, it shouldn't be difficult for you to know some things. Think carefully. If you are determined to protect him, be careful not to play with fire and get burned. To this, Nangong Yuk just sneered. If she was afraid, she wouldn't be here today. Walk. Nangong Yuk stopped talking nonsense and prepared to take Yi Zonghong away. I can handle it, you can go. Yi Zonghong shook his head. The people who killed Zhang family back then haven't been found yet, so why leave? How is that possible? But he accepted Nangong Yuk's kindness. Letting her go won't bring her any trouble. Be obedient. Nangong Yuk shouted softly. Why Yi Zonghong was stunned for a moment. He actually saw the same concern and worry, even fear, in Nangong Yuk's eyes as Tang Ruyan. Yes, fear that something might happen to him. Nangong War God, he doesn't appreciate your kindness at all. You even risked such a huge price to save him. If I were you, I would abandon him and leave right now. In this case, my martial arts association can pretend that nothing happened. If you insist on doing what you want, don't blame me for being disrespectful to you. Pang Li burst into laughter. No matter he accepts my kindness or not, I, Nangong Yuk, will protect him. I will kill anyone who touches him. Nangong Yuk said with murderous eyes. Obviously. If Pang Li and others dare to stop her, she will kill them all. Yeah. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly came from outside the field. For a while, countless people looked over. Chapter 91. Not enough with one hand. Just see. On the wide road, a car with a red sign slowly stopped. Immediately. A middle-aged man in a white suit, with an imposing presence, got out of the car. Then if I were to touch him, Nangong Zhanshan, would he kill me too? With the arrival of this person. A large number of fully armed and powerful combat team members directly blocked the surrounding area. The speed of their actions was jaw-dropping. Wang Chirue, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau's headquarters, who is in charge of the combat team, even he is here. There was a burst of exclamations at the scene. Now Nangong Yuk's expression also changed slightly. Obviously, the appearance of this person made her feel a little pressured. The combat brigade of the Public Security Bureau was not ordinary law enforcement officers, and Wang Chirue was able to manage such a team. The strength is obvious. Even you are here. Your public security department has mobilized a lot of troops. Nangong Yuk sneered. Wang Chirue raised his lips slightly. I had no intention of coming here. Who asked you to be so respectful and be here? Listen to my advice, you can't protect him. The people from the Public Security Bureau are here. Are the people from the Medical Association almost here too? Yi Zonghong suddenly spoke. What a coincidence. It's so lively. A laugh suddenly came from outside. Then, an old man wearing the uniform of the Medical Association and wearing a purple and gold badge strode towards them. Behind him, there was a group of warriors with powerful aura, no weaker than Pang Li and others. It's Shu Tianxi. Hiss, there were sounds of people sucking in their breaths of cold air, one after another. Shu Tianxi, vice president of the Medical Association. This is not just the vice president of a certain place, but the vice president of the entire Medical Association. Looking at the entire Daxia, there are countless people who owe him favors. Even some big bosses in the war zone are related to him. Not only that, the number of his disciples is frightening. He and Wang Chirue, together with Pang Li and a group of strong men from the Martial Arts Association, with such a lineup, even if Nangong Yuk wanted to protect Yi Zonghong, it would be impossible. Are they all here? Yi Zonghong rubbed his 5 fingers, looked around, and felt a little disappointed in an instant. Surprisingly, not even a martial emperor. Do you look down on him so much? You are Yi Zonghong. Shu Tianxi looked down at Yi Zonghong, obviously not taking him seriously at all. Why Yi Zonghong raised his eyes and asked nonchalantly, who are you? I am Shu Tianxi, the vice president of the Medical Association. Now that you have come to me, don't you want to give my Medical Association an explanation about the Hanzhong incident? Shu Tianxi said. Bang! Yi Zonghong raised his hand and slapped him away. Does giving you a slap count as an explanation? What? This scene happened too fast. No one reacted. Even Nangong Yuk, who was standing next to Yi Zonghong, was stunned. Everyone was stunned. This is Shu Tianxi. Looking across the entire Yanjing, few people dared to touch him, but Yi Zonghong actually slapped him in the face in front of so many people. Shocking. This kid is so brave. Isn't he afraid of death? You actually dared to slap me in public? Kill him for me. Shu Tianxi was furious on the spot. Who dares to move? Nangong Yuk immediately stood in front of Yi Zongheng. The aura of a peak martial king directly frightened those who were about to take action. Nangong Yuk, are you really looking for death? Shu Tianxi stared at Nangong Yuk. Nangong Yuk, don't think that you are one of the 10 war gods and can do whatever you want by relying on the war god palace. Get out of here, otherwise I will take you down today too. Wang Qirui shouted. Ha, Nangong war god, this kid has offended 3 of us. His fate has already been determined. Don't let her get you into trouble. Pang Li and others also gathered around at this time. Nangong Yuk was under tremendous pressure. The people around who saw this scene couldn't help but sneer. Although Nangong Yuk is one of the 10 great war gods, it is still not enough to face so many big guys. Where is the White Tiger Brigade? Nangong Yuk shouted, exist. Suddenly, the sound of orderly footsteps was heard immediately afterwards. A team of fully armed soldiers exuding a murderous atmosphere rushed into the scene and suppressed the combat brigade brought by Wang Qirui. For a while, Shu Tianxi and the others' expressions changed drastically. Nangong Yuk, you actually mobilized troops into the city without permission? Yanjing is an important place. No matter who it is, no one is allowed to dispatch troops into the city without permission. Nangong Yuk, you are really crazy. If this happens, your career as the god of war will be over. Wang Qirui stared at Nangong Yuk. Nangong Yuk's expression was calm. Don't worry about that. I'm going to take the person away now. You can try to stop me again. For a while, the atmosphere became tense. Yi Zongheng didn't expect that Nangong Yuk would do this for him. Yi Zongheng patted her shoulder and said, I appreciate your kindness, but you really don't have to worry about me. These few people are not enough for me to slap. Everyone, mad, this is no longer crazy, but stupid. Ha ha, Nangong Yuk, such an ignorant person is really not worthy of you doing this. Wang Qirui was also amused. Nangong Yuk's expression gradually grew heavy. The longer the time goes, the more difficult it will be for her to take Yi Zongheng away. The key is I don't know what's going on in this guy's head. It seems like he can't see the current situation clearly at all. Well. Don't talk. Nangong Yuk looked disappointed. There are 3 powerful martial kings on the side of the Martial Arts Association. Together with the ones brought by Shu Tianxi and Wang Qirui himself, there are several martial kings at the scene. Such a lineup, even she, a peak martial lord who fought her way through the battlefield, wasn't sure she could escape unscathed, and yet Yi Zongheng actually said these people weren't enough for him to slap? It was simply unbelievable. Ha, this is so funny that it's going to make me die. If it weren't for the Nangong war god who has been desperately protecting you, you would have been killed by my fists long ago. But not only are you unaware of this, you are still speaking nonsense here. I think you've been in Hanzhong for too long and have become a frog in a well. Pang Li couldn't help laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. Others, the sarcasm on his face was not concealed. Everyone looked at Yi Zongheng as if he were a fool, especially Su Qingyu and Lin Shoubai. They didn't know how Yi Zongheng had the nerve to say this. Without Nangong Zhanshan, if he can hold out for even a second against this lineup, I'll eat shit right there. Not only do I eat shit, I also drink 3 pounds of urine. At this time, Yi Zongheng's figure suddenly shot out like a cannonball, aiming directly at Pang Li. Nangong Yuk was shocked. No, pity. It's too late to stop it. How dare you take the initiative to attack this old man? You are really courting death. Looking at Yi Zongheng's fist heading straight for his face, Pang Li looked relaxed and lightly raised his palm to block it, but the next second his face changed drastically in an instant. Snap! The enormous force broke his arm in the middle. Immediately following, it landed on his chest. Puff, how is this possible? I don't believe it, how can you be so strong? Pang Li spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His body turned into a shrimp shape, and flew backwards for hundreds of meters, crashing into countless buildings along the way. As his roar stopped, the entire scene fell completely silent. You useless piece of trash who can't even block a random punch from me, who gave you the courage to shout here? Yi Zongheng waved his hand, and the dust in the sky dispersed. One punch. Pang Li, who was at the level of martial lord, died.